raised an infantry brigade, and led a key prestigious strike corps. He was Western Army commander, then vice chief, before becoming the chief of the Indian Army Staff. I am a very proud army brat. The blood of the Indian Army runs deep in my veins, and it gives me immense pleasure as I welcome this morning to the India Today Conclave the Chief of the Indian Army Staff, General M.M. Naravne. Can we have a very warm round of applause, please? General Naravne, welcome. I want to start by talking to you about the changing nature of war. We earlier used to see in Hollywood films drones, swarm drones going up, leading an attack. Now, all of that at immense speed seems to be happening in real life, being deployed in real theaters of action. As Chief of the Indian Army Staff, how do you see the nature of warfare change? And can you give to our audience here at the India Today Conclave some insights into how the Indian Army is preparing for the changing nature of warfare?
Thank you, Rahul. And at the outset, thank you for having me here in the India Today Conclave. It is a great honor, not only for me, but for the Indian Army, to have an opportunity to interact with such a distinguished audience and to share some of our views. Coming on to the changing character of war, there is no doubt that the character of war is changing. Although the nature of war remains constant, and the nature of war is, of course, to impose your will on the enemy. But the manner in which it is done, the character of war, that is what is always in its state of flux and which is always changing. It is not as if technology was not there in the wars of the past. After all, most of the inventions, whether it is radar, sonar, airplanes, the tanks, all of it were technological inventions of their times to deal with the changing character of war. And similarly, as we go ahead, technology is again going to play a very important part in how we prosecute the wars of the future. But for doing that, we have to also study the wars of the past and whatever conflicts are ongoing. You would have noticed that only yesterday there has been another drone strike on an airport in Saudi Arabia. So is that the way of the future? So we have to crystal gaze a little bit and try to figure out for ourselves what will be the contours of any future conflict. And I think that is the bigger challenge, to be able to home on to what the future wars would be like, and in order to deal with them, what is the way we have to go about building our capabilities and capacities. But one thing which is emerging quite clearly is that the wars of the future will be more distant. There will be more standoff weapons, more over-the-horizon strikes, rather than the physical conflicts, the physical engagements that we have been used to in the past. But having said that, I would like to also re-emphasize that we have two unsettled borders, both on our west and on our north. So although it is good to be talking about technology, the nature of these unsettled borders makes it very necessary to also have boots on ground. The physical occupation of territory, to be able to stake our claim to it and to protect the territorial integrity. These necessities aren't going away anywhere. And therefore, as we embrace technology, we will also have to keep this in mind, that we cannot do away with this very important requirement.
So those are two very different challenges: boots on the ground, an infantry style occupation of physical territory, versus over the horizon strikes. And at a time when monetary resources are scarce and the wish list is long, the need to prioritize is very sharply felt. It's always been a big challenge amongst the armed forces themselves, the army, the navy, the air force, within the army, the different arms and their competing requirements. To some extent, an effort has been made to streamline the prioritization process. How satisfied are you with that? Do you think greater speed and effort needs to be given to try and ensure that we're able to pick the right weapon systems, rising above intra-army or intra-services challenges or priorities to do what is best for India's national defense?
Yes, it is true that we have to prioritize as we go along. The wish list is long, but we continue to carry out a process of analyzing our threat, the threat perceptions, how soon or late they could manifest. And based on that, we keep prioritizing and reprioritizing our requirements. With the standoff in eastern Ladakh as it occurred last year, we realized that we need to do more as far as ISR is required: intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. So that has been the thrust of our modernization over the last 1 year. Similarly, other weapons and equipment that we thought we might need to prosecute wars in the future, those have got our attention. And that is the way we are looking at modernizing the armed forces and the Indian Army in particular to meet these future challenges.
You spoke of two unsettled borders, General Naravne. Let's start with what's happening across the Greater Himalayas. As Chief of Army Staff, what's your current reading of the state of play along the line of actual control? We've seen some pullbacks, very limited in sectors like Pangong, so in sectors like Hot Spring, but in Depsang, Demchok, the build-up continues. Also, just behind the LAC, a massive build-up has been undertaken by the PLA. Why do you think the Chinese army is amassing in the way that it is across the LAC from Ladakh all the way to Arunachal Pradesh? And our deployment is almost turning the LAC into a line of control like we have with India and Pakistan. Is that the way you believe things are likely to be from here, sir?
I think in one of the recent MEA updates, the MEA spokesperson had very clearly mentioned that whatever has happened along northern borders is because of the massive build-up by the Chinese and the non-adherence to various protocols which had been laid down in the past, which was the reason for the standoff and what all happened subsequently. So that is very clear as to what was the trigger for all that which happened. Yes, it is a matter of concern that the large-scale build-up which had occurred continues to be in place, and to sustain that kind of a build-up, there has been equal amount of infrastructure development on the Chinese side. So it means that they are there to stay. We are keeping a close watch on all these developments, but if they are there to stay, we are there to stay too. And the build-up on our side and the developments on our side, I would say, are as good as what the PLA has done. But what this will result in, especially if they continue to stay there through the second winter, will definitely mean that we will be in a kind of LC situation, though not an active LC as is there on the Western Front, but definitely we will have to keep a close eye on all the troop build-up and deployments to see that they don't get into any misadventure once again.
So if this was a war game at military operations and army headquarters, and if I were to ask you, what's the enemy thinking? What's your best assessment? I know a lot of it you can't reveal in public, but as best as you can, This massive build-up doesn't suit the Indian army, it doesn't necessarily suit the Chinese army. It could be to intimidate, it could be to pressurize, or it could be a massive build-up leading to a military confrontation at some point in time, next summer or the summer later. You build capacities and then you go in. At this moment, from what you know and as best as you can reveal, what do you think the enemy is thinking?
Yeah, I wish I knew. The most difficult thing is to get into your adversary's mind. And this is a question that we have been asking ourselves, not only within the army, but in all the forum when we have been getting together. It has been very difficult to understand why they should have done this, especially when the world was reeling with the COVID pandemic, and considering that they also have certain issues on their eastern seaboard. While all that is going on, to sort of open up one more front is very difficult to understand or fathom what could have been the reasons. But whatever it might have been, I don't think they've been able to achieve any of those aims because of the rapid response done by the Indian Armed Forces.
And that's something which is incredible, because if you speak to the diplomatic corps, if you speak to military attaches who are posted here, most of them felt that the Indian state would be intimidated by the weapon systems, by the rapid speed of deployment, by the infrastructure the PLA had been able to build up. I think history will note that the response of the Indian army and the will to stand up to a country that thinks it's emerged as the superpower of the world, which thought it could bully its neighbors, is, and I'm sure all of you sitting here would agree, a true testament to the fighting spirit and the will of the Indian army. And for that, General Naravne, all of us are very grateful for what the army is doing. For a moment, I want to shift to the other unsettled border, which is Pakistan. And linked to Pakistan is what's happening in Afghanistan, where now you have a nightmare scenario that could potentially play itself out, because the American army has left. They've left behind in Afghanistan very advanced weapon systems, including night visions, which changes the nature of potential infiltration into Jammu and Kashmir. Are you seeing any of that at this moment? New weapon systems coming in? Are you seeing an increase in infiltration? We've been reading about that. And how is the army coping with the changing dynamics of what's happened in Afghanistan and how that impacts Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, in the beginning of the year, in February, we had reached an understanding between the two DGMOs to observe a ceasefire on the LC. This was not a new understanding. There was always a understanding of a ceasefire right from 2003. But over the years, incidents kept happening, and then it was being honored more in the breach than a ceasefire. But after February, for the next, I would say 4 months, right till the end of June, middle of July, the ceasefire has held in totality and as we understand a ceasefire. But from the end of July onwards to September and now beginning of October, these sporadic incidents have again started. I think it is again following the pattern of 2003, where it was started with one odd incident and then rising to as good as not having a ceasefire. And over the last month or so, we again see renewed attempts at infiltration. We have eliminated 2 or 3 such infiltration attempts. In one odd case, the body was even lying on the LC for good 3-4 days because there were no claimants for that body. Apart from the infiltration bids, there have been 3 incidents of proper ceasefire violation, that is, one post firing at the other post, mostly in the area of the Shamshabari range, North Kashmir. So yes, definitely there has been a spurt in activities, but whether they can be directly linked to what is happening or happened in Afghanistan, we really can't say. But what we can say and learn from the past is that when the previous Taliban regime was in power, that was also in the early 2000s, 2002, 2003, that time definitely we had foreign terrorists of Afghan origin in J&K. So there is reason to believe that the same thing might happen once again, that once the situation in Afghanistan stabilizes, then we could see an inflow of these fighters from Afghanistan into J&K, the UT of J&K. But we are prepared for any such eventuality. We have a very strong counter-infiltration grid to stop them at the border. We have a very strong counter-terrorism grid in the hinterland to take care of any such actions. And just as we dealt with them in the early 2000s, we will deal with them now also, should they venture anywhere near us.
There have been some very specific targeted civilian killings in the Kashmir Valley over the last few days. Are you concerned about the potential impact of the Taliban takeover on the psyche of the Kashmiri Muslim and potentially Indian Muslims in the heartland? And how do you hope to deal with that?
Yes, there has been a spurt of these terror-related incidents in the last month and a half. That is a cause for a little bit of concern, especially in the targeting of innocent civilians. The earlier terrorist-related incidents were firing at some CRPF post or road opening party, which is bad in itself, but is still understandable that you're fighting the security forces. But what is not understandable is why they're targeting innocent people who are going about their daily jobs and their livelihoods. And that is what is totally reprehensible and not acceptable at all. But it just goes to show their psyche, that they just want murder and mayhem. They don't want normalcy. They don't want people to lead normal lives. And I think it is just a last-ditch attempt to stay a little relevant in this whole scheme of things. But the people will revolt. And if they say that they're doing all this for the people, then why are you killing your own people who are your support base? So that is, again, as I said, it is just an attempt to spread terror through these acts, which are, as I said, morally totally unacceptable.
So when my father was at the College of Combat, which used to be called the College of Combat back in the day in Mao, there were many war games on the possibility of a two-front war. And I remember in the evenings just overhearing all the officers talk about how this was a bit far-fetched because it's a hone nahi wala hai, they'll never work in tandem. But that was many, many years ago. Now, the possibility, the very real-world possibility of a two-front escalation exists. And it is a big challenge that the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian nation face. How do you, as Army Chief, view the prospect of a two-front war? To what extent are we preparing for it? Is it ever something we can actually prepare for, having both fronts active at the same time? And what is our strategy in trying to deal with such a possibility?
I think, as we all know, that we have two active and unsettled borders. So the possibility of a collusive scenario will always be there. But I would like to take a step back and say that wars are not fought by armies alone. Wars are fought by nations. And I think at a national level, at the political level, at the diplomatic level, all steps will be taken to ensure that we don't come to a situation where we are facing two enemies at the same time. So let us not look at it purely from a military point of view. We have so many other organs of the state which are all working, and we are all working in tandem for the greater good of the country. So I'm sure they will not allow this kind of a situation to happen where we have to face two full-fledged wars on two different borders, widely separated. But even if that be the case, we have our strategies in place. I would not like to delve too much in detail about what those plans are, but we will be able to ensure that the nation's interests are always safeguarded.
So we saw, all of you would have seen recently the reports of how women will now be allowed in the National Defense Academy. I'm sure the boys would be very excited. The cadets would be delighted to have some female company at NDA, but it brings with it its own set of logistical, operational challenges. How are you preparing for women at the NDA? And we've had women in the armed forces for a while now, but not necessarily in forward deployment roles, unlike, say, Israel or even the US armed forces to some extent. Is the Indian Army mentally and physically preparing for a situation where our girls will be sent into combat? I know Preeti is here. There are many others who believe very strongly that women should be allowed not just in administrative and staff postings, but at the very forefronts of war. And many of them are fitter, more raring to go as any of the boys.
At the outset, I would like to say that as the armed forces and the Indian Army in particular, we do not discriminate on any grounds whatsoever, whether it be language, religion, or gender. We have always had a very inclusive policy in this regard. And as far as the question of admitting women or the girl cadets, lady cadets into the NDA is concerned, we've never had any reservations on that. In fact, the various arrangements which are required, the creation of additional squadrons, the creation of additional infrastructure was already in progress. And we were very much on the way to admitting women into the NDA. And I don't think there is any such kind of a culture shock or anything. We are quite used to having women in our midst. We have had women officers in the army for more than 2 decades now. So it is not that we are not capable of dealing with anything like that. And in fact, when I had gone to Bangladesh and visited the Bangladesh Defense Academy, which is the equivalent of our NDA, there they have been having girl cadets for many years already. I really don't know why we lagged behind.
No, but does the entry of women into the National Defense Academy also mean, and I'm only assuming that it will be true, but I want to know from you, that women will also, once they pass out, be deployed, as all gentlemen cadets would, in frontline combat roles as well? Because if you've got out of the NDA and if you've passed out, you're as eligible for actual warfare and actual fighting as any of the male cadets are. Is that the way you see it as well?
See, at the moment we have opened the commission of women in only 10 branches of the Indian Army. All the supporting arms as well as the supporting services, less infantry, armored and mechanized infantry. I think for the foreseeable future that would remain the same. And it will not make any false promises either. But as I said, we will have to see how it goes along. None of our neighboring countries either have opened up their combat arms to women officers. But that could change in the future. 2 of our women officers are now training to be pilots in the Army aviation, and definitely Army aviation is not going to be in the rear areas. Army aviation and those helicopters will be very much flying over the combat zone. So I think that is one step in that direction. But we have to move slowly, and change will happen, but at its own pace.
I think you've spoken in a very measured fashion. You're indicating that, the prospects of change are being welcomed, but you don't want to rush into change. You want to move at a measured pace, which for a system as big as the Indian Army and an institution of that size is possibly the right thing to do. I want to step away from our land borders to look at the larger geostrategic play, including our maritime borders. We've seen recently, sir, an alliance between Australia, the UK and the United States. a military alliance. And we've got the Quad, which is not a military alliance, it's not even a full-fledged alliance per se, but is being seen by the enemy nation as a counterbalancing force, the coming together of these four countries, Japan, Australia, India, and the United States. What are your thoughts on the Australia-UK-US alliance? And do you see militarily the need for a counterbalancing force, loosely or generally, to take on China?
I think the Quad, we keep saying Quad, but it was actually military, a security dialogue, not a military dialogue, but a quadrilateral security dialogue, a grouping of 4 countries. But I think this is a grouping of 4 like-minded democracies. I would not like to say that it is a military alliance of any sort, but when you speak of security, the first thing which comes to mind is tanks and guns and aircraft and so on. But security is much more than that. Security is also health security. Security is also climate security, environmental security. So I think when the Quad is getting together, it is looking at more such issues which affect the world and our countries in particular. For example, one of the things the Quad is looking at is the production and distribution of vaccines. So that is more on the health security front. So let us not always see any grouping from a military standpoint alone.
So we saw recently drones being recovered from near our borders. We've seen drones being recovered from near airports. We've seen drones being shot down. Drone defense is a big challenge, and many would argue an insurmountable challenge. How do you see this threat being posed by drones being recovered from places where, if those drones are used as military weapons, it would be a nightmare scenario to deal with?
We started off the session by saying that technology is going to play a major part in the wars of the future. And I think in that, drones and counter-drone systems will be a major component. If the tank versus anti-tank battle was the sort of driver for technological innovation in the last century, I think this drone versus counter-drone systems would be what would be the focus of almost all countries in the foreseeable future. We have made considerable progress in this regard. In the last year's or this year's Army Day parade, you would have seen the swarm drone demo that we had done. That was not just a technological demonstration, but we have moved ahead and operationalized that too on our border areas. Side by side, we are also developing counter-drone systems in which the DRDO is also playing a big role. As I said, we are all in this together. And recently, we have even modified some of our L-70 guns to take on this counter-drone task. So we are well on our way to developing both these capabilities, the drone capabilities as well as the counter-drone capabilities.
General Naravne, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you at the Conclave and to hear such sharp insights. And you've been so candid in what you've said. I thought you'd be much more guarded than you have been. You've given some deep strategic insights into the challenges our armed forces face and how you're hoping to gear up militarily, technologically, and in preparing armed forces. And I think the one thing which all the gentlemen cadets would be happiest with, of course, is having girls at the National Defense Academy. It was inconceivable many years ago, but that will happen, and more power to women. And I look forward to the day when thinking evolves to a level where we allow women not just in the rare areas, but also on the very front lines. Can we have a very warm round of applause for General Naravne? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And hoping to have a level playing field for women soon where the Indian Army is concerned. With that, I want to call upon, and I do urge our audience to raise a very, very warm applause for the General. And I would like to call upon Dr. Balwant Harinath Singh, Vice Chairperson, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the General. Ladies and gentlemen, the warmest applause for General Narawane. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rahul. Ladies and gentlemen, give us about a minute's turnaround time and we are ready to go into our next session. Let me introduce our next session, Chief Minister Confidential, the Politics of Population and Polarization. To take it from here, I would like to call upon my colleague and our Deputy Editor India Today, Kaushik Dekar.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Could we start with a song, please? Siddhi.
Ahise, himonto ahise, akare motoraloi. Ahise, himonto ahise, akare motoraloi. Urade pokai deu, ulai jampatoloi, kohari di boloi.
And this song actually represents the journey of a politician whose arrival at any event, political party or organization has always caused a storm. And I'm giving you an example. In 2015, he joined the BJP. And by 2018, all northeastern states were saffronized. And a person who had started his political journey at the age of 10, probably you never heard of that, he's a man always in a hurry. And today also he is in a hurry to catch a flight. So I would not waste much time. And let me welcome Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam. Please give him a warm round of applause. Hello.
Let's begin with a visual. Siddhi, could you play that video, please? We all saw this spine-chilling video just last month. It's a blatant display of hatred. And many in Assam and across India, they're saying that this is the result of a narrative that has been created, and the objective of this narrative is to project the Muslims are at the root of all evils in Assam. And they also say that the patron-in-chief of this narrative is Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. And it's very surprising because this man receives affection the way film star receives. People love to touch him. I have seen that personally. They want to hug him. And some even try to kiss him in Assam, in public. So considering that, it's very interesting that this man now has been accused as the patron-in-chief of a hate narrative. How do you react to that, Dr. Sharma?
Kaushik, in Assam, there is no hate narrative. This boy was arrested. Case has been lodged against him, and he is inside jail. So the action of a single individual does not represent the collective wish or collective wisdom of 3 crores people. So this is an aberration, and we have already arrested this boy.
This is an aberration, okay. But you have made statements like this that you do not want Mia votes. And you have gone on record because this is a case of illegal encroachment, as you say. But at the same time, you also say that encroachment happens in Assam because the immigrant Muslims are producing in large numbers. They are responsible for population growth. Means you are trying to project that they are at the root of every evil in Assam.
Kosik, not me. Many of Assamese people thinks the way what you have said. And this thinking process was started before independence. Lokpriya Gopinath Bordoloi Bharat Ratna, right from his days, this thinking process is on in the discourse of Assam politics, Assam social history, and unfortunately, many people in Assam believe that the immigrant Muslims are the root cause for why we have lost our identity, we have lost our land, we have lost our culture. This is what we have not developed post 2014. That this belief is there right from the days of pre-independence struggle, and this belief is continuing. And I hope that somebody will try, right, basically from the immigrant Muslim people, they will come forward and they will say, look, Assamese people, this is not our design, this is not what we want to do, we are with you. So we are looking for that, right from the time of Maulana Bhasani of Muslim League, Syed Sadullah, the first premier of Assam, they have openly proclaimed that this is our design. So many leaders of Archwile Muslim League, many leaders of the then so-called Pakistan, of that, because after that Bangladesh has been created, many leaders has openly proclaimed that this is our design with Assam. So now this narrative has not been created by me, but unfortunately I am carrying that burden of history with me.
What some leaders may have said, you cannot take it out on normal people, common citizens. You are making every Muslim accountable for what someone had said. And let me finish this question. You said that those evicted from Dholpur, this recent incident where it happened, that their names are not in NRC. At the same time, your government is questioning the NRC, saying that there are anomalies. Now, if you are questioning that NRC, and again you are using that same document to claim that these people do not belong to Assam, are you not trying to play politics?
No, first of all, we do not want to go to the debate of NRC. But as a Chief Minister of Assam, I want to say that most of the people are having doubtful citizenship. But we have not evicted them because their citizenship is in doubtful. We have evicted them because this is a land of 77,000 acres. And 1,000 family cannot occupy that 77,000 acres of land. There has to be economic distribution of land. And our land policy says that nobody can occupy land more than 2 acres. So if you go by a simple multiplication theory, 1,000 family, 2 acres, it is 2,000 acres. But what about the rest 75,000 acres? So we have to give land. This is their own culture. This is their own civilization. I don't have to protect Hindu. Hindu has a natural rights over India. But that's apart. The question is that NRC was monitored by Supreme Court of India. That was a project taken up by the Chief Justice of Honorable Supreme Court of India. And whatever has happened in the process of NRC, that will be deliberated again in the judiciary, in the Supreme Court of India. And for NRC, you cannot blame government of Assam, or you cannot praise government of Assam. This is absolutely monitored by Supreme Court of India. And yes, as you rightly said, I am not very satisfied with the outcome. And we have gone back to Supreme Court saying that please allow us to have a re-verification.
Yet you use NRC whenever you need to.
No, Kosik, we don't have to use anything. We are strong, we are solid, and we don't have to use anything.
No, you have, but again, after you took charge,
Not me, our party, we, not me.
only you made that statement that around 5,000 people names are not there in the NRC.
No,
those
these
who
are
were
facts.
evicted.
When you present a situation, you have to narrate 1, 2, 3, 4. So, out of whole facts, this is also one of the facts that most of the people who were evicted from that land have not been could not enlist their name in the final NRC. This is part of the factual data.
I try to believe that you are not against Muslim, but explain me this. After you took charge, the biggest legislation that you did was Cattle Preservation Act.
Their
Says that
grandfather
Hindus
did not used to have beef. Their great grandfather did not used to have beef. If I remind them of their family tradition, that look, your great grandfather did not used to have beef. Your grandfather did not used to have beef. So you have beef, but do not do it right at the close, in the very proximity of a temple or namghar.
Mr.
What
Chief
is wrong in
Minister,
that?
Mr. Chief Minister, your job is not to remind what their forefathers ate, but to protect the right to eat whatever they want to eat. That's your constitutional job.
That is the whole problem with the people in this country. Some people in the country, they feel very unhappy when, or they very, very angry when I remind them something about your own civilization, and only you talk about rights. Rights derive from the civilizational value. You cannot look at all these things independently. So in Assam, Muslim people are very happy that yes, now we do not consume beef within the 5 kilometers of radius. There will be no communal tension. There will be communal harmony. This was a instrument for government to bring communal harmony in order, and everybody is happy. Have you seen any statement from Assam against the beef, or against the new rule of beef eating? Mostly statements are issuing by left liberal, not by any Muslim student organization, cultural organization in Assam. They are okay.
Whether someone is left liberal or right winger, your job is to protect everyone's views.
No. How can I protect them? The left liberal protect us. Wherefrom we have the right to protect them. They protect us. We cannot protect them. They are freelancer.
Now let's go to that border conflict. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, he holds a meeting in Shillong with all the chief ministers of Northeast. And the very next day, we see a border clash at Assam and Mizoram border where 6 Assam policemen, they died. And very interesting that Assam government, Union government and Mizoram government, all 3 governments are run by NDA allies, BJP and MNF. And then there is a organization called NEDA. You are the convener, and Mizoram CM Joramthanga is also a participant in that organization. And what we see is that after that, there is no communication between the chief ministers. They go on a Twitter spat. And you are seen as the great BJP unifier of Northeast. What happened?
Kosik,
How could that happen?
Kosik, during the day of incident also, I had a telephonic conversation with Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Joramthanga in 17 times, and we keep on talking. You must give credit to Assam that even after we lost 6 brave Assam police personnel, we did not retaliate on anything. We ensure peace, we ensure stability, and even at the cost of everything, we decided that the spirit of Northeast is more important. Unfortunately, in Delhi also, some of the people who wrote many articles during that conflict did not give credit to Assam that in spite Assam police lost 6 brave Juan, our own SP has got injured on bullet. We did not retaliate on anything. We restrain ourselves. We ensure peace. We ensure that immediately some kind of peace accord is signed. And today we have ensured that there is no flare-up of the incident. And We have gone to Twitter because we have to address the broader media, broader public audience. But we had been on telephone. We talk in telephone, and we continue to talk. We'll be continuing to talk in telephone. So there was no breakdown of communication.
Assam police seems to have gone wrong under you. We hear encounter shootouts every day, and there has been a trend now that anybody who gets arrested, one day later he or she tries to flee from police custody, and that person is shot in the leg.
I think criminal.
And we have seen the Mizoram incident. We have seen that Dholpur incident. We see them getting arrested for drug trafficking.
Kaushik, you are from Assam. Do not put things on wrongly on record. Assam police got killed on the Mizoram incident. We have not killed anyone. So that is one, we must make a distinction. On case of criminal, there is no code of conduct on the part of criminal. Like political party has a code of conduct. So now if criminal flee, they want to attack police, that police has to retaliate within the code of criminal procedure. They have the right to retaliate. So unless somebody goes and give a lesson to the criminal that these are the procedure you need to maintain, otherwise police will take action, this thing will continue, continuously those things will happen because I do not have control over criminals. The base message from this platform we can give, stop raping any minors, stop transporting or do not bring drugs from the other part of the country to Assam. Do not try to do anything wrong within the jurisdiction of Assam. If you try to do wrongs, police will come down heavily on you within the parameter of law. I mean, we must tell criminal not to do things criminally. You should not attack police for taking action against criminal. Police has right to ensure, police has to ensure a proper life security for the citizen. Police has not done anything for money, for their personal gain.
You don't have control over criminals, but it seems that you have lots of control over the MLAs of other parties. Since June, you have poached 3 MLAs, elected MLAs, 2 from Congress, 1 from AUDF. And this is not that you have done something in Assam. Your party has been doing that everywhere in India.
Kaushik, have you the guts to pose the same question to Chief Minister of Bengal?
Obviously, I would put.
Please do that, then I'll answer.
But first tell me this, that
when Chief Minister of Bengal posed BJP MLA, you kind of people tell the world, look, she is doing so great things. She is posting BJP.
Two wrongs.
So when 1 or 2 Congress MLA comes to me, who are my old colleagues, then you put question on us.
But it seems BJP doesn't have enough talent that they keep poaching everywhere in India.
No, but I think you should pose that question to Congress party when they pose MLA, when they were in power. Today you should pose that question to Mamata Banerjee, because I have always seen that when somebody defected to BJP, you said, look, he's a defecting. Somebody is pushing criminal case against them. That is why they are coming, they have been forced to join BJP. And when somebody joined Mamata, look, she is becoming a national alternative. People are joining Mamata. So what kind of this dichotomy? I think you at media has to resolve many of dichotomy, develop a code of conduct that what kind of things is allowed for politician, what kind of thing is not allowed for politician.
There is no dichotomy. We ask the same question every party.
When there is a violence in Bengal, you will say, no, these are natural retaliation. And when something happen in Assam with the complete mandate within the law, you will say, look, there is a discrimination.
India Today group never said that.
I'm talking generally. I'm not talking to India Today as such. I'm talking generally what we used to see from Guwahati, because we do not come to Delhi often. But when we see news, television, talk show, we only used to see all these things.
Okay, I would like to give you some credit also, that since you took charge, beyond conflicts with neighbors and cow protection and all that, you also have launched a massive drive against drugs. And our India Today magazine's cover story this time is also on drugs. you have arrested 2,000 smugglers in your first 100 days. Then in another drive, it's not related to drugs, but you have arrested 500 land brokers on a single day, and you are going to digitize all the revenue transactions in Assam. Now, are these only honeymoon period gimmicks, or you will continue the execution in a sustained, phased manner?
Look, Kosik, if you see from Assam perspective, in last 4 months, we are basically going heavily against the drugs peddlers. Our recovery of per day drugs recovery is almost 2 crores per day. We are seizing those kind of drugs. We have burned rhino horn. We are digitalizing land record. We are investing. We have signed to important peace accord with our tribal people. We have initiate many things where people can get their own services from the government on technology. We are heavily investing on capital intensive projects. We are getting various projects from central government. So Assam is on a road of development. Public is extremely happy. People are extremely happy. And we owe it to people of Assam. We do not believe in honeymoon. We believe in stability, we believe in sustainability, and I am sure that at the end of these 5 years, Assam will be among the kind of top states of India. That is my dream, and I am sure that that will happen.
It seems you are working towards that because your CMO is working 24/7. Your office is working 24/7 in 3 shifts. You wake up at 7 a.m. and sleep at 3 a.m. I have seen you doing official meetings till 2 in the morning. And you respond personally to all calls and texts even now. And I see you hyperactive on social media. Tell me, what do you eat for breakfast?
I don't eat.
Then how do you survive?
You eat less, you will survive. So I have realized that. So I try to cut my food every day by a small portion. So I have realized that if you eat less, you can walk more. I mean, up to night 2 a.m., 3 a.m., then you will have no problem. But once you eat, then you will not like to walk. You would like to go back to the sleep.
But your babus seem to be very harassed. Your babus.
Now, I think people are cooperating. As I said, that police, civil bureaucracy, they are working with a renewed vigor. Unfortunately, for many of us, we have not tracked the kind of things happening in Assam. Recently, we have burned down 2,400 rhino horns just to blast the myth that, look, the horn doesn't have a medicinal value. There is an international acclamation. But unfortunately, people give more focus, attention when something like eviction happens. But I think these are a process of the government. These will keep happening. But we should focus on the larger picture. There is no communal class in Assam. People are happy. People are getting rights. Recently, Government of India have sanctioned 7 lakhs house under Prime Minister Abbas Yojana. Out of that, 4.5 lakhs will go to the Muslim minority only. So we had discussion with our indigenous Muslim community. We created 8 subgroups for their health, education, cultural identity. So many things are going on. People are not aware, but I am sure that after 5 years, the way Assam will emerge national scenario, that will be the statement that yes, we are doing right kind of things.
Then why do you make statements like, I do not want Mia votes?
I don't want, that is why.
Why?
I don't want because they will not give. I mean, in spite of you rejecting my love offer, let me reject you first. Matter ends at that point of time. We don't have any political relationship. I know that Mias will not vote for me. And I also do not want their vote. But they will become friends to me. I'll also become friends to them. All 5 years will remain friends. Will do ensure development will work. But during election time, neither they will vote for me, neither I want their vote. Unnecessary, why both parties should spend time. And this is the deal, na? I told them, we'll work for you. Neither you take trouble to vote for me, neither I'll take trouble to go for asking vote from you. Matter ends, harmony. There is no communal clash. During my election tenure term, entire campaign trail, I have not gone to their place. So they have not come to our place. So there is no violence, nothing. Election passed off very peacefully. And after the next day of the election, I have gone to their constituency when somebody were raped there, a little girls were raped there. I have gone among them and I immediately arrested the culprit. So we have a very healthy relationship. We know who has to do what.
Dr. Sharma, you have a PhD, and then you were a practicing lawyer, and even now you check the legal angles of every government file that comes to you. You are a de facto media baron, and you have published 4 books. You have authored 4 books, and you are an amateur astrologer also. Did I miss anything, or you want to do everything?
No. All these are, you have to do something when you do not have time to politics. Out of politics, you have to do something. You miss certain things that I also play badminton every night. I do a good walk of 5 to 10 kilometers every day. Those things you have missed.
Okay, now I would request you to, Siddhi, to play a video, please. Thank you. You must have seen this video, Dr. Sharma.
What is there?
And this is Priyanka Gandhi sweeping floors. Now, let me ask the question. Many people in India, they are saying that this video could be a game changer for Congress party, it happened with Indira Gandhi in Delhi. Let me finish.
Kaushik, I feel
What is your view on this?
I feel embarrassed when you ask me that a lady is sweeping floor and you give your comment. I have seen my mother sweeping floor always. So what is special on this? I don't know why you make all these things. Then come to my house, I also do so many things and give me also publicity.
Because many analysts are saying that this image could be a game changer for Congress.
These analysts has mortgaged my country to a family for last so many years. These analysts are primarily responsible for mortgaging India to that one single family. Now India has saints. People like you will be impressed by this, but general people of India will say, what is these big things? I do that every time. Every time they used to do that. So what is this big thing? Do something when she goes to some new planet like Kalpana Chawla. Then you tell me, look, this Priyanka Gandhi is doing something great. Even lady sweeping a floor. How that can be a news here? Have you not seen your mother sweeping floor? Why you defame your mother? And sweeping is also not right. The way she is sweeping. It shows that she is doing it for camera. How camera is there? When your mother sweep, have any cameraman goes there? So everybody can see these are stage managed things.
Okay, in 2009 you had predicted, though you were in Congress that time, that Mr. Modi will become the Prime Minister of India. 2013 you had predicted that Arvind Kejriwal will win in Delhi. So, quick answers, one word or one sentence. I'll take some names, just I want your mind on these names.
Why you ask me all the names here?
Arvind Kejriwal.
So, one thing I'll answer, that India's future is with Prime Minister Modi. You can name any politician at this present state of time, but when 2024 election will come, you will again say Modi .3. That is the final answer.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. And it was pleasure having you here. And I'll end with a personal anecdote that we both come from the same college, Cotton College. And he started his political career at the age of 10 from a place called Tihu, which is my native place. So for whatever he would do, I would keep a sharp eye on him because Tihu will
Now,
always feel accountable for whatever good or bad he does.
You keep on having sharp eye on me, but don't keep on having sharp eye on someone when they sweep floors. Huh? This is a common household practice in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. It is pleasure having you here. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the warmest applause for the Chief Minister of Assam while I request Mr. Nazib Arif, Executive Vice President, ITC Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Chief Minister. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that excellent combative second session of the day, let's move on to the third session. Give us about a minute's turnaround time for the stage and we are ready to power through to our third session. I want to invite on stage to take it from here our next session, The Reckoning, Debating India's Economy, Causes for Concern, and Chair. To call upon our session's moderator, Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV.
Good morning, hello and welcome once again. What a wonderful start to day two. We heard the Chief of Army Staff, we heard one of India's sharpest politicians, and now one of India's sharpest economists, Sanjeev Sanyal. Warm welcome to the Conclave. Gives me great pleasure to introduce him once again as the Principal Economic Advisor in the Union Ministry of Finance, a writer, economist, and a collector of old maps. Sanyal has spent 2 decades in the financial sector. He was, in fact, the global strategist and managing director at Deutsche Bank till 2015. 2 years later, he came into the government, a lateral entrant, and we had many more of those being announced yesterday. A product of SRCC, admissions are on, and a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford. Sanjeev, thank you very much for being here with us. I'm going to start this session by giving the mic. Just as we got into the session, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling Sanjeev that my first opening line would be on the Friday blockbuster of reforms yesterday. And as my colleague Manu Rajvanshi ran a headline yesterday in Business Today TV on India Today, government says Tata to Air India. And Sanjeev, you tweeted about that. How significant is this moment in our economic reforms journey? We've seen that as far as reforms are concerned, since 30 years, the left, the right, and the center, we've disagreed, we've taken U-turns, right turns, left turns, whatever. But this is a seminal moment. Your thoughts on this?
First of all, let me begin by saying a big thank you to India Today for inviting me to be here and to all of you to come and listen to what I may have to say. You're absolutely right. The Air India privatization that happened yesterday is indeed a seminal moment. It's something that we have been talking about for quite some time. As you know, this government has been quite unapologetic about privatization. We have in fact removed the old euphemism disinvestment and we use the word privatization. We have in fact also gone further and said we will monetize a lot of underused, utilized assets in the government. So we are unapologetic about this approach. Now the question that everybody consequently asked is, okay, that's the intent, but when are you going to actually begin doing them? And so of course we have in the past done smaller ones, but this one was a big one. It's obviously very, visible to everyone. So I think having done this and demonstrated that, such a move can be quite popular, by the way, if you read whether social media or
Absolutely.
other
No one's
feedback,
disagreeing with it.
No one is really seriously disagreeing with it.
But I have to...
So I think the point here is that it had to be demonstrated that a big privatization could be done, it could be done cleanly, and that it would be a popular move.
Would you say that with this, the Modi Sarkar has finally overcome the disinclination for radical steps due to the Soot Boot Ki Sarkar jibe? I ask you this because the same company in 2003 was almost on the verge of being sold, but corporate lobbying prevented it from being sold, and obviously your government has demonstrated massive political resolve. So have you overcome that jibe?
Well, I thought that people accused us of doing too many radical things. So if you just look at the last few years, just look at the large number of reforms we have done, even in very difficult times. So, through the last 18 months, obviously the world economy has gone through many shocks. But the approach that almost every other economy has taken has been a purely demand-driven, demand management approach to managing this COVID crisis. But if you have looked at the way we have approached it, it's been, yes, we have to obviously do some demand management.
No income support. That was one of the defining approaches, and lots of economists have criticized that. Jahangir Aziz of JP Morgan says that that's been the biggest mistake that this government has committed.
On the contrary, we have done some support. We have created the world's largest food program with 800 million people being given free food. We use the Jan Dhan system to provide support. But what we did, and which is where I think it's important that people understand, is that our approach was not that you can revive the economy based in demand management. You can use demand management for a safety net. When you get a shock, you need to make sure people don't starve, people have some money in their pocket. You don't get cascades of defaults happening through the financial system and so on. So we provided the support for that. But reviving the economy ultimately has to be a supply side reform approach. We were very clear about this. In fact, if you talked to me 18 months ago, I would have told you this, and I'm telling you this again. And so look at the reforms we have done. We opened up so many sectors, whether it's drones, whether it's cartography, we introduced factoring in finance, all kinds of reforms.
Point taken, Sanjeev, and I'm completely with you, and I don't think there's anyone who bears a grudge on privatization and on Air India. But I also want to refer to a tweet that I just saw as we were preparing for this. It says Reliance ATF, Adani Airports, and Tata Airline. And I think the significance of this really is to do with fears and concerns around the creation of private sector monopolies. The framework that the government has to prevent monopolies and duopolies being formed outside of the Competition Commission. I'm talking about the overall regulatory architecture. How overblown are these firms? Because the political opposition has criticized the National Asset Monetization Plan, and I want to hear details from you also later on, that it is a plan to sell everything that was built with the blood and sweat of Indians over 7 decades.
First of all, if anybody thought that the Tatas should not have been purchasing it, they should have put together a consortium and bid for it, and bid more than 18,000 crores, and we would have been very happy to sell it to them as well.
Which cash is only 2,700 crore.
So, first of all, the key is that we have no problem with, if you don't have a problem with the process, don't complain about what the outcomes of that process is.
One of the complaints, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, is that the government is still left with 47,000 crore of debt. So how do you square that argument?
So let me finish the earlier point.
Sure.
You made the point that, this has been built through the blood and sweat of the public sector. But so let me put the record straight on this. Actually, much of what we are attempting to privatize was actually built by the private sector. Air India, in 1953, was simply taken away from the private sector and nationalized. Many of these other things, in 1969, the banks were simply taken away and nationalized. So when people said that these institutions were built by the blood and sweat of the Indian bureaucracy, let me point out to you that these things were originally built, they were private companies. That because of the ideological moorings of that time, and maybe the political compulsions of that time, were taken away, even with LIC. And by the way, very early on we learned that doing these kind of nationalizations lead to bad outcomes. Give you an example. LIC, when it was nationalized, within a year, you had something called the Mundra scandal. Please read up about it, 1955-56. And so it is not that we had to wait till 2021 to discover that there was some problem with this business of taking over, the blood and sweat and tears of the private sector, bringing it in the public sector, because very early on, almost immediately, there were all these scandals happening. And the first scandal of independent India was the Mundra scandal, was related to nationalization. Two, the finance minister of that time, TTK, had to resign because of this issue. So we should have realized very early on that this whole approach is fundamentally wrong. So I don't think, this idea that blood, sweat and tears of,
So is that the rationale behind the plan to at least return a part of LIC to the public very soon once it lists?
Yes, that which belongs to the public is public sector in the true sense, because it's owned by the real public of India.
Okay.
So, we open them up and people should own a stake in something, and presumably the pressure for better management will then directly flow through.
Before you answer the question about monopolies being created in the future, I just want to also request you to tell our audience and everyone who's watching, why did your government let Jet Airways sink?
Well, the point about capitalism is that capitalism is not about the personal profits of capitalists. It's about creative destruction. New companies are born, old companies die. And if it happens as a result of the natural course of business shocks and so on, then it should be allowed to happen. Rather than do this, we instead created something called the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So, and you have seen very, very large companies have been taken through that process and have been liquidated or sold off and so on. And I think that is how it should be.
But tell me, again, there are people who say, wonderful, wonderful, and I personally completely think that it's a great thing. But there are people who say, well, the IBC is good. The lenders were expected to take haircuts, but here you are rendering people bald, completely clean-shaven. The banks are being taken to the cleaners.
Well, if the asset has a value, which is much more than that, there is a process by which it is put up, and the lenders decide whether there is a bid that is higher, and they have to take a judgment. Then the point is
the lender is owned mostly by the government of India.
Well, some of them are not, but it is by and large allowed to their judgment what is done, because any other way of doing it would lead to unhappy outcomes. Basically, you would end up like the old PIFR, perpetuating poor management and letting these things fester forever. It's much better, put it there. An economy based on risk-taking innovation means that from time to time things will go wrong. That's the natural course of things. Then you have to allow those things to either be resold to another owner, or for it to be liquidated if it doesn't have any value.
So, Sanjeev, then the risks around the way there is criticism about the asset monetization pipeline. And by the way, before you answer that, maybe you could just want to give the audience your view on the asset monetization pipeline. What does it seek to achieve? What's the future and the forward scenario?
So the point about the asset monetization is that there are large numbers of assets which have economic value, which the government owns. Not every one of them, of course, can be monetized, but there are large numbers of things. For example, lands may have been acquired for some purpose that is no longer valid, or there may be a piece of asset that has better managed through a PPP scheme. By the way, monetization is not, unlike privatization, which is a clear thing, which is you take an asset and you privatize it. Monetization can be done in many shades of gray. So the idea here is you take that asset.
Is it hidden privatization?
No, it's privatization of an asset as opposed to a company. But it's not always privatization in the sense that, for example, if you take a toll road, you give it out for 30-year lease for management, and the person picks up the toll. By the way, it's not new. We have monetized assets and we are always doing it. It's just that we will now do it in a more structured way. But once you begin doing it in a structured way and point this out, then there is a large number of assets that we historically have not thought about monetizing. Let me give you an example of that. There is something called the Salt Commission. It owns some 65,000 acres of land across the country along the coast. Now, we don't actually produce salt from salt. I mean, most of the salt we eat is industrial salt. It's produced not by salt pans, but the Salt Commission owns this land. A lot of it is valuable land. I mean, I think on Mumbai Island there are 5,000-6,000 acres of land on Mumbai Island, which is owned by this. Now, some of it cannot be developed for various ecological reasons, but a lot of it can be.
Sanjeev, I have to interrupt you here because you're talking about land monetization. Great idea again. Let's take the example of Videsh Sanchar Nigam Limited. By the way, many of you would know that that's amongst the few companies that have been fully privatized. Tata, Videsh Sanchar, a couple of other companies. The land that was taken off and not given to the Tatas with VSNL, it's been lying there. Huge, 660 hectares. Massive value, but it's just lying on the books. I don't know if it's even been properly valued. The government took almost 15 years to even take a call on the SPV that would handle it. There was litigation around it. How then can we be confident that you will pull it off this time? And I say this with reference to a newspaper report today that someone in the DIPAM in the Ministry of Finance, which you are part of, has said that we need far more competence within the Disinvestment Ministry to handle the future pipeline.
Well, I mean, the fact is that this is the same team that did this Air India privatization yesterday, so I don't know why anybody should be questioning their competence. But anyway, the fact is that there are significant assets that have not been privatized along with the airline itself. Those assets will now be taken through the monetization route and monetized in various ways. You can outright sell them where it is appropriate. You can lease them out, especially for infrastructure. That's a better thing to do, because after a period of time, you can get it back and you can then decide what to do depending on that time, and so on. So this will bring back some more cash back. You also have, obviously, the money that has been paid, the 18,000 crores. So between that and the monetization, a significant proportion of the legacy debt that has been left behind with the government can then be paid back. So that will leave us with relatively little. It's still significant, but it leaves us with a lesser amount from the legacy debt, and then that will be dealt with as is appropriate.
When the National Asset Monetization Plan was announced a couple of months back, at that time, one of your colleagues in the Ministry of Finance told me that the idea behind the government's thinking is retain a national champion in strategic sectors, and some of it has been spelled out, some of it is work in progress. Let me ask you, is the Steel Authority of India Limited a strategic asset? Should the government of India retain it, or should it go into private hands, or whoever, a private equity fund from anywhere? How does that matter?
So I think we have been very clear about how we want to go about this. There is a strategic list and a non-strategic list. They are publicly available. You can Google it up as we speak. Obviously, in the strategic list, there are certain sectors like defense, certain parts of the banking system where we intend to retain public presence, and there are a whole bunch of other sectors where we intend, for a variety of reasons, to retain a public sector presence. For all other things, which is the non-strategic, we are open to privatize them. We have made this absolutely clear. Now, this is not to suggest that we may not create.
What is the core strategic sectors? Just for a general lay audience.
So defense is an obvious one.
Okay.
Banking, parts of the banking can be a mixed sector, but we will maintain always some presence in the banking system. There are obviously problems with public sector banking. But as
why would the government want to retain anything in the banking sector? Is it to do loan melas and give out money just before election years?
No. So there are certain reasons you want to do that. While private sector is obviously worldwide does banking, and it does in India as well. The fact of the matter is there are problems with private sector banking as well, as we have seen with certain instances like Yes Bank and so on. So this is a sector where you need a public presence as well. And many countries around the world have retained some public banking systems, or even had to, in the case of the global financial crisis, had to nationalize. Even the US ended up nationalizing Citibank, if you will remember.
Yeah.
They sold it back. It's a different issue. So there are problems with purely private-run banking systems. So we intend to retain some capacity there. There are certain social objectives we may want to reach. There is also the issue of there is an implicit government guarantee to them. So consequently, they are able to raise money and do certain kinds of things. So that is something we want to. There is also, by the way, a willingness to create new public sector enterprises when it's necessary.
Yes.
So this is an important thing people don't realize, that this is also the
Payments
government.
Corporation is a fantastic example, for example.
Which one?
The National Payments Corporation.
Yes,
of India.
yeah. We are also we are in fact in the process of creating a new DFI, Development Finance Institution. So this is in some ways, while we have a general preference that the government should not be involved in running airlines and hotels and so on, where a new public sector enterprise is needed to be created because it's it's an activity which the private sector is not doing, or it's a utility, for example, in the case of payments, we are not shy about creating new public sector enterprises.
Okay.
But the fact is that why is it just because, even if it was not nationalized, but something that public sector had originally created, let it be clear that just because it made sense in 1950,
doesn't make
sense today. We are happy to. You have to have a practical, iterative approach to running the economy.
Okay. In the 5 odd minutes that we have left, I want you to look ahead for the next 10 years. We've spent a lot of time on what's already happened. As far as the economic reform, the growth story is concerned, one immediate point where I want you to take off, the last 18 months pandemic, pain all across. It's a time that's sort of no one wants to ever see again. The question really is with regard to the economic recovery. We have heard data from the Reserve Bank of India just literally hours ago. What's your own sense about the growth recovery? There's a mention of the V-shaped recovery coming to an end, and the statistical aberrations around us doing year-on-year comparisons versus sequential growth comparisons in the developed world. Demystify your own sense about which way growth is headed.
I think the Indian economy is recovering quite strongly. All the high-frequency data, whether it's exports or many of the other Google Mobility Index and many of the other indicators many of you will look at, they all suggest that it's a very strong V-shaped recovery.
Why doesn't the government have its own job index? Sanjeev, sorry to interrupt you. Years have passed, we still don't have a comprehensive job index.
Well, we do have a survey which we have now begun publishing, as you may see. There are complications with doing these job indices in India because of informality and so on. There's a long debate on this issue.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, I think most neutral people will agree that the Indian economy survived the shock of the pandemic rather well. The economy clearly is recovering. I would be surprised if we do not do double-digit growth this year. Of course, never knows about a third wave, but short of that, we will probably do double-digit growth this year and possibly even next year.
Wonderful news, but with double-digit GDP growth, we have triple-digit petrol and diesel prices. And it's a pain point, everyone's asking, tel or diesel kitna aur aage badhega?
So there are two issues here. One is the obvious one, which is that global prices have shot up to 80, but the reasonable, it's a reasonable point to make that, look, you introduce all these extra taxes during the peak of the pandemic when prices were much, much lower. What about those? So let me make it clear here that policymakers are aware that, oil prices have gone up very significantly and domestic prices are very high. But there is a trade-off here between...
And taxes stay where they are.
Yeah, about collecting taxes and inflationary pressures that may be there. Now, it's something we relook at all the time, but let me assure you that this trade-off, and there's no right and wrong answer about this, where to be on that trade-off is something that policymakers think about a lot. But the good news is, whether and what we do into the future is different, but we have created a large kitty of revenues, so our fiscal numbers are exceptionally good right now.
Yes.
And we have the resources to ramp it up, especially on capital expenditure on infrastructure. So I think you will see our ability to ramp up growth past any blockages from third wave, etc. Once we have the visibility, we can really ramp up growth.
I want to bring in my colleague Rahul Kamal here on this. Rahul, quick interjection from you. Can we get a mic to Rahul here on the stage? Yeah, right there, quickly.
trick question. The chief economic advisor just resigned yesterday. There's a big fancy new job in town with a seat vacant. Are you putting your hand up, Sanjeev?
So, as far as this is concerned, Subbu put up a statement very clearly stating his position and why he may not be seeking a renewal. So, I think that is well written, and I think I have nothing much more to add to it.
All right. Okay.
Are you putting your hand up? Like, would you like to?
Obviously, something I will not comment on, so why bother asking me that?
Okay. I want to come back to the final question, really. And I know a lot of our viewers, the extensive, massive reach of All India Today properties and Millennial India, Young India, Startup India is going to ask. Do you think job growth is going to become sustainable? If not now, at least a year later, because that's the biggest economic concern for the Aam Aadmi.
The critical thing for job growth is economic growth. That is what creates this idea of jobless growth is a non-starter. There's more than adequate evidence that if you see growth coming back, and I think that is happening, then jobs will come back with it. Equally important is that to remember that the post-COVID world is not a reinflation of the pre-COVID world. So this new world will have its own technologies, its own supply chains, its own industries. So this is the reason we have put in so much effort onto the supply side, opening up new vistas so that whatever new world we enter allows for those sectors to grow fast and to suck in jobs. Meanwhile, there are certain areas where we have chosen, you can call them choosing winners, where we have introduced something called a PLI scheme. And there we are encouraging people to ramp up. So both in terms of opening up sectors for new sectors, as well as sectors we have identified which have probably high potential for scaling up, we have given a PLI scheme, very successful as it happens to be. And I think you'll be surprised how fast you'll also get expansion in jobs. In fact, there are some sectors which already have shortages, for example, in the IT sector.
Absolutely. Before I let you go, one final question. The last book I read was Ocean of Churn. What's the next one that you're working on?
Well, I have a long-term project of writing a book re-looking at the Indian freedom struggle from the perspective of the revolutionaries. Now, I've been writing this for years, but obviously making very, very slow progress on it.
Okay. All right, Sanjeev Sanyal, thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you. A big round of applause for the Principal Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Mr. Sanyal as I call upon stage Jasmine Saini, Head Business Strategy, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Sanyal. This session, ladies and gentlemen, was sponsored by ITC. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. Let's move on to our next session. Just give us a 2-minute turnaround time and we are ready to power through to our next session. We do hope you're tweeting. We are tweeting under the hashtag ABetterNormal. Let me now quickly introduce our next session, Majority Minority, the Battle of Belonging, how to rethink the Muslim question in India. I'd like to call upon stage our session's moderator, consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai. Ladies and gentlemen, as our next guest is the Governor of Kerala, Arif Muhammad Khan. As per protocol, I'd ask you all to stand up for the national anthem. over to our session's moderator, Mr. Sardesai.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a warm welcome to the India Today Conclave 2021. Majority, minority, the battle for belonging. How to rethink the Muslim question in India. A contentious and often polarizing issue which requires a dialogue. To take that dialogue further, we're joined today by a very special guest, the Governor of Kerala, politician, intellectual, Islamic scholar, Arif Mohammad Khan. Mr. Khan, let me start, Mr. Governor, by asking you very simply, what does it mean for you to be an Indian Muslim? How do you see your identity as an Indian Muslim?
So you have changed the format.
Not at all. It's Q&A. Yeah.
No, I'm very happy with
Yeah,
this
okay,
format.
good.
Yes. Before I reply to your question, because the audience here, I have in the past spoken so many times on this subject that most people must be familiar with my views. Before responding to your question, I want to express my dismay, my sadness that in this year, 75th year of our independence, we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And this Azadi did not come free. This Azadi was accompanied by the partition of the country, bloody partition of the country. There was so much bad blood, so much violence. And after 75 years, I think that partition happened because of this imaginary Muslim question, because of this question of majority and minority. And now after 75 years, instead of discussing Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, we still find this question. I mean, India was partitioned. And as I said earlier, it was a bloody partition. Have we learned any lesson from that? Yes, our constitution makers, they were very clear in their mind that there are two things which have weakened India from within, which led to India's enslavement and finally to India's partition. And those were, they took the decision in the Constituent Assembly, abolition of untouchability and abolition of separate electorate. Because it was separate electorate which gave rise to this identity politics where everything was determined and decided by your identity, which community you belong to. Everything else was not important. Political representation was on that basis. Our constitution makers were fully conscious that it was this system which ultimately culminated in the partition of the country. Therefore, they said goodbye to both these things. Untouchability, which was at the root of the caste system, which kept the society divided, and separate electorate, which created identity on the basis of religious faith of a person. Now, it was our duty, and I am not just expressing sadness because you have chosen this subject to discuss. The political class failed to build a new discourse, and media also has not done very well on this score. There was need to build new discourse in India. There is a question during the British period. India, they never considered India a nation. They considered India a conglomeration of communities. But this constitution considers citizen as the constituent unit of India. Where is the question of communities now? What is the Muslim? Come to my village and ask an ordinary Muslim, what is the Muslim question? He will be perplexed because his problems are the same problems as the problems of a person, of a peasant who is a Hindu, who is of a different caste, different denomination. But here, while sitting in Delhi, for us, someone saying from Hyderabad that there is a Muslim question, then we take that more seriously.
Now, the reason I'm saying this, I would love to agree with you on a conceptual basis, but look at the reality. We are sitting in a place where not too far away, a few kilometers away, there were riots in February last year where identity was a question. People were targeted based on which religious group they belonged to. We are sitting in a country where every time before elections, the political class goes and appeals to people based on their identities. That is the reality of this country. The Chief Minister of India's most populous state uses the dog whistle of Abba Jan. That's the reality. What you say at a conceptual level, who's going to disagree, sir? But this is the reality. The reason, let's not run away from the reality of what is the situation on the ground. People are either demonized as if they belong to a particular community, or they cry victimhood. But either way, this is a real life question. You've got to ask this question of your own political class, sir, in a way. Why did they take us to where we are 75 years later? Would you agree with me?
Sir, I think you did not pay attention to what I stated earlier. I said political class has failed miserably. But it was the duty of the media, it is the duty of the media to question us if we are not acting, we are not promoting the spirit of the Constitution, if we are not promoting the morality of the Constitution. Unfortunately, instead of asking me, you are promoting the same mindset.
Sir, I don't
The media, yes.
Sir, just a minute. I don't practice vote bank politics. Your political class does. Don't blame the media. Do not shoot the messenger.
Sir, I have already said that politicians have failed and media has also not been successful in the sense that if, power, unfortunately, when you seek power, that is why the media is considered as the most important pillar of democracy. So that in my pursuit of power, if I do something which goes against the provisions of the Constitution, against the morality of the Constitution, against the spirit of the Constitution, then you ask questions to me. Instead of asking questions to me, you are promoting the same mindset. You are promoting the same discourse. You are promoting the same, the professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, he has written, he's no more, Professor Bipin Chandra, he was a leftist, but I greatly admire what he has written in his book. He said, Confucius, before referring to him, I will come to Confucius. Confucius was asked by his pupil, by his disciples, what is the essence of action? And Confucius said, choice of right words. His students were flabbergasted. What choice of right words has got to do with the essence of action? And Confucius replied back, he said, if you do not use the right words, it means you have no sense of the nature of the thing. If you do not have the sense of nature of thing, then you cannot analyze it properly. You cannot come up with a proper prescription for the solution of the problem. Likewise, the professor of JNU, he said, we must be careful in using the terms and terminology. Because if we use a terminology which heightens the sense of community consciousness, ultimately it will strengthen the forces of communalism. And we have paid so much price, India. We have paid so much price for having that kind of mindset. We have to decide whether we want to fight that mindset or we want to promote that mindset.
So I couldn't agree again with you more about use of language. You said sabka saath, sabka vikas. No one will disagree with that. But at the same time, there is also the language which is used of love jihad. In your own state now, where you are the governor, a bishop of a church uses the words of narcotics jihad, and he is cheered. Leaders of a political party that you belong to before you went to Kerala use the word love jihad freely at the slightest moment. Is this the kind of language that is going to give the Muslim a sense of confidence? That of sabka saath, sabka vikas. You can't go both ways, sir. You talk at one level in a nice, comfortable gathering about sabka saath, sabka vikas. You go before an electoral gathering when you want your votes for vote bank politics. You talk the language of love jihad. Both can't go together, sir.
I do not know if a priest is saying something, not that everybody is cheering him up. Even there are many other priests who have criticized him. Where is the question? My point is not that everybody should start speaking the same language. That is not my point.
Do you approve of the use, for example, sir, of the use love jihad?
Sir, if you kindly, you will be very kind to me if you do not cut me when I'm making my point.
Sure, sir.
I will listen to your full question, then please be nice enough to listen to my response. My point is that in a democracy, particularly in India, the democracy did not start after the independence of the country. We have always believed in free spirit. This country, we have certain concepts of freedom. Everybody is free to whatever they want to see. The question is that the responsible people who have a duty to perform, which voices they are going to promote and which voices they must ignore. Simply because somebody is making some statement, therefore we should take him. Don't make them famous by referring to them again and again. I read it somewhere and I liked it so much that I have learned the secret to happiness. Keep away from the idiots. Why I have to pay attention to every statement which somebody makes? Basically, what is my agenda? Is my agenda proactive agenda or my agenda is reactive agenda? My agenda is proactive agenda, and those who come in the way, I will try to ignore them unless they become a serious threat. And to me, this discourse, the wordings, majority, minority, what is meant by in a democracy, in a rule of law society, one with law is majority. Who is going to decide? I should feel I have never accepted, not now. 1980, I gave interview. That was my first year in parliament. I gave interview to Sunday, and that was also published in Ravivar. And I said, I refuse to accept this appellation, minority. Minority means you are telling me that I am less than equal. I am not. I am a proud Indian citizen who enjoys equal rights. Minority, what is minority? Minority, even the Constitution, Supreme Court of India has not been able to define so far who is a minority in India. This is only a concession to that mindset which had become used to this terminology during the British period. And what the Constitution says when it talks of minority, protection of minority rights, it says, it provides that the minorities, first, it is not a religious minority. The words used in the Constitution are lingual minority, some community having their own distinct script, distinct language, distinct religion. They will have the right to establish educational institutions. Not that government they will have the special right where government will set up institutions for them. No, sir, that is not the position. I have requested so many people who have interviewed me earlier. I said, show me one provision in the Constitution which talks of minority rights. minority rights are needed in countries which are theocracies because there is a ceiling on the growth. The citizens are not treated equally. On my growth, there is no ceiling. Yes, if I want to, I'm not saying because I was born in a Muslim family. I'm saying any citizen of this country, he wants to wear any badge of identity other than Indian identity, he will have a problem. She will have a problem. I'm not just talking about the Muslims. Anybody who tries to wear a different badge will have a problem. And if you have Indian identity, then there may be problems. But constitutionally, legally speaking, it all depends on my purusharth, how I win the confidence of the people. Sky is the limit for me.
If you say there are no concepts of minority rights as per the Constitution, you tell me, and to your great credit, you stood up during the Shah Bano case, which was seen in the 1980s as a major turning point, because people then sensed that the state was doing what was described as, at one level, appeasement. Have we moved from appeasement in the 1980s to today what is described as majoritarianism? That in a sense, while you say there are no minority rights, there was minority appeasement when a Muslim woman wanted her rights under the law, which she should have been guaranteed of maintenance, wasn't given. And today, where you have a situation where the main party of this country does not have a single Muslim representative in the Lok Sabha out of the 300 odd. So have we moved, sir, from minority appeasement in the 1980s when the Congress was in power to majoritarianism today?
I do not know if that was minority appeasement. Because half the Muslim population, you were depriving of a right.
Absolutely.
Was it an appeasement? It was appeasement of certain sections, mostly those who have political ambitions. And I have tried to clear this misunderstanding again and again. And today I have no hesitation to repeat it. I was not fighting for women's rights. First of all, my viewpoint is that there are no women's rights. These are all human rights. And if you deprive women of their rights, then the men are hurting themselves, the society is hurting itself. You weaken the society when you weaken half of your population. Basically, the thing which motivated me most was the language which was being used by All India Muslim Personal Law Board. What they were saying, ये हमारे मिल्ली तशख़्ख़ुस का मामला है, not even of religion. We have a separate community identity. Now till 1947, they were saying that we are a separate nation. Now they do not have the guts to repeat the same thing because country has already been partitioned. Therefore, they were using a euphemism to promote separatism, and they were saying, Milli Tashakhus ka mamla. We are not part of the Indian mainstream. We are different from that mainstream. I took exception to that stand. If you feel anybody feels concerned, why only a community? Even if an individual feels concerned about his religious faith, this society has always been like that, that issue must be addressed. But if in the name of religion, you are promoting separatism, you are promoting division in the society, then that was my advice. In fact, in Hindi, I had formulated 2 sentences. And I had suggested to the then leader of the government that stand up in parliament and say, if anybody has any concern about his religious faith, Bharat Bhumi, Dharm Bhumi hai, we will address that. But we shall not allow anybody to use religion to create divisions in the society.
In that sense, if the clergy in particular, the Islamic clergy has exploited in a way religious sentiments to build this separatist identity at one level, is the problem today that you have those who speak the language of a Hindu Rashtra, which give the minorities a sense, or the Muslims a sense, that they are not getting equal citizenship in terms of the Indian state discriminating against them, again, because of the language being used, the words being
Sir,
used.
how much more time we have?
We have 9 minutes and 30
You have
seconds.
9 minutes. I will try to sum it up as soon as possible. When you say Hindu Rashtra, Hindu is a word which has not been used in any of our scripture. This was a word which was, everybody admits it, even Swami Vivekananda has written it, that the problem with us, please pay attention to what I'm saying. We were ruled for long period of time by people. When I say foreigner, I do not mean in a negative sense. When I say foreigner, I am using in a sense that they were not familiar with Indian ethos and Indian philosophy and Indian viewpoint. Indian civilization was never defined by religion. All other civilizations in the world were defined either by religion, mostly by religion, but also before that by race, by language. Indian civilization, 4,000, 5,000, we do not know exactly when this journey began, but it was never defined by religious faith. Indian scriptures say, Bharteshu Striya Purusho Nana Varna Pirkirtite Nana Dev Archane Yukta Nana Karmani Kurvate. The Indian women and men, they belong to different races. They worship different gods. They practice different rituals and customs. So when we use the problem with I have said, I'm going to use the word foreigner. They were not familiar with Indian ethos. Their own attitude was the civilization, the background that was defined by religion. Therefore, they had to use a word which symbolized, which was used more in the sense of religious faith. Therefore, they used the term Hindu. But the Indian thought leaders were never satisfied with that appellation. That is why in the Constituent Assembly, the Hindu, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist, they were included in the definition of Hinduism, making it amply clear that term Hindu does not mean uniformity of belief or uniformity of practices in the matters of religion. Therefore, sir, Hindu Raj, there is nothing. Yes, there are, in India, there has never been a theocracy. So when you say Hindu Rashtra, you are actually equating Hindu Rashtra with kind of Muslim theocracy or Christian theocracies which have existed in the past, and somewhere they are still existing. Hamare yahan to in India, I was surprised. I myself was not aware. About 4 or 5 months back, I read a shlok somewhere, and I was surprised to see that they have traced the source which has been mentioned there. They claim that this is a Vedic sutra. It says, Pashand, Negam, Shreni, Puga, Virat, Guna, Dishu, Sarrat, Chet, Samyam, Raja, Durge, Janpade, Tatha. Now, this is a Vedic sutra which is saying that Pashand, those who deny Veda, Negam, those who believe in Veda, or for that matter, anybody, it is the duty of the political system of the Raja to provide equal protection to each one of them. Give me one example. Just a minute. In Pakistan, yes, there is need to have minority rights. Why? Because there is ceiling on those who are not Muslims. They cannot aspire for certain positions. They are discriminated against. But in India, it is not only our constitution who gives us equal rights, but more than that, our cultural heritage. The Indian civilization has no concept of discriminating on the basis of the religion. Therefore, to link the two, I find preposterous.
Therefore, since we now have 4.5 minutes, distinguish for me between the cultural, civilizational, constitutional concept that you've given me, which in a sense respects this whole notion of citizenship, not minority, majority, but citizenship, and the reality which exists on the ground, where, as I said, people are pitted against each other based on their religious identity. I would, want you to give me 3 practical ways in which, therefore, this question can be settled. Because when I see the numbers, of Muslims declining in parliament, when I see the Sachar report saying there are now far fewer IPS and IAS officers who are Muslims than ever before, when Muslim representation in places where they could be empowered is consistently reducing. Give me 3 practical examples. The man on the street doesn't know about civilizational, cultural concepts. He wants to know how is his or her life going to change. Give me 3 practical examples, whether it's uniform civil code or whatever it is. 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
I know it's too little.
Sir, I know that if you say number of those who are Muslims, their number is declining in parliament, I can understand that. But when you use the term Muslim representation, it means you are promoting the same mindset that only a Muslim can represent the Muslims. Sir, when I was represented Kanpur parliamentary constituency, which had, when I was elected, it had only 11.2% Muslim population. Only 11.2%. And you will be surprised to know that my nearest rival was a Muslim too.
Which year was this, sir?
Sir, 1980.
So what has changed between 1980 to 2021?
Shabano.
Where today it will be impossible for a Muslim to win in a constituency.
Let me complete.
Sir,
not
please.
question upon question.
Sir.
First, let me respond to your question and then you put another question.
Sir, what has changed?
Change? In 1986, I'm so thankful to my younger son Kabir, who is sitting here. He has compiled all the interviews which I had given in 1986. Even I had forgotten about it. And in 1986 and 87, I have said at least 3 times in my press conferences. I said that now CAT is out. I said I pray to God that all my apprehensions which today I have after Shabano, I pray to God that they are proved wrong. But none of them was proved wrong.
You see that as a turning point.
I saw it then. Those who refused to take notice of what evil was happening in 1986, they are surprised today. I am not surprised, sir, because this is what some people were asking for.
So the 3 reasons, sir. One, you're saying...
Sir, I'm coming.
We have 1.5 minutes, the 3 reasons.
Not
3 ways, 3 solutions.
There can be solution. There can be solution even if you have one proper, very, very healthy, strong solution that can be helpful and everything. Why necessarily 3? My suggestion is the need is one thing is that I would request you to stop promoting those who speak divisive language, who speak in separatist terminology.
I couldn't agree with you more.
And the main one is we need to build this feeling, I am an Indian. My identity is Indian. As far as religion is concerned, I have already told you, in India, even 2 persons belonging to the same family, they worship different gods. Where is the question of anyone feeling threatened? Everybody is free. to do it in his own way. But unless we strengthen the sense of being, of Indian identity and keep promoting separate identities, these problems are not going to be
I
solved.
couldn't agree with you more. Reject the voices of division, and those who speak that language need to be also given less space. Just one last thing. Since Shah Banu, you said, was a turning point, do you believe, therefore, what is it now, 35 years later, we need to have a real serious dialogue on a uniform civil code that eventually results in personal laws at least being unified in a country like India?
This is the first question on which I totally agree with you.
It's taken us 30 minutes to reach some kind of an agreement, but that's the problem. The political class, sir, needs to confront the reality. And I hope that while you blame the media, and I completely...
I'm not blaming the media. I first said the political class failed to build that new discourse which should have been based on constitutional provisions, constitutional values, constitutional spirit. Media I am blaming only to the extent that instead of asking us questions, why we are deviating, why we are failing, you also started using the same thing, possibly to increase what you call TRP.
Sir, ऐसा है Arif साहब, and this is my final word as Preeti is here. आप लोग अपने वोट बैंक इंक्रीज करना चाहते थे, हम अपनी टीआरपी इंक्रीज करना चाहते थे. To my mind, I agree with you. Toxicity should be removed from the TV screens, and toxicity should be removed from your politics. You remove the toxicity from your politics, I give you a guarantee it will come off the TV screens. You start giving tickets and you start ensuring that those who speak the language of division are rejected, we will do so. नेता शुरू करें, हम आपके पीछे चलेंगे, लेकिन आप हमें गोली मत मारिए. Anyway, that is Arif Mohammad Khan, as always contentious and a voice who needs to be heard, because more than ever before, the Muslim question perhaps needs to be addressed by those who are bridge builders. This is an age of bridge builders. The more bridge builders we can find, the better we can become as citizens, not just as Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs and Christians. Arif Mohammad Khan, Governor of Kerala, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the Governor as I call upon Mr. Surinder Singh Pawan, Vice Chairperson, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Governor. So first we'll just, yeah, we'll do that. So first we'll just do that. After this. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as per protocol, I request all of you to stand up for the national anthem. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 5-minute session break. We reconvene in exactly 5 minutes for our next session. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly take you through our sponsor list before we get into our next session. Presenting sponsor, ITC, Conclave partner, Hindustan Power Darwin, luxury mobility partner, BMW, state partner, UP government, tourism partner, Uttarakhand, knowledge partner, Jain University, banking partner, IDFC, insurance partner, LIC, celebration partner, Glenlivet, partner, Shriram Transport Finance Company, bespoke partner, Damilano. Let's power into our next session, serial thrillers, the stars who have hijacked our minds. To take it from here, I want to invite on stage my colleague and executive editor, India Today Television, Shivarur.
If I could request all of our guests to take their seats, we're about to begin our next session, trying to keep to time as well. Who doesn't love the feeling of starting a web series at the click of a button and then feel yourself helplessly sink into that world? And when you're not watching, that inexorable pull of being relentlessly persuaded back towards that continue watching button. This session is called Serial Thrillers, the stars who've hijacked our minds. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better name because there is a sense of helplessness with which we find ourselves taken body and mind into another world every time we watch a series that we love and identify with. Our panel today is truly stellar at the India Today Conclave. 3 stars who've captivated millions and are redefining the world of entertainment. And 1 star who sits firmly behind the scenes, brilliantly deciding what audiences will want, love, and remember forever. I'm personally a fan of all 4, and I'm sure you are too. So please join me in welcoming, and it's a great privilege to have Aparna Purohit, Head of India Originals at Amazon Prime, and 3 among India's most beloved, well-regarded and talented actors, Richa Chadha, Sanya Malhotra, and Pankaj Tripathi. Good to see you all. Pankaj and Sanya, we really wish you could be here with us, but obviously you guys are busy doing the very things that we're talking about, so we'll have to settle for this, but really great to see all of you and welcome. This is, I really meant it when I said I'm a fan of all 4 of you, and I'm sure everyone in the audience is too, for various things that you guys have done. Aparna, I'm going to start with you first. You've been the mind behind many of the most well-loved, beloved, memorable shows on your platform. So I want to start by asking you, and this is not a broad question, I'm really asking, what is your secret sauce? How, is there a formula that you look for? How does your mind work? Because I'm guessing, we don't know. We're sitting on the outside looking in. You probably get pitched a lot. Every day, every week, every hour. How does your mind work? Are there things that you look for, when you identify phenomenal shows like Inside Edge and so many others, Mirzapur? How does your mind work when you're deciding?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here. I like the fact that you call it the secret sauce. I really and very, very truly believe that India is a land of storytellers. We have stories, spread across every nook and cranny. There are just so many stories that are waiting to be told. And you're right, we get pitched a lot. But what I'm really looking for is, when somebody comes and pitches me an idea, what is so compelling about this story? What is so differentiated about this story? Why must this story be told? And why must this story be told now? That's the first thing. And the second thing is how passionate is the creator? Is it the story that's keeping him up at nights? How invested is he in this story? At Amazon, every decision is really customer backwards. There are a lot of stories that are waiting to be told, but what are the need gaps that exist? What are the genres that are unaddressed? What are the stories that are waiting to be told, that the customers really want to watch? So, really, those are the three things, the story, the storyteller, and our audiences.
Okay, so I'm going to poke you a little further on that secret sauce as we get through this. But, Richa, you ventured into web serials at a time when, not much was really known about it. There was Inside Edge, there have been others. Looking back on it now and how big things have become and how incredibly well regarded you were for that and the other body of work that you've, been part of since then, how much of a risk was it, and how do you feel looking back on it now?
Hello. When I got offered Inside Edge, another platform was originally producing it, and then it came to Amazon and Excel, who I've had the privilege of working with on Fukre and such. When I said yes to this show, I said it because there was television I could not relate to. There was good TV that my parents grew up watching, but there was nothing for me. I couldn't relate to Saas Bahu, I couldn't relate to Nagin, and I could not see anybody in my generation, in my group, watching those things either. So I, like Aparna said, understood that there was a need for intelligent Indian content in Indian languages. I mean, kitni der tak we'll watch Narcos and other things that come from the West. So when Inside Edge came to me, I was thrilled. I was really excited to, don this role and sort of have the opportunity to develop a character over 3 seasons, over 10 episodes each. But people from within the industry said, it's a demotion, tum web series karogi, how can you do films and then come on the small screen? And all those people are in shows today. So I don't think it was an act of courage. I think it was simply just having presence of mind or foresight. And I'm saying this now because there's still a few people among the acting fraternity or makers who believe that somehow this is in any way less, but when they look at the numbers, when they look at the reach, when they look at the potential to tell different stories, the faces that things like this can give us, I mean, Jaydeep Pehlawat and Prateek Gandhi and everyone, is the potential is really, really there, and this is what technology is there for.
Has that demotion wala thing, has it evaporated now? Nobody says that anymore?
I mean, I can't go up to them and say, I told you so, but when I see them on a set doing a web series, then I think I have my answer.
Okay. Sanya, you began your career with a monster hit mainstream film, and now you've had 3 straight big releases on OTT. Were you apprehensive when you made that switch, because that was also sort of well past that time when people were saying that "Arey, tum web series kar rahe ho, tumne bada film kiya hai, now you're doing a web series." Was it like that? Were you apprehensive?
Not at all. Actually, for me, the game changed completely in 2020 during the pandemic. When we all were at home, it was extremely gratifying, I would say, that first of all, so sorry. Hello, Pankaj ji. Hello, Richa. Hello, Aparna. Hello, Shiv. It's an honor. It's an honor to be here with you all. And getting back to the question, I would say that no, the game totally changed in 2020, at least for me. Shakuntala Devi came on Amazon, Ludo released on Netflix, and then Paglet. released on Netflix, and the kind of response we got for the films was extremely gratifying. And the fact that we all were at home, and as an actor, I was getting to entertain the audience, it was a very special feeling. In fact, it was thrilling to see the kind of response we got because of OTT.
That's incredible. And, the transition is something that fascinates a lot of the fans of all actors who've made that transition very successfully. So in my next round of questions, I'll get to that. But Pankaj, welcome. Really good to see you. And once again, Sanya and Pankaj, I can't say this enough. We really wish you guys were here in person, but this is what we're going to have to settle with. But, I've been really late to the table with Mirzapur. Okay, big confession. I watched it really late. I watched it just like a few weeks ago. And no words. First of all, no words. It completely blew me away. It's one of my favorite shows and not just Indian shows, of any sort of show. It really is. And the other day, Pankaj, I was talking to someone in the office, and I was wanting to refer to you, and I unconsciously referred to you as Kalin Bhaiya. I didn't call you Pankaj Tripathi, and I hear that happens in real life. Is that true? That people just refer to you as Kalin Bhaiya in real life now?
हाँ, मुझे लगता है कभी एयरपोर्ट पे बोर्डिंग पास ना छापते कालीन भैया का नाम का। तो पहले तो ये तीनों खूबसूरत लड़कियों को मेरा प्रणाम, रिचा और अपर्णा और सनाया। तो ये तीनों बहुत ही खूबसूरत, शानदार, टैलेंटेड लोग हैं। यस, मुझे ना अपर्णा ही उसकी जिम्मेदार है कालीन भैया बनाने की। तो यस, अब बहुत जगह लोग कालीन भैया का नाम से ही जानते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि पता नहीं कहीं अक्सर हमारे घर के नीचे भी लोग आ जाते हैं, कुछ फैन कालीन भैया से मिलने आए हैं। तो जो हमारे बिल्डिंग के सिक्योरिटी है उन्हें मालूम नहीं है कालीन भैया कौन है। बोला यहाँ कोई कालीन भैया नहीं रहता है भाई। तो यस, वो कैरेक्टर लोगों को पसंद आता है या बहुत पॉपुलर हो जाता है, तो ऐसी चीजें होती हैं।
Did you think, Pankaj, when you were doing the role, first of all, tell us, how did you get into the role of Kalin Bhaiya? How did you get into that role? And when you were preparing for the role and performing the role, did you think कि when you go out, that would become your identity?
नहीं, हम तो कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट करते वक्त हमें तो पता नहीं होता है कि यार ये कितने लोग पसंद करेंगे या कहाँ तक पहुंचेगी। हमें अच्छा लगता है तो बतौर एक्टर हम उससे जुड़ जाते हैं कि यार ये कुछ अच्छा साउंड हो रहा है। सो मैं वैसे ही जुड़ा था, मुझे मालूम नहीं था मिर्जापुर इतनी पॉपुलर हो जाएगी। हमें कंटेंट ठीक लगा था, राइटिंग अच्छी लगी थी पुनीत की। पुनीत कृष्णा राइटर थे इसके, तो बस, और मेकर्स अच्छे थे तो लगा चलो करते हैं, मजा आएगा। बट ये इतना पॉपुलर होगा ये मालूम नहीं था।
Aparna, wonderful shows that you've greenlit, all the pitches that you get, give us a sense of the kinds of things that you reject. We'd also like to know what doesn't pass the Aparna Purohit scale. Because, obviously there are more things rejected than there are greenlit. So give us a sense of, what, like, nahi, ye nahi chahiye, ye hum nahi banayenge.
Authenticity is very important. There are times when people come up to us and they tell us that this show that we are trying to make is a little bit like this film meets that film meets that film, and next season we'll take it into another universe with that film. That doesn't work. What is the story that you're trying to tell? To give you an example, when Mirzapur was pitched to us, Puneet Krishna and Karan Anshuman, they knew the immersive world that they were creating, the characters, their graphs, and anything that a character would say in, say, episode 4 of season 1 will have a bearing in episode 7 of season 3. So that's the kind of investment that they had made into that story. I think that is really important. We're looking at authenticity, sensitivity, with which the story is crafted, really.
When you reject certain shows, is it like a ruthless process? Are there times when you wish you had the bandwidth or the time to work on things and actually make them better? Because there's only so much you can do. I can imagine that.
There are many factors, of us not taking a show forward. One is, if we have a slate which already has a lot of, say, thrillers, then we perhaps wouldn't take it. If there is a similar show, we wouldn't take it. But I really believe that, we say no to that story. And really, the best answer to a yes is a fastest no. So, our intent is to quickly tell the creators that this story may not work, but you would work. We will try and find something else together. At Amazon, we're really trying to, create a home for talent, where every creator is working for us, not just on one story, but multiple stories. So really, this may be a no for this story, but not you, not your mind, not your passion.
And it's also about the current mood. I'd like to understand from you, Richa, because in a film industry where there's this constant plaint that film stars don't take strong stands, they don't speak about current events that are controversial. You definitely stand out because you tell it like it is. You speak out. You've got strong views and about everything that's happening. Do you see, or are you hoping that OTTs and web serials will reflect more of what the current mood is, the things that are happening out there? Do you keep notes about whether you wish certain serials would reflect some of the things that are going on?
So, well, I thank you for calling me vocal about issues. To be honest, I've always been this way. But right now, I perhaps stand out because the others are quiet. So, I tend to get segregated or highlighted or easily identifiable for that reason. I do think that already a lot of shows are reflecting what is going on. For instance, Patal Lok, I thought, was a great example of that. Even stuff where reality is fictionalized and made into something bigger than it is, like in Inside Edge. These shows are, art imitates life. So our inspiration is going to come from things that are happening around us. And it is the curse of the artist to feel more, viscerally than perhaps a banker or an accountant or astronomer. But this is what it is. So when a writer or a DOP or a producer or an actor looks at what's going on around us, they're bound to be impacted from it. And, you can either deal with it in the sense of allegorically or through humor or in the non-fiction format or in a subversive way. But it will find its way into the things that we're doing.
Absolutely. And, and one of the things that surrounds us pretty much constantly is politics in this country, and especially election politics. Pankaj, we are about to, enter another phase of elections in this country in Uttar Pradesh, and we know how Mirzapur depicts politicians in UP and the way elections are fought. Do you believe, Pankaj, that more shows should have that kind of grit, showing the real dirt of politics in this country? There have been shows, there have been controversies, there have been censorship. Mirzapur kind of, took off all the layers when it comes to politics and how elections happen.
मैं समझा नहीं क्या सवाल था?
My question to you was, in Mirzapur, the way politics is depicted was very raw. It showed the real dirt of politics. क्या आपको लगता है कि more shows should show politics for what it really is?
पता नहीं, मैं तो एक्टर हूँ, तो ये तो राइटर बता सकते हैं, तो हमें क्या मालूम, होना ही चाहिए. बट स्टोरी टेलिंग कहीं ना कहीं जो हमारे आसपास, हमारे समाज में, हमारे राजनीति में जो चीजें चल रही हैं, अगर आपकी कहानी, जैसे मिर्जापुर में थोड़ा सा पॉलिटिकल बैकड्रॉप था कि वो चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कालिद भैया एक पॉलिटिकल कोई पार्टी को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वो तो अंडर करंट होता ही है.
Sanya, do you think since the film industry is often also accused of not frequently playing with sensitive issues. Of course, there have been notable exceptions. But do you feel OTTs and web platforms provide a much greater opportunity to, poke those issues which are controversial yet need to be spoken about?
Definitely. I think OTT has given creators and artists a very big platform to experiment with the content that they're writing and performing. As Richa said, that life imitates art and vice versa. I think it's very difficult to, um, keep aside your own politics with the work that you are doing. And as Pankaj ji said, कि हम तो actor हैं. As an actor, it's crucial to have empathy for the characters that are completely different to what you are, आप बिल्कुल relate नहीं करोगे और उसके लिए भी आपको empathy रखनी पड़ेगी. But it's in some cases it's very difficult to keep your own politics aside as an artist. और वो reflection आता ही आता है जिन तरीके की आप movies as an actor उठाते हो और करते हो. बड़े ही कम cases में you can keep aside your politics and say that I want to perform this character and keeping aside what whether it's related or relatable or not. So, but I totally agree that OTT gives us a lot of freedom to experiment and write content.
Richa, when it comes to public, morality and the politics of the industry itself, do you find that there is a lot of pressure on actors to, take positions, or they're identified with their stated politics and they kind of get typecast in certain roles? Do you see that happening? Does that happen?
I think typecasting, stereotyping, these are all things that perhaps casting directors, producers, etc. do. I'm not in a position to answer whether that sort of, lends itself into... Sorry, what was your question again?
I was talking about, the
public
pressure
morality
of identifying with a certain politics.
Yeah.
Does that happen? Is there that pressure on actors?
I wouldn't know. I stand, Nehru started this amazing thing called non-aligned movement. And I think that that's where I stand, because I have to focus on myself and my career. And the fact of the matter is, in this country, it gets very difficult to identify with one kind of politics, because the politicians are hopping ship like, fish before and after an election. So I don't know who to support, honestly, because मतलब वो बिन पेंदे के लोटे की तरह घूमते रहते हैं. तो हम how can we peg our faith or trust in one person? And as for the pressure, I think that there is definitely pressure, and it's from both sides. It's from the woke warriors on Twitter also. What about this? Why haven't you tweeted? If you just go through the statistics of the kind of crimes that happen in our country on a daily basis, and that have happened even before the existence of social media. I mean, we can't very well tattoo on our foreheads, I hate murder, I am against rape. So it's impossible almost to comment on a live tweet our thoughts and beliefs on a daily basis. There is pressure, there's always whataboutery, there's this and that. I guess you also have to live in the real world, put your ear on the ground and see what is going on. And as I always feel like the only reason I feel like I'm somewhat vocal is because I pay taxes here, I vote here. So if I can do those things, then I can also exercise freedom of expression.
Things that a lot of people wonder about is the nepotism debate. It springs up from time to time. Some people speak about it. Many stay silent. Some people dismiss it as non-existent. Some people say it's there. You know how it works. It keeps coming and going. In the context of OTTs and, from the outside looking in, it seems like a much more professional process where merit and, artistic abilities are of much greater, calling than anything else, like camps and things like that, and influence. Is that true? From the inside, are we right in thinking that?
I really believe that this is the most incredible time for actors and creators. I think what we're witnessing today is nothing short of a creative renaissance. Look at the actors that we have today on this panel.
Incredible, absolutely.
You know, and this is not just an incredible time for actors, for creators, but also audiences. The kind of stories that can be told. If you just look at, the kind of stories that we've told in the last 4.5 years, 30 odd originals that we've put out, there are about 60% new actors, actors who hadn't got their due. I mean, who could have played Kaleen Bhaiya better than Pankaj Tripathi, or Zarina Malik better than Richa, or Hathiram better than Jaideep, or, could we have cast anybody better than Shreya Chaudhary and Ritvik for Bandish Bandits? I really feel that it's very liberating. This medium is very liberating. There is an opportunity for every character, to have a journey, to have an arc. There's nobody just sitting on the fence. And, so in front of the camera, behind the camera, just the kind of explosion that's happening. And I would say not just on Amazon, the whole ecosystem, the entire zeitgeist is changing. And it's so amazing.
Pankaj, would you agree with that? This is the greatest time for actors. Nepotism ki baat has become less. This is the greatest time for actors and merit.
अरे महाराज OTT नहीं होता तो मैं आपके कॉन्क्लेव में मुझे नहीं बुलाते आप ही लोग. तो ये OTT का पावर है कि मैं बैठ के यहाँ बातें कर रहा हूँ, वरना कौन पूछता मुझे.
I beg to differ. I think we'd still bring all of you on. But yeah, Richa, go ahead.
पंकज जी, आप बहुत व्यस्त हैं, इसलिए बात आपसे कहाँ देखूं आप
अरे मैं देख रहा हूँ, आप बस
बहुत बड़ी हिट जोड़ी है हम इंडस्ट्री की. मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ, गैंग्स ऑफ वासीपुर पार्ट 1 and 2, फुकरे पार्ट 1 and 2, मसान, शकीला, अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई है और ना जाने कितनी सारी चीजें हमने साथ में की हैं. बहुत पैसा भी कमा के दिया है हमने बॉक्स ऑफिस को. तो ऐसा कभी ना सोचें कि आप सिर्फ कालीन भैया तक सीमित हैं. आप मतलब सर्वगुण संपन्न, आपको कौन नहीं जाता.
रीचा मुझे एक नाम दी थी कालीन भैया के बाद, समकालीन भैया, समकालीन.
समकालीन भैया.
Sanya, I wanted to
मस्ती कर रहा था शिव की. OTT ने एकदम, मैं सहमत हूँ अपर्णा से कि OTT के होने की वजह से सिर्फ मुझे ही नहीं, हम जैसे बहुत सारे अभिनेता जो थिएटर से, जो FTI से, जो कहीं और से आए थे सीख पढ़ के ट्रेनिंग करके, उनको उनका मुकम्मल स्पेस मिला है. क्योंकि यहाँ कहानियां 8 घंटे में होती है, यहाँ 2 घंटे में सब कुछ नहीं कहना है. तो यहाँ उस समय है कि आप कैरेक्टर्स के लेयरिंग में जा सकते हैं, राइटिंग के वक्त भी सब प्लॉट पे जा सकते हैं, जो कि फिल्मों में आमतौर पे नहीं होता था, क्योंकि 2 घंटे में कहानी कहनी होती थी वहां.
Sanya, I know you agree, but I'd still like to hear what you think, that this is, as Aparna says, the greatest time for actors.
Definitely a golden age for entertainment. जैसे पंकज जी ने बोला कि बहुत क्रिएटिव फ्रीडम है एज अ क्रिएटर, एज एन एक्टर, कि आप अगर सीरीज में काम कर रहे हैं, यू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू इन्वेस्ट इन द कैरेक्टर दैट यू आर वर्किंग ऑन. फिल्म में कभी कभार मौका मिलता है और कभी कभार मौका नहीं मिलता है, क्योंकि कुछ फिल्मों में बिल्कुल कैरेक्टर डेवलप करने का मौका नहीं मिलता. सिर्फ बोला जाता है आ जाओ सेट पर कर लेना. पर कुछ फिल्मों में बहुत मौका मिलता है, और सीरीज में तो मैंने कभी सीरीज करा नहीं है, बट पंकज जी का काम देखकर और रिचा का काम देखकर मुझे लगता है यू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू इन्वेस्ट, एंड डेफिनेटली इट्स द गोल्डन एज फॉर एंटरटेनमेंट for cinema today.
As we look forward to the rest of this golden age, and we hope it only gets better, since we're almost out of time, so only occasion for one more question, which I hope I can ask all of you, starting with you again, Aparna, is we've seen so many shows, we've loved so many shows. I want you to name one world event or India event or personality on whom you'd like to do a show, like a strong wish list of something that you wish you could do a show on. And I'm going to get all of you to answer it, so please think. It can be a current event, it can be historic, whatever you like.
That's a great question, but my job is that of an enabler. So it's really when the creators come to me with their ideas, because I can tell you I'd like to do a show on you, but where is a creator who do justice to your life? So it's really important that I continue to play my part as the enabler, as a catalyst, who would give all the wings to the creators to tell their stories with passion. I just want to provide that space and build that community where everyone can tell complex, diverse, really inclusive stories.
Richa?
Well, I think I would like to see more shows, not just about sports stars and actors and politicians, but I want to see female-led narratives that really impacted our lives today. I want to see something on Savitri Bai Phule. Nobody even knows. Like, there's no chutti in memory of or something, but the impact that, the reason why we are all educated and sitting here and independent women with jobs, she probably had something to do with it. So I'd like to see more shows, empowering narratives about rooted stories originating in India.
Sanya, do you have a wish list of what you'd like to see?
Let me take my list out of my pocket. There are many. I totally agree with Richa. More women-driven films, and I would like to be a part of a film where I can play maybe a biopic on Amrita Pritam. Like, that's my dream character that I would like to play.
And Pankaj, we'll end with you. Your wish list of what you'd like to see or what you'd like to play.
लाइक टू सी प्ले तो मैं नहीं, मुझे भी जो रूटेड जो फोकलोर्स है ना, भारत की जो लोक कथाएं हैं, हर स्टेट की अपनी है, बंगाल की, बिहार की, उड़ीसा की, साउथ की, दक्षिण की, तो जो इंडियन ट्रेडिशनल फोकलोर्स हैं, मैं चाहूंगा कि उन पे और इंडियन लिटरेचर पे, हर लिटरेचर पे, मतलब इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस के, उसमें भी काम हो तो और अच्छा रहेगा.
I'd like to end by thanking Aparna, Richa, Sanya and Pankaj. You live in the hearts of millions and we will always look forward to the work that you bring us. Thank you so much for opening your hearts to us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Sanya. Thank you, Richa. And thank you, Aparna. I'd urge both Aparna and Richa to stay on stage. While, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Shripad Shende, Chief Marketing and Communication Officer, IDFC First Bank, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to both the ladies. Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you. All right, we are ready to go into our next session. Just give us about a minute turnaround time and we are ready to power through. We hope you're tweeting. We're tweeting under the hashtag ABetterNormal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce to you our next session, Waterworks, Turn the Tap, India's most crucial story. Our session's moderator, my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Gaurav Sawant, will take it from here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In school, we had all read about the Indus Valley civilization. It was at its zenith more than 2,500 years ago, and suddenly, the Indus Valley civilization just disappeared. Some archaeologists and some historians have argued that this was due to scarcity of water that forced people to abandon their homes and settlements. Ladies and gentlemen, today we live in extremely challenging times. This glass of water in front of you, this bottle of water in front of you, the swimming pools in urban centers, contrast that with situation on ground in rural India, where women and girls even today have to walk miles to get one earthen pot, one bucket of water. Amidst these challenging times, there is a massive mission that's currently underway. It is called Har Ghar Jal as part of Jal Jeevan Mission. But is that actually possible? हर घर में, गांव में नल लगा हो और उस नल में पीने का पानी आता हो. क्या ये संभव है? To talk more about this, I welcome on stage Shri Bharat Lal. He's the Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission and Additional Secretary. Sir, swagat hai aapka. It's also a privilege to invite on stage Rajendra Singh. Rajendra Singh ji needs no introduction. He is the waterman of India. Big effort to ensure हर घर जल. कितना कठिन है ये जानने का प्रयास है.
जांच के लिए चिन्हित महिलाओं के नाम इत्यादि भी देखे जा सकते हैं. जलापूर्ति संबंधित शिकायतें तथा दान भी इसके माध्यम से किया जा सकता है. इस ऐप में जल जीवन मिशन संबंधित समाचार, क्षमता वर्धन, कौशल
राजेंद्र सिंह जी माइक ले लीजिएगा प्लीज.
मार्गदर्शिकाएं भी उपलब्ध हैं.
हर घर जल
इस ऐप में
कितनी बड़ी चुनौती है आपके लिए. ये 2019 में ये मिशन था भरतलाल जी कि चाहे गांव का हर घर हो, आंगनवाड़ी हो, स्कूल हो, उसमें जल का नल लगा हो, पानी आए, स्वच्छ पानी आए. 2 साल में कितनी सफलता मिली और क्या क्या चुनौतियां रही हैं? What have been the biggest challenges for you, sir?
Thank you, Gaurav. First and foremost, I thank you and India Today for giving me this opportunity to explain the things. See, जैसा आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि घर में शुद्ध पानी होना, I think that's a basic need and people should have. And of course, बहुत बड़ा challenge है because in 2019, out of 19.2 crore household, rural household, only in 3.23 crore household में नल से जल की सुविधा उपलब्ध है. 17% हाउसहोल्ड में. और प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये था कि भाई लोगों का जीवन बेहतर हो, ईज ऑफ लिविंग हो, कंफर्ट हो, और पानी की जो बेसिक सुविधा है उसको महिलाएं और बच्चे सभी के स्वास्थ्य से, उनके कामकाज से, सभी से लिंक्ड है. तो जल जीवन मिशन को शुरू किया गया और आइडिया ये है कि 5 सालों में 2024 तक हर घर में नल से शुद्ध जल उपलब्ध हो. क्वांटिटी, क्वालिटी, एडिक्वेट प्रेशर, सो इन चीज़ों को देखते हुए. और दूसरी बात यह है कि वहाँ पे स्कूल, आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर, आश्रमशाला, रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल, PSC, CSC वहाँ पे उपलब्ध हो. एंड थर्डली, ये सारा मैनेजमेंट गांव के लेवल पे, ये मैनेजमेंट जो सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि मैनेजमेंट जो है वो गांव के लोगों के द्वारा होना चाहिए. एंड इसके लिए ग्राम पंचायत और सब कमेटी, व्हाट इज़ नोन एज विलेज वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमेटी, with 50% members coming from women groups and rest जो है weaker section of society and others. So ये decentralization and capacity building of gram panchayat and village people is very important.
लेकिन चुनौती इस समय कितनी बड़ी है, समस्या कितनी गंभीर है राजेंद्र सिंह जी? अगर हम जमीनी स्थिति की बात करें गांव की, 2018 की एक नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट थी कि आधे देश में गांवों में बहुत जबरदस्त वाटर स्ट्रेस है। समस्या कितनी गंभीर है?
देखिए, पिछले 4-5 सालों से गांव में पानी के नाम पर बहुत सारी पानी की टंकियां और पाइपलाइन, ऐसा लगता है कि हर घर में पाइपलाइन चली जाएगी। मुझे मालूम है कि मेरी सरकार हर घर में पाइपलाइन तो पहुंचा देगी, पर पाइपलाइन को जल चाहिए ना। जल कितना है हमारे पास? हमारी जो सोर्स की सस्टेनेबिलिटी है वो निश्चित तौर पर, मैं केवल डाउटफुल नहीं कह रहा हूँ, निश्चित तौर पर वो उपलब्ध नहीं है। और उसके कारण खुद मेरी सरकार कह रही है कि 2,56,000 गांव अभी भी बेपानी हैं। 21 शहर 0 डेज पे पहुंचने वाले हैं। तो हर घर में नल तो कोई समस्या नहीं है, पहुंच जाएगा। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ड्रिवन एक्शन है। लेकिन वाटर वो कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन एक्शन है। तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ड्रिवन एक्शन तो इस देश में हो जाता है, लेकिन कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन एक्शन जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक ये देश बेपानी हो जाएगा। माफ़ करना, इस वक्त पूरी दुनिया में अफ्रीका, सेंट्रल वेस्टर्न एशिया के देश बेपानी होकर जब यूरोप के शहरों में जाते हैं तो उनको क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी कहते हैं। फॉर्चुनेटली अभी इंडियंस को क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी नहीं कहा जाता। लेकिन माफ़ करना गौरव, अगले 7 सालों में यदि ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो इंडिया के हालत भी ऐसे ही होंगे।
अगले 7 सालों में
अगले 7 सालों में
क्यों होंगे जरा समझ लो। होगा
क्यों होंगे जरा समझ लो। अभी आपके पास जो अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर्स हैं, ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, आपकी सरकार बोल रही है, केवल 28% पानी अभी हमारे एक्यूफर्स में बचा है। खेती में हम 85% पानी अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर से ले रहे हैं। हमारे उद्योगों में हम एक्यूफर से ले रहे हैं, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में हम एक्यूफर से ले रहे हैं। तो जब हमारा सारा पानी धरती के पेट से ही निकाल रहे हों और हमारे वाटर रिजर्व बैंक खाली हो रहे हों, तो फिर हमारा फ्यूचर क्या है? तो दोस्तों, जब तक डिस्चार्ज और रिचार्ज का संतुलन इस कंट्री में नहीं होगा तब तक ये देश पानीदार नहीं बन सकता। इस देश को यदि पानीदार बनाना है तो डिस्चार्ज और रिचार्ज का संतुलन इक्वल करना पड़ेगा, और वो पॉसिबल है केवल और केवल कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड मैनेजमेंट द्वारा।
भरतलाल जी, क्या यही आपका प्रयास है? केवल गांव के घरों में पाइप से नलका लगाना, या ये इंश्योर करना कि उस नलके में पानी भी आए?
जैसा कि राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने कहा, और इन्होंने 20 साल पहले करके दिखाया है, यहीं से बहुत 100 किलोमीटर के दूर पे अलवर में एक नदी को उन्होंने पुनर्जीवित किया, और यही कम्युनिटी लेड, यही रिचार्ज, यही से वहाँ पे वाटर बैलेंस रिस्टोर हुआ है। जल जीवन मिशन में यही किया जा रहा है। जल जीवन मिशन में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्स या रिचार्ज, वाटर सप्लाई, ग्रे वाटर कलेक्शन, रीयूज और ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, ये 3 वर्ड जो इन्होंने कहा, डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड, डिमांड ड्रिवन एंड कम्युनिटी मैनेज्ड। जल जीवन मिशन इज़ ऑल अबाउट पीपल्स ड्रिवन प्रोग्राम। और 2 चीज़ मैं और बताना चाहूँगा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार कहते हैं कि जो ये वाटर है, इट शुड बिकम एवरीवन्स बिजनेस, इट शुड नॉट रिमेन अ गवर्नमेंट बिजनेस। ए एंड बी, 3 years बैक जल शक्ति अभियान लॉन्च किया गया कि वाटर कंजर्वेशन शुड बिकम ए नेशनल मूवमेंट। तो जल जीवन मिशन के अंदर यही है कि ग्राम पंचायतें या गांव के लोग, और उसमें जितना प्लान बनता है उसका अप्रूवल भी ग्राम सभा के लेवल पे होता है, लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया जाता है। और हमारा एम ये है कि ड्यू कोर्स में वाटर सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन इनलाइटेंड विलेजेस बने, वाटर सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन इनलाइटेंड चिल्ड्रन बने। स्कूल में भी यही काम किया जा रहा है कि हमारी जो फ्यूचर जनरेशन है, प्रेजेंट एज वेल फ्यूचर, वो वाटर सैनिटेशन और हाइजीन इसको समझे। एंड लास्ट, इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक चीज़ मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि हर गांव में पानी समितियां बनाई जा रही हैं, और उन पानी समितियों को ये चीज़ समझाया जा रहा है, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की जा रही है, और NGOs को, सिविल सोसाइटी को इन्वॉल्व किया जा रहा है कि गांव के लोग अगर ये समझना शुरू कर दें गांव-गांव में कि भाई जैसा कि बताया 5% ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में यूज कर रहे हैं एवरेज पूरे नेशन में, 10% इंडस्ट्री में जा रहा है, 85% एग्रीकल्चर में आ रहा है। अगर सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर में वाटर यूज इफ़िशियंसी आ जाए, 5% 10% की सेविंग भी वहाँ हो जाए, सो आई थिंक ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की स्कैर्सिटी खत्म हो सकती है।
लेकिन क्या स्थिति इतनी गंभीर है राजेंद्र सिंह जी कि अगले 5 वर्षों में या 7 वर्षों में, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं, पानी को लेकर माइग्रेशन शुरू हो जाएगा गांवों से शहरों में, या शहरों में भी पानी की समस्या बहुत गंभीर होने वाली है?
गौरव, किस दुनिया में रहते हो? माइग्रेशन तो ऑलरेडी हो रहा है। बुंदेलखंड के लोग झांसी और दिल्ली में दिखते हैं, मराठवाड़ा और विदर्भ के लोग बंबई और पूना में दिखते हैं। एवरीवेयर माइग्रेशन गांव से लेकर शहर की तरफ बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। पर माइग्रेशन शब्द तो अच्छा है, वो तो हिस्टोरिकली कल्चरली पुराना है। सीधे बोलो ना, डिस्प्लेसमेंट हो रहा है। माइग्रेशन तो उसे कहते हैं जब लोग गांव छोड़ के जाते हैं और जब पानी आ जाता है तो वापस चले जाते हैं। अब तो हालात ये है कि एक बार उजड़ने के बाद दोबारा उसको वापस जाने का मौका नहीं है, दोबारा उसको अपने घर पे, अपनी खेती में और घर में पानी नहीं है। तो ये जो डिस्प्लेसमेंट है, मैं पिछले 6 साल से मैंने इस दुनिया को देखा, इस 2 साल छोड़ दो, उससे पहले 6 साल, अफ्रीका और सेंट्रल वेस्टर्न एशियन कंट्री जहां पानी की क्राइसिस है, वहां से जो लोग उजड़ के यूरोप में गए वो वापस नहीं जा रहे हैं। वो माइग्रेशन नहीं है, डिस्प्लेसमेंट है। अभी इंडिया में केवल माइग्रेशन है कि शहर, गांव से लोग शहर आ रहे हैं और शहर उनको पानी पिला देता है, क्योंकि शहर के पास थोड़ा पावर है, पानी है, सब कुछ है। शहर पे सब कुछ है भारत में, पावर भी है और पानी भी है। और पानी को बर्बाद करें, कितना भी करें, कैसे भी मिसयूज करें, शहर वालों को कोई रोकता नहीं है। इस कंट्री में जब तक एग्रीकल्चर में स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर के लिए वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट नहीं चलेगी, तब तक इस देश में पानी का काम नहीं हो सकता। इस देश को इस वक्त स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर के लिए एक बड़ी वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट चाहिए। ठीक, मैं पिछले 3 सालों से कह रहा हूं, नहीं हो रहा है, और नहीं हो रहा है तो इस देश को भुगतना पड़ेगा। माफ करना, जरा सच्ची बात है,
देश को भुगतना पड़ेगा। ये खासी चिंताजनक बात है। लेकिन भरतलाल जी, ये जो पानी समिति की बात प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी करते हैं, और वो जो दायित्व आपके कंधों पर है, आपकी टीम के पास है, महिलाओं की भूमिका और पानी समिति, ये गांवों में किस तरह से काम कर रही है?
इसको हम लोगों ने सबसे पहले गुजरात में शुरू किया था 2002 में, और भूकंप प्रभावित क्षेत्रों में इस काम को शुरू किया गया था, और उस समय भी मुझे ये काम वहाँ पे दिया गया था। और उस समय यही सोच थी कि गांव के लोगों को और महिलाओं को, क्योंकि पानी का जो प्रश्न है महिलाओं के लिए बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, तो इस एक्सपेरिमेंट को वहाँ शुरू किया गया। और उसका एक सक्सेस का एक नज़रिया ये भी हो सकता है कि आज गुजरात में, आप उस समय मैं खुद ये काम कर रहा था, 8 से 10 हज़ार टैंकर डिप्लॉय होते थे एनुअली, ट्रेन से पानी का मूवमेंट होता था, और आज वो नहीं है। और उसको मैं 3-4 चीज़ें बताऊंगा कि कैसे किया गया। गांव-गांव में पानी समितियां बनाई गई, ग्राम सभा किए गए, यही चीज़ें जो है इस तरह का काम किया गया। होल इंटीग्रेटेड वाटर रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, ड्राउट प्रूफिंग, वाटर सोर्स जो है स्ट्रेंथनिंग, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जिम्मेदारी उनको दी गई, वाटर क्वालिटी की ट्रेनिंग दी गई कि वाटर क्वालिटी, यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं, आई डोंट थिंक कि एनी ऑफ अस इज बेसिकली नो कि भाई वाटर की क्वालिटी क्या होनी चाहिए। ये बॉटल दिया गया है, इस पानी अच्छा है, ये मान के हम पी लेते हैं, पर टैप वाटर है शायद वो पोर्टेबल नहीं है, ये मान के नहीं पीते हैं, उसको किसी ट्रीट करते हैं। तो ये सारी ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद आज गुजरात में, चाहे वो वाटर का ट्रांसफ़र हो, चाहे वो वाटर रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट हो, चाहे वो एग्जिस्टिंग डैम्स रिजर्वायर्स हों, उनकी कैपेसिटी को इंक्रीज करना और फ्लड वाटर का ट्रांसफ़र करना, इन सारी चीज़ों को किया गया। आज नेशनल लेवल पे इसी काम को वहीं से प्रेरणा लेकर के नेशनल लेवल पे ये किया जा रहा है कि हर राज्यों को, और राज्य जिसमें हमारे साथ काम कर रहे हैं, हर जिला स्तर पर, हर गाँव में 15 मेंबर्स की पानी समितियां बनाई जा रही हैं, जिसमें महिलाओं को ट्रेन किया जा रहा है। 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन की रिकमेंडेशन पे इन 5 सालों के लिए 1,42,000 1.42 लाख करोड़ रुपीज़ इन गांव पंचायतों को दिया जा रहा है कि वाटर और सैनिटेशन को इम्प्रूव करें। और सबसे बड़ी बात वही है कि इन महिलाओं, इसकी बागडोर महिलाओं को, इसी में एक छोटा सा पॉइंट और बताऊंगा कि इसमें हमने क्या किया है कि इसकी ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए और एक डैशबोर्ड है, अगर आप कभी भी देखना चाहें तो JJM डैशबोर्ड है, उस पर आप देखेंगे, आप गांव की इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलेगी, कौन सी महिलाएं, ये कौन सी बहनें हैं जो इसको मैनेज कर रही हैं, उनका नाम है, उनकी जिम्मेदारियां हैं, और सबसे बड़ी बात है उस गांव में जो जो काम हुआ है उसका सारा डिटेल है। तो आइडिया ये है कि हमारे जो गांव की ये कमेटियां हैं ये सारी जिम्मेदारी लेना शुरू करें। गवर्नमेंट उसके लिए फंड दे रही है, गवर्नमेंट उसके लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड ट्रेनिंग कर रही है, और जो रूल्स रेगुलेशन में जो एम्पावरमेंट की है पंचायती राज एक्ट के अंदर वो किया जा रहा है। और अभी तक जो है पूरे देश में 6 लाख गाँव हैं, 6,05,000 गाँव हैं, और करीब 3,80,000 गाँव में ये पानी समितियाँ बन चुकी हैं। और जो है आपने देखा पिछले कुछ दिनों के पहले 2 अक्टूबर को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खुद जो है पूरी देशव्यापी कंट्री वाइड ग्राम सभा किया, और इन बहनों के साथ उनके साथ जो है 5 गाँव में उन्होंने वार्तालाप किया, जस्ट टू इंस्पायर, टू मोटिवेट, टू ब्रिंग देम ऑन बोर्ड।
तो क्या यही वो भूमिका है, क्या यही वो मॉडल है जो काम करेगा? लेकिन ये आखिर है क्या? एक तस्वीर है, हम चाहते हैं कि आप वो वीडियो देखें ताकि समस्या के बारे में पता चले। ये खासतौर पर समस्या, जैसा राजेंद्र सिंह जी और भरतलाल जी बता भी रहे हैं, गांवों में महिलाओं के लिए ज्यादा है, बच्चियों के लिए ज्यादा है, जो फिर स्कूल नहीं जा पाती हैं क्योंकि उनको पानी लाने जाना पड़ता है, कभी 2 किलोमीटर, 2.5 किलोमीटर और भी ज्यादा लंबा। वो वीडियो देखते हैं 1 मिनट के लिए। जल जीवन मिशन। तो वैसे तो इसके बारे में मैं आपको और भी बताऊंगा कि आप भी इसके साथ जुड़ सकते हैं, लेकिन राजेंद्र सिंह जी, मिशन अच्छा है, वाटर वर्क्स का है, लेकिन सिंधु घाटी की भी सभ्यता जो थी वो पानी की कमी की वजह से खत्म हो गई। सभ्यता क्या खत्म होगी या डिस्प्लेसमेंट आप उसे कह रहे हैं? ये जो पानी समिति है, महिलाओं की भूमिका है, क्या ये कारगर साबित हो रही है?
देखिए, केवल सिंधु घाटी की सभ्यता नहीं, मेरे राजस्थान में फतेहपुर सीकरी में जब कैपिटल था बेपानी होके उजड़ा, फिर आगरा में कैपिटल हुआ, वहाँ से बेपानी होके उजड़ा। और मेरे इलाके में तो सारे जवान लड़के गांव छोड़ के चले गए थे, उजड़ गया था। और जो बूढ़े लोग रहते थे वो रतौंधी रोग से ग्रसित थे, उनके पास जब पानी नहीं था। लेकिन वो लोग अपने आप बस गए, बिना किसी सरकारी मदद के, बिना किसी कॉरपोरेट की मदद के। तो ये जो भरत भाई बता रहे हैं वो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन भरत भाई एक बात मुझसे समझ लो, आप समझते तो नहीं हो, कभी सुनते भी नहीं हो, लेकिन आज समझ लो। मैं एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि आपकी 3,80,000 समितियाँ बनी हैं, वो पेपर पर हैं। उनको जब तक आप डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल प्रोसेस में शामिल नहीं करोगे, तब तक वो आपके लिए, आपके देश के लिए पानी का काम करने के लायक नहीं बनेंगे। अरे मेरे इलाके में जब पानी आया, तब मेरे इलाके में मेरे लड़कों के ब्याह होने लगे। सब में अब सारे मीना सब शादीशुदा हैं, एक नहीं मिलेगा बिना शादी के। और तब 100 में से 10 लड़कों की शादी नहीं होती थी जब पानी नहीं था। तो ये जो पानी की क्राइसिस है, ये महिलाओं की क्राइसिस है। और इस महिलाओं की क्राइसिस को यदि ठीक से समझना है, आपकी समिति की बात मैं मानने को तैयार हूं कि 3,80,000 बन गई, बिल्कुल बन गई होंगी, लेकिन उनके हाथ में क्या है? जब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करता है तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अपने प्रॉफिट को प्रायोरिटी पे रखता है। तो जब आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ड्रिवन एक्शन होता है पानी का, तो कम्युनिटी के लिए शुभ क्या होगा, उसमें वो जो लाभ है वो सारे शुभ को नष्ट कर देता है। और ये जो शुभ है, इसका सेकंड वर्ड आपने कहा सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी, सुरक्षा जिसको हम कहते हैं। तो जब तक आप जल की सुरक्षा नहीं करेंगे सोर्स पर, और उस सुरक्षा में महिलाओं की भागीदारी नहीं होगी, डिसीजन मेकिंग प्रोसेस में वो इन्वॉल्व नहीं होंगी, तो फिर आपकी 3,80,000 क्या 6 लाख भी बन जाए समितियां, इनसे स्थिति सुधरेगी नहीं।
भरतलाल जी, क्या जमीनी स्थिति? और एक अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो एक आंकड़ा है, सरकार का ही है, मिड ईयर रिव्यू हुआ था। मिड ईयर रिव्यू में टारगेट और वो टारगेट कितना अचीव किया गया उसका असेसमेंट था। हम त्रिपुरा की बात करें तो टारगेट था 3,82,000 कनेक्शन, 3,82,000 कनेक्शन। अचीवमेंट क्या था? महज 58,000, 58,000। बंगाल की बात करें तो 43 लाख कनेक्शंस का टारगेट था, अचीवमेंट था 9 लाख। 43 lakhs connections was your target, 9 lakhs was the achievement of Bengal. नागालैंड की बात करें तो 1,47,000 कनेक्शन का टारगेट था, केवल 48,000 अचीवमेंट था।
मैं दो बातों को जवाब दे दूं। एक तो जो राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने बताया, मैंने जो पानी समितियां बन रही हैं ये पंचायती राज एक्ट के अंदर बन रही हैं, और आप जानते हैं कि 73rd अमेंडमेंट के बाद जो है वाटर और सैनिटेशन की जो पावर है वो ट्रांसफ़र की गई है और पंचायतों को दी गई है। तो एक्ट के अंदर ये पानी समिति का प्रायोजन किया जा रहा है, और एक्ट के अंदर ये पावर दिया गया है लोकल ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्स मैनेजमेंट, वाटर सप्लाई, ग्रे वाटर, ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस, और जैसा मैंने बताया कि इनको फाइनेंस भी दिया जा रहा है। जल जीवन मिशन के अंदर गांव पंचायत में ग्राम सभा में स्कीम अप्रूव होती है जिसमें महिलाओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। उसके बाद वाटर सोर्स ऑगमेंटेशन, स्ट्रेंथनिंग, वाटर सप्लाई, ग्रे वाटर, ये सारा काम होता है। तो बिना ग्राम सभा में अप्रूवल के, बिना पार्टिसिपेशन के ये हो नहीं सकता, ये होगा भी नहीं। दूसरा चीज़, और एक चीज़ जो राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने कहा, सफ़र लंबा है, रास्ता काफ़ी लंबा है, इसीलिए एक सोच है कि वाटर की कमी जो है हमारे सोशियो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एंड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ में एक लिमिटिंग फैक्टर ना बनने पाए। ये गवर्नमेंट की सोच है, इसीलिए सारे वाटर रिलेटेड इश्यूज़ को इकट्ठा किया गया है, जल शक्ति मंत्रालय बनाया गया, इसीलिए जल शक्ति अभियान चल रहा है, इसीलिए अटल भूजल योजना चल रही है, इसीलिए जल जीवन मिशन चल रहा है, इसीलिए स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू किया गया। तो एक कंसर्टेड, एक इंटीग्रेटेड मैनर में ये काम किया जा रहा है। और दूसरी चीज़ जो है, जो गौरव ने कहा, जब इस साल इतने घरों को, एक्स घरों को कनेक्शन देना है, जैसे इस साल हम लोगों ने प्लान किया हुआ है कि पूरे करोड़ में करीब 3.25 लाख घरों को कनेक्शन देना है, और अभी तक आई थिंक 98-99 लाख घरों को दिया जा चुका है। हर देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में आगे पीछे कम ज़्यादा होता रहता है नंबर, पर एक चीज़ समझना पड़ेगा कि कनेक्शन जो देना है वो लास्ट एक्टिविटी है। स्कीम बनेगी, डिजाइन बनेगा, उसका एस्टिमेट बनेगा, गांव में वो प्रेजेंट किया जाएगा, गांव सभा उसको अडॉप्ट करेगी, फिर टेंडरिंग होगी, एग्जीक्यूशन शुरू होगा, सारा वर्क हो जाएगा, वो लास्ट में कनेक्शन दिया जाएगा। तो जो कनेक्शन दिया जाता है, और हम लोग आउटपुट को मॉनिटर करते हैं, कनेक्शन दिया गया कि नहीं, और सेकंड है उसकी फंक्शनलिटी को मॉनिटर करते हैं कि उससे पानी क्वांटिटी, क्वालिटी, रेगुलरिटी से आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है। तो ये जो अचीवमेंट होता है वो लास्ट 5-6 महीनों में फाइनेंशियल ईयर के शुरू होता है। तो मुझे इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि जैसे अभी तक आप जानते हैं करीब 5 करोड़ 30 लाख घरों को कनेक्शन दिया जा चुका है, कोविड के होने के बावजूद भी। दिसंबर 2019 से शुरू हुआ था, और एक लेट्स से 22 मंथ्स में इतना काम हुआ है। तो मुझे कोई डाउट नहीं कि इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 3-3.25 करोड़ घरों को कनेक्शन मिलना है, आराम से हो जाएगा, मुझे इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। बट इस चीज़ को हमें मानना पड़ेगा कि जो कनेक्शन का काम है वो सबसे लास्ट एंड में होता है, जब पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बन जाता है।
अच्छा, पानी की टंकी भी बन गई, पाइप भी लग गया, नलका भी लग गया, पानी आएगा कहाँ से? क्या जलाशय उस तरह से बन रहे हैं? राजेंद्र सिंह जी, क्योंकि इस पर आप बहुत अरसे से और बहुत गंभीर काम कर चुके हैं।
मैंने वही चिंता आप सबके सामने रखी कि इस वक्त हमारी सरकारों का जोर पाइपलाइन पर है, लेकिन पाइपलाइन में पानी आए उसके लिए जो कम्युनिटी का वाटर रिसोर्स, जोहर, तालाब, बांध, जो भी एनीकट जो रिचार्ज करते हैं अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर्स को, वो घटते जा रहे हैं। इसीलिए मैंने बहुत क्लियरली कहा कि आज की तारीख में भारत के जो वाटर रिजर्व बैंक हैं वो केवल 28% सेफली हैं अभी आज की तारीख में। ज़्यादातर ओवरड्राफ्ट हो गए हैं। ओवरड्राफ्ट का मतलब ये है कि आप डिस्चार्ज ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं और रिचार्ज कम कर रहे हैं।
और इतनी अच्छी बारिश जो इस वर्ष हुई उसके बावजूद
वही तो कह रहा हूँ, इतनी अच्छी बारिश हुई, इतनी अच्छी बारिश बहुत दिन के बाद ऐसी अच्छी बारिश हुई है, फिर भी हमारा जो डिस्चार्ज का रेशो है वो इसलिए बढ़ रहा है कि हिंदुस्तान में क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण अब जो किसान हैं वो अपने क्रॉप पैटर्न को रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक नहीं कर पा रहा है। जिस तरीके से हमारे रेन पैटर्न बदल रहे हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण, उसकी किसान के सिर पर सबसे बड़ी फसलों की फेल्योर हो रही है, क्योंकि उसको ये पता ही नहीं चलता कि इस साल कैसी बारिश होगी, कब होगी, कितनी होगी। एक ज़माना था जब मेरे गांव के लोग मावस के दिन जेठ के महीने में देव स्थान पर बैठकर ये सब तय कर लेते थे कि इस साल का रेन पैटर्न ये है और उस इलाके में ये फसलें बोनी है और उस इलाके में ये फसलें बोनी है। अब वो बचा नहीं है, गांव में अब दिखता नहीं है, किसानों को पता नहीं है, अंदाज नहीं है, इसलिए उसकी सारी खेती डिस्चार्ज बेस्ड हो गई है। सब धरती से पानी निकाल के बुआई से लेकर और कटाई तक की जितनी भी सिंचाई करनी पड़ती है वो धरती के पानी से करनी पड़ती है। इसलिए आपके वाटर रिजर्व बैंक ओवरड्राफ्ट हो रहे हैं। यदि इस कंट्री को ठीक करना है तो आपको पहला तो मैंने कहा स्किल डेवलपमेंट इन एफिशिएंट यूज ऑफ वाटर, एक वाटर लिटरेसी मूवमेंट चाहिए, और दूसरा इस कंट्री को चाहिए कि ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो रेन पैटर्न चेंज हो रहा है इसको ठीक से समझने के लिए जितनी भी भारत की एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं उनको ये जिम्मेदारी दी जाए कि वो ठीक से जो 90 एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल क्लाइमेटिक जोन है इस कंट्री में, 90 इन 90 में केवल 90 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को ये जिम्मेदारी दे दी जाए कि एवरी एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल क्लाइमेटिक जोन में आप रेन पैटर्न बताओ और किसानों के साथ जो क्रॉप पैटर्न है उस रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक करो, तो भाई आपका धरती का पेट खाली होना बंद हो जाएगा और आपके पास पानी बच जाएगा। नहीं तो माफ़ करना, बेपानी होने वाले हो तुम।
और इसके दोनों मायने बहुत गंभीर हैं बेपानी होने के। लेकिन भरतलाल जी, इस समस्या का फिर समाधान क्या?
देखिए, इसके एक दो उदाहरण हैं और शायद ये वे फॉरवर्ड है। एक राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने कहा, और जो कि बहुत व्यापक स्तर पे काम हो रहा है, कि कम्युनिटी को एजुकेट करना, अवेयरनेस लाना, एंड इसमें कोई शक नहीं है और इस पे बहुत बड़ा जोर है। और दूसरा चीज़ है कि मैं छोटा सा उदाहरण दूंगा। गुजरात में, सौराष्ट्र कच्छ में, और जिन लोगों ने 20 साल के पहले वहाँ देखा है, तो सौराष्ट्र कच्छ वगैरह में टैंकर और का डिप्लॉयमेंट, ट्रेन से पानी, बड़ा कॉमन सी बात थी। दूसरी जो सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि करीब वहाँ जितने डैम या रिजर्वायर थे सिर्फ 24% भरता था वो साल में। क्या किया गया? उनको एक तो डिसिल्टेशन, उनकी स्ट्रेंथनिंग, ये सब काम किया, और जो फ्लड वाटर था उस फ्लड वाटर को ट्रांसफ़र करके इन रिजर्वायर्स, इन बॉडी में उनका इफ़िशिएंट यूज इसमें भरा गया। पिछले 2 साल से आप लोग देख रहे होंगे कि हर साल ओवरफ्लो कर रहे हैं ये, और पानी की अब कमी वहाँ नहीं है। सेकेंड चीज़ क्या किया गया कि रिचार्ज कैनाल बनाई गई, रिचार्ज हो रहा है ग्राउंड वाटर को। और तीसरी चीज़ क्या करेगी कि माइक्रो इरिगेशन, माइक्रो इरिगेशन को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है। गुजरात में आज 20% जो इरिगेटेड लैंड है वो माइक्रो इरिगेशन में है। जैसा कि हम सभी लोग जानते हैं, माइक्रो इरिगेशन में वाटर का यूसेज जो है वो 70% कम हो जाता है। गुजरात में 2008 से वाटर टेबल, कुछ ब्लॉक को छोड़ करके वाटर टेबल ऊपर आना शुरू हो गया है। इसका मतलब है कि पार्टिसिपेटरी ढंग से काम करके, लोगों को इन्वॉल्व करके, लोगों को एजुकेट करके, अवेयर करके, और फिर टेक्नोलॉजिकल एविडेंस थोड़ा सा यूज करके।
चलते चलते एक टेक्नोलॉजी का भी मुझे बताइए कि एक ऐप है जिसको अभी प्रधानमंत्री ने लॉन्च किया, उस ऐप में किस तरह से चेक कर सकते हैं? फिर दूसरा, गांव में महिलाएं खुद पानी की क्वालिटी, मतलब क्वांटिटी और क्वालिटी दोनों पर कैसे एक नज़र रखी जा सकती है?
देखिए, वेरी शॉर्ट में, टेक्नोलॉजी के यूज़ से आज जो है आपने देखा है कि पूरे देश में टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ से ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी हुई है, फंड ट्रांसफ़र जो है आई थिंक इट हैज़ बिकम मच बेटर, यूसेज ऑफ मनी जो है बहुत ही फोकस हो गया है। इन्हीं सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने ये सिस्टम डेवलप किया है, जिसमें कि जो भी काम हो रहा है उसको आप इस ऐप के जरिए, किस गांव में क्या काम हो रहा है, टैक्स पेयर मनी कितनी खर्च हो रही है उसको आप देख सकते हैं, क्या क्या काम हो रहा है उसको देख सकते हैं। सेकेंड चीज़ है कि वहाँ पे जो मैनेज कर रहे हैं कौन से लोग हैं उनको आप देख सकते हैं। ऑपरेशन, मेंटेनेंस, उसकी वाटर की क्वालिटी क्या है उसको देख सकते हैं। और उसी में एक सिस्टम है, जैसे आपने कोविड-19 में देखा, इसको जस्ट थोड़ा डिफरेंट तरीके से हमें देखना होगा। आज मुझको सिम्टम्स है कि मुझे कोविड का सिम्टम्स है, मुझे लैब को लोकेट कर सकता हूँ, मैं अपना सैंपल दे सकता हूँ, मुझे सैंपल टेस्टिंग के बाद मेरी रिपोर्ट जो है मेरे फ़ोन पे आ सकती है, और जो गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिसर्स हैं, डिपार्टमेंट है, उस पर इमीडिएट एक्शन ले सकते हैं हॉस्पिटल। सेम कॉन्सेप्ट को किसी भी गांव का कोई भी आदमी अपने गांव का पानी को टेस्ट करा सकता है। 2000 लैब को ओपन कर दिया गया है, इस सिस्टम पे है। और दूसरा, हर गांव में 5 महिलाओं को ट्रेन किया जा रहा है, उनको किट दिया जा रहा है, और हम लोग एक वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग डिवाइस डेवलप कर रहे हैं, जस्ट लाइक ग्लूकोमीटर।
आप घर में ग्लूकोज टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, ऐसे पानी को टेस्ट कर सकते हैं। ये डेटा सिम से या ब्लूटूथ से इस डेटा को आप ट्रांसफ़र कर सकते हैं। तो पब्लिक अपना जो है पानी को टेस्ट करा करके डेटा देख सकती है, और लोग जो है अपने जो महिलाएं हैं गांव में अपने पानी को टेस्ट करके इस डेटा को अपलोड कर सकते हैं। तो सिर्फ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का ही ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं है, पानी की क्वालिटी जो फंक्शनैलिटी, वो टैप जो राजेंद्र सिंह जी ने कहा कि पानी आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है, उसकी क्वालिटी क्या है, उसकी क्वांटिटी क्या है, जोर हमारा इस पे है कि जिस घर में भी नल लगे, जहाँ भी नल लगे उसमें पानी आना चाहिए, क्वालिटी का आना चाहिए और रेगुलर आना चाहिए, कि उसके पानी के लिए क्राइसिस नहीं होनी चाहिए।
और जनता भी इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकती है, कंट्रीब्यूटरी स्कीम है ये सरकार की, जैसा मैं पढ़ रहा था।
इसमें देखिए, हम सभी लोग चाहते हैं कुछ ना कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करना। आई थिंक एवरी इंडिविजुअल की इच्छा होती है कुछ ना कुछ करें। मैं किसी गांव से आया, आप किसी गांव से आए, मैं वहाँ के स्कूल के लिए, वहाँ आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर के लिए, उस गांव के लिए पैसा कंट्रीब्यूट कर चाहता हूँ। इसके लिए हमने एक राष्ट्रीय जल जीवन कोष क्रिएट किया है। उस पर कोई भी आदमी विद इन इंडिया, आउटसाइड इंडिया अपने गाँव के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है। उसके जो काम वो कहेगा उस काम को कराया जाएगा, और वो अगर वो 75% ज़्यादा करते हैं तो उनके पेरेंट्स, ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, किसी के नाम पे उस काम को नाम दिया जा सकता है। सो इससे एंड ऑफ द डे आपको मौका दिया जा रहा है कि इस काम में आप शामिल हों, और इट शुड बिकम योर बिजनेस, एवरीबडीज बिजनेस।
राजेंद्र सिंह जी और भरतलाल जी, आप यहाँ हमारे साथ जुड़े इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस मंच पर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक यज्ञ है ये हर घर जल पहुँचाने का, सफलता आपको मिलेगी यही उम्मीद। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. This was an ITC-sponsored session. I would like to call upon right now on stage Jasmine Saini, Synergy Head Business, ITC Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank our panelists. Thank you, Gaurav. Just give us about 2 minutes to set up stage for our next session. We do hope you're tweeting. We are tweeting under the hashtag ABetterNormal. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly cut across to our next session. Central Vista, Curtain Raiser, Unveiling Democracy's New Face. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon my colleague, Senior Executive, India Today Television, Gaurav Sawant. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our next session, Central Vista, Curtain Raiser, Unveiling Democracy's New Face. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Gaurav Sawant from here.
India is the world's largest and oldest democracy. Even as we speak, there is a yajna that is underway to construct the temple of democracy. Government says the building will portray India's rich cultural heritage, and like any vibrant democracy, the opposition is up in arms. They've gone hammer and tongs after the government, calling it a vanity project. But what is the ground reality? On India Today, we have both the Swapna Drishta, or the one who's seen that big dream. What is that big dream? And we also have the Swapna Srishta, somebody who turns that dream into reality. We have
Hardeep Puri, Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, and we have Bimal Patel, the architect of the project. Gentlemen, welcome on this special session of India Today Conclave. Let me just start. So when the Prime Minister returned from the United States, he went straight to see the project. It just shows that how important this project is for the Prime Minister. But sir, tell us about this new temple of democracy. What is that big vision around the Central Vista project and the new Parliament building?
Let me start by your first comment. The Prime Minister returned from his visit to the United States, and after a few hours, he made a surprise, unannounced visit to the Central Vista project. That is both a reflection, I think, of the importance he attaches to the project, but I think more so a reflection on the timelines that we are operating under. The first segment of that project is the Central Vista Avenue, which is the expansion of the Rajpath and several other works related to that, which has to be completed for us to be able to organize the Republic Day Parade on 26th January 2022 there. The other segment which is under construction is the new Parliament building, which again is under a tight timeline because it has to be readied for the winter session of Parliament around October 2022. Now, there's a narrative which has come up around the Central Vista. That narrative has various facets to it, some purely imaginary, some somewhat fanciful. All I can tell you is that the set of buildings which we now refer to as Central Vista, which means Parliament, the government buildings there, North Block, South Block, Rashtrapati Bhavan. If you reflect back, these were conceptualized, and Bimal will correct me, sometimes around 1910 plus. In fact, the Parliament building construction started around 1919 and was completed in 1926. It was never designed to be the Parliament or the bicameral legislature of an independent country. The independence of India was never on the horizon at that point of time, not when the conceptualization took place. It was designed to be the council house of a colonial power. These are the hard facts. The other buildings which now house the government were clearly inadequate, and inadequate to the extent that some 1,000 crores are being spent every year now, even after the haphazard and terrible construction which took place for housing the government. I'm referring to Shastri Bhavan, Nirman Bhavan, and these buildings, which came up in the 60s. So the need for modern, independent India to have a governance architecture where government can sit and do its work, and for Parliament, for members to be allowed to do their work with sufficient space and dignity. That was an imperative. That was a need felt long back. That was not a need which was suddenly discovered when Mr. Modi took over as Prime Minister.
Okay, but okay, so let's split this into two parts. One is the Parliament building. The second is the Central Vista project. Mr. Patel, as the architect, what was the brief given to you for the Parliament building?
Well,
just keep it close to your,
very simple. Parliament has complex requirements. First of all, it's likely to be expanded, and so we had to create facilities where an expanded house can sit. We had to create facilities that would meet all the complex requirements that Parliament has, that was never there for the original, never fulfilled by the original building, and many complex requirements that have come up over time: security, communications, computers, IT, all of these have come up over time. So one of the key and most important things that was said was, make a building that functions well. And that's always been one of the prime things that the Prime Minister has looked for.
Make a building that functions well. The existing building clearly, was it functioning well? Was it not functioning well, Minister? And is the Prime Minister's approach very hands-on? I mean, considering he visited the site, but does he ask you for progress reports?
No, not at all, not at all. First of all, let me say that the fact that the current Parliament is not in a position to and does not have the capacity. But what has happened is that because the number of members have been increasing since we became an independent country, so there has been a lot of internal adjustments, new facilities have been added, 5 people are sitting where 2 should be sitting, you've gone behind the pillars, you've had to introduce air conditioning ducts, you've had to make other improvisation. So from a purely structural point of view, it's an unsafe building. When the building was constructed, it was in seismic zone 2. Today, that area is in seismic zone 4. And it's no exaggeration, and we don't want to create panic, but you're about pushing the limit, both in terms of the number of people you have there. And in fact, I think what Bimal used to do, at least in some of our earlier interactions, is to show you pictures of how it has been hollowed out and how yes, absolutely, make no mistake.
Can you explain hollowed out?
I'll explain. Obviously, the Parliament is functioning just now. I mean, business goes on. So it's not as if it's not functioning, but it's heavily stressed, is what Minister is saying.
It's crowded. Its infrastructure is creaking. It's old. Many places, because the infrastructure was added later on, there is structural stress, and that's the kind of problem that we have. In any case, it's packed, jam-packed, and if the Parliament size is to go up, as it may after 26, then you definitely need a larger building and larger spaces.
See, the Parliament size has to go up because we are under a freeze on numbers on account of the delimitation exercise, and that period ends in 2026. That is 4 years from now, essentially. So you will not be, as it is, you're not in a position to, seat the number of members you have now. But more than that, surely an elected representative must be allowed to function with some dignity in any parliament in the world, each one has a small little space where he or she can sit, where there's an assistant, a research facility, somewhere where people can sit. Now all you have is cramped 2 chambers and a central hall, which doubles up as a canteen or a restaurant. And because of the COVID, some of my friends in the distinguished fourth estate can't also come there. So it's just not in a position to allow members to even discharge their normal expected functions. And there's something more serious. You see, some of the construction which has been done on the first floor, that was never intended. And I think Bimal can tell you a little more about that. And I'm now not talking as a structural engineer, but from what I've understood even then, these were points well understood even in 2008. The issue is, why didn't somebody do something about it earlier?
Yes, I think we've stressed that point enough, that the building is under great stress.
So the Capitol building is 200 years old in the United States of America. It had structural issues. They kept adding on to it to meet modern requirements. Could that not be done here? Keep adding buildings?
It could have been done, but our chamber for the Lok Sabha was originally designed for 150 people. There are already 500 people sitting, and you want to put in 700 people, over 700 people. So simply no space. So it is not as if it was a building made for Parliament that is stressed. It's a building made for council house. It was a council house meant to house very few people, which we repurposed as Parliament of India. So now for the first time we are getting a real Parliament for India.
You're saying for the first time we are going to get a Parliament for real India. So if we were to look into the future, you're making this future ready for how many years?
250 years. Now, look, I always say, no matter which job I've held, I've always said, look, you plan today for tomorrow with all the possible inputs and suggestions that you can receive. When they built that council house, full marks to them. I think it was conceptualized around 1910 or so. That's why the building started. They were building for their own requirements. It was never intended to be a legislature. It was a council house, as Bimal says. More than that, all the other buildings that came up there were designed accordingly to serve the administrative and governance requirements of a power which perhaps thought it would be there for the next 100 years. They were not undertaking building for an independent India. More than that, you talk to the United States, that's an example you can cite. I would suggest that you take a list of all the countries which were under colonial domination any period of time, put the date when they became independent, and put another column when they constructed their own buildings. And I think we are one of the last. And I can tell you this from my research as a student of history. I'm not saying that there is any prescribed time period, that if you became independent in 1947, you have to do it by 1955. No, there's nothing like that. But surely we have now enough documentation to say that governments prior to the Modi government had documented that requirement. There's a letter written by the permanent secretary, not the permanent, the secretary to the then speaker, my colleague in the Foreign Service, Srimati Meera Kumar, to the secretary in the Department of Urban Development during a Congress government, saying, look, this parliament is completely inadequate. Completely inadequate. We are not able to make arrangements here for the legitimate functions. So that was a given. Now what happened is, I can tell you the history after 2017 September, when I was inducted into the Council of Ministers. A lot of homework had been done. The homework consisted of, one of the first packets, big packs of documentation I inherited was, the architectural layouts and the pictures of what the, Central Vista-like thing were in other parts of the world. It was in 2019 that we opened up, I think it was a global tender for inviting designs, etc. I think September 2019. And by December, we got it done. It was a design competition, opens up to everybody. My friend Bimal, who's here with you and whom now is central to the entire project, you came on board sometime, the selection was done in December 2019. But before that, the thinking that there was a need and the method it would have to be done. So we are now at the initial stages, the first two segments. The next stage is, I think, 3 of those 9 office buildings, etc. And simultaneously, once you have the new parliament building done in October, hopefully by October 2022, the current one will be handed over for retrofitting and modernization. So all in all, that whole picture, the whole complex will come together. Central Vista is a general nomenclature given to the entire project itself.
Which some tried to say was Prime Minister's vanity home worth 20,000 crore and so on. Minister, what would you tell those critics who said this was an absolute waste of money in terms of, when you have Shastri Bhavan, Vigyan Bhavan, other buildings in that area, INGCA, why are you demolishing all those structures?
Well, first of all those who think that those buildings are worth retaining, I'd come and I have one of my offices in Shastri Bhavan. I'll invite you to come and have lunch with me and spend a little time with me. If you can navigate through the mess that is there in terms of parking and the state of the building, I'm sure by the time you've had lunch with me, you'll change your mind. But see, if someone still persists in questioning the need and using terms like vanity project, I mean, I'm in polite company, so I'll probably resist it. Resist saying what I want to. But I would say that, get real. I mean, first of all, where is that figure coming from, 20,000 crores? Bimal is in this business, I'm not. I mean, I'm housing minister for 4 years plus. The cost of the Central Vista Avenue, if memory serves me right, is about 400 crores. Okay? The cost of the parliament, again, if memory serves me right, is about 860 crores. Huh? And we were losing what? 8,000 crores a year on Air India? I'm giving you a perspective. The amount of money we spend on rents for government buildings, that's a peculiar situation. Government is the landowner, okay, and we spend 1,000 crores on that. So where did this figure 20,000 crores come from? And there were more dramatic suggestion, Modi Mahal ban raha hai, 15,000 crore ka. Arey bhai, the Prime Minister's residence along with the Vice President's residence, 9 buildings which will clear up Delhi, everything will move there in a modern, sustainable, efficient use of land. I mean, these are arguments Bimal and I have all the time. When I said ek building retain kar le, Bimal says no, it's not efficient. And I defer to his judgment.
Which building did you want to retain?
I can't tell you that.
Please tell us that.
No, it's not fair. It's not fair. But we'll come back to that in a minute. Now, you are able to get that. And I asked my colleagues in the ministry, I said, where is this 20,000 figure coming from? Because at the end of the day, the cost of the project will be determined on the basis of the tendered cost of each of those components. So 2 components we've done, 400 crores approximately and 860 crores. Next is those 3 buildings. I don't know when the tenders have probably gone out, but by the time they come back, we'll see what the bid. But I tell you, it's very competitive bidding. When I saw the bids for Parliament, they were very close to each other, and all companies which are world class. I asked my colleagues, one of them dug out a figure that in some response to some internal environmental exercise, where you have to say what is a likely project cost. I may be wrong on this because I'm speaking off the hat. Somebody mentioned a figure of 13,000 some 100 crores, 200 crores or something. Now, frankly, a $2.89 trillion economy becoming a $5 trillion economy by 2024. Our gas and petrol and diesel consumption is back to pre-COVID levels, 10% higher for petrol. Let us say the cost is 15,000 crores. I can understand during the pandemic, there were guys out to create a false narrative, said, at this time, is this a priority? Arey bhai, project started before the virus reared its ugly head, and the project was going to result in infrastructure for the next 200 plus years. All right, during the pandemic, you can fault us if we did not put aside enough money for vaccines or for essential healthcare. But even that is proved to be untrue. So I think this was part of a false narrative. I was a bit rough with some of my retired senior colleagues during a press conference, and I said some things which I don't regret, frankly. But all I am saying is that, before you produce a false narrative, you must have the guts to sustain it. These are shoot and scoot artists. They'll come up with something, they'll set up a false narrative, take a pot shot at it, and then you turn around and say, but I never said this. And they'll scoot. So Central Vista, I think, as far as the criticism is concerned, that's become muted. What we have to be careful now is that the almost impossible timelines that we've set ourselves, that we are able to meet those.
That's the question I was coming to. How are you on timelines? Because Republic Day has to happen on 26 January and it has to have 3 or 4 rehearsals before that.
We are doing pretty good on it right now. We're doing pretty good on it right now. We're working hard. These are very challenging timelines, but we are on it right now.
Did COVID lead to any kind of a super spreader, Minister, as was feared at that point of time? If work goes on, it will lead to a super spreader?
See, I'll give you a simple example. During COVID, we had several ongoing projects. I don't call them anything, I'll just call them important projects because they were tied to certain events. Why is it that my friends who are activists against the Central Vista project picked up the Central Vista project and went to the court and saying, please stop construction during the COVID? There were other projects going on. They didn't focus on them. Some of those other projects actually had equal, if not more, people working on them. I think this was politically motivated, and that's why the Delhi High Court, if I remember correctly, actually imposed a punitive fine because even the learned court discovered. So what was it? If the idea is to stop because of the COVID, first, you don't have the project at all. You didn't succeed. That is a challenge which went right up to the apex court. The Honorable Supreme Court said, no, carry on. They did all kinds of things. This gentleman's appointment was challenged at some stage when the court said, well, it is an open global design competition. Some 20 companies were listed in the first time, then another 6 were doing, then presentations were made, and there was a jury consisting of 7 of the most eminent people that I know of in the country. Maybe there are other eminent people here, but the point is a jury selected the design, and then the financial bids were open. Now, that all is gone. Now, if it comes to timeline, I'll say I'm more nervous about the timelines than I was about the criticism. Because I'll tell you something. As Civil Aviation Minister, I used to have nightmares when this Air India disinvestment was taking. Now I get worried because sometimes when I go there, say the rains have been heavy and therefore we've lost so much time. To me, the answer is then, now that the rains are gone, put extra 400 people, 500 people. But
Is he a hard taskmaster?
Who?
Is he making you do all that?
No. These challenges are there. We have to finish. There's
no,
nothing.
but if I were to take the example of Defence Ministry buildings that have been constructed, haven't they been constructed before time?
Well, 24 months ki jagah, we did it in 12 months, 13 months to be exact. But how come the criticism was not on that? That people were in Second World War or pre-Second World War hutments, which are totally dilapidated. Nobody focused on that. Now we got it done. I'm not looking for praise, at least a word of acknowledgement that we got it right.
Okay. So Defence Ministry buildings sorted out on time, in fact before time, instead of 24 months, 13 months. Will you be able to do that both in Parliament and, Republic Day, you have to do the Central Vista?
Well, it will get done. It will get done.
So tell us what these government buildings will be like, because now you have so North Block, South Block, Rashtrapati Bhavan stays the way it is.
Yes, of course.
Vigyan Bhavan, Krishi Bhavan, Udyog Bhavan, all these bhavans, Vice President's house, and then down the road. All of that gets demolished. Artifacts, National Museum, all of that gets demolished and a new structure comes in place.
The artifacts don't get demolished.
Nothing gets demolished. No historical building.
Everything.
No historical.
Nothing gets demolished.
Nothing. The archives, there's a lot of worry that in the archives the papers will be lost.
That's
the
right.
idea is that a new annex is to be built. Once the new annex is built and the papers have been moved there from the old annex, after that the old annex will be demolished.
Likewise,
for the National Museum. So it's not as if things are going to get thrown around. It's been sequenced so that things can be taken care of.
All before Republic Day?
No. These are all 2 years and 3 years down the line.
Republic Day
Republic Day is only the avenue.
Just the Central Vista Avenue.
Just that, nothing else.
Minister, you've responded to criticism of whether this would result in the Prime Minister's big mehel and all of that. On timelines, how are you progressing in terms of by Republic Day, this is what you'll do, Parliament done, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, before that you'll be able to do all of that, the new building?
Well, my response to that is that we don't have a choice. It has to be done. And when any organization or any set of people work against that, which means it will be done. One of the, I'll give you an example. You see that beautiful picture there, and of Rajpath leading up to this thing.
Rashtrapati Bhavan.
He and I have had a discussion once on the kind of surfacing that you need. And my concern always was that if you put these heavy duty and heavy load vehicles on it, a particular kind of surface, whether it will work or not. And we had a healthy argument. It went to the engineers, it went to everything. Well, let me tell you, one of us was wrong. And we didn't take a minute to shift to the other medium. That's the point. So this is decision making in real time. I mean, I once went to the Central Vista Avenue, and I don't know, one of my colleagues whispered to me that he or she anticipated that the quota stone that we are using there, that we might run up against a supply chain problem, not in terms of availability, but in terms of time. We sorted it out. So, as I said, 26 January, to have it done by 26 January, I can't say it has to be completed by 26 January. I have to say it has to be completed by end November. That's the deadline, which means that when the slippage takes place, it can't go beyond 15th December. So that's the kind of process that we are involved in. I'm always very careful about what I say because, in today's day and age, this is going to be repeated back to you at some stage. Let me say, with Bimal sitting next to me, that we are both reasonably confident that given the tight timelines, both for these two segments actually are the showcase segments. Why am I saying this? If you get the Central Vista Avenue done by 26 January, you've got your parade. But that doesn't mean just the Rajpath. We have to get the underpasses done. We have to make sure the jamun trees are exactly where they are. I mean, that's where the criticism comes from. And we have to make sure that by October latest, the Parliament is done. Simultaneously, other things will be going on. Now, if the other three buildings don't get done in 18 months or 20 months, it's not a embarrassment that you face. But these two, yes. We are reasonably confident and we'll try and get it done. No, I'm try is the best endeavor, we'll get it done. Okay.
You will get it done. Minister, this building, the old Parliament building, used to be patterned on a temple in Morena in Madhya Pradesh, is what some of the articles seem to indicate. The new building is very different.
You're getting your information from WhatsApp, and that's never very
it's not from WhatsApp. No. The information is not from WhatsApp. It was one of the newspaper articles, I agree. But this change in design, why was that done?
Well, I could give you very straightforward functional requirements for it. It's a triangular plot, and a triangular building made sense. We wanted a pure form because there's a circle, you don't put another circle next to it, it looks silly. We wanted a pure form in a triangular plot. The triangle would fit well. Triangle is part of many, many sacred geometries across the world. So that way also it is good. We have three functions, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and we have we have the central court hall. So three functions, that's why also triangle. So triangle was very natural as a shape for us to pick up. There was not much debate about it.
Okay. For joining me here on this India Today session, many thanks. Right. Mr. Sethi, Rajiv Sethi has a question. Go on, sir.
One has admired both of you. I've had the privilege of knowing both of you. I admire the courage and the clarity with which you have taken us through this. So my question is, according to a government guideline, 2% of any building's cost ought to be reserved for arts and crafts. Post the pandemic, there are millions of artisans who are really in penury. And I was wondering, how is it the Central Vista project can help them in some way that could ameliorate their suffering at the moment? And how could they add value to what you're doing?
I know this issue. There is a guideline that says we must invest certain amount in art, and indeed this is part of the project that we are working on already. There are many architectural elements that are craft-based, which is what takes up craft. So there are architectural elements, jalis, for example, etc., that are all craft-based, and that's what is being put in. Given the tight timelines, some of the things might be even put in after the timeline, because particularly the kind of craft that you're talking about takes time. And to be done well, it takes time. So you must create an architecture that can accommodate this over a period of time. You cannot produce art at the speed at which we want the parliament. So for the art it is, but not for the. For the art it is. You continue to embellish a building long after the building is complete. Even in your home, for example, you will move into a home and start using it. But you will continue to embellish it over a period of time, and that might be what might be necessary for this thing. So yes, there is a commitment to putting in good art, but good art takes time, and we need to move into this house because that's important. So we're going to move in and then perhaps add afterwards as we go along.
I would just like to add that we are not only sensitive to the point you've raised, but the guidelines in this context will, I think, appear to be conservative, because the intent is to go much beyond the guidelines. That's all I wanted. I wanted him to say it, but he's being cautious. We have people who are already beginning their work. One of our concerns has been that once we have the current buildings ready, because you must have those, because we decided against a hop, step and jump, like 2 shifts. There'll be only 1 shift involved for everyone. So when people are ready to shift out of North Block and South Block into the new Central Vista Secretariat buildings, much before that, we would have completed our thinking on what will happen in terms of the museum and shifting there. Also, what is the scale, both in terms of location, origining, sourcing, etc. And that 1 or 2% has never been a constraining factor. That's the point I wanted to make. But we already set up a small group which needs to expand now. But we are having to work with simultaneity whilst this is going on. And as Bimal says, that once we move in there, but the plans are ready and we are open to suggestions. I keep getting suggestions that, there is this big mural, for instance, done somewhere, which is on building, which I think Mr. Gujral had done, and said they were very worried, will that mural? I said, no, we are absolutely clear. The intent is to take that mural as it is and move it on to its new location, because when that building goes up. Equally, the art and other artifacts which have to go into these buildings and the investment which has to come, that's very, very prominent in the current thinking.
Sir, for joining us here at this India Today special session, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for the Minister and Mr. Patel. I want to quickly call upon Dr. Gaurav Singh, Vice Chairperson, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Minister and Mr. Patel. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, Gaurav. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, take a very quick 30-minute lunch break. Lunch is served in 2 halls, Mumtaz and Sharjah. So make it really quick. You can go to either of the halls, grab a quick bite, and I'll see you exactly in 30 minutes here. The brave hearts of Indian hockey, the young men and women who did us so proud. To take it from here, I want to hand it over to my colleague Vikrant Gupta, Senior Executive Editor.
गुड आफ्टरनून। बार बार ऐसा होता नहीं है वैसे कि ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट एक कमरे में बैठे हो, एक ही हॉल में बैठे हो। शायद 1980 मॉस्को में जब भारत आखिरी बार गोल्ड मेडल जीता था हॉकी में, 41 साल लगेंगे, किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, बट वो लोग मुमकिन करने वाले हमारे साथ। हम एक एक कर बुलाता हूं। हॉकी मेंस टीम कैप्टन मनप्रीत सिंह। मनप्रीत, ये जगह आपकी है, वेल डन। द वॉल ऑफ मेंस हॉकी टीम सृजेश। इनफैक्ट सृजेश, वो लास्ट 6 सेकंड की बात करनी है जब लग रहा था कि कहीं सपना हमारे हाथ से ना निकल जाए। विमेंस टीम, शायद इस बार नहीं लेकिन अगली बार 100% रानी ने, जो कि कप्तान है, प्रॉमिस किया है कि मेडल आएगा। रानी रामपाल, कैप्टन विमेंस हॉकी टीम। सृजेश से अभी बात हो रही थी, सृजेश ने कहा वॉल सिर्फ मैं नहीं हूं, वॉल एक और भी है। सविता पूनिया, गोलकीपर विमेंस हॉकी टीम, जिन्होंने एक मैच में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ 13 पेनल्टी कॉर्नर बचाए थे। प्लीज सविता बैठ जाइए। सुरेश, स्टार्ट मैं आपसे करता हूं, थोड़ा सा सीरियसली, मजाक तो बहुत सीरियस। आप माइक पकड़ लीजिए। 6 सेकंड बचे हुए थे और ब्रॉन्ज मेडल डिसाइड होना है। अचानक से सामने वाली टीम को पेनल्टी कॉर्नर मिल जाता है और जर्मनी इंडिया 4-5 चल रहा है, 5-4 चल रहा है। अगर वो 6 सेकंड में पेनल्टी कॉर्नर में गोल हो जाता तो शायद मेडल हाथ से निकल जाता। हम लोगों ने टीवी देखना बंद कर दिया था, मैंने टीवी बंद कर दिया था, मैंने आंखें बंद कर दी थी, पर आपकी आंखें खुली थी। पेनल्टी कॉर्नर तो सृजेश ने बचाया था, वो 6 सेकंड का बताइए।
थैंक यू बता, क्योंकि पहले जब मैं बचा था, जब सचिन आउट हो जाता ना, हम लोग क्रिकेट बंद कर देते, टीवी बंद कर देता था।
सचिन तेंदुलकर आउट, टीवी बंद।
टीवी बंद। तो वो चीज़ आपको मुंह से सुनाना बहुत अच्छा लगा पहले बार क्योंकि
टीवी ऑन रखा था, आंखें बंद कर ली।
और डेफिनेटली जब पहले बार जो पेनल्टी कॉर्नर मिला था, तब पहले रिएक्शन ऐसा था, यार अब क्या होगा, क्योंकि उतने टाइम तक हमारे हाथ में एक मेडल है, बट अभी एक सेकेंड्स ऐसे हो गया कि अरे हाथ से मेडल जाने के भी चांसेस है। बट इतना सोचने का जरूर टाइम नहीं था हमारे पास। मनप्रीत भी थे वहाँ पे, तो हमारा फर्स्ट थिंग ये था व्हाट इज़ नेक्स्ट, क्योंकि अभी पेनल्टी कॉर्नर हम लोग को डिफेंस करना है। तो हम लोगों ने पहले ये सोचा था कि ये लोग गियर पहन रहा था डिफेंस के लिए, और मुझे तो सोचना कि वो लोग का डिफेंस स्ट्रक्चर क्या, अटैकिंग के लिए वो लोग कैसे खड़ा है, उसी हिसाब से मुझे अपना डिफेंसिव स्ट्रक्चर भी प्लान करना था। उसी हिसाब से फिर ये लोगों को इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए कि अरे यार हम लोग टू अप रनिंग करेगा और तो ये करना, तेरा काम ये है भाई। उसके बाद ऐसे गोलकीपर, मेरा अपना काम होता है कि बॉल को देखो, अपना पोजीशन में ध्यान दे दो और फोकस करो। आखिर यही तो करना है कि मैं भी मन में यही सोचा था कि यार 21 साल से हॉकी खेल रहा हूँ, इतना साल से मेहनत कर रहा हूँ, इतना साल से प्रैक्टिस कर रहा हूँ, सिर्फ एक बॉल सेव करना है बस बाकी तो आपको पता ही है।
बाकी तो हमें पता ही है, बाकी बातें तो होंगी। उसके बाद भी क्या हुआ मनप्रीत, लेकिन कप्तान के तौर पर, बिकॉज आप 2012 से ओलंपिक खेल में जाना फिर वापस आ जाना अच्छा तो किसी को नहीं लगता था, लेकिन वो 6 सेकंड आपके लिए कैसे थे कप्तान के तौर पर?
जैसे सर शेरी भाई ने पहले बोला कि हाँ कि वो 6 सेकंड ऐसे थे कि हाँ कि डिफेंस करना था, और हमें अपने जो हम लोग ने इतना ट्रेनिंग किया था उसके ऊपर पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस था, और मुझे पता था कि शेरी पीछे है। तो ये, क्योंकि शेरी जब भी पीछे होता है तो हमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस रहता है कि हाँ कि यार ये क्रूशियल टाइम में भी हमें सेव करके देगा। तो उस टाइम भी यही था कि हम लोगों ने, शेरी ने बोला कि चलो रेडी हो जाओ, क्योंकि 40 सेकंड होते हैं, 40 सेकंड में आपको जल्दी से जल्दी अपना गियर पहन के आपको वापस आना होता है। तो जब वापस आते तो शेरी ने कॉल किया कि हाँ कि हम लोग ये रनिंग करेंगे, क्योंकि उनका कौन सा ट्रैक फ्लिकर अच्छा है, क्योंकि शेरी ऑलरेडी स्टडी करके आता है मैच से पहले कि हाँ कि कौन सा ट्रैक फ्लिकर अच्छा है, कौन सा कैसे वो वेरिएशन कर सकते हैं। तो उस वक्त इतना ज़्यादा सोचने के लिए टाइम नहीं मिला। मुझे पता कि मैं अभी तक जब से ओलंपिक के बाद ना सभी यही बोलते रहे यार, वो जो 6 सेकंड थे यार, मेरा सांस रुक गया था, मुझे हार्ट अटैक आने वाला था, मेरे से खाना नहीं निकल रहा था अंदर, ये था। बट हमारे लिए यही था कि हमें बस अपना फोकस रखना है और ये गोल रोकना है बस।
लेकिन उसके बाद से 41 साल तो बहुत होते हैं। 41 साल तो किसी हॉकी प्लेयर की उम्र भी नहीं है आप में से। आपको पता भी नहीं होगा कि 1980 में कमेंट्री आती थी रेडियो में, और उस वक्त जब इंडिया को गोल्ड मेडल मिला था, लोगों को इतना पता नहीं था क्योंकि वो यूएस ब्लॉक ने बॉयकॉट भी किया हुआ था। इतनी पास इतनी बार आप दोनों भी गए और बहुत सारे लोग गए, फिर वापस आ जाना, फिर वापस आ जाना। आपको लगता है वाकई तस्वीर हॉकी की बदली है? हम लोग तो कह देते बदल गया, बट वाकई में क्या बदला है?
बिल्कुल सर, अगर एक्सपीरियंस की बात करते हैं, जैसे मैं और शेरी 2012 में भी ओलंपिक खेला था, वो हमारा एक नाइटमेयर बोल सकते हैं हम लोग, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने कोई भी मैच वहाँ से नहीं जीता था, कि बहुत बुरा हम लोग सारा मैच हारे थे। और उसके बाद 2016 में हम लोग जब गए तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने क्वार्टर फाइनल लूज़ किया। बट इस बार क्या था, एक टीम में बिलीव था कि हम लोग कर सकते हैं, और जब मेडल जीतने के बाद सर टोटली चेंज हो चुका है। बट जब हम लोग वापस आए, हमारा इतना अच्छा वेलकम हुआ एयरपोर्ट के ऊपर, बाद में जब हम लोग घर पहुँचे, अपने स्टेट में पहुँचे, वहाँ पे अलग से वेलकम हुआ, और इतना ज़्यादा प्यार मुझे लगता है मैंने पहले लाइफ में कभी नहीं देखा था।
इतना प्यार नहीं देखा था?
हाँ, मतलब इतना प्यार मिला सभी से, वो नहीं देखा था।
बट एक चीज़ मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि केरला में लोग जो पीवीसी का पाइप नहीं होता है, पाइप यूज़ करके हॉकी खेलने शुरू हो गया। तो
पीवीसी पाइप से हॉकी खेलते हैं?
यस, तो मतलब केरला में हॉकी खेलना मतलब समथिंग इज टोटली डिफरेंट, क्योंकि केरला ऐसे एक जगह है जहाँ पे एथलेटिक्स, फुटबॉल, वॉलीबॉल ये सब गेम चलता है, बट गांव में प्लेयर्स बच्चे लोग पीवीसी पाइप को बेंड करके हॉकी खेला। अभी रिसेंटली मेरे एक दोस्त ने आके बोले, भाई मेरे गांव में यही हो रहा है आजकल। तो वो चीज़ बदलाव है, वही बदलाव होना चाहिए कि हम लोग बच्चे लोगों के सामने एक रियल स्टार बन के बैठा है। क्योंकि जब हम हॉकी शुरू करने के टाइम हम लोग सिर्फ सुना था कि यार हमारा ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स ओलंपिक्स मेडल जीता है, बट आजकल का जनरेशन में जो बच्चे लोगों के सामने एक रियल हीरो नहीं है, जैसे वो लोग के सामने एक ओलंपिक्स मेडल नहीं है, रियल मेडल नहीं है, तो आज जब हम लोग वो लोग के सामने दिखा दिया कि हाँ यार ये मेडल है, तो वो लोग को इंस्पिरेशन मिलता है। वहाँ से वो लोग सोचते हैं कि हाँ यार हम भी हॉकी खेलेंगे और आगे जाके हम भी मेडल जीतेंगे।
अच्छा, एक बात, चलिए वो 6 सेकंड और सब हो गया, मेडल जीत गए, फिर आप आए अपने ड्रेसिंग रूम में आए, उस वक्त श्रीजेश ने अलाउ कर दिया था पंजाबी गाने चलाना? क्योंकि इनको बहुत एतराज होता है, बताते हैं प्रैक्टिस में भी ये पंजाबी गाने चलने नहीं देते।
भाई सच में जो मैच जीतने के बाद आप कुछ भी करो कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है क्योंकि आप तो वो क्लाउड 9 के ऊपर ही है, आपको तो कुछ भी चले। उस टाइम पे तो ऐसा है कि आपको दिमाग में आपको समझ में नहीं आता कि आपने क्या अचीव किया सीरियसली। एंड पंजाबी गाने इसलिए क्योंकि ये लोग इतना पका देता है ना ग्राउंड प्रैक्टिस में, हॉस्टल में या जिम के अंदर, जब आप सोते हो तब ये लोग के पास इससे भी बड़ा बड़ा स्पीकर है। अच्छा, ठीक है, ये स्पीकर में तो पूरा आवाज़ में चलाते रहता है, और उसके ऊपर से ये लोग आपस में बात भी करते हैं उसके बीच में बैठ के। तो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता ये लोग कैसे बात कर सकते हैं, बट इसी वजह से पक गया, बस और कुछ नहीं है
यार। मान
नहीं,
बट एक्चुअली क्या है कि श्री भाई खुद भी एक बार पंजाबी बन चुके हैं। ऊपर से जैसे इन्होंने पग बंधी थी और नीचे से इन्होंने लुंगी पहनी थी, ऊपर से नॉर्थ और नीचे से साउथ है।
अच्छा, ये भी हुआ है?
हाँ, बहुत बार हुआ है।
देख, हम इंडियंस हैं तो हम लोग को हर एक जगह का कल्चर दिखाना है।
मैंने सुना, लेकिन आप पंजाबी गाने गा भी लेते हैं?
नहीं,
आप गाते हैं?
मैं अच्छा गोल कीपिंग करता हूँ, उतना गंदा सिंगर भी हो तो कभी ट्राई नहीं किया।
गंदे सिंगर हैं आप?
बहुत गंदा,
पर सिंगर हैं।
बाथरूम या गेम के बीच में भी गाता हूँ मैं।
तो आज इस हॉल में भी हल्का सा हो जाए?
नहीं, ये अभी इतना भरा हुआ हॉल है ना, मैं गाने के बाद एकदम
सब लंच करके आए हैं, सबको एक वो चाहिए।
नहीं, मोटिवेशन मेरे लिए, मैं तो बोलता हूँ कि मनप्रीत गाएगा। मनप्रीत शुरू हो जाओ।
नहीं, सॉरी श्री भाई, ये आपको बोल रहे हैं, मैं नहीं गाऊंगा इसमें। तो बट एक्चुअली सही में कि जो हमारी टीम में बहुत ज़्यादा फन होता है, श्री भाई सबसे सीनियर हैं और ये मोस्ट लविंग हैं कि हाँ कि ये जूनियर के साथ भी पूरा मजाक चलता है, और जो हमारा एक टीम में माहौल है वो एक फैमिली टाइप है, तो हम लोग हर टाइम एंजॉय करते रहते हैं। और श्री भाई को तंग करने का भी अलग से मज़ा आता है, और जब ये कई बार गुस्से में आते हैं ना, ये पंजाबी में हमें गालियाँ देते हैं।
बहुत ईजी है समझने में।
वो तो पंजाबी में ही हो सकता है, वो तो किसी और लैंग्वेज में हो भी नहीं सकता।
एग्जैक्टली नहीं, इसका 2 वेडिंग है। जैसे ग्राउंड के अंदर, जैसे मैंने आपको पहले बताया, ग्राउंड के अंदर जितना भी हम लोग अच्छा से बोलते हैं ना, वो मोटिवेशन बोलता है। जब ग्राउंड के बाहर आने के बाद उसको गाली या कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं।
वो तो मनप्रीत कह रहे हैं, आप मोटिवेट करते रहते हैं टीम को।
यस, यही मोटिवेशन है टीम।
पंजाबी लैंग्वेज में आप मोटिवेट करते रहते हैं। रानी, आप सुन रही हैं अभी तक सिर्फ, लेकिन शायद 2 तरह से देख सकते हैं, ग्लास आधा खाली आधा भरा है। आपको भरे में क्या क्या दिखता है इस ओलंपिक्स के बाद?
जैसे हमारे लिए भी 2016 फर्स्ट ओलंपिक्स था और हमने वहाँ पे एक भी मैच नहीं जीता था, तो वो मुझे लगता है वुमेन हॉकी का एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था जहाँ से हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा कि एक इतने बड़े इवेंट में कैसे प्रेशर को हैंडल किया जाता है, कैसे खेला जाता है। और उसके बाद से अभी 2020 का जो ओलंपिक्स था वो बहुत डिफरेंट ओलंपिक्स था कि पहले हम 3 मैचेस हारे, उसके बाद स्टिल टीम में वो बिलीव था कि हम अभी भी क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में पहुंच सकते हैं। एंड क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के बाद सबको पता है कि एक सेकंड टूर्नामेंट शुरू हो जाता है कि उसके बाद तो मतलब आप जीतोगे तो नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट आप टूर्नामेंट में कंटिन्यू रहोगे, अदरवाइज़ नहीं। बट एक बिलीव था इस बार टीम में ना कि हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, और स्पेशली जो आयरलैंड साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच जीतने के बाद वो मैचेस ने, इवन हम पहले 2 मैचेस हारे हॉलैंड जर्मनी से, लेकिन हमने काफ़ी अच्छी हॉकी खेली उसमें भी ना, जो वो मैचेस ने हमें बिलीव दिया कि हम बीट कर सकते हैं टीम्स को। और वही बिलीव हमें ऑस्ट्रेलिया के मैच में भी काम आया कि अगर हम उन टीमों के साथ अच्छा खेल सकते हैं तो इनके साथ भी खेल सकते हैं। और आई थिंक ये ओलंपिक्स के बाद वुमेन हॉकी को लेके लोगों की भी काफ़ी परसेप्शन भी चेंज हुई है। जैसे ऑलरेडी शिरजेश ने बोला कि बच्चे हॉकी खेलना चाहते हैं, तो वुमेंस में भी पहले मैं बता रही हूँ, मेरी जो नीस है मैं उसको बोलती थी कि हॉकी खेलने के लिए, वो बोलती थी क्या मिलेगा हॉकी खेल के, चोट तो इतनी लगती है, कुछ मिलना तो है नहीं है। लेकिन ये ओलंपिक्स लोगों ने सुबह उठ उठ के मैच देखे हैं तो रियल में पता चला है कि कितना एफर्ट लगता है, कितनी मेहनत लगती है वहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए। एंड अभी बच्चे मतलब स्पेशली लड़कियाँ बोलती हैं कि हमें हॉकी खेलनी है, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज हमने
और आप तो शाहबाद से आती हैं जहां पर ऑलरेडी हॉकी का बहुत बड़ा गढ़ है, वहां पर भी आपको लगता है कि और बढ़ेगा?
बिल्कुल। जैसे पंजाब में एक संसारपुर तो लड़कों के लिए हमेशा फेमस था, लेकिन शाहबाद जो है वो लड़कियों की हॉकी नर्सरी मानी जाती है स्टार्टिंग से, जहाँ से अभी तक मोर देन 70 गर्ल्स जो इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर चुकी हैं। तो वहाँ हॉकी का शुरू से काफ़ी माहौल था, लेकिन ये था कि उससे पहले किसी को ओलंपिक्स का इतना ज़्यादा नहीं था। सब टूर्नामेंट्स खेले हैं, वर्ल्ड कप खेले हैं, एशियन गेम्स, कॉमनवेल्थ खेले हैं, लेकिन ओलंपिक्स का इतना वहाँ पे क्रेज़ नहीं था ओलंपिक्स को लेके ना, कि क्योंकि पता नहीं था, उससे पहले वुमेंस टीम कभी गई नहीं थी लास्ट ओलंपिक्स को छोड़ के। 80 में गई थी, उस टाइम तो कोई बोर्न भी नहीं हुआ था हमारे में से। बट अभी ओलंपिक्स के बारे में बच्चों को पता चला तो अल्टीमेट उनको पता चला कि अल्टीमेट हॉकी प्लेयर का एक ये ड्रीम होता है, एक टारगेट होता है कि मुझे ओलंपिक्स खेलना है या वहाँ पे मेडल जीतना है।
सविता, सविता वैसे गाना बहुत अच्छा गाती हैं।
बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए।
लेकिन सविता ने 13 पेनल्टी कॉर्नर्स एक मैच में बचाए थे। 13 पेनल्टी कॉर्नर्स, मतलब मुझे याद है श्रीजेश ने भी बोला था कि यार अभी तक तो मुझे लगता था मैं ही हूं, लेकिन सविता भी किसी से कम नहीं।
हाँ जी, जैसे कि रानी ने बताया ना कि हमारे इस टूर्नामेंट में सबसे ज़्यादा मेन यही एक सबसे बड़ा फोकस था कि जो लास्ट ओलंपिक्स क्वालिफाई किया 36 ईयर के बाद 2016 में, वो हमारी एक अचीवमेंट थी, बट वो परफॉर्मेंस नहीं थी ओलंपिक्स में। तो वहीं से हमारे सबके माइंड में था, और पर्सनली मैं उस टूर्नामेंट में अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से हैप्पी नहीं थी। तो जब भी हम ट्रेनिंग करते थे, बीच का जो भी 4 या 5 साल का पीरियड था, उसमें यही था कि ओके इस ओलंपिक्स में हमें कुछ तो करना है, कुछ तो। और स्टार्टिंग के 2 मैच काफ़ी अच्छे रहे, बट जो इंग्लैंड का मैच था टोटली बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं था, और शायद वो मैच कुछ अच्छा नहीं खेले, इसी वजह से कुछ अच्छा हुआ। उसके बाद में हमारे कोच थे सिजोट सर थे, उन्होंने वो लिटरली इतने हमसे उस दिन अपसेट हो गए थे कि उन्होंने हमारे साथ लंच भी नहीं किया था, सिर्फ इसीलिए कि क्योंकि हमने पिछले 3-4 साल में बहुत अच्छी हॉकी उनको खेल के दिखाई थी, बट वो ओलंपिक्स की वेट कर रहे थे कि इस टूर्नामेंट में हम खेलेंगे। तो उन्होंने बोला कि तुम बहुत कुछ खो रहे हो, बट तुम्हें नहीं पता तुम्हारे पास कितना कुछ है। तो क्वार्टर फाइनल से भी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हमारा आयरलैंड का मैच था, क्योंकि वो मैच जीतना हमारे लिए बहुत ज़रूरी था। वहाँ से पॉइंट मिलते तो फिर हम टूर्नामेंट में अंदर एंटर करते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स उसके बाद साउथ अफ्रीका का भी अच्छा रहा, बट क्वार्टर फाइनल ऑफ कोर्स प्रेशर वाला मैच होता है। बट हम सब टीम ने यही डिसाइड किया था, यहाँ तक पहुँचने का सबका अपना अपना एफर्ट्स था, और वो इस मैच में, और ऑलरेडी हमें पता था कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया अच्छा है, क्योंकि अपने पूल में भी वो 5 मैच जीते थे। तो हमारे ऊपर प्रेशर कहीं ना कहीं कम था, उनके ऊपर ज़्यादा था कि उनको वो मैच जीतना है, रैंक में हमसे ऊपर है। और हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा था कि 2018 कॉमनवेल्थ में भी हम सेमीफाइनल लूज़ किए थे, काफ़ी क्लोज मैच था। तो सबको बिलीव था कि करना है, और हमारे पास और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं था, बस इतना ही था कि करना है, जैसे भी खेलेंगे, अच्छा खेले खराब खेले, बस मैच जीतना है।
यानी कहना बड़ा आसान हो जाता है कि चलो यार मेरे पास मेडल नहीं आया लेकिन मैं खुश हूं। जो मेंस हॉकी टीम का मेडल आया है, क्या सिर्फ इनका मेडल है या वो आपका भी मेडल है, खेल का मेडल है?
एक्चुअली मुझे लगता है कि आज जहाँ पे भी बात होती है कि मेडल जीता है, मुझे नहीं लगता कोई ऐसे बोलता है कि मेंस टीम ने मेडल जीता है, ये बोलते हैं कि हॉकी ने मेडल जीता है। तो उसमें मुझे लगता है उसमें हम लोग भी इंक्लूड होते हैं, बिकॉज आई नो हमारा जेंडर चेंज है, लेकिन हम हॉकी से बिलोंग करते हैं, हॉकी खेलते हैं, और स्पेशली दोनों टीम में से किसी का भी मेडल आता, लेकिन अल्टीमेट यही था कि मैक्सिमम बच्चे जो हैं वो हॉकी खेलें कंट्री में, ना चाहे वो लड़के हों चाहे लड़कियां हों। ऐसा नहीं कि मेंस टीम का मेडल से लड़कियां इंस्पायर नहीं हुई होंगी, हम बहुत इंस्पायर हुए थे ओलंपिक गेम्स में, क्योंकि इनके मैचेस हमारे से पहले होते थे हमेशा। जैसे क्वार्टर है तो इनका पहले दिन है, नेक्स्ट डे हमारा है, तो उससे हमें काफ़ी इंस्पिरेशन मिलती थी कि आज मेंस टीम जीती है तो हमें भी जीतना है।
ये लोग मैदान में भी तो आए थे मेडल्स पहन के।
नहीं, बिल्कुल हमें चीयर करने के लिए आए थे, और हम लोग भी मतलब ग्राउंड तो नहीं जा पा रहे थे क्योंकि नेक्स्ट डे हमारा मैच होता था, लेकिन हम प्रोजेक्टर पे मैच लगा के हम पूरा मैचेस देखते थे मेंस टीम का, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली इंडिया खेल रहा है, और इंडिया जीतेगा तब भी हमें ही फ़र्क पड़ेगा, हारेगा तब भी हमें ही फ़र्क पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली लोग यही बोलेंगे कि इंडिया हारा है या इंडिया जीता है कोई। तो मुझे लगता है ये मेडल हॉकी का मेडल है, नॉट ओनली मेंस टीम, और हमारी परफॉर्मेंस जो आई है वो भी हॉकी की परफॉर्मेंस आई है, ना कि सिर्फ गर्ल्स की परफॉर्मेंस आई।
अच्छा, मैं एक तस्वीर आप सबको याद कराना चाहूँगा। जब मैच चल रहा था ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, और मनप्रीत आपके घर आज तक के जो कैमरा थे, आपकी माता जी बैठी हुई थी बेड पर, और काफ़ी सारे लोग थे आपके परिवार के भी, वो पल में रो देती थी और पल में लोगों को मिठाई भी दे देती थी। वो आपने तस्वीरें देखी हैं वापस आके?
बिल्कुल सर, देखी है मैंने सर।
और फिर फ़ोन पे उन्होंने आपसे बात भी की थी?
यस सर। एक्चुअली वो मोमेंट ना मैं कभी भी डिस्क्राइब नहीं सकता मुझे क्या उस वक्त कैसे फील हो रहा, क्योंकि वो एक मेरी फैमिली का पूरी का एक ड्रीम था कि ओलंपिक्स में मेडल जीतना। क्योंकि 2016 में मेरे फादर नहीं रहे थे, उनकी डेथ हो गई थी, तो उनका हमेशा यही ड्रीम था कि मेरा बेटा ओलंपिक्स में जाए और इंडिया के लिए मेडल जीते। तो उस वक्त भी मेरी मदर ने बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया, और जब आज हम लोगों ने मेडल जीता, बट वो इस टाइम नहीं थे, वो इस चीज़ को देख सकें, बट इसीलिए वो बोल रहे थे कि आज तेरे डैड को तेरे ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा प्राउड होगा कि हाँ, कि तूने फाइनली जो उनका ड्रीम था तूने वो पूरा किया है। तो इसलिए वो रो भी रहे थे और बहुत ज़्यादा खुश भी थे कि आज फाइनली हम लोगों ने मेडल जीता है।
सुजेश, आपने कहा कि केरला में लोग पीवीसी पाइप के साथ, स्टिक्स के साथ हॉकी खेलना शुरू कर दिया है। अब यहाँ से हॉकी कहाँ जा सकती है? क्या ये टर्न अराउंड का वक्त है?
डेफिनेटली सर, क्योंकि एक्चुअली मैंने जो पहले बोला ना, आजकल का जो यंग जनरेशन है, जो ज़्यादा टाइम सोशल मीडिया नहीं तो अब देखो रियल हीरोज़ के पीछे भागता है, वो लोग के सामने हम लोग एक एग्जाम्पल रखा है ताकि आप हॉकी खेलो, आप ओलंपिक जा सकते हैं और आप जीत सकते हैं। क्योंकि पिछले हमारे हिस्ट्री देखे जाएगा तो हमारे पास सबसे ज़्यादा गोल्ड मेडल है ओलंपिक्स का, बट वो एक हिस्ट्री है, बट अभी हम लोग हिस्ट्री का पार्ट है और हम लोग हिस्ट्री को सामने दिखाए कि यही हिस्ट्री है, यही करना है आप लोगों को। तो ये इंस्पिरेशन बच्चे लोगों के लिए हम लोग पास कर रहे हैं। हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, जैसे हम लोग लेगेसी पास करना है, तो यंगस्टर्स को हम लोग यही लेगेसी पास करते हैं। हाँ यार, आज हम लोग 2021 में ब्रॉन्ज जीता है, तो आगे जाके आप लोग को गोल्ड वापस लेके आना इंडिया में। तो मेरे हिसाब से ये यंग जनरेशन कितना इंस्पायर होगा, वो लोग जितना ग्रास रूट में हॉकी खेलेगा तो हम लोग को उतना अच्छा क्रीम मिलेगा टॉप लेवल पे, नेशनल लेवल पे या इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे। तो वो क्रीम को लेके हम लोग एक बहुत अच्छा इंडियन हॉकी टीम बना सकता है।
आप पेरिस जा रहे हैं?
देख, किसी भी प्लेयर कभी भी मना नहीं करता है कि हाँ मेरे को ओलंपिक्स नहीं जाना है। डेफिनेटली जब हम लोग सब ह्यूमन बीइंग ग्रीडी होता है, स्पेशली स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, क्योंकि मेरा कैरियर 21 ईयर्स का है, तो आप बोलेगा कि अरे कल बस कर सकते हैं, तो मेरा नहीं यार एक और दिन, नहीं तो एक और दिन, तो वो वाला फीलिंग्स होता है। हमेशा कोशिश यही रहेगा कि हाँ यार अपना बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस करो, अपना बेस्ट प्रदर्शन दे दो। जब तक टीम वालों ने नहीं बोलते, जैसे ये लोगों ने लात नहीं मारते, तब तक मैं तो टीम में रहूंगा पक्का।
तो ये लोग क्या कह रहे हैं? बोलो मनप्रीत, 2024 ओलंपिक्स पेरिस जा रहे हैं?
सर हमारी तरफ से तो जा रहे हैं,
जा रहे हैं?
हाँ पक्का सर, क्योंकि सर नो डाउट कि बेस्ट गोलकीपर हैं, तो हम लोग यही चाहेंगे कि यार कि जब तक ये श्री भाई पोल में होंगे तो हमें आगे कॉन्फिडेंस मिलता है कि हाँ कि यार कोई बात नहीं, अगर पीछे बॉल चली भी जाएगी तो श्री रोक ही लेगा। तो ये कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोग यही चाहते हैं कि हाँ वो खेले, बट आगे उनके ऊपर है कि हाँ कि उनकी फिटनेस और ये सब के ऊपर काफ़ी डिपेंड करता है सर।
रानी, बड़ा आसान हो जाता है, आज हम भी हॉकी को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, शायद हम भी भूल गए थे हॉकी नाम की कोई एक खेल है भी है। वो वक्त बताइए जब स्पॉन्सर्स भी नहीं थे। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट आई थिंक वाहिद ऐसी संस्था थी जिसने सपोर्ट किया हॉकी को। वो मूवमेंट बताइए जब पूरी टीम को आपके जाने से पहले कोरोना हो गया था शायद बैंगलोर के कैंप में, उस वक्त का भी तो बताइए, उस वक्त में आपका क्या स्ट्रगल था?
यस, काफ़ी सारे ओलंपिक से पहले हमारे काफ़ी सारे एथलीट दोनों टीम्स के ऑफ कोर्स जिनको कोविड हो गया था, तो काफ़ी टफ सिचुएशन थी, क्योंकि एक तो कोविड हो गया, आप रूम में 14 डेज़ के लिए क्वारंटाइन हो, दूसरा कि कंट्री में सिचुएशन बहुत ख़राब चल रही थी उस टाइम पे कि लोगों को ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिल रही है एंड खाना नहीं मिल पा रहा है, लोगों की जॉब्स चली गई, तो काफ़ी स्केरी सिचुएशन थी उस टाइम पे कंट्री में ना। और आप रात को सो रहे हो तो आप एक डर के साथ सोते हो कि सुबह पता नहीं क्या न्यूज़ आएगी, किसकी फैमिली से क्या न्यूज़ आ सकती है या किससे क्या न्यूज़ मिलेगी पता नहीं, क्योंकि ऑफकोर्स सब लोग अपनी फैमिली से दूर थे, तो सबको अपनी फैमिली से बहुत प्यार होता है एंड फैमिली को भी हमसे बहुत प्यार है। तो काफ़ी स्केरी सिचुएशन थी, लेकिन उस टाइम पे आपस में जो टीममेट्स होते हैं या हमारा कोचिंग स्टाफ होता है, उन्होंने काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्प की हमें कि हमें कैसे मोटिवेट रखा जा सकता है उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि ओलंपिक्स इतना क्लोज था, सबको ये था कि 14 डेज़ क्वारंटाइन में रहना कि आपकी फिटनेस बहुत पीछे चली जाती है, 14 डेज़ रूम में रहने से आप वो नहीं कर पाते जो फील्ड में कर पाते हो। तो लेकिन कोचेज़ ने, ट्रेनर्स ने वो विश्वास दिलाया कि आप लोग एक बार कोविड से रिकवर हो जाओ, उसकी टेंशन मत लो कि आप फिटनेस में कैसे कोप अप कर पाओगे बाद में। और साई में स्पेशली थे तो तीनों टाइम काफ़ी अच्छा हेल्दी खाना मिलना, उससे हमें काफ़ी सपोर्ट मिली, क्योंकि लोगों को खाना नहीं मिल रहा है कंट्री में और हमें तीनों टाइम हेल्दी खाना मिल रहा है, तो ये काफ़ी अच्छी चीज़ थी। तो काफ़ी सपोर्टिव था वहाँ पे माहौल एक्चुअली, लेकिन टफ था क्योंकि आपके दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं डाउट्स आने शुरू हो जाते हैं कि आप 14 दिन अंदर हो, अब वापस जाओगे, आप सडनली एकदम से इंटेंस ट्रेनिंग नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि इंजरी का चांसेस रहता है, या आप मतलब कोविड से आने के बाद आप उतना ज़्यादा इंटेंसिटी ट्रेनिंग नहीं कर पाते, आपको स्लोली शुरू करना पड़ता है।
सविता, हम लोग मेडल तो बहुत आराम से और ऐसे मांग लेते हैं जैसे पानी का गिलास हो। लड़कियों की टीम में नौकरियां भी नहीं है, शायद लड़कियों को नौकरियां भी नहीं मिल रही थी और हम उनसे उम्मीद करते थे मेडल्स की।
बिल्कुल, उसका सबसे बड़ा एग्जांपल शायद मैं ही हूँ कि जिसको जॉब के लिए वेट करना पड़ा, बट आज ये सच है कि आज सिचुएशन बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज हो गई है, स्पेशली इस ओलंपिक्स के बाद। बट पहले उससे ज़्यादा जॉब्स नहीं थी, मोस्टली रेलवे में जॉब देते थे या इनकम टैक्स में गर्ल्स टीम को जॉब मिलती थी। बट कहीं ना कहीं हम इस चीज़ को पॉजिटिव ही लेके जाते हैं कि हमें पहले कुछ अच्छा करना है, तब हमारे पास कुछ आएगा। तो ऑफ कोर्स आज हमने ओलंपिक्स में अच्छा किया, तो हमारे पास ऑफर्स भी, हमारी टीम में जो यंग प्लेयर्स हैं उनको अभी से जॉब के ऑफर आ रहे हैं, तो दोनों तरफ से होता है कि ऑफ कोर्स जैसे कि कंट्री हमें वो रिस्पेक्ट प्यार दे रही है, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी भी अभी डबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि आगे की जो अपकमिंग टूर्नामेंट्स हैं तो उसमें हम भी अपना बेस्ट करें ताकि वो रिस्पेक्ट प्यार बना रहे।
मैं पेरिस की बात कर रहा था श्रीजेश से। विमेंस हॉकी टीम पे अब क्या बदलाव हमें दिख सकता है पेरिस के लिहाज, क्योंकि एक स्टेज पर जाकर जो आपको एक्सपोजर मिलता है, कहते हैं ना वो मुंह को खून लगना, अब वो मेडल में एक्चुअली तब्दील करने के लिए क्या चाहिए?
हाँ जी, जैसे बिल्कुल जैसे बताया कि हमने 2016 में फर्स्ट टाइम क्वालिफाई किया था और उसके बाद 2020 में आज हमने 4th पे फिनिश किया है, तो नेक्स्ट हमारा पेरिस ओलंपिक का यही एम रहेगा कि हम भी मेडल के साथ वापस आएँ, और उसके लिए हमने जितना काम किया शायद उससे ज़्यादा डबल हमें करना है। बट अच्छी बात ये है कि गर्ल्स इससे बहुत कुछ सीख के आई हैं, मोटिवेट हुई हैं, और एक जब टीम मोटिवेट होती है और एक सेल्फ बिलीव होता है तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
सुजेश, मैं फिर आपको पीछे लेकर जाता हूँ। इतने साल का स्ट्रगल, पंजाब के प्लेयरों के साथ रहना, उनके गाने सुनना।
यार बार बार आप पंजाब ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, उन्होंने खुद कहा है, मुझे नहीं पता। वो उन्होंने खुद कहा है कि जी मुझे लगता है, नहीं, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि इन्होंने पंजाबी सीखी कितनी है।
अच्छा, मुझे लगता है वापस कैंप में जाके मुझे आप गाली बढ़वाओगे हाँ कि पंजाबी ऐसे नहीं करना।
पंजाबी सीखी कितनी है? बस सपोज मनप्रीत से आपने मीटिंग में बात करनी हो।
नहीं, एक्चुअली मेरा पंजाबी ये लोगों को सिर्फ ऑन द फील्ड समझ में आता है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे हमारा कम्युनिकेशन बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग रहता है और हर एक छोटा वर्ड का मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा बन जाता है।
और हम लोगों ने इनको नाम भी दिया है, श्रीजिंदर सिंह।
अच्छा,
देखा, एक नॉर्मल कॉमन चीज़ है, जैसे अब देखे जाएगा तो पंजाब साइड से ज़्यादा तरफ हॉकी प्लेयर्स निकल के आता है, जैसे आप बोल सकते हैं कि फैमिली गेम है पंजाब में हॉकी। तो जब मैं हमेशा पहले टाइम में भी क्या में रहता है, तब एक 30 या 40 लोगों में से 20 या 25 लोग पंजाब से रहता था, तो हम लोग को लगता है कि हाँ यार मिलना है तो फिर अपना नाम भी बदल दो श्रीजिंदर सिंह, तो वैसे आ गया था। बट डेफिनेटली जब मेजॉरिटी मेंबर्स एक ही जगह से होते हैं तो आप लोगों को थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आने लग जाता है, क्योंकि हर एक टाइम ये लोग 4 लोग बैठते हैं तो शुरू हो जाता है पंजाबी में, तो सामने बैठने वालों को मजबूरी से सीखना पड़ता है। एंड डेफिनेटली मल्लू लोगों को तो आपको पता है, हम लोग चांद में भी टी शर्ट लगाए वाले लोग हैं, तो पंजाबी तो थोड़ा बहुत आ ही जाता है।
आपको पता ही है कौन से गाने सुनते हैं? आपको उस सिंगर का नाम पता है?
नहीं नहीं ये लोग
नहीं वो जो इनका फेवरेट सिंगर है अभी जो बात मुझे बता रहे थे आप।
नहीं पता नहीं, सच में पता नहीं, मैं इसलिए तो
मनप्रीत
पर ये मोस्टली जहाँ सिद्धू मूसेवाला या दिलजीत इसके सॉन्ग ज़्यादा चलते हैं।
और चमकीला
वो तो सरदारा सिंह के फेवरेट थे ना, वो प्ले करते थे ज़्यादातर।
चमकीला का कौन सा गाना इनको आप सुनाते हैं?
सर वो मुझे भी नहीं याद है।
यार अभी तो आप गा रहे थे यार मनप्रीत।
नहीं सर वो मुझे भी नहीं याद है, वो सरदार सिंह को पूछना पड़ेगा उनको।
तो आपको कौन सा याद है?
अभी तो सिद्धू मूसेवाले के बहुत
आपने इनको अच्छे मूड में करना हो तो कौन सा गाना गाओ दोगे?
सर फिर हम लोग मोस्टली ज़्यादा म्यूजिक वाला दूसरा इंग्लिश सॉन्ग सुनते हैं श्री भाई के लिए, तो इंग्लिश सुनना पड़ता है, वो हमारे लिए डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है फिर।
अच्छा अंग्रेजी?
फिर हम लोग हाँ इनके लिए इंग्लिश रहता है, फिर हमें सिर्फ उस म्यूजिक से ही नाचना पड़ता है बस, और कुछ नहीं।
हाँ कौन सा वाला सुजेश?
देख भाई देख, म्यूजिक ऐसे एक चीज़ है, आप हर एक टाइम एक फेवरेट गाना नहीं सुन सकता है। जैसे आप बारिश होते हैं तो आप लव सॉन्ग सुनना चाहते हो, राइट?
लाइक
ये नहीं सॉन्ग, आप किसी भी सॉन्ग सोच ले, बट जब आप जिम में जाने के टाइम आप थोड़ी सुनेगा वो, तो आपको चेंज करना पड़ेगा, आप ट्रांस में चले जाते हो। और जब आप ट्रैवलिंग करने के टाइम आपको थोड़ा टाइम मेडिटेशन या म्यूजिक या इंस्ट्रूमेंटल वाला म्यूजिक सुनना पसंद करते हैं, तो ऑटोमेटिकली ऐसे म्यूजिक का भी टेस्ट थोड़ा बहुत बदलते जाता है।
बहुत अच्छी अचीवमेंट रही है आप लोगों की, लेकिन ओवरऑल इस ओलंपिक्स से मैं रानी आपसे शुरू करता हूं, इंडिया की परफॉर्मेंस को आप कैसे असेस करते हैं ओवरऑल?
काफ़ी अच्छी रही इंडिया की परफॉर्मेंस, दोनों टीम्स की देखें जैसे मैंने बोला कि ऑलरेडी
नहीं सिर्फ हॉकी नहीं, ओवरऑल ओलंपिक्स के लिहाज से
काफ़ी अच्छी रही कि अभी तक आई थिंक 7 मेडल्स आए हमारे, और इससे पहले नहीं आए कभी इतने मेडल्स, और डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट में आए एक्चुअली। वो सबसे अच्छी चीज़ थी कि जैसे अगर हॉकी ने बच्चों को इंस्पायर किया, तो वहीं कहीं ना कहीं एथलेटिक्स में देखे तो कभी मेडल ही नहीं आया ओलंपिक्स में, जो कि एक मिल्खा सिंह जी का एक ड्रीम था कि मैं वो मेडल देखूं। और अभी पूरे एथलेटिक्स उसमें भी एक बिलीव आया होगा कि अगर नीरज जीत सकता है तो हम भी जीत सकते हैं। उससे पहले मुझे लगता है किसी ने सोचा नहीं होगा कभी हम एथलेटिक्स में भी मेडल जीत सकते हैं। तो वही हमारा बॉक्सिंग में है, वेट लिफ्टिंग में है, डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स में आया, तो इससे कहीं ना कहीं शो होता है कि हमने बाकी स्पोर्ट्स को भी हमने इंस्पायर किया ताकि बच्चे डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट खेलें, क्योंकि ज़रूरी नहीं होता कि सबको हॉकी पसंद हो, ज़रूरी नहीं है कि सबको एथलेटिक्स ही पसंद हो, लेकिन डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स में मेडल आया, तो काफ़ी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस रही ओवरऑल इंडिया की।
नीरज से बात हुई मनप्रीत?
आप
लोग एक जहाज में आए थे शायद?
नहीं उनसे वैसे बात होती रहती है, क्योंकि वो काफ़ी डाउन टू अर्थ आदमी है, ठीक है, वो काफ़ी हार्ड वर्किंग आया है, तो उनसे बात होती रहती है। वो हमेशा अपने बताता रहे कि उन्होंने कितना हार्ड वर्क किया था, ठीक है। उन जब इंजरी आई थी उनकी शोल्डर की, उसके बाद भी उन्होंने कितना अपना रिहैब किया, कैसे उन्होंने स्ट्रगल करके वापस उन्होंने ये मेडल जीता, तो उनसे बात होती रहती है। वो काफ़ी पॉजिटिव गए हैं, ठीक है। बट मैं ऐसे बात कर रही हूँ कि मैं पैरालंपिक वालों की भी बात करना चाहूँगा, उन्होंने भी इस बार बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा किया है। इस बार पहली बार हुआ कि इतने मेडल आए हमारे पैरालंपिक्स में भी। तो ओवरऑल जैसे रानी ने बोला कि ओलंपिक्स में वैसे भी बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस रहा सभी एथलीट्स का।
सर बताइए, हरियाणा के पानी में या दूध में कुछ है कि इतने सारे ओलंपियंस अब हरियाणा से जाते हैं और उनको मेडल्स बहुत ज़्यादा मिलते हैं?
शायद जब हमने भी खेलना स्टार्ट किया था तो यही लाइन सुनी थी कि हरियाणा से बहुत प्लेयर निकलते हैं, बट कहीं ना कहीं जैसे कि अभी श्रीजेश भैया ने बताया था कि पहले वहाँ पे नहीं होता था, और जैसे हरियाणा में हमेशा बोला जाता है कि रेसलर्स ज़्यादा हैं या फिर जो भी बॉक्सर्स ज़्यादा हैं। हॉकी की ऑफ कोर्स वोमेंस टीम हमेशा से हरियाणा से, ज़्यादातर कैंप में हरियाणा से रहते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्लेयर्स का भी अपना भी इंटरेस्ट हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैसे गवर्नमेंट काम करती है उतना ही बच्चे के पेरेंट्स इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, क्योंकि अल्टीमेट हर कोई यही चाहता है कि ओके आप स्पोर्ट्स में जा रहे हो, आपको मिलेगा क्या आपको। तो एक वो चीज़ें होती है कि हमेशा से हरियाणा का सुनते आए थे कि ओके स्पोर्ट्स के लिए बहुत कुछ करती है, और वहीं से फिर स्टार्ट होता है कि आपको स्कूल में है कि मेरे ख्याल से बहुत से स्कूल्स हैं जिनमें कि ऑलरेडी काफ़ी स्पोर्ट्स खेले जाते हैं हरियाणा में। जहाँ सुनने जब मैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में थी तब भी वहाँ पे ऐसे बोलते थे कि ओके यहाँ पे हम फुटबॉल खेलना स्टार्ट करेंगे। तो वो एक हमारा, जब मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया उस टाइम कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स का नाम भी नहीं था, क्योंकि मैं गाँव से बिलोंग करती थी। तो बट आज के टाइम अगर देखा जाए तो मुझे लगता है ऑल ओवर हरियाणा में हर गाँव में या कुछ ना कुछ स्पोर्ट्स तो खेला जाता है, और वही कहीं ना कहीं एक मैसेज जाता है सबके लिए, इसीलिए वहाँ से शायद ज़्यादा प्लेयर्स निकलते हैं।
सुजेश, ये आखिरी सवाल है, ऑब्वियसली ये सेशन हम एंड करेंगे, लेकिन इस वादे के साथ कि आप पेरिस जाएंगे, पेरिस से हॉकी गोल्ड आएगा और रानी की टीम भी एक बड़ा मेडल लेकर आएंगी।
जैसे स्पोर्ट्समैन का लाइफ आई मीन कंफर्म कुछ भी नहीं बोल सकता, क्योंकि कल इंजरी हो सकता है या परफॉर्मेंस डाउन हो सकता है या पीछे वाला लोग बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस कर सकता है। बट हमेशा कोशिश यही रहेगा कि हाँ यार नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स तक खेलना है, नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स में जो इस बार जो मेडल लेके आया वो मेडल का कलर चेंज करना है। तो आगे की रास्ता आसान नहीं है, क्योंकि अब सोच के देख लो जो 41 ईयर्स के पहले हम लोग मेडल जीत के आया था, बट उसके बाद जितना भी ओलंपिक्स गया पूरा इंडियंस ने हम लोग को भेजा कि एक उम्मीद के साथ, एक्सपेक्टेशन के साथ, हाँ यार इंडियन हॉकी जाके मेडल जीत के आएगा। तो एक वो उम्मीद थे सबके अंदर, अभी वो उम्मीद पूरा हो गया। डेफिनेटली हम लोग ने प्रूव किया कि हम लोग कर सकता है। तो आगे में जाके एक्सपेक्टेशंस बढ़ते जाता है कि हम नेक्स्ट टाइम पेरिस जाने से पहले ही बोल दिया होता है हाँ यार इंडिया गया तो मेडल पक्का है। बट इसी नहीं है, जैसे आपने पहले बोला, जैसे मेडल लेना इसी नहीं होता है, क्योंकि जितना हम लोग मेहनत करते हैं ये ओवरनाइट होता नहीं है। पिछले मैं तो क्या बताऊँ, अभी पिछले 4 साल से हम लोग सब ये ओलंपिक्स के लिए तैयार कर रहा था। अभी ये ओलंपिक्स खत्म हो गया टोक्यो, अभी नेक्स्ट 4 इयर्स हम लोग नेक्स्ट ओलंपिक्स के लिए प्रैक्टिस करता है। और उधर जाके हम लोग हारने के टाइम तो ऑटोमेटिकली सबने लिखने शुरू हो जाता है कि हाँ यार क्या यार ये लो तो वैसे जाके आ गया, नहीं तो बहुत कुछ नेगेटिव आ जाता है। तो ये उम्मीद आज हम लोगों ने जगाया, एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है हम लोग जो नेक्स्ट जूनियर प्लेयर्स है या नेक्स्ट टीम को देना चाहता है, ताकि ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस आराम से नहीं आए। नहीं तो एक्सपेक्टेशन ऐसे फालतू में नहीं आए, एक्सपेक्टेशंस हमारे परफॉर्मेंस की वजह से आए। तो हम लोग ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बच्चा लोगों को लेगा देते हैं, और हम लोग साथ में भी लेके जाएंगे वो लोग को, ताकि हम लोग पेरिस में जाके एक मेडल जीते। एंड डेफिनेटली वुमेन्स टीम के बाद तो कंफर्म है ये लोग इस बार तो अनलकी है, सीरियसली एक मेडल मिस हो गया, बट डेफिनेटली नेक्स्ट टाइम पेरिस में मेरे हिसाब से कंफर्म दोनों टीम को पोडियम फिनिश होगा।
विजेश रुला दोगे आप। वैसे टेलीविजन पर जब आप दोनों के मैचेस दोनों टीमों के आए थे, बहुत सारे लोग रो भी रहे थे, लेकिन इस हॉल में क्योंकि हम सब उम्मीद आपसे कर रहे हैं, तो मेरी दरख्वास्त रहेगी सबसे, अगर एक स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन और तालियां इन चारों के लिए हो जाएं, इनकी टीम के लिए, इनकी स्पोर्ट के लिए हो जाए, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो उम्मीद हम बात कर रहे हैं वो हकीकत में बदली जा सकती है। थैंक्स प्रीति।
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you all to keep raising that warm applause while I call upon stage at this point of time Mr. Deepak Jangra, Vice Chairman, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our Olympians. Thank you, Shrijesh, Savita, Manpreet, and Rani. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ikrant. Give us about a 2-minute turnaround time. We're on with our next session then. Let's move on to our next session. Dragon Teeth, is the world ready for a Chinese century? To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After that fabulous and inspiring Olympic session, we come to a different kind of arena of competition, the battle for global supremacy. If the 19th century was the era of British imperialism, the 20th century, one of American hegemony, the 21st century that we live in was initially talked of by experts as the Asian century. It was projected that the three major Asian countries, China, Japan, and India, would become dominant powers. Yet, less than a quarter of a way of this century, both India and Japan seem to have dropped out of the race. And now there is talk of a solely Chinese century. Instead of the multipolar world that India had hoped would emerge, experts say that we are heading once again to a bipolar one, with a diminishing America holding up one pole and a rapidly rising and aggressive China grabbing the other pole. Let me give you some figures that would give you an idea of China's growth and its importance in recent times. China's GDP is now 3 times the size of Japan and 5 times the size of India, and is fast catching up with America's GDP. China's share of the global output has increased so rapidly that it is expected to overtake the US, the world's biggest economy, sooner than expected. Some predict by 2028 itself, that's 7 years from now. It has already overtaken the US as the world's largest recipient of foreign direct investment just last year. For the first time in the Fortune 500 list of the world's largest companies, more firms were based in China than in the US. It has edged ahead of US in trade with the European Union. And China's overseas lending to developing countries now rivals that of the World Bank. Under its Supremo, Xi Jinping, China is developing its economic, diplomatic, and political influence on a global scale that is alarming most of the world. That is why this session is titled, "The Dragon's Teeth, Is the World Ready for a Chinese Century?" For India, which has already felt the dragon's breath in Ladakh last year, understanding China's game plan and countering it is vital for its strategic autonomy and security. To enable us to get a sense of the significance of the rise of an aggressive China and how the world and India should deal with it, we are privileged to have two of the finest minds on the subject. Ambassador Shivshankar Menon, a former National Security Advisor and Foreign Secretary, and Dr. Andrew Small, a senior transatlantic fellow at GMF, a highly regarded strategist on China, and author of the book, The China-Pakistan Axis. Let's give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start this session by posing the central question to our two experts. Do you think that this is going to be the Chinese century? And if not, what kind of century would it be? Mr. Menon, would you take the first shot at this?
It's possible, but unlikely, in my opinion, for 3 reasons at least. One, you'll notice everything that you mentioned about representing Chinese dominance and was all economic. I think there's no question China is an economic superpower today. Every market, every commodity price, everything. China's part of all the global value chains. But in other metrics of power, which are equally important, military, for instance, today still the US is the only power that can project military power anywhere around the globe when it wants to. China's still a regional power. Secondly, China's in a very crowded neighborhood with other rising powers. Unlike the US or previous hegemons like Britain, she's not sitting behind 2 of the largest oceans on Earth. She doesn't have the option of being an offshore balancer, retreating when she wants to. And she, therefore, she's tied down in her own neighborhood. The first island chain contains her at sea, and on land she rubs up against countries like India, like Russia, like Iran. These are large countries, and she has to accommodate them if she wants to make it, and she has to then work with others. But most important, China is dependent on the world. Interdependence means dependence as well. She depends on the world for technology. She depends on the world for even finance, though she's very rich as a country, I mean, in terms of reserves. She depends on the world for energy, for commodities to keep her economy going, for markets to sell the products of her factories and so on. So I'm not quite so sure that it's going to be a Chinese century. China will be powerful. She will be one of the dominant powers, and she and the US look like they're on track to be far ahead of everybody else at present rates. But I still don't see it yet as a Chinese century.
Now, come to the other part. So what kind of century do you think it would be?
Well, there's multiple possibilities. All of them with a very powerful China. I mean, that's true. But, you know, ideally, you would have some form of multipolar world, but you don't have that today, and at least in my opinion. My opinion, are in a world between orders, and that's why you see all this jostling, pushing, shoving. You saw it on our border, you see it in South China Sea, you see it around Taiwan, you see it East China Sea, Senkakus. That would be some kind of multipolar system which works. The other more likely, in my mind, is that we go on with this confused situation today, where between the big two, they agree on some things. They agree on keeping other people down, making sure there's no more peer competitors for them. But that they'll contend in all these other domains, like cyber, like outer space, like the maritime space around China. But that economically they have to come to some understanding among themselves, because basically they depend on each other. Neither of them can survive. They're really joined at the hips. They're like Siamese twins in a sense. Their economies are so tied into each other. So that's an ideal situation if they do come to some understanding. Otherwise, we're going to see real trouble. And that is the most worrying part. In any one of these scenarios, uncertainty is very high. The risks of accidents are very high. And frankly, while great power conflict seems unlikely, not between China and the US and so on, it doesn't make sense for either of them to get into conflict. But other kinds of conflict, all kinds of other violence, short of a conventional war between great powers. Frankly, you already see it all around you, whether it's civil wars, proxy wars. You've seen what's happening in Afghanistan. So for me, most likely a muddled sort of situation going forward in the foreseeable future. We don't know what happens after 5 years, 10 years.
Sure. Now, I'd like to come to you, Dr. Andrew Small. You've studied China closely. They are building their military exercise. They are pumping in a lot of money. Mr. Menon's argument is that it's largely financial dominance, economic dominance that's there, and therefore they will not be the kind of superpower that they'd hope to be. What is your estimate of this?
China's always understood power in comprehensive terms. It's one of the few countries where they publish these regular indices on comprehensive national power. The understanding has always been that you have to develop these things simultaneously. Economic power is a precondition for the totality of national power. And we have seen this shift on China's part from, yes, its top priorities are regional, but it has global influence, global equities, and ultimately it does want to be a global military power. I think that's become quite clear. And there is still a view on the Chinese side at the same time that you have to learn lessons from other great powers of the past. The form of Chinese global military power is not something that I think they believe is going to look like the United States. Take Afghanistan as one of the obvious examples. The view on China's part is not that they should have a militarily dominant role or presence in certain parts of continental Asia. The view is that's a trap on the areas of power that matter more. And so I think you're going to see a different version of the form of power that China is, that takes in the lessons from powers in the past, but that treats all dimensions simultaneously. And I think this is almost what you've seen from the US in the last period of time as well, a shift in understanding that also starts to think in comprehensive terms about what the competition with China actually amounts to. China was actually quite comfortable when most of the balancing efforts on the US part were purely military in scope. The shift to treat technology, economics, and all of the other dimensions of power as all part of the same competition in the last period of time has actually been what's given China much greater headaches. Because as Ambassador Menon says, there are still critical forms of dependence that China has. There are still critical forms of dependence that China has, not least on US technology, as we saw when the US went after Huawei. What you're seeing now on China's part, though, is an attempt to transcend those forms of dependency. They want to escape the fate of being interdependent or being dependent on others. What they're trying to do now domestically, what Xi Jinping's big push is essentially to make the rest of the world dependent on China, while China itself is self-reliant. To create a level of interdependence that's asymmetric in China's favor. And that's a difficult task. There are trillions of dollars being poured into this on areas such as semiconductors and other areas. They haven't got there yet. They know these constraints still exist. But we're already on track, and we're seeing how does China transcend some of the last of these limitations of dependence. And that's conditioning a lot of near-term and long-term approach that China's taking to.
You know, Mr. Menon, you had talked of the possibility of a conflict, maybe not a major conflict. Now, 3 weeks ago, the US signed a military pact with UK and Australia called AUKUS. Right? Do you see that as America's best shot at containing China? What is the significance of the AUKUS development?
Well, I see it as...
And this is military.
I see it as an attempt to restore balance and therefore stability in the seas around China, through the Indo-Pacific, but particularly in the seas near China, South China Sea, East China Sea. And to that extent, if it restores the balance and prevents domination of these seas by any one particular party, any one country, one military, then, you know, it's a good thing from an Indian point of view. Because for us, it's important that these seas stay open, that you can freely navigate them, use them for peaceful purposes, trade, etc. And I don't see how AUKUS goes against any of that. In fact, it helps to produce that kind of outcome, which we need. But it's only one small part of the larger security architecture that we're talking about, because China's problem is that she's contained by that first island chain, you know, from Japan all the way through the Ryukyus, Taiwan, etc., all of which, Korea, basically these are all US allies. And at sea, she has the world's greatest armada 12 nautical miles off her coast in her face. And this is China's problem. She's trying to project naval power, military power at sea, and she's trying to learn to be a maritime power. And that's a transition that she still hasn't made. And it takes time to start thinking, because you can't think of the South China Sea the way you think territorially of Xinjiang. It's a different problem at sea. And so I think we're watching multiple transitions. China knows what she needs to do. But every time she does something, there is a pushback, there is a reaction. And AUKUS is a reaction to a Chinese build-up over the last 30 years, and this attempt to become a maritime power which goes beyond just the brown waters around her into the blue oceans.
Dr. Small, I want you to take up that question, but with an additional question that I have, which is we have seen the kind of aggression that China has shown in terms of what they call the gray zone war that it does with Taiwan regularly. They've been strafing their skies, pushing deep into their space, threatening them. We've seen what happened in Galwan Valley in India. Do you think this is also a potential conflict zone? Because you never know, as Mr. Menon was saying, that there could be a mistake. We read yesterday in the papers that a US nuclear sub, a foreign object had stuck on it. We don't know what it is. They haven't defined it. And US is also, as part of AUKUS, now going to supply nuclear-powered subs to Australia. So what is your sense? Is there, firstly, AUKUS a serious threat? Second, do you think there would be a smaller conflict, or who knows, a conflagration of a kind that we wouldn't want at this period?
So, I mean, AUKUS has two dimensions. One is the submarine deal, and the other that had less attention is a series of forms of cooperation on areas such as military artificial intelligence, defense industrial policy, other areas. And I think this is one of the things that's going on simultaneously. You're starting to get right now a series of states that are working together more actively in coalition with each other, that feel greater urgency about the need to do so, and that see this as well as a disadvantage for China. In the end, China by itself as a power, yes, is a peer competitor to the United States. The big edge that the US and its allies have is still that alliance network, that wider framework of partners and allies, which I think in the US mind will still, in principle, give it the preponderance of power if you're able to marshal those coalitions effectively. But I think the problem has been, until recently, there have been limitations on countries' willingness to move on certain fronts. The US, of course, hadn't moved as assertively against China as it has until recently. But Australia was very cautious, for instance. We saw that with the Quad, of course, classically as well. But the forms of coercion that Australia has experienced, which have not just been about the naval build-up that they've been seeing on the Chinese part, it's also the forms of economic coercion that they've experienced in the last period of time. And it's made countries willing to take certain steps that I think even a few years ago they wouldn't have been willing to contemplate. I'm not sure that necessarily leads into dangerous conflagration risks. There are instances where that is absolutely the case, where Taiwan will tend to come very, very high up on that list. And that's not necessarily just risks of miscalculation, that's risks of very deliberate calculations on the Chinese side that say that they are, in certain circumstances, willing to take certain actions. We're seeing this certainly in the forms of intimidation that are taking place right now, the kind of psychological warfare that's being waged on Taiwan. But if not in the next couple of years, if not in the next 5 years, there is a real question as to whether China sees a set of conditions where it's simply willing to act. On at least in that instance. And I'm in some ways more worried about that than I am about some of the accidents.
And Mr. Menon, you could answer this. Why doesn't China just take Taiwan? I mean, this is like an ABC question, but look, they've built their military power. They've shown that they can use, in our borders. Why don't they just walk in?
Well, three problems. One is, as we saw on our borders, they may not fully achieve what they want. Two, it involves killing fellow Chinese. And the Civil War was over a long time ago. It's been 70-plus years, 72 years since the Civil War. And for any Chinese leader to be seen killing fellow Chinese without provocation doesn't really make sense. Just because he wants to be in the list of greats as the one who reunified China, that isn't sufficient. And I don't think they know that they can actually win. They're not sure how the rest of the world will respond. There is ambiguity there, deliberate, on the US side. Japan actually has been speaking much more publicly about how they don't want to see a change in the situation. They have reason to be careful. But I think the point Andrew's making is that at some stage, the gains of reunifying China, completing this work. Mao Zedong managed to make China stand up, found the PRC, Deng Xiaoping made us rich, and that our present leader managed to reunify the whole country, finish the unfinished work that Mao and Deng couldn't do. Maybe that attraction will override rational calculations. And that's the real fear, which is why I think Taiwan is an exception to most of the other calculuses. And I think we have to keep watching it very carefully.
Now, Dr. Small, India had, along with the US, Japan, and Australia, formed the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. And for a while, it just meandered along, and only in the last 2-3 years, it's gathered the momentum And in the first in-person meeting happened just 2 weeks ago, the first in-person summit that's there. Now, has AUKUS taken the thunder away from Quad? Is Quad just another talking shop now? And, there's very woolly notions that experts call of the greater world good, and left all the security issues aside.
I wouldn't oversell AUKUS really in the scheme of these things. You have a submarine deal, which one can assess, and then you have a kind of sub-Five Eyes arrangement. The Five Eyes have been attempting in the last period of time, and again, particularly conditioned by what went on with 5G, to kind of expand the scope of the kinds of issues they look like, beyond the sort of intelligence sharing and other traditional means, to look at some of these questions around industrial policy cooperation, some of these other things, forms of technology sharing that can only take place between a small number of trusted countries. But we're now even in a sub-Five Eyes space on this, because New Zealand was more uncomfortable about some of this. There were some constraints on the Canadian side. So this is a smaller subset of a framework that's been in place for a long time, even if it's doing some new things. The UK role, I don't want to denigrate, but in the scheme of US strategy in Asia, if I'm looking at the countries that really matter most, I'm going to put India and Japan markedly ahead of the UK role. The Quad is still going to be...
You're not British.
The Quad is still going to be quite one of the central structures on the US side. There is a level of investment of energy and commitment there. What you saw in the last summit meeting was, of course, this proliferation of different working groups and new areas, and this can sometimes lead to some dismissiveness about it being a talking shop. I think lots of these other areas, what the new architecture is on these questions, is going to be critical. This is where a lot of the emphasis on US-China policy, US-Asia policy is going to go. It's not just going to go on the classic military balancing piece, however important that continues to be. It is how are you able to stitch the other partners and allies together comprehensively in all of these other domains as well. And there's a kind of... And you're seeing all of this now done at leader level as well, which is important. You saw this not just with the Quad, but in the exchanges that were taking place in Europe when Biden had his visit, the G7, NATO, other frameworks where China and some of these questions were not dealt with as a top-tier issue in the same way. And now they're being dealt with openly, essentially, between leaders of the world's democracies, and that translates into some quite different outcomes, even if we're still with the kind of the new areas of focus of the Quad and some of what we're seeing transatlantically still in the early days on all of that.
We've got about 7 minutes, and I'd like now to come to India and China. There's a clear and present danger that India faces against China. Mr. Menon, you've seen the border dispute and the kind of aggression that China has shown, and our other issues in terms of trade with China. How do you assess the way India's dealt with China so far, this current regime?
Well, I think this regime, previous regimes, basically we've managed the relationship. The trouble is, of course, that the power balance has shifted against us. When we established a sort of live and let live attitude in Rajiv Gandhi's time, our economies are roughly the same size, we were same technological level, and India was probably more integrated in the world. Now China's 5 times bigger, the economy, technologically much further ahead than India, and much more integrated into the world. So the balance has shifted, so China's behavior has shifted, because China responds to the relative balance. So we need to change our behavior, and we are in the process of resetting what we're doing. You heard what EAM said yesterday. You'll probably hear from the Foreign Secretary after this. So it seems to me that I don't think we've ever been fooled in the recent past by what we see. Militarily, I think we know how to deal with China, and I don't think China achieved what she wanted tactically on the line in spring 2020. But it's still an ongoing process. We'll have to see where this goes. The line is live all the way across. Politically, we've done the external balancing. We've seen Quad, you mentioned. There's a whole set of other actions. Thanks to Chinese actions, we have lots of new friends. So we're working with them. But ultimately, the only answer to China is not external, not relying on somebody else. It's relying on ourselves, strengthening ourselves, doing the military reforms, doing the other things. Each of these has begun. I mean, we've started military reforms, fundamental military reforms. But it's too early to say that, oh, we're successful, we're wonderful, we're on the right track. Because frankly, Chinese behavior is changing. What's happening around us is changing so fast that we'll have to be pretty nimble over the next few years.
Now, Andrew, I want to ask you an additional question. Apart from your views on how, someone like you observes the way India's handled China, I would also like you to look at the new developments in Afghanistan, the nexus that China and Pakistan have developed with China, the new big brother there in Afghanistan. What is the kind of danger that poses? So first, let's start with how India's handled its relations with China in the last 2-3 years.
There was a reasonable set of assumptions going into dynamics with China. They'd held for a long time. There were mechanisms that worked. There was some elements of predictability even amid all the competition that took place. China has shifted its approach in ways that have caught almost everyone off guard in different ways. There is a significant process of adjustment now taking place for all states, not just India, to deal with the different phenomenon that we're seeing from China. Some of this you can reverse engineer it and say this could have been predicted from a long time ago and these sorts of things. But we've had ways of thinking about how we deal with China as a relatively pragmatic, rational actor. There is a framework within which you can still say it's approaching these things rationally, but it's not approaching them with the same level of pragmatism that it was before. It's taking on actors on multiple different fronts right now. So I think going into what India took going into the various blow-ups at the border in the last period of time, I think was a reasonable framework of assumptions. But the transition to deal with the China that we're now dealing with is not something where one can kind of turn on a sixpence and flip into a new policy. Some of these things require longer term shifts. Some of them are internal, some of them are a question of how India now works with, and in some respects takes advantage of precisely the additional impetus, the new friends, the additional focus, including again on the economic side, where there are a lot of states that are now looking at the dual circulation strategy, everything that's going on there, and saying where else can we go right now, and how do we construct an economic structure where China plays less of a part, where some of these forms of dependency don't exist. India is, of course, one of the places that is top of that list, but that will require certain internal dynamics of the sort that Ambassador Menon was talking about. On Afghanistan and China-Pakistan, I mean, China is uncomfortable with where things are right now. It has to be stressed. There's a lot of reason to play up the advantage. China has a long-standing relationship with the Taliban. This was a policy in Afghanistan that Pakistan had pursued. The two are friends, all of these sorts of things. China is having a hard time with CPEC. It's been stalled in certain respects for the last few years. They're frustrated with the pace of it. They've been frustrated with it the entire period of time since Imran Khan took power. The Chinese can deal with the Taliban, but they don't fundamentally like them. They find them to be a hostile ideological force. They find them to be supporting all of the groups they're most concerned about. They're concerned about the implications in Pakistan. They're not sure that Pakistanis entirely have a grip on what the outcome there is likely to be. This is an adverse set of shifts that, as far as China sees, is taking place in its western neighborhood, with very direct practical consequences when you're seeing the sorts of attacks that have taken place, that have escalated on CPEC projects in the last few months, and at precisely a juncture where the US drawdown takes place, where China feels that it's going to be left doing more cleaning up of the mess in a way that it doesn't want to, precisely for the US to pivot its focus to China, the Indo-Pacific, great power competition, and all of these sorts of things. China and Pakistan will have to work more closely together in Afghanistan. This is already happening. China's very dependent on Pakistan for navigating the Taliban, navigating internal Afghan dynamics, but it doesn't mean that they see that as a comfortable picture, or as the outcomes that they're seeing right now in Afghanistan as ones that are necessarily moving in a direction that's entirely consistent with their interests. They want to contain the threats. They want to manage this as best they can. I think they see it as manageable, but it's not a benign outcome from their perspective. They'd have liked the Americans to stick around.
You want 30 seconds on that? I've got.
No, I actually agree with that.
Okay.
And I think the people who should be worrying about what happened in Afghanistan are first the Pakistanis, second the Chinese.
And if you was, each of y'all, one thing that India should be doing to combat China, or contain China, or deal with China, one thing you would say, the big thing, and Andrew, what would you say?
Well, grow at 12%.
Andrew?
I mean, I think India should be one of the central actors in this new coalition building and set the terms of what those coalitions look like. I think there's tremendous scope to shape what these new frameworks amount to, but that will require, I think, being quite proactive about deciding what contours of this new forms of alliance and coalition building best suit Indian interests.
Well, Shiv Shankar Menon, Andrew Small, thank you very, very much. Let's give them a warm round of applause. We could have spoken a lot more, but till next time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause while I call upon Mr. Muralidharan P, Executive Director, Marketing Product Development, Chief Marketing Officer, Life Insurance Corporation of India, to come up on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you, gentlemen. Within a minute, we're going to go into our next session. If you're tweeting, do tweet under the hashtag ABetterNormal. All right, viewers, we're going to power into our next session, and to take it from here, once again, I'm going to call upon stage Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing India Today Group.
Hello, everyone, again. And following our deep dive into the rise of China and the threat it poses to India in particular and the world in general, we are privileged to have Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla with us. Please give him a very warm round of applause. We are hoping he will tell us on how he's guiding India's foreign policy in this volatile world that's there. Not just the challenges we face against an aggressive China, but also the other big issues. The new world order emerging in the midst of the worst pandemic that humanity has seen in recent times. The major power blocks and alignments that are emerging. The Afghanistan crisis, which we briefly touched in the previous discussion. Dealing with a hostile and emboldened Pakistan after their coup in Afghanistan. Apart from other nations in our neighborhood and the challenges posed by the other big issue that the world faces and has to deal with, climate change. So that's a whole lot of issues that's there, Harsh Shringla. And may I begin by asking you, firstly, to begin with, I mean, all these dramatic changes that we have witnessed in the world and in our region, how would you describe these and define them? And how is India navigating through this very troubled world that is there, particularly on our foreign policy? Please go ahead, Mr.
Well, thank you, Raj, for the introduction, for having me on the India Today Conclave. It is a volatile world out there. The world has seen the greatest shock to the international system since the Second World War. COVID-19 has claimed millions of lives and destroyed hundreds of millions of livelihoods. We are still in the midst of this, not knowing where exactly this will go. In addition, we've seen a sort of a geopolitical shift. The images of the fall of the Berlin Wall are fast fading. Unipolarity is giving way to a multipolarity of sorts. We've also seen an increasing level of economic output and dynamism in Asia, with India an integral part of that process. That is leading to a redistribution of the global GDP towards Asia. Politically, economically, in technological terms, capacities are shifting to Asia in a rebalance. And in some senses, this is changing the power equation. And when you have, I think those of us who are students of international relations would know that when you have a situation in which the balance of forces shifts, it has its consequences. And those consequences also result in many cases in friction. And we have seen instances of friction as a result. Friction doesn't necessarily have to mean friction in military terms, but economic friction, trade wars, greater volatility in the global scenario. Now, where does Indian foreign policy fit into all of this, and how do we deal with this?
And have you realigned your foreign policy to meet with this?
Well, foreign policy in general represents continuity and change. Continuity are those elements that, well, in some senses represent your core values and interests, which don't change very much. Geography is destiny, so your neighbors remain the same. But you do need to have a foreign policy that is nimble and agile in dealing with the changes that the international order brings. And many of these changes are not those that you had any ability to either predict or to, in some senses, influence. COVID-19, of course, is a case in point. But you do need to be involved in minimizing the consequences on your own domestic environment. One very important and immediate case in point is the situation in Afghanistan.
Yep.
Now, the US decision to withdraw from Afghanistan was not something that we had a hand in. After 20 years of investing blood and treasure in that country, the US decided for its own reasons to pull out of Afghanistan. But the consequences are those that we've had to obviously face. We're an immediate neighbor, and we have very high stakes in the way Afghanistan develops, the regional situation evolves around it, and its impact on everything that is important to us. And from that perspective, I think our diplomacy has been very, very engaged on that issue. Since, I would say, 15th of August, when the Taliban took over Kabul, we have been involved in a series of very high-level diplomatic engagements. The Prime Minister has spoken to a number of heads of state and government. You know that he recently met President Biden, he met President Suga, Prime Minister Suga and Scott Morrison. But he's also spoken to President Putin, who sent a high-level team down to India to engage us on the Afghanistan issue. He's had conversations with President Macron. He's also spoken to many of the other leaders that are involved with the situation. Foreign Minister has met the new President of Iran. He's met the heads of state and government of most Central Asian states. I would say that we have been in contact with practically everyone who matters on this situation.
If I can just intervene at this moment. I mean, one of the things, yesterday when Dr. Abdullah was talking to me, we had a session with him, the former CEO of Afghanistan. He said that it is his advice to India was that India should engage with the new government. There's a clear and present danger for us in terms of the security issues that the Taliban regime throws up in terms of the jihadi groups. So he says to engage with them on that and to provide humanitarian assistance, even if we don't want to proceed with recognizing the government at some point. So what is, have we engaged with the Taliban regime? And what is, what is the movement forward? Do you think Dr. Abdullah's advice is something worth looking at?
Well, nimbleness and suppleness in diplomacy also means that you have to reach out to all those that you have to deal with, irrespective of what they represent. This dispensation is in power, and we have engaged them. We have had our ambassador in Doha, Qatar, deal with their delegation there at senior levels. We've got some reassurances and some sense of how they would like to see our involvement. I think they were quite positive in terms of our continued engagement on the development front, on retaining our diplomatic presence. But what is important also is that we need to watch carefully how the situation on the ground unfolds. After all, we were involved in the UN Security Council when Resolution 2593 was adopted. India was the president of the Council. We steered the negotiations towards a conclusion that really, in many senses, is seminal in determining the international community's approach towards Afghanistan. And that resolution calls for an inclusive, negotiated political settlement. It calls for the human rights of women, children, and minorities. It calls for humanitarian access, direct humanitarian access to the international community. It also demands that Afghanistan does not in any way use its territory to the detriment of others in terms of terrorism. So these are very important factors in how we deal with Afghanistan. And in that context, I think we have to really see how that evolves. I mean, we have seen the formation of a government that is far from inclusive or representative. You've seen the DG of the ISI go there and facilitate a government that has 35 members of the cabinet who are designated individuals in the UN Security Council's list. So that's not a great start. And I think we have to carefully watch how the situation, as I said, develops. The international community has significant leverages. You've got frozen assets, which are in bank accounts abroad. You've got the entire development partnership paradigm, which is there. Afghanistan does depend on external resources to a great extent. But as far as humanitarian assistance is concerned, I think we, like many other members of the international community, have said that we separate what is in the welfare of the people of Afghanistan from the actions of the present dispensation in power. In other words, we are more than willing to provide humanitarian assistance. You have to remember that India has been a constructive player in Afghanistan. Over the last 20 years, we have invested over $3 billion in Afghanistan's development directly. We are the only country that has development projects in every of the 34 provinces of Afghanistan. So we are happy to continue the humanitarian assistance part.
And that is what I think Afghanistan representative asked India recently, humanitarians to start with.
Unhindered, unimpeded, direct humanitarian assistance to be distributed through the UN and other civil society organizations is what we've asked for. We've delivered 1 million tons of wheat to Afghanistan over the last 15, 20 years. We're happy to do much more in helping the people of Afghanistan. But the conditions have to be appropriate for that.
Sure. You've set the benchmarks in the UN resolution, and those are the things India will look for. But I want to come to what you had mentioned, the concerns that India has of the role that Pakistan is playing in Afghanistan, the fact that the ISI chief went there, the fact that the Haqqani network seems to dominate the current regime's government on this matter. How serious is that problem for us? What is the role you see Pakistan playing over there? What are the dangers for India?
Well, when you support and nurture an ideology that is associated with acts of terrorism, extremism, radicalism, you have to be careful that it doesn't come back and it's not counterproductive. And what we are really looking for is responsible actions by those who are able to control the situation in Afghanistan. So whether it is Pakistan or whether it is the Taliban, we expect that there would be actions that are responsible and that in many senses the commitments they've made to the international community, which were conveyed fairly early on in the game, are lived up to. And those commitments are benchmarks, as you mentioned, that I think we, as well as most members of the international community, expect to hold them to. I think that is very important. Obviously, we would like to do everything possible to ensure that this does not impact adversely on us. We are already seeing some impact of some of this situation. Whether there is a direct linkage or not, we are not sure. But there are concerns out there, and we have to be able to use our instruments of diplomacy, or every instrument available to us, to ensure that we are insulated from the impact of such outcomes that could be detrimental to our interests.
Now, you mentioned that you are noticing some problems that are coming up post the Afghanistan takeover by Taliban. We have seen in Srinagar 2 days ago the shooting of innocent teachers, and there's a communal angle to it. We've seen the ceasefire somewhat break down in Pakistan. They did sort of this thing. How do we proceed with Pakistan? Do you see the situation worsening? What is it that you expect of Pakistan now? We are not in, we have our embassies still operating there, but what is the way forward? What do we expect from Pakistan?
Well, we've always maintained that we want good relations with all of our neighbors, including Pakistan. But it is incumbent on Pakistan to ensure that there is no attempt or no direct impact of cross-border terrorism on India from any of its territories. And that, I think, is, again, something that we would hold them to. And until and unless that, let's say, commitment or that requirement from our side is fulfilled, we certainly would have serious issues. And if there is continuing impact of cross-border terrorism, that would also have its own impact.
And do you see these recent incidents that are there, the growing hostility in some senses? Is there a connection?
Well, look, for one, we have had a ceasefire agreement, and that has held to a large extent. There are some violations, but that is there. We've seen increasing infiltration, including the involvement of terrorists from across the border. You've seen on television that one of the terrorists was captured, and he was, I think, he's a direct evidence of the involvement of terrorist organizations within Pakistan. That is putting it as minimally as possible. But, again, the fact of the matter is that these are areas that are very important in terms of how our relationship develops. And unless the basic core issue of terrorism emanating from Pakistan and its territories is dealt with, I think we will not see much forward movement in that relationship.
Now, how do we see the threat coming from Afghanistan, given the fact that all these groups all the groups inimical to our interests have deep connections with the Taliban regime? Are we gearing up our internal security to meet that threat? How confident are we, or what else do we need to do?
Well, the concern really is that whether you have spaces within Afghanistan that can be used by terrorist groups. Various countries have various terrorist groups that are of concern. Terrorism in general is of concern. Whether those who control Afghanistan's territory can actually control the groups that operate out of it is something that we have to see. But I don't think we can take it in good faith, and I think we have to be prepared to deal with contingencies that arise out of a more volatile Afghanistan, a situation that is going to be exacerbated by the humanitarian crisis that we will experience or are experiencing, a lack of governance that is there. And I think in many senses, a possibility that those, again, interests that could be wanting to use the situation to the detriment of others would, I would say, take advantage is something that we have to be fully prepared for. So I would say that our, whether it's our diplomacy, it's our political posture, whether it is our security forces, I think we need to be completely on the same page that this is a threat that could be potentially serious, and we need to be able to be fully prepared to meet that threat. And I would say, going by all the, I would say, activity in terms of interministerials, in terms of the interagency coordination that we are witnessing, I think the system is fully geared up to meet that challenge.
Let's move to China now, and there are several dimensions and problems that arise out of that. And let's start with the military dimension. We've had the aggression in the Galwan Valley and others. We've seen some sort of pushback from China in the last month because of the resistance we've put up on this and this thing. Where do we stand on the military or the aggressive intent that China has on the border? Do you see an end to it? Where have we reached in that confrontation, if you'd like to call it?
Well, one of the we did talk about a volatile world and the COVID situation. We were, I would say, very preoccupied with dealing with the first wave of the COVID crisis. We found that a sort of a huge buildup of Chinese forces along the border areas in our western sector in Ladakh, in our eastern sector in Ladakh, what we call Western Ladakh, and also attempts at multiple transgressions at various points, which are clearly, I mean, both the amassing of troops and the attempts at transgressions are in violation of several agreements that we have signed, in particular agreements in 1993 and 1996. And those issues, I think, have in many senses strengthened our resolve that unless these issues are dealt with firmly and we get full satisfaction out of the situation, we will not be able to go back to a restoration of normal ties with China. The entire agreement of 1988, based on which the two countries agreed to take forward this relationship, and I think we've done quite well over the last 4 decades or so in the way that the bilateral exchanges have progressed, with trade close to $90 billion, several exchanges at all levels. But all of this was contingent on peace and tranquility in the border areas. And here is where we have a serious issue. Now, we've had 12 rounds of senior commanders meetings on the ground. We've had several rounds of the working mechanism at the diplomatic levels. We have resolved some of the issues that were most, I would say, pressing along the border areas. But we are still, I think, in that process. We would have a 13th round quite soon. We hope that we can make headway. But we still do maintain that until we get full satisfaction that the situation that has arisen as a result of Chinese assertiveness and aggressiveness along our border areas last year is resolved, we will not be able to restore our relationship to the levels that were there before COVID or before 2020.
Now, coming to the summit that you mentioned with the US President that Prime Minister Modi had, and of course the Quad meeting. Just before the Quad meeting, the AUKUS was formed, the military pact between Australia, United Kingdom, and the US. Now, has AUKUS in some senses taken the thunder away from Quad? Quad was seen to contain China, particularly on the security front. Has that agenda gone? Is Quad just another talking shop now?
Well, let's start with Quad. And Quad, I think, has a very serious agenda. The agenda really is to fulfill what we see is a vision, a collective vision between the 4 states involved, like-minded states, of a free, open, inclusive, transparent, prosperous Indo-Pacific region. The sort of region that we live in, we want to live in, and we want to see in the future. And to that end, I think the Quad leadership has had 2 summits so far. The first was a virtual one in March, and the second one was recently in DC, which you mentioned. In both of these, you would see that there's an array of initiatives that have been taken that would further the objective of an Indo-Pacific region that we would like to see. In other words, whether you talk about the vaccine initiative to manufacture vaccines in India with financing from the US and Japan, last mile support from Australia, and have this disseminated in the Indo-Pacific region, I think is an important, very, very important cooperative effort at a time when many of the countries in the Indo-Pacific are reeling from the effects of COVID. Many of these countries don't have access to affordable quality vaccines. And this is something that is, I think, making that we've already announced that we have a certain quantity of vaccines available that are going to go out. But by the end of 2022, we expect 1 billion vaccines to be available. We've got a sort of a compact on new and critical technologies, which is very important. Semiconductors, reliable, sustainable supply chains is part of that. We're talking about climate change actions, green hydrogen, green shipping corridors, the Quad countries coming together to promote those efforts. We're talking about HADR efforts, which is something which is a collaborative effort with the Indo-Pacific countries, with the ASEAN at the centrality of this process. We see many of our friends and partners in the Indo-Pacific increasingly interested in working with the Quad on some of its activities. In other words, this is a cooperative approach. We want to co-opt and get the cooperation of countries in the Indo-Pacific. We are not getting them into another major, I would say, great game that involves their region. What we are saying is let's work together on the areas that you value and the areas that are important. Connectivity, infrastructure development, building better infrastructure. These are areas that the Quad is working on.
And how does India look? Sorry, yeah, please finish.
Sorry. AUKUS is different because
yes, I was going to ask you that. What is your view about AUKUS?
Is a security alliance between 3 countries that already have a security pact between them. All of these 3 countries, of course, are countries with whom we have good relations. So I would say that AUKUS is a very different construct than Quad. AUKUS is looking at it from a purely security perspective. Quad is a group of countries that is looking at cooperative measures on the Indo-Pacific. There may be a complementarity at some level, but they're actually very different from many senses, other than the fact that they have some common membership.
Europe and France were pretty upset, France particularly, on the way US went about announcing the AUKUS. Did we get a heads up from the US about the AUKUS, that this was going to, after all, we were going to have a Quad meeting? Was India told? Aren't we a little upset by the way America just formed this alliance out of the blue?
I think, the fact that the Prime Minister spoke to the Prime Minister of Australia, or rather the Prime Minister of Australia initiated a call with our Prime Minister. The President of France spoke to our Prime Minister. Prime Minister, of course, met President Biden. We've had conversations with all of our friends and partners. It is not in our interest or anybody's interest to see a difference of views between partners in the Indo-Pacific region. We need to work together in a cooperative and collaborative manner. To that extent, I think we have to whatever extent possible, we have succeeded in narrowing down the differences, in being of some ability to help the three countries understand the larger perspective to work together. I'm not saying that the countries are not speaking to themselves. Obviously, these countries have very strong links. They're very close partners. But in the heat of that moment, we happen to be there both in the Quad as well as in terms of conversations that the PM has had with President Macron. And as a close friend, as a country that values its relationship with all of these countries involved, we've tried to contribute to bringing them together.
But did we get a heads up from the US? Did we tell them, hey, we're supposed to be friends, how could you do this to us?
Well, let's just say that we have, fairly close information sharing arrangements, whether it's with Australia, whether it's with France, whether it's the United States, and I think those arrangements hold good.
And we did or didn't get the heads up?
Look, let me just put it this way. There are many things that are above my pay grade. So I may not be able to exactly respond to what you're saying.
We've got 2 minutes, and you'd mentioned vaccines earlier, right? I'm not going to pin you down on that. I understand. But what is the role India is playing? Looking ahead, we had to stop Mission Maitri for various internal reasons. How do you see the future projecting itself in terms of the way India should be handling the COVID crisis internationally? There's issues of vaccine equity that India feels very strongly about. What can we contribute to the global good on that?
Let me try and put it in a construct. When we had the COVID crisis that initially hit us, we were still trying to grapple with what it meant, but it was obviously a serious issue. The Prime Minister took two initiatives, you'd recall. One was the regional initiative and one was the global initiative. The regional initiative was bringing together all the SAARC leaders in a single platform, a virtual platform, of course, to deal with what should be regional cooperation on COVID. If you look at the fact that not all of our neighbors were very much on board on issues that involve SAARC, I think it was a major initiative. And at the end of the day, you brought them together on a humanitarian initiative. We had the SAARC Emergency Response Fund that was created as a result. It was instrumental in allowing SAARC countries to cooperate with each other on areas that involved expertise, best practices, healthcare, dealing with COVID. The Prime Minister also made the suggestion that the G20 should meet to deal with the COVID crisis. And Saudi Arabia, which was the chair of the G20, convened an extraordinary meeting of the G20. And for the first time, as the Prime Minister noted in his address to the G20 had never met on a humanitarian issue. They've always met on either a financial or an economic issue. The Prime Minister mentioned the concept of human-centric globalization. This is the first time this term was used. And that has been our approach all through, whether it is in the allowing the export of essential medicines like hydroxychloroquine, whether it's allowing a certain quantity of vaccines to go out to our neighbors and others, whether it is in assisting countries in our region directly through rapid response teams. This has been the fulcrum of our approach. You help others when you can. When we had our second wave, a number of countries came together to help us, saying that, look, you helped us in the first wave. It is our responsibility to pitch in and provide solidarity with India at a difficult time. And you saw that we had a great deal of support from across the world. No sooner had the numbers come down, we found that our production of items like remdesivir, liquid medical oxygen had really been ramped up. We were able to assist Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So what I'm saying is that it's an interdependent world. COVID has brought home to us the fact that we live not in isolation, but in a certain interlinked and interdependent world. The larger global good is a very important part of that approach. And I think that has been our foreign policy approach, that we are looking at a human-centric globalization. Vaccines is a part of that. When we had the vaccines, we did share them. We had the second wave. We needed to focus on the welfare and well-being of our own citizens. Today, we are almost ready to pass the 1 billion vaccine mark, which is a real record in any way. The other day, when we had a conversation with Australia, it turned out that we were able to vaccinate as many people as the entire population of Australia in a single day.
Let's give a round of applause for that.
So an incredible achievement by all means, that India, which had a relatively late start, is today at a 1 billion point. 70% of our population received the first dose of vaccines. Today, we have announced, Prime Minister announced that we are ready to begin exports of vaccines. We are willing to look at our friends and partners across the world to see how we can assist them, obviously calibrated on our own requirements. So this is something that I think the world expects us to step up to the plate as the pharmacists of the world, as the manufacturing center of the world, as the healthcare center of the world, come forward, assist countries, developing countries, Africa has had such a small share of the vaccines. So we need to do what we can, and we will do what we can, contingent, of course, on our own requirements and the availability of surplus vaccines.
Well, Foreign Secretary, on that positive note, we'll have to sign off. We've run out of time, but thank you very, very much for this very insightful chat. You've been candid. Let's give him a very warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj.
With that applause, may I please call upon stage Mr. Shantanu Dhar, Chief Human Resource Officer, Hindustan Power, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Shringla. Give us just about a minute. We are ready to go into our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our next session. Raise high the roof beams, unleashing the transformative power of sports in India. I'd like to call upon our session moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak. This session is sponsored by Jain University.
The government gave a reply in Parliament in which it said that India spends 3 paise per day per capita on sports. In comparison, a country like China spends 6 rupees 10 paisa per capita per day on sports. That's 200 times what the Indian government spends. Is it possible to harness the power of 1.3 billion people and to turn India into a global sporting power? If you see the track record so far, you would think that this is a pipe dream. But when you look at the surging aspirations of 1.3 billion people in a young country which is on the move, you wonder if we can overturn this baggage of history. Our two special guests at the India Today Conclave are sporting aficionados. One has been our previous sports minister, one is our current sports minister, one was in charge of Mission Tokyo, one is in charge of Mission Paris. What are the lessons from Tokyo that we can take to Paris? And how should India move from the 7 medals we won in these Olympics? Ladies and gentlemen, the 19th India Today Conclave, can I request you to join me in welcoming to the stage two young, bright, sporting, very fit Modi cabinet ministers. Can we have a round of applause for Information and Broadcasting Minister, Minister for Youth and Sports Affairs Anurag Thakur, and also Minister for Law and Justice of India, Mr. Kiran Rijiju. Can we have a warm round of applause, please? There is a special reason we requested both of you to come to this stage and at the same time, because one of you was in charge of the build-up to the Olympics, the other was in charge of what happened during the Olympics, and now Anurag ji will be responsible for what happens over the next few years. So I want to start by asking you, Anurag Thakur ji, about the lessons from Tokyo, and what is it that you think we need to do between Tokyo and Paris to ensure that we go from 7 to double digits. And I also want to know what is your aim for the next Olympics and how do you hope to get there?
Thank you, Rahul ji. As you have already set the target from 7 to double digit, or maybe doubling the number from 7 to 14 or whatever. See, the first issue is of creating a sporting culture. From stopping culture to sporting culture. From people's participation to people's movement. So I think it's very important to nurture that and infuse that kind of feelings. I think that has started. The way the Prime Minister is engaging with the sports persons and also encouraging them before the event and post-event also. That was very important. And the Tokyo Olympics and before that, it wasn't an easy time. We were going through the troubled times, COVID-19 pandemic, and to train the players locally and globally wasn't that easy. And I'd like to thank my friend Shri Kiran Rijiju for putting all the efforts and his team during that time also and when I took over. So I think we get along well, we know each other well, part of the same Modi cabinet. So I think that was one way. And you could see that during the Olympics and post-Olympics also, the coordination among both of us. But in future also, I personally feel there's a larger role to be played by the center, state, national sports, central government, state government, national sports federations, educational institutes, and the private sector, which could be NGOs or the corporate sector or the private sector. Why I'm saying so is it's a state subject. Sports is a state subject. States has to play an important role. Then the federations, association has to pick teams, select teams. Center can work on the elite athletes or to create some infrastructure all over the country. That is what we are trying to do. And that is how Modi ji's involvement into sports and his passion for sports has actually helped. His experiment in Gujarat from Khel Mahakumbh to giving a larger size and scale to make it Khelo India at the national level, that has actually helped. From the talent hunt at the local level to teach and train the athletes for the global excellence. So I think that has actually helped us, but how to take it forward? There are many steps which need to be taken. A larger participation of the corporate sector. If you look at the school, college and universities, we don't see that kind of participation today. But if you look at the United States of America, only one university like Stanford gives you a large number of medals, 26 to 27 medals. If you look at the Tokyo Olympics or the Rio Olympics. So how many universities here in India are giving that kind of contribution? So I think it is everyone have to come together, all these five. The central government, state government, national sports federations, educational institutes, and the private sector, NGOs to the corporate and the private sector. I think they should come together, and there is no reason why we shouldn't do well. If the sports person of today can feel and believe that they can win a medal, Olympic medal in future, I think that belief is the most important thing. And I think the youngsters today, the sportsmen today are feeling so. वो सोचते भी हैं और सच कर दिखाने में भी पूरी तरह से ताकत लगाते हैं.
Minister, you were responsible for the build-up to this pandemic-ravaged Olympics. In some sports, we did better than anybody could have dreamt of. Neeraj Chopra winning the gold medal in javelin. In some, we did much worse than we would have hoped for. For example, the shooting contingent coming a blank. If you were to give tips to Anurag Thakur, sir, here's your mic, on what should be done from your lessons on what can be done to make India's Olympic preparation for Paris better, what would you suggest?
Well, the perspective is very clear, as my successor Anurag Thakur has already clearly laid out. And of course, the Prime Minister's drive and also government's intention, everything is clear. I just want to go back to some basics. How do you create sports culture? There is a huge misconception in the country. Before I took over as sports minister also, everybody expects कि सरकार को ये करना चाहिए. And the impression was that athletes are suffering, government is not concerned, or government is not doing enough. That was the impression. Whereas, if you see, I'm not talking about the Eastern Bloc, you see the Western Bloc, be it Europe or America, no government spends the way Indian government spends for the sports. No government involves in the sports the way Indian government involves. But the perception is different. Government is not here to run sporting bodies. Government is not here to manage the stadiums. And government are not supposed to create stadiums and infrastructure. It is to be managed in a much more professional manner. But the expectation in India is that sarkar ko karna hai. Why this has happened? It is because there is a lack of sporting culture. Now, the sporting culture can be created in many ways. I will not touch upon that because it requires a long deliberation. When people come to me and they say, sports के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए, तो मैं उसको बोलता हूँ, खेल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आपको ज़्यादा कुछ करना नहीं है. अगर आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते तो कम से कम टेलीविजन में मैच देखो या स्टेडियम में जाकर के आप मैच देखो. आप सोचिए यहाँ बैडमिंटन लीग सक्सेस नहीं हुआ, क्यों? देयर इज नो व्यूअरशिप. सिर्फ ओलंपिक में मेडल लाएगा तभी आप सेलिब्रेट करेंगे. यू आर नॉट एक्चुअली इन्वॉल्व इन द प्रोसेस, तो फायदा नहीं. तो चेयर अप, जो चेयर फॉर इंडिया कैंपेन क्यों हुआ? जस्ट टू इन्वॉल्व द सिटीजन्स टू ड्राइव द स्पोर्ट्स. नाउ क्रिकेट इज सक्सेसफुल बिकॉज people watch cricket. तो many people don't understand. हम लोग को भी बोलते थे, अब अनुराग जी को भी बोलते होंगे, he was BCCI president. मैं जब खेल मंत्री था मुझे भी बोलते थे जो क्रिकेट को इतना प्रमोट करते हैं, बाकी को क्यों नहीं करते हैं? तो कितना को हम समझाएंगे भाई, सरकार क्रिकेट को एक लाल पैसा देता नहीं है. The money comes from the people. If there is 50-60 million viewership in one match, तो उसका इनकम जनरेशन यू कैन इजीली कैलकुलेट. और यहाँ फुटबॉल मैच होते हैं, व्यूअरशिप 1 मिलियन भी नहीं है, तो हु विल स्पॉन्सर? Until or unless people join in the sporting movement, the country cannot turn into a sporting powerhouse. So that is why I don't want to talk about the larger policy which Anurag ji has already spelled out. But मेरा एक ही कंसर्न है, इस देश में स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर बिल्कुल नहीं था, और ये दावे के साथ हम कह सकते हैं जो अब स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर अब बनने लगा है. खास करके ये टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स के बाद आप किसी भी खिलाड़ी को पूछ सकते हैं अभी. और हमने कहा कि ये ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट्स क्यों, कबड्डी को भी आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, खो खो को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए. जो भारतीय खेल है जैसे मलखम है, योगासन है, या कलाड़ी पट्टू है, थंगता है, ये सब भारतीय खेल है. हम सिर्फ विदेशी खेल को खेलेंगे और भारतीय खेल को नहीं खेलेंगे, ये भी ठीक नहीं है. कोई भी खेल हो खेलना चाहिए. स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर डेवलप करने के लिए लेट अस ड्राइव अ कैंपेन वेयर सिटीजंस कैन आल्सो.
So one of the very interesting things is the passion with which both Minister Thakur and Kiran Rijiju speak about sports. अगर आप बीते ज़माने के स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर्स को देखते, उनकी शक्ल देख के, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं लगता कि ये कुछ खेलते होंगे. और अब अगर आप हमारे करंट स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर या प्रीवियस स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर को देखो, तो ऐसा लगता है कि इनको जहाँ मौका लगता है खेलना शुरू कर देते हैं. I have some videos. I just want to play those out. If our producers can play them on the screen at the back. मुझे तो लगता है अनुराग ठाकुर जी आपके लिए ड्रीम जॉब है कि जहां आप जाते हो जो स्पोर्ट मिलता है, टीटी का मौका लगा टीटी, जहां मौका लगा वहीं पे आप शुरू हो गए. इज दिस समथिंग लाइक are you sending a thank you note to Prime Minister Modi every day कि मजा आ गया, आपने मेरी ड्रीम जॉब मुझे दे दी.
सब कुछ 25-30 साल के बाद करने को मिल रहा है. जब से छोड़ा है तब से अब मौका मिला है.
No, but you're taking it also very seriously. क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था उस दिन टीटी ऐसे नहीं कि ऐसे टक टक टक, आप मतलब काफी सीरियसली इसको खेल रहे थे. And even Kiran Rijiju used to do the same. Are you missing out being sports minister? See, the one thing you'd notice about Kiran Rijiju, and we've known him for so long, is that when he was in charge of youth and sports affairs, he was very light and very happy, and now he looks so burdened by law files, all these thick files. Or is it just projection? I have to now look serious because I'm law minister, or do you feel burdened by all these archaic laws you now have to reform, minister?
मैं अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजेस से मिल के आ रहा हूँ.
इसीलिए आप इतने सीरियस से लग रहे हो. No, so there it is. Oh, now. So you've got one solid gym buff, and you've got Anurag Thakur there doing what I last saw Mary Kom do. Work magic with the ropes. And it always strikes me, given the hectic travel schedules, how this is possible. And in fact, when Anurag Thakur did this, a lot of people said, "नहीं ये कुछ गड़बड़ लग रहा है, ऐसे तो नहीं हो सकता." So to actually see whether he could do it or not, we thought at the India Today Conclave we'll put him on a spot test challenge. So I've got a skipping rope, and can I have the rope brought up, please? And for music बजाओ, माहौल बनाओ. ये अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस को मिल के आए, he's like feeling very burdened by responsibility.
इसके बाहर कहीं आपने वॉलीबॉल का कोर्ट तो नहीं बनाया, टेबल टेनिस के टेबल तो नहीं लगा रखे?
नहीं, ये हमारी भी ड्रीम जॉब है कि ये सब करके कुछ खेलते ही है. It's so much more fun. Then maybe we can go play a game of volleyball. And when it comes to volleyball, even Kiran Rijiju plays good volleyball. We've played together in Tawang. You were very good. Now here's the.
राकेश जी से करवाओ ना.
आप ट्रोलिंग कर रहे हो.
कूदने का काम करवाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं.
सर अभी दंगल शुरू हो जाएगा, दंगल देख लो. पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में तो चल ही रहा है, यहाँ पे हो जाएगा दंगल. कैन वी हैव सम म्यूजिक? सर रुको अभी माहौल बनाते हैं. कैन वी हैव सम म्यूजिक प्लीज? अच्छे से स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर है, वो भी फिट स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर. हाउ रेयर इज इट इन इंडिया? Minister, but you don't have to take yourself so seriously, Minister Rijiju. देखो अनुराग ठाकुर फिर बाजी ले जाएंगे, एंड इनको लगेगा कि अब हो गया इनका. अब ये सिर्फ जजेस के साथ ही बात कर सकते हैं, इनके अब होगा नहीं कुछ इनसे. Minister Rijiju, so you have two options. Okay, one is I know you do skipping, so you have to show some skipping tactics and techniques, and give. नहीं ये सॉलिड करते हैं.
चेयर करने वाला भी होना चाहिए ना. मैं चेयर कर रहा हूँ. नहीं इतना सुंदर क्यों बिगाड़ना चाहता है इसको?
No, the other thing that we know that you're very good at is solid push-ups.
नहीं अभी नहीं.
क्या? I told you he's become law minister. He's taking himself too seriously. Would you like to see him do either one of the two? You have to motivate. आपने बोला fit रहो India. You had this whole movement कि सबको fit रहना है. अब तक आप sports के ambassador थे और cheering कर रहे थे खुद करा के. अब आप नहीं कर रहे. मतलब law minister हो गए तो अब आप ऐसा seriously करोगे बताओ? नहीं 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 अनुराग भाई, you should encourage your colleague. Yes, come on Minister Rijiju. अब देखो, you have two options. Okay, so we can do two things. Either you do like 20 push-ups or you do skipping. You take your choice. अब आप इतना प्रेशर बन गया परफॉर्मेंस, लाइव आप टीवी पे हो, सब आपको देख रहे हैं. You are cheering the athletes for Olympics and you're also part of the Fit India movement of which you were a key minister. अब आप मिनिस्ट्री नहीं रही तो छोड़ दिया आपने, बताओ ऐसे कैसे होगा?
मिनिस्ट्री तो हम लोग सब कैबिनेट में सब कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होते हैं, हम लोग मिल के काम करते हैं. उसने किया तो मेरे लिए किया, सोचो ना. एक हो गया, मेरे लिए भी कर दिया उन्होंने.
Okay, so now one of the problems that we have, and I want to address this, is politics in federations. Okay, but before that, can we have a warm round of applause for Anurag Thakur to come and start skipping in the way that he did? Was pretty awesome. And Minister Rijiju, अब आप थोड़े बोरिंग हो गए हो जब से आप लॉ मिनिस्टर बने हो. ही नोज ही हैज टू गो बैक टू ऑल द जजेस एंड देयरफॉर ही वांट्स टू, है ना अनुराग भाई, थोड़ा सा सीरियस लगने की ज़रूरत है क्योंकि अब मिनिस्ट्री थोड़ी चेंज हो गई है. ठीक है, बट वन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम्स, एंड दिस केम आउट वेरी स्ट्रांग, इज द मैनर इन विच द फेडरेशंस आर रन एंड आर इनएबिलिटी टू डील विद पॉलिटिक्स इन द एसोसिएशन. नाउ अनुराग ठाकुर, you've run the BCCI. It has its own problems in terms of politics, but it still net seems better run than some of the sporting federations. What are the lessons from the BCCI or from your own sporting administrative experience that you would like to carry to some of the federations and change the way they run in the build up to the next Olympics?
I think it wasn't easy for BCCI also. If you look at pre-Prasar Bharati verdict, which the BCCI won in the court, there wasn't enough money with the BCCI also. When Kapil Dev won the 1983 World Cup for India, BCCI didn't have enough money even to play to the players. I still remember Raj Singh Dungarpur ji requested Lata Mangeshkar ji. She sang and they collected money and that was distributed to Kapil Dev and his team. I think BCCI ran it very professionally. I'm thankful to my predecessors who have done well and set the format. We have a lot of events at the grassroots also, from inter-district to the interstate championships, national camps, various other leagues and all. Whereas I look at various other federations, they don't have those kind of tournaments or the grassroots events. You need to have more events and competitions so that the players get more exposure. And they need to work on that. Second, the issue which Kiranji touched upon, the funding, the revenue. I think more corporates or the other sponsors have to come forward to fund these games. Not every game catches the eyeball or is a good for TV event. Even the Olympics. It was the Prime Minister Modi, I think, who created a lot of interest in the Indian public as well this time. Cheer for India campaign to other campaigns which were run. People started watching them at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. And it is not that he said, but he himself used to watch. And Kiranji will vouch for this, that we have a meeting before the parliament every day. And one day Prime Minister came and said, Aditya Ashok to मेडल जीत रही है. तो मैंने कहा सर सेकंड पोजीशन से फोर्थ पे आ गई. कहते अभी तो सेकंड पे थी मैं जब घर से निकला. तो देश के प्रधानमंत्री खेलों के बारे में मैरी कॉम का मैच कितना क्लोज हुआ, उस पर क्या हुआ, क्या उस पर क्या हो सकता है, ये सब बातें मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि बाहर लोगों को लगता होगा शायद इवेंट हुआ तब हुआ. ऐसा नहीं है. अगर हम उनको पीछे तक जाकर देखेंगे, गुजरात का जो सबसे बड़ा स्टेडियम बना है दुनिया का क्रिकेट में, वो वहाँ पे बना अहमदाबाद में. गुजरात में खेलों के प्रति बहुत ज़्यादा रुचि नहीं होती थी. खेल महाकुंभ शुरू करके मास पार्टिसिपेशन भी कराई और ग्लोबल एक्सीलेंस के लिए भी उसके पे भी काम किया. तो ग्रास रूट टैलेंट हंट से लेके आइडेंटिफिकेशन से लेके ग्लोबल एक्सीलेंस तक उस पर काम किया गया है.
जहाँ तक फेडरेशंस की बात है, हर फेडरेशन की एक अपनी चुनौती है, विद इन फेडरेशन भी, और गवर्नमेंट के साथ उनकी कोऑर्डिनेशन या जो बातचीत का है, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में बहुत सुधरा भी है और हमारा भी प्रयास है कि उसको और बेहतर किया जा सकता है। लेकिन ये हर सेक्टर में है, राजनीति में देख लें, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज में देखें, कई तो ऐसी आज तक अभी अपना अध्यक्ष तक नहीं चुन पाती हैं। बहुत सारे टीवी चैनल से लेकर न्यूज़पेपर्स की भी ऐसी समस्याएं अपनी अपनी होगी, हर किसी का गवर्नेंस मॉडल है। आप सबको एक बराबरी पे नहीं चला सकते, लेकिन साथ में चला सकते हैं। तो हमारा प्रयास है कि उनको साथ में लेकर कोई बच्चा सफ़र ना करे। हमारी प्राथमिकता खिलाड़ी हैं, खिलाड़ियों के लिए बेहतर सुविधाएं हैं, और टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम को इसीलिए लाया गया था कि एलीट एथलीट्स को पिक करके उनको बेस्ट ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। 104 के लगभग टॉप्स के एलीट एथलीट्स हैं जो कोर ग्रुप में हैं, 240 के लगभग हैं जो डेवलपिंग स्टेज पर हैं, उस ग्रुप में रखे गए हैं, और उन पे फोकस किया जाता है कि उनको लोकली भी और ग्लोबली भी बेस्ट कोचेस दिए जाएं, बेस्ट ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। तो फेडरेशन के रोल के ऊपर हटकर हम एक प्रयास करते हैं कि कुछ खिलाड़ियों को पिक करके भविष्य के लिए मेडल जीतने के लिए तैयार कर सकें।
Kiran Rijiju ji, as someone who's seen the federation, what's wrong with how they are being run, or sometimes even what's right, what are your suggestions about what should be done to professionalize the manner in which these federations are run and to ensure that the athletes are in the right frame of mind, not worried about intra-federational challenges and fights and turf issues, so they can go out and give their best?
See, the biggest issue when you talk about sports is the welfare and well-being of the athletes. Unfortunately, let me be very clear, आपका इंडिया टुडे का कॉन्क्लेव है और मैं जो मन में है मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। इस देश में बहुत सारा खेल संघ है। There are some sports federations who are managed very, very professionally. Some of the people who run the sports federations, they even spend their own hard-earned money for the well-being of the athletes and to create infrastructure and other facilities. But there are some federations who are not allowing the athletes to grow.
कौन से सबसे खराब फेडरेशन है?
कई फेडरेशंस है जिस तरीके से आज चला रहे हैं उस हिसाब से खिलाड़ी आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हैं। सरकार ड्राइव करना पड़ा कुछ चीज़ों में, क्योंकि अगर सरकार ड्राइव नहीं करते तो खिलाड़ी कितना तड़प तड़प के छोटे उम्र से वो इस उम्मीद से कि देश के लिए कभी खेलेंगे और फेडरेशन उसको निकाल के फेंक देंगे 2 मिनट में। यू हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द एथलीट्स। आफ्टर ऑल देश के लिए तो एथलीट ही खेलेंगे ना, सरकार हो या फेडरेशन, वी ऑल आर फॉर द एथलीट्स। सो आई हैव 2 observations when it comes to sports federation, especially those federations who are not doing properly, they need to pull up their socks.
आपको सबसे ज़्यादा किस फेडरेशन ने परेशान किया?
नहीं, मैं अभी नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ, नाम लेने से डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी होगा और अच्छा भी नहीं लगेगा। खेल मंत्री यहाँ बैठे हैं तो अनुराग जी अपने हिसाब से वो अभी चलाएंगे। जब मैं देखता था, मैं बाहर में मीडिया का सामने में नहीं बोलते थे, लेकिन मैं बुला के बोलता था कि आपका ठीक नहीं चल रहा है और इस ऐसे चलाएंगे तो मेडल नहीं ला सकते आप। मैं सीधा बोलता था, बिकॉज अगर नहीं बोलेंगे तो नहीं सुधरेंगे। लेकिन देश के लिए तो आखिर तो जो भी है खिलाड़ी देश के लिए खेल रहे हैं ना, तो मेरा ये कहना है।
अनुराग भाई का तो मुझे कभी कभी ये लगता है कि अगर कहीं पे कोई खिलाड़ी इंजर्ड हो गया और ओलंपिक्स में एक जगह खाली होगी तो उन्होंने बोला यार मैं ही खेल लेता हूँ, आ जाओ, दिस इज नॉट अ बैड आइडिया।
मैं एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ, हर आदमी का अपना एक चलाने का तरीका होता है। मैं जिस तरीके से जिस मिनिस्ट्री को चलाया, अनुराग जी का वो अपना स्टाइल होगा, हर प्राइम मिनिस्टर का अपना विजन होता है। इस वक्त हमारा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का खिलाड़ियों के प्रति अलग स्तर पर वो सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उसी प्रकार से अनुराग जी अपना स्टाइल से मिनिस्ट्री चलाएंगे। गाइडेंस हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, विजन ले कर दिया गया है और कैसे ड्राइव करना है मंत्री चलाएंगे। अभी मेरा कानून मंत्रालय में मैं कैसे चलाऊंगा वो मैं अपना एक स्टाइल होता है, तो इसमें मैं अपना व्यू थोपना नहीं चाहता हूँ। लेकिन ऑब्जर्वेशन जो मैंने दिया है ये वाइटल इसलिए है कि इतना बड़ा देश अगर 1-2 मेडल मिलता है तो ये आपको चिंता नहीं होता है क्या? मैं तो ये कहानी अभी तो नहीं बताना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन बचपन से जब टेलीविज़न में ओलंपिक्स का लाइव टेलीकास्ट नहीं होते थे तब भी हम सोचते थे कि इतना बड़ा देश, मेडल ही नहीं मिलते थे। 80 का बाद तो मेडल ही नहीं मिले, हमेशा ब्लैंक, इंडिया का ब्लैंक 96 में एक ब्रॉन्ज जब मारा, उस ब्रॉन्ज का सेलिब्रेशन आज भी गूंजता है कान में. सो इतना बड़ा देश अगर एक दो मेडल मिलता तो ठीक नहीं है ना. तो इसलिए इस देश के लिए खेल को प्राथमिकता देना इसलिए जरूरी है कि ये इकोनॉमी है. खेल से कितना इकोनॉमिक जनरेशन होता है अंदाजा लगा लीजिए. इट्स अ ह्यूज इंडस्ट्री.
So one of the things you spoke about, Anurag ji, was the fact that the corporates need to play a greater role than they're playing. And I want to bring Manisha in on this. If we can have a mic sent across on what would you like to see the government do between now and Paris so that the performance goes up from 7 as much. Are there small things or big things that you think Anurag Thakur should be focusing on, which kind of takes us from 4th gear to 5th? Can we have a mic sent across there, please?
Thanks, Rahul. Well, I think that we are in a very, very good position. And Mr. Thakur is actually, I worked with him when he actually set up TOPS many, many years ago, and we were on the same forum. So he's an athlete, he knows how to do things. But from a corporate standpoint, I think that the time has come if the ministry brings them for a seat on the table. And federations, and with the investment coming in, if they would like it to grow, which there are enough and more corporates willing to come on the table, it's just that they need to be given a little bit more of a voice. And that is, as of right now, a little bit still lost in actually where a corporate fits in into the whole big system.
हम पैसा तो देते हैं लेकिन हमारी उतनी सुनी नहीं जाती है.
देखिए, मैं उस तुलना में नहीं जाऊंगा कौन कितना पैसा देता है और कितनी सुनी जानी चाहिए. क्या वो पैसा सुने जाने के लिए दे रहे हैं कि खिलाड़ियों को तराश कर निखार कर देश के लिए मेडल दिलाने के लिए दिला रहे हैं? पहले तो वो फंडा क्लियर होना चाहिए कि किस लिए दिया जा रहा है. दूसरा, आवाज़ देने में कोई गुनाह नहीं है. अगर टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम को भी देखें या आप नेशनल स्पोर्ट्स डेवलपमेंट फंड को भी देखें, वहाँ पे कॉर्पोरेट जगत के लोग भी हैं, पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भी वहाँ पर हैं. इफ़ इट हैज़ टू बी इंक्रीज, इट कुड बी इंक्रीज. सो दैट इज़ नॉट अ क्वेश्चन. So the larger question is how they can have a better coordination among the national federations and the corporate representatives. That is one. Second is the idea behind the entire process is that it has to be the athlete centric. खिलाड़ी को केंद्र बिंदु बनाकर हमें उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम करना है, ना कि जो धन लगा रहा है या जो खेल संस्था चला रहा है उसको आगे बढ़ाना है. हम सबका काम होना चाहिए खिलाड़ी को आगे बढ़ाने का. उसके लिए जो सुविधाएं चाहिए सरकार भी कर रही है, प्राइवेट क्षेत्र भी कर रहा है. और मैं चाहूँगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन हो. मेरा तो यहाँ तक मानना है, अगर हम क्राउड सोर्सिंग करते हैं बाकी चीज़ों के लिए तो खेलों के लिए क्यों नहीं हो सकता. मेरे मन में तो ये भी है कि मैं आने वाले समय में लोगों के पास जाके अनुरोध करूँगा, आप एक खिलाड़ी को गोद लीजिए, उसको जब तक ओलंपिक मेडल जीत रहा है 1 साल 2 साल 8 साल के लिए जब तक आप लेना चाहते हैं, उस खिलाड़ी के ऊपर 25 लाख खर्चा आता है तो एक खिलाड़ी आपने अडॉप्ट किया है. आप पूरी टीम को अडॉप्ट करने में सक्षम है तो आप पूरी टीम को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए इतना पैसा दे सकते हैं. हर कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर का व्यक्ति 10 करोड़ 50 करोड़ नहीं दे सकता, कुछ कम देने वाले भी हैं, तो हम उनको भी ऑन बोर्ड लाकर उनका सहयोग ले सकते हैं. हर जगह बड़े स्टेडियम्स नहीं चाहिए, बाकी ब्लॉक लेवल पे छोटे ग्राउंड चाहिए, स्मॉलर इंडोर हॉल्स चाहिए जहाँ पे मैट गेम्स हो सके. बहुत बड़ा हॉल भी, इससे भी छोटे में काम चल जाएगा जितने में हम लोग बैठे हैं. विद अ लार्ज कंट्री लाइक इंडिया, इट कांट बी वन मॉडल विच फिट्स फॉर ऑल.
So do you have a target in mind? Which are the specific sports you're focusing on for the next Olympics? What is your target? We reached 7 with 1 gold. Where do you hope to be next time, sir?
We are in the stage of, next few days we'll be finalizing the Mission Olympic Committee as well, and the TOPS committee also. So they'll be working on that, the games they're going to shortlist, and the players they're going to shortlist through the federations. Manisha ji has already done so with me in the 2015, I believe we did so, before the Rio Olympics, but that was a very short time we got before the Olympics. But you could see in the last 4 years how the TOPS have helped the athletes to perform well, and they have been helped from the out-of-pocket allowance to their boarding, lodging, to their training. Everything has been taken care by the government of India. It wasn't an easy thing to do. So we did so, and we can do better in the future years, in the coming years. All I'm trying to say is it's not my job to shortlist the games. It is the professionals' job to do so. Manisha ji has done in the past, others have done in the past too. So we can do that, and we can genuinely at least double our medal tally in the front.
From 7 to 14.
From 7 to 14, we can do so. Even during this Olympics, Tokyo Olympics, when I spoke to Kiranji, we were expecting medals in the double digit. I mean, that was our expectation. Unfortunately, we couldn't do well in the shooting and couple of other games. But I'm sure in futures we can. It happens. On a big day, you never know who's going to do well. But let me say one thing here. Look at Abhinav Bindra. He has not only won an Olympic gold medal for India, but also motivated and inspired many players, like Avani Lekhara today. When she met with an accident, she read Abhinav's book and got inspired with what he achieved and what she has done for India today. That is historic in Paralympic sports. So I think the players today, Neeraj Chopra has done, if he has won the first medal in 121 years in the field of athletics, the first medal, the gold medal for India in athletics. So I think one Neeraj Chopra can inspire many others to win more medals in the future.
We're already seeing javelins flying off the shelf much more than earlier. अब कहीं गलत जगह कोई javelin ना फेंक दे, but they're sending more javelins into the sky in India than ever before.
अच्छा, राहुल जी के मन में कहीं जेवलिन का प्रतिस्पर्धा करने का यहाँ पे मन में नहीं आया। कहीं यहाँ पे जेवलिन रखा हो तो किरण जी को कहा था जेवलिन फेंको, और कमलप्रीत कौर को देख के कोई डिस्कस थ्रो यहाँ पे होती तो इसको फेंको। बॉक्सिंग ग्लव्स इनको बहुत पसंद है किरण जी को।
Gold medal, a conclave gold medal to Anurag Thakur for sportsmanship, and it's also interesting to have somebody who's so much a sports person himself, or at least has a spirit of a sports person, and therefore wants to play every sport, and with that spirit encourage others to do the same. We want to thank you very much for joining us. Kiran Rijiju ji was also sportsman-like. He now has a very serious ministry. He'd met many senior judges before coming, so we respect that, Kiran ji.
ये खिलाड़ियों को खिलाते थे, अब न्याय दिलाने का काम करेंगे।
जब स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर बैठा है तो हमको बढ़ चढ़ के ज़्यादा कुछ करने का जरूरत नहीं है, और एक स्पेस देना है। मेरा एक नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट है अपने साथियों को मौका देना और स्पेस देना। अब जब मेरा अपना विषय लेके आएगा उसमें फिर हम चर्चा करेंगे। आज हम तो फील्ड पूरा उसके लिए खुला छोड़ दिया है। लेट हिम प्ले द गेम।
यंग लोगों के खेलने का आई हैव ग्रेजुएटेड टू द नेक्स्ट लीग, ही सेज। अब आप लोगों के खेलने का टाइम है, खेलो।
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मेरा ये कहना है कि जिम्मेदारी आपका, अभी आपका एंकर कोई और के करेगा तो आपको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना, तो आपके हाथ में माइक है तो आप चलाइए।
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you taking out time, and I'm very glad we could set up this combination of having the former sports minister and the current sports minister. And to you and to all our athletes, we wish you all the best for Mission Paris. Thank you very much, Anurag Thakur and Kiran Rijiju. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the warmest applause for the ministers as I call upon Mr. Narendra Singh Pavan, Vice Chairperson, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the two ministers. This session was sponsored by Jain University. Thank you, Mr. Thakur. Thank you, Mr. Rijiju. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you. Also, for those of you interested, we have a breakaway session which is going to take place now at the Roshanara Hall. It's time to build cars that are best for the planet. It's a BMW sponsored session. Please make your way if you're interested. It's at the Roshanara Hall. It will be taking place simultaneously with our session right here. Give us about a minute's turnaround time and we'll be on our way to the next session. Let me move on to our next session, Seeds of Wrath, Fears and Facts, How to Address the Current Farm Crisis. To take it from here, I'd like to invite colleague, Senior Executive Editor, Anjana Kashyap.
Welcome to the next session for the India Today Conclave, a stage where we are discussing various issues, opinions coming forth, but there's one issue in the country which everybody is discussing. और इस मुद्दे पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमारे साथ राकेश टिकैत जी, किसान नेता, भारतीय किसान यूनियन के प्रवक्ता यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। राकेश टिकैत जी, मंच पर आपका स्वागत है। तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत कीजिए। आखिर तीनों कृषि कानूनों के साथ देश में ऐसा रोड ब्लॉक क्यों आ गया है? इन तमाम मुद्दों पर चर्चा कुर्सी तो तय करना है। और सरकार की तरफ से, बीजेपी की तरफ से अपनी बातों को रखने के लिए राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी, मंच पर आपका स्वागत है। सांसद है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत कीजिए। कृषि क्षेत्र में भी ये भी अच्छी समझ रखते हैं और उसी पूरे इलाके से ये भी आते हैं। तो अग्रवाल जी, स्वागत है आपका मंच पर। माइक उठा लीजिए। तो टिकैत साहब, आप ही के साथ शुरुआत करते हैं।
आज ही शुरुआत करो।
इतने महीने हो गए हैं और आज भी किसान उसी तरह से जमे हुए हैं। वो कौन सी बात है जो आप लोगों को आज भी इस आंदोलन को आगे ले जाने के लिए प्रेरित करती है, और वो कौन सी दिक्कत है जिसकी वजह से आज भी किसान तमाम परेशानियों को झेलकर सड़कों पर बैठा हुआ है?
फसलों का रेट ठीक मिल जाए, इसलिए यहाँ पे बैठे। जो भारत सरकार ने कहा कि एमएसपी थी, है और रहेगी, वो धरातल पर भी मिल जाए, कागजों पर ना रहे। और यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं पिछले 11 महीने से। एक बार भारत सरकार पार्लियामेंट में देश के प्रधानमंत्री 750 किसान एक्सपायर हो गए, उनके लिए भी 2 शब्द बोल दे कि दुख की घटना है कि हमारे किसान शहीद हुए। एक शब्द किसी की डेथ पे भी बोल देना चाहिए। क्वेश्चन,
अगला सवाल उनसे कर लूं, राजेंद्र अग्रवाल जी से। राजेंद्र जी, वो कह रहे हैं, शिकायत है उनकी कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री किसानों की दिक्कत पर कुछ क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं, जिनकी मौत हुई है उस पर कुछ क्यों नहीं बोलते हैं?
प्रधानमंत्री जी सदैव किसानों के विषयों पर बोलते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में भी बोले हैं। कृषि विधेयकों के ऊपर पूरी चर्चा हुई थी, उसमें भी जो है ये विषय आया था। वास्तव में तो पिछले 11 महीने से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि एक कन्फ्यूज़न पूरे आंदोलन के अंदर है, और मुझे आज भी समझ में नहीं आता। शुरू में तो चलिए बात लगती थी कि अध्यादेश हुआ या कानून आए, कुछ भ्रम हो सकते हैं, लेकिन चर्चाएं हुई हैं, संसद में चर्चा हुई है, विभिन्न मंचों पर चर्चा हुई है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में विषय पहुंचा है, विषय स्पष्ट हुए हैं। आज मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि क्या कारण है, कोई एक कारण भी बताएं। तीनों कानूनों के बारे में कुछ बताएं, एमएसपी के बारे में कुछ बताएं। क्या ऐसा प्रावधान हो गया सरकार के द्वारा जिस पर इनको आपत्ति है? मुझको ये लगता है कि ये इसका जो उद्देश्य है किसान हित नहीं है, कुछ अन्य है। कुछ राजनीतिक एजेंडा हो सकता है, कोई राजनीतिक महत्वाकांक्षाएं हो सकती हैं,
कुछ राजनीतिक दलों के एजेंडे से जुड़ाव हो सकता है, क्योंकि किसानों को लेकर के जो विषय उठने चाहिए, किसानों को लेकर के जो चर्चा होनी चाहिए, वो चर्चाएं हुई हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार पूरी तरीके से उन विषयों पर सेंसिटिव है। उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है जो 2014 के पश्चात से किसानों को केंद्र में रख करके कदम उठाए गए हैं, चाहे वो किसान को किसान के नाते राहत देने की बात हो और चाहे गांवों के अंदर रहने के कारण से गांवों के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण करने की बात हो, क्योंकि यदि गांव के अंदर सुविधाएं होंगी तब किसान को वहां रहने की स्थिति बनेगी। क्योंकि ये स्थिति अच्छी नहीं है कि किसान गरीबी के कारण से, साधनहीनता के कारण से अपनी खेती को छोड़ने के लिए मजबूर हो और शहरों में जाकर के मजदूरी करे, ये स्थिति अच्छी नहीं है। तो जहां किसान की चिंता करना, वहीं किसान के परिवेश की भी चिंता करना, और मैं उन बातों को बहुत सारी को गिना सकता हूं मैं,
ठीक
लेकिन
है,
उन सब
एक-एक
विषयों
करके
के ऊपर
आएंगे, लखीमपुर खीरी पर भी बात करेंगे, लेकिन राकेश टिकैत साहब एक एक करके तीनों कानूनों पर चर्चा कर ले। सबसे पहला जो कानून है द फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूस ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स प्रमोशन एंड फैसिलिटेशन एक्ट 2020, जो एपीएमसी से डील करता है, जिसके बारे में ये प्रावधान है कि अब एपीएमसी से बाहर भी जाकर किसान बेच पाएगा। आप कहते हैं इस कानून की वजह से मंडियां बंद हो जाएंगी, कहां लिखा है सर, और कैसे ये साबित होता है कि मंडियां बंद हो जाएंगी? एक एक क्लॉज पर
आपने मध्य प्रदेश की खबर पढ़ी, 182 मंडी बिखरी हैं, उनकी जमीन बिखरी है, उनकी आमदनी घट गई और इसलिए उन मंडियों को बेचना पड़ रहा है। आपने पढ़ा, आपकी नॉलेज में है? नहीं है तो दिखा देता हूं।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश में जो अभी हो रहा है, ये आपको पहले से पता चल गया था कि मंडियां बंद होंगी? मैं आपसे वजह पूछ रही हूं।
मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि एक
मेरा
बात,
सवाल समझिए, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि आप इस निष्कर्ष पे कैसे पहुंच रहे हैं, क्यों मंडियां बंद हो रही हैं?
जब माल बाहर बिकेगा वो जगह बता दो, बाहर का एक जगह बता दो कि मंडियों के बाहर या एमएसपी पे कहां पे खरीद होगी, एक जगह आप पर्टिकुलर बता दो। उत्तर प्रदेश में बता दो कि कहां बिकेगी, वो जगह बता दो, वहां पे बेच देंगे। एक जगह, 10 नहीं, एक जगह बता दो।
आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार सुनिश्चित करे, चिन्हित करे कि यहां पर जाकर बेचिए?
सरकार ये सुनिश्चित कर ले कि जो पार्लियामेंट में तय हुआ है, जो देश की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाया जा रहा है कि एमएसपी थी और है और रहेगी। एमएसपी ना थी, ना है और ना रहेगी। एमएसपी दिल्ली के कागजों में है, किसान बर्बाद हो चुका है पूर्ण रूप से। आप जाओ एक बार गांव में, जाता कोई है नहीं। दिल्ली में बैठ के और यहां लिख देते हैं एमएसपी है, थी और रहेगी, बिकता है नहीं। मंडियां खत्म नहीं होगी, मंडियों के बाहर खरीद होगी। कौन कर रहा है मंडियों के बाहर खरीद? और मंडी के बाहर कहां बिकेगा वो जगह तो बता दो ना, कि मंडी के बाहर भी, या मंडी कोई एमएसपी देने का फार्मूला तय नहीं करता। मंडियां एक किसान की फसल बेचने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म है।
ठीक है,
मंडी प्लेटफॉर्म है। मंडी एमएसपी भाव तय नहीं करती, लेकिन अगर प्लेटफॉर्म, आप बगैर प्लेटफॉर्म के ट्रेन रोक दो क्या? बगैर प्लेटफॉर्म के अगर ट्रेन रुक जाए, इसका मतलब तो ये है कि बिहार तो बहुत मजबूत होना चाहिए था। आज से 16 साल पहले बिहार की मंडियां बंद कर दी, ये एक खत्म होगी वहाँ पे। आज वहाँ का तो फिर जो किसान है बहुत अमीर होना चाहिए था बिहार का, तो वो कहाँ बेचे जाके? आप जगह बता दो ना, कहाँ बेचेगा, कौन उसकी खरीदारी करेगा?
ठीक है, कहां पर बेचेगा इस पर मैं सवाल पूछूंगी, लेकिन इस एक्ट पर एक और सवाल है मेरा। आपने खुद कहा एमएसपी न थी, न है, न रहेगी। मतलब आप ये मान रहे, क्योंकि कानून एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली है, कानून तो पहले से भी नहीं था, लॉ तो था नहीं जो एमएसपी की गारंटी देता था।
तो वो सरकारें चली गई।
आपने एमएसपी की वजह से इसकी पहले सरकारें बदली हैं।
नरेंद्र, जब मोदी जी मुख्यमंत्री थे 2011 में, एक फाइनेंशियल कमेटी एक बनी थी, ये मुख्यमंत्री रहते उसके चेयरमैन थे। वो फाइल निकलवा लो, उन्होंने ये प्रस्ताव किए थे और भारत सरकार को भेजे थे, उस टाइम के प्रधानमंत्री को भेजे थे कि देश में एमएसपी पे गारंटी कानून बनना चाहिए। वो फाइल निकलवा लो। आज तो अपने ही फाइल पे साइन किए हुए को आज लागू कर दो। क्यों देश को धोखा दे रहे हैं?
बताइए अग्रवाल जी, धोखा दे रहे हैं और कहाँ बेचेगा किसान?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है, बाबा महेंद्र सिंह टिकैत वो बराबर इस बात को कहते थे। मैं इसीलिए उनका नाम यहाँ पर ले रहा हूँ कि राकेश टिकैत जी के वो पूज्य पिताजी थे। वो कहते थे दुनिया में प्रत्येक उत्पादक को अपने उत्पाद का दाम तय करने का हक है, किसान को नहीं है। और बराबर इस बात का आग्रह करते हैं, उसके लिए आंदोलन चलाए उन्होंने। और इस जो पहला कानून है उसके माध्यम से किसान को ये आज़ादी दी गई है कि वह मंडी के बाहर भी अपने उत्पाद को बेच सकता है, कहीं भी बेचे वो।
कहाँ बेचेगा सर?
कहीं भी,
यही
anywhere,
तो पूछ रहे हैं,
पूरे
anywhere
देश
क्या
के
होता है?
पूरे देश के अंदर कहीं भी। और उसके बाद भी यदि उसको एपीएमसी में बेचना है तो कोई बंदिश नहीं है, उसको ऑप्शन दिया गया है, उसको विकल्प दिया गया है। एपीएमसी आज भी चल रही है, हापुड़ के अंदर चल रही है, मेरठ के अंदर चल रही है, यानी सब जगह चल रही हैं। अब ये कहाँ का उदाहरण देते हैं वो उस पर मैं चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन पूरी तरीके से एपीएमसी के बंधन से मुक्त करके बाबा टिकैत इस बात को कहते थे। और आपको इस बात में ध्यान दिलाऊं कि जब ये कानून बने मैं राकेश जी ने उसका समर्थन किया था उसका पहली बार, तो फिर बाद में क्या हुआ कोई बात नहीं, बता दीजिएगा कोई उसके बाद क्या हुआ राकेश जी बताएंगे। परंतु पहले उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ भी बाबा टिकैत की उनकी इच्छा पूरी हुई और किसान को अपने उत्पाद का अपनी इच्छा से बार्गेनिंग करके दाम तय करने का हक है, ये मिल गया। बहुत
राकेश जी ने समर्थन किया।
मैंने ये कहा है, फिर सुन लो, एक पूरे सरकार के पास में एक हिंदुस्तान पेपर की एक कटिंग है। जब प्रेस वाले ने पूछा उसने अपना जवाब दे दिया है सबको, वो जरूर ले लेना चाहिए सांसद जी। उस टाइम पे दो क्वेश्चन थे, एक ये था कि इसका आप समर्थन करते हैं क्या? हमने कहा कि हम प्रधानमंत्री का समर्थन कर देंगे। प्रधानमंत्री का पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है डिजिटल इंडिया कैंपेन, हम किसानों को भी उस कैंपेन से जोड़ दिया जाए तो हम भी प्रधानमंत्री का समर्थन कर देंगे। न तो वे बात समझने वाले रहे, इस तरह के पत्रकार हो गए, ऐसे ही हो गए, वो सारी चीज़ें एक खबर में उन्होंने लगा दी, उन्होंने अपना स्पष्टीकरण दे दिया। हम आज भी कह रहे हैं कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री अमेरिका में जाकर झूठ बोल के आए, उन्होंने कहा कि हमने सारे देश को डिजिटल कर दिया। किसान तो डिजिटल हुआ नहीं जी, आप हमको भी कर दो डिजिटल, हम अपनी फसल बेचें, गन्ना सारी चीज़ बेचें और हमारे खाते में भी जैसे तेल कटता है हमारे अकाउंट से, ऐसे ही हमारे खाते में पैसा चले जाए। जब किसान अपने घर पर चले जाए वहाँ चले जाए। आपने अपने घोषणा पत्र में जो कहा उसको कर दो, आपने एमएसपी पे C2+50 वाला फार्मूला करा उसको लागू कर दो, आपने अपने घोषणा पत्र में जो कहा जनता को बहका के आपने वोट ली, आप वो कर दो। आप एक बात तो कर दो ना कि देश की जनता को क्या कहोगे। आप ही के मंत्री ये कह रहे जी, हमने तो ये कह रहे कि फर्टिलाइजर भी हम एक बैग के साथ में एक बैग फ्री दे रहे। जनता को झूठ से मत बहकाओ। एमएसपी पे कहीं खरीद नहीं हो रही। चावल क्या आम जनता को, जो ये शहर में जो लोग हमारे रह रहे हैं, क्या इनको 8 रुपये किलो चावल मिलता है? किसान का 8 रुपये किलो बिकता है। क्या इनको 11 रुपये किलो गेहूं का आटा मिलता है?
तो बिचौलिए ही तो हटाने थे ना टिकैत साहब।
हाँ, बिचौलिए तो हटा
10 साल से आपके
कह
घर
रहे
पर जाकर हम लोगों ने वहां पर शोज किए। आप शुरू में यही कहते थे बिचौलियों को हटाना है, बिचौलियों को हर हाल में हटाना है। अब जब हटाना जा रहा है तो आप कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, उनकी भी हमें फिक्र है।
ये कह रहे नहीं ना, आप हम बेचे कहाँ, वो जगह तो बता दो ना। जगह कोई नहीं बता रहा।
कह रहे हैं एनीवेयर, पता नहीं एनीवेयर बताएंगे अगर
बताओ ना, जगह बताओ।
कहीं भी, मैं कह रहा हूँ ना कहीं भी।
हाँ, कहीं पे भी।
स्थिति ये थी,
किसान फसल लेके कहाँ
स्थिति
निकल
ये
जाए?
थी, किसी भी जगह जा सकता है, कोई भी खरीदारी उससे हो सकता है। आप देखिए स्थिति ये थी, मंडी में यदि कोई सामान न बेचे, बाहर बेच दे किसी को, कोई अपना गाड़ी में लेकर के गेहूं गया या ट्रैक्टर में लेकर के गेहूं गया, किसी को दे दिया, मंडी वाले आ जाते थे, हमको शुल्क दो, अपना शुल्क देना पड़ता था उसको, और शुल्क की नहीं लेते थे, दंड भी उसके ऊपर लगाते थे।
चलिए दूसरे,
अभी 1 साल पहले तक
दूसरे कानून पर आते हैं, क्योंकि लखीमपुर खीरी पर भी
हमने जगह बताई कि कहाँ बिकेगा, वहां पे आप लोग नहीं आने देते। हमको पता है, जगह बताएं, जगह बताएं कहाँ है हमको।
फार्मर्स एम्पावरमेंट एंड प्रोटेक्शन एग्रीमेंट ऑन प्राइस एश्योरेंस एंड फार्म सर्विसेज एक्ट 2020, लीगल फ्रेमवर्क फॉर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग। अब आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग पर भी डरा रहे हो कि किसान की जमीन चली जाएगी। कैसे, क्यों चली जाएगी?
हिमाचल में अभी तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो हो रहा है वो फसल का हो रहा। हिमाचल में सेब का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर रहा किसान। सरकार ने तो 16 रुपया सस्ता करा नहीं ना, आम जनता को 16 रुपया सस्ता मिला। एक बड़ी कंपनी आई जिसने 11 साल पहले जो रेट था सेब का, उसी रेट को फिर कहा कि इस रेट में मैं खरीदूंगा, और 16 रुपया एक ही दिन में डाउन कर दिया, क्योंकि वो बल्क में खरीदेगा, उसको स्टोर करेगा, और जब किसान की फसल आएगी 80,000 पेटियां सेब की अडानी ने मार्केट में 5 दिन में निकाल ली, मार्केट को डाउन करा। और फिर कह दिया कि रेट मार्केट में अब ये हो गया है, मैं 16 रुपया सस्ता सेब खरीदूंगा। आप जाओ एक बार हिमाचल में,
जमीन कैसे चली जाएगी किसान
जमीन तो चली जाएगी।
क्यों चली जाएगी?
क्यों नहीं
डरा
चली
रहे हो ना
जाएगी?
आप, कैसे कहाँ जा रही है सर जमीन?
जमीन कहाँ जा रही है?
हाँ बताओ ना आप।
असल जमीन जब उसको
कैसे
फसल
जमीन
के
चली जाएगी? आप
अरे
तो
जब
डरा रहे हो
उसको फसल
बेवजह।
के रेट नहीं मिलेंगे तो छोड़ छोड़ कर तो आ रहे हैं ना। दो तरह के लोग गांव छोड़ रहे हैं, एक जो गरीब हो लिया बिल्कुल, उसके फसल के रेट नहीं मिलते, वो अपनी जमीन छोड़ छोड़ कर आ रहा, ठेके पे दे रहा है, वो दूसरे को दे देता है। दूसरा पढ़ा लिखा आदमी भी, उसको तो गांव में रहना चाहिए। दोनों लोग जमीन छोड़ रहे हैं क्योंकि फसलों के रेट नहीं
कहाँ
मिलते।
छोड़ रहे हैं सर? यही तो
क्यों
मैं
छोड़-
आपसे पूछ रही
आप जाओ ना गांव
हूँ।
में एक
जमीन
बार।
चली जाएगी और अगर
अरे
कोई
चली
जमीन
तो
छोड़ देता है, ये
जाएगी
फर्क-
ना, चली जाएगी का एक दिन में चली जाएगी। जब गांव लोग छोड़ रहे हैं तो जमीन तो जा ही रही है ना।
डरा रहे हो आप?
डरा क्यों रहे?
डरा
आप
रहे हो।
जाओ गांव में, सर्वे तो करो ना। सर्वे आप करते नहीं,
बेवजह
अभी
डरा रहे हो
दो आप ये कैंप ही चल रहा है और 10 दिन के बाद में, 15 दिन के बाद में यहाँ को 2 से 4 हजार ट्रक पर डे धान के निकलते हैं यहाँ से। वे सस्ते में फसल खरीदते हैं और एमएसपी पे बेचते हैं। एमएसपी पे किसान नहीं बेचता, व्यापारियों का एमएसपी पे बिकता है। किसान अपना 40 क्विंटल धान नहीं बेच सकता, एक व्यापारी 20-20 और 25-25 हजार क्विंटल खरीद कर बेचता है। वह मंडी हमको भी बता दो कहाँ है। व्यापारियों के लिए खुला गया है कि वो कहीं पर भी बेच ले। पहले किसान बेचता था अपनी फसल को हरियाणा और वहाँ बेच देता था, आज वो एक जिले से दूसरी जगह नहीं बेच सकता। उसको बंधन कर दिया कि आपका क्रय केंद्र ये है और आप इसी पे बेचोगे। 300 क्विंटल एक जगह बिकेगा। एक मिनट सुन लो, अरे सुनने की वो है नहीं आप में, आप एक क्रय केंद्र पे 300 क्विंटल बिकेगा। वहां पे खरीद होगी उस क्रय केंद्र पे 1 लाख क्विंटल की, कितने दिन में खरीद करेगा वो? एक बार हिसाब लगा लो।
नहीं, तमाम दिक्कतें अपनी जगह पर है, लेकिन इसकी वजह से जमीन चली जाएगी जो आप
जमीन
कह रहे हैं
जब-
ना, वो
अरे-
तो डरा के बुलाते हैं आप किसानों को,
नहीं
गुमराह
नहीं,
करते हैं।
अच्छा डरा का बुला रहा, उनको रेट नहीं मिल रहा इसलिए आ रहे हैं। उनका गन्ने का भुगतान करवा दो। यही बीजेपी सरकार थी कि अगर हमारी सरकार आएगी हम 450 रुपया पर क्विंटल गन्ने का रेट देंगे। इलेक्शन से पहले हम 14 दिन में गन्ने का भुगतान करवाएंगे। ना 14 दिन में भुगतान हुआ और ना गन्ने का रेट 450 हो गया। अब पूरे 5 साल में अब 25 रुपए का रेट बढ़ाया है।
ठीक है, एक छोटा सा इस पर जवाब
देखिए,
फिर मौजूदा हालात पे आएं।
गन्ने पर थोड़ा सा बाद में आ जाएंगे, करेंगे चर्चा। परंतु जो बात एक एमएसपी की कह रहे हैं, भुगतान की बात कर रहे हैं, ऑन रिकॉर्ड में इस बात को बोल रहा हूं, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बराबर एमएसपी पर खरीदारी हुई है, पहले से बढ़कर के खरीदारी हुई है। और तीसरे दिन किसान के खाते में सीधा पैसा पहुंचा है।
अच्छा बताओ,
गन्ने का विषय बताता हूं।
अग्रवाल जी, ये रूल
गन्ने का
होना
विषय भी मैं बताता हूं।
एक सेकंड प्रभु, ये रूल होना चाहिए, एक्सेप्शन नहीं जिस पर आप अपनी पीठ थपथपाएं। क्या ये सच्चाई छिपी है कि इस देश के में किसानों को एमएसपी नहीं मिल रही
बताओ
है?
कहाँ मिल रही है? बोला अच्छा झूठ का बताओ, कोई इलाज है क्या? अच्छा झूठ का तो कोई इलाज है ही नहीं।
हाँ,
भाई
सही बात।
सरासरी सब देश के सामने झूठ बोल रहे हैं, बताओ क्या इलाज है? कर लो, क्या करो इनका।
देखिए,
लेकिन गलती इनकी भी कुछ नहीं, चल इनकी भी कुछ नहीं रही। इनका भी बस्ता दे रखा हाथ में, क्या बोलना है सब बंधन में है।
नहीं,
यहाँ
बोलने
के
की
MP
आजादी तो
MLA
केवल
भी
राकेश
आजाद
टिकैत
नहीं
जी
है।
को है,
नहीं,
वो
नहीं।
कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं।
हमको है, हमको है, लेकिन
पिछले
आपको
10
आजादी
महीने
नहीं है।
में जो इन्होंने बोला है उसका जरा एक पूरा एक रिकॉर्ड बनाया जाए तो खुद में बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है। वो
नहीं, हमने तो
कुछ चुनिंदा बातें जो आपको याद हो बताइए।
जी नहीं, मैं उसमें
बता
ज्यादा
दो
नहीं
एक
जाना
आदमी
चाहता। मैं खाली ये कहना चाह रहा हूं, मैं एमएसपी का बाकायदा एमएसपी पर खरीद होना और उसका भुगतान तीसरे दिन होना, ये केवल यहाँ कहने से बात नहीं बनती है। मैं झूठ बोलने का क्या मतलब है मुझको?
अच्छा ठीक
झूठ
है,
ये बोल रहे हैं
आप अपने जिले में, अब आपने एमपी साहब ने कह दिया, बिल्कुल आपका
आप
धन्यवाद
आकर
है।
चेक कर लीजिए,
बिल-
हापुड़
ना,
में
ना,
चेक
ना,
कर
ना।
लीजिए,
अब आपके
मेरठ
जिले
में चेक कर लीजिए,
आपका
एमएसपी
जिला
पर बराबर
बिल्कुल ठीक है भाई,
खरीदारी भी हुई है
सब
और तीसरे दिन भुगतान भी हुआ।
ठीक,
मैं
ठीक।
खुद खरीद केंद्रों पर जाकर के देख करके आया हूं उनको।
आपकी बात मान ली। भाई साहब ध्यान से सुन लेना, एमपी साहब ने अपने जिले की जिम्मेदारी ले ली। किसी के धान की खरीद नहीं होगी तो डीएम और एमपी साहब तैयारी कर ले, हम पूरा धान वहां पे लेकर आएंगे। अपना क्रय केंद्र लगवा लो, कहीं पे भी लगवा लो, आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। जो आपका क्षेत्र है उसमें आप खरीदारी करवा देना। एमपी साहब ने जिम्मेदारी ले ली, ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली लेकर जिसकी भी धान है वो एमपी साहब की जिम्मेदारी है, लेके और मेरठ की ढब को अपना चल दो। धन्यवाद जी आपका बहुत बहुत। मिल गई, हमें जगह मिलेगी। एमपी साहब का ऑफिस मिल गया, घर मिल गया, वहां का डीएम का ऑफिस मिल गया, वहां जो मेला ग्राउंड होगा वो मिल गया। एमपी साहब जगह बताओ लेकर कहाँ है?
ऐसा है
ना
एक हम समस्या
आप बताओ कि जगह
समस्या
कहाँ
पर
है
चर्चा करें। ठीक है, आप आइए, आपका स्वागत है, आपका स्वागत है, बराबर स्वागत है आपका।
नहीं, कहाँ लेकर आना, जगह बता दो मेरे
देखिए, ठीक है जी, सुनिए, बात को सुनिए।
बताओ।
केवल हंगामा करना, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए, केवल हंगामा करना, हल नहीं निकालना, ये इस आंदोलन का बिल्कुल एक प्रकार का क्रक्स हो गया है। किसी भी प्रकार की चर्चा से भागना, किसी भी प्रकार के संवाद से भागना, जिद में फंसे रहना, यानी इस सारा का सारा हम देख ही रहे हैं। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट की नहीं मानना, संसद की नहीं मानना, आखिर जो संसद है वो सक्षम है और उसी को अधिकार है कानून बनाने का। संसद कोई हवा में से नहीं बनती, संसद जनता के द्वारा चुनी जाती है। जो एक जनरल विल है, जो एक देश की इच्छा है, वो संसद के द्वारा प्रकट होती है। राजनीतिक दल एक एजेंडे को लेकर के जाते हैं, उस एजेंडे के अनुसार वोट की वो रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं जनता से, जनता निर्णय करती है, उसके आधार पर कानून बनते हैं। उसको नहीं मानना, उसमें चर्चा हुई, उसको स्वीकार नहीं करना।
26 जनवरी के बाद आपकी सरकार ने, एक सेकंड सर, क्या आपकी सरकार ने बात करने की पहल की? क्या कृषि मंत्री ने बुलाया? बस वो टीवी पर आते हैं, कहते हैं हम तो बातचीत के लिए तैयार हैं।
बराबर तैयार है, लेकिन ये जो प्री कंडीशन है कि कानून वापस लिए जाने चाहिए, ये कैसे संभव है? ये कहाँ तक उचित है?
कंडीशन आप लगाते हो, कंडीशन लगाती है आपकी
संसद के द्वारा पास किए गए, संसद के द्वारा पास किए हुए कानून इस प्रकार से वापस लिए जाएंगे क्या? संसद की क्या मान्यता इस प्रकार से रहेगी? और मुझे बराबर आश्चर्य होता है, जो मैंने प्रारंभ में कहा, जो राजनीतिक एजेंडा है वो कहीं ना कहीं गाइड कर रहा है। कांग्रेस का जो कंफ्यूजन है, मैं इसको जरा ज़्यादा एलोबरेट नहीं करना चाहता हूं, ऐसा लगता है कि सारे के सारे किसानों के कथित आंदोलन के ऊपर वो हावी हो गया है, वह कंफ्यूजन, और ये चल रहा है। ये
आप लोग कंफ्यूज हैं टिकैत साहब, ये आरोप है बीजेपी का।
आप ये
लखीमपुर
बताओ
खीरी
कि
पर सर
मंत्री
आते हैं, एक
जी
सेकंड सर,
कब बात करना चाह रहे हैं सरकार?
लखीमपुर खीरी,
नहीं पहले रुको ना, अभी एक जिले का तो कम से कम एमएसपी के किसानों का भला हो जाए। मंत्री जी जगह बता दो कि कहाँ किसान लेकर आए, अपने जिले की बता दो। पहली चीज आपने बिल्कुल वो करा, अब ये ना कहियो कि पुलिस रोक के,
बिल्कुल नहीं कहेंगे। पूरी व्यवस्था है, एमएसपी पर खरीदारी की पूरी व्यवस्था है, तीसरे दिन भुगतान पहुंचने की व्यवस्था है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि राकेश जी इस प्रकार के आंदोलन का नेतृत्व करते करते छोटे किसान से और जो सामान्य किसान है उसके संपर्क में नहीं रह गए हैं। इनको जमीनी जो सत्य है उसकी जानकारी नहीं।
मैं गया था अभी, पूरा माल लुट रहा है। ठीक है, मेरठ आएंगे जी, बिल्कुल धन्यवाद आपका। मेरठ के सांसद जी ने कहा कि मेरे क्षेत्र में एमएसपी मिलेगी और भाई संपर्क कर लो। पूरा धान की उसकी खरीद यहाँ पर होगी। अभी जो धान की फसल आ रही है, एक चीज तो हो गया,
आपके इर्द गिर्द लेकिन अब कंफ्यूजन बन रहा है, और वो इसलिए सवाल तो
एक चीज में और जवाब दे दूं।
सवाल पूछने का तो अधिकार दीजिए।
दूसरा जो जवाब था, बोलिए। जो मंत्री जी कहते हैं, सब लोग सुन लो भाई ध्यान से, मंत्री जी क्या कहते हैं? मंत्री जी कहते हैं कि हम बातचीत को तैयार हैं, संशोधन नहीं हो, संशोधन पर तैयार हैं, कानून वापसी नहीं होंगे, बात कर लो। तो इसका मतलब स्क्रिप्ट लिख ली, फाइनल लिख लिया है, किसान को बातचीत के लिए साइन करवाने के लिए बुलाते हैं। हमने ये कहा बातचीत कर लो, कमरे में बैठ कर करो, कोई आपको बात करनी है आप वहां करो, पहले कंडीशन लगा के किसान बातचीत करने नहीं जाएगा।
लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अब कह दिया ना, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि होल्ड पर है कानून। ऐसे में आप लोगों को क्यों परेशान करते हैं? यहाँ पर कई लोग होंगे जिनको दफ्तर जाने में दिक्कत होती होगी, ट्रैफिक जाम का सामना करना पड़ता होगा, उनका क्या कसूर है?
रास्ता चलने के लिए है, रोकने के लिए थोड़ा है।
राजमार्गों को इतने महीने तक बंद रखना
नहीं, बंद करना चाहिए, खुलने चाहिए।
आप बैठे हैं ना वहां, तो कैसे बंद होगा?
पुलिस के बैरिकेटिंग है, हटवाओ पहले, पुलिस के बैरिकेटिंग हटवा दो ना।
रास्ते बैठे हैं तब तो बैरिकेडिंग लगाई है।
नहीं, हम तो उठ जाएंगे, आप बैरिकेडिंग हटो, हम भी चलेंगे आगे को। रास्ता चलने के लिए है, बैठने के लिए थोड़ा है रास्ता, चलने के लिए। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यही तो कहा।
शहर के बीचों बीच आएंगे तो क्या परिस्थिति बनेगी?
चलने के लिए तो है ना, रास्ता जो है चलने के लिए है, तो चलने दो हमको।
कहां तक जाना है?
अब ये थोड़ा कहा उसने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये थोड़ा कहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि रास्ता चलने के लिए है, रास्ता पुलिस ने रोक रखा है, रास्ता खुलवो।
और आप आएंगे बीच दिल्ली,
फिर कहाँ आएंगे? तो आगे की भी गारंटी है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इजाजत नहीं दी ना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने तो आप लोग तो चाह रहे थे ना कि रामलीला मैदान में तक जाएं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी नहीं कहा।
क्यों सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी बीच में उलझा रहे? सारा सिस्टम बंधन में है।
अच्छा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी बंधन में है?
अच्छा, क्यों को आओ?
हाँ?
सबको राज्यसभा चाह रही,
आवाज नहीं आई सर।
सबको राज्यसभा चाह रही, हम सम्मान राज्यसभा भी करें और कोर्ट का भी करें, सब कुछ चाह रही। नहीं, समझ गए, जो जिसको समझना सब समझ गए,
सब समझ गए।
कोई एजेंसी ऐसी होगी, सबकी जांच होगी, कौन क्या क्या फैसले कर रहा है, सबकी होगी जांच।
कौन सी एजेंसी होगी?
आ जाएगी, कोई
टिकैत
होगी।
एजेंसी?
यहाँ तो कोई है नहीं अभी।
अच्छा,
देश में तो है नहीं
कोई एजेंसी नहीं है।
अगर बाहर कहीं कहेंगे फिर कहेंगे जी आपने बाहर भेज दिया।
ये आपको कांग्रेस का एजेंट कहते हैं। अब बाकी उधर एक सेकंड
कांग्रेस
सुनो,
अगर होती तो ऐसी तैसी नहीं होती। है नहीं, कोई नहीं है, विपक्ष तो रहा ही नहीं, निमट गया केस।
लेकिन वो सब कह रहे हैं लखीमपुर खीरी में आप बीजेपी के एजेंट बन गए, आप ही ने समझौता कराया किसानों से।
अगर आग लगने से बचा लिया देश को, और कौन लोग ये कह रहे कि डेड बॉडी रखकर 5 दिन तक उस पे उनकी बॉडी रख के और समझौता ना करो? अपने परिवार की 2 दिन रख के दिखा दो। वो समझौता हुआ है अंतिम संस्कार तक, समझौता हुआ है लड़के की गिरफ्तारी पे, समझौता हुआ है जो FIR दर्ज हुई है उसमें इनका गृह राज्य मंत्री भारत सरकार का 120B का मुलजिम है, उसका इस्तीफा, उसको पकड़े, उसको जेल में डाल लें, दोनों को फिर लाएं, 5 दिन के रिमांड उनका लें, और जब बताएंगे कि हमारे गैंग में कौन कौन शामिल थे।
लेकिन मतभेद तो अब किसानों और किसान नेताओं में भी हो रहे हैं।
कोई नहीं है,
जो चढ़ूनी साहब है,
नहीं,
और ये कहा जा रहा है कि पंजाब से कई किसान आए थे, नुकसान उनका हुआ, अब आप बीजेपी की बी टीम बन गए हैं चुनावों के पहले।
समझौता वहां पे 10,000 किसानों के बीच में हुआ, उनके परिवार, उनके रिश्तेदार और सरकार के लोग शामिल थे। समझौता जब हो जाए और जिस कंडीशन पे हो जाए उसको कर लेना चाहिए। वहां पे समझौते में जो अधिकारी आए थे उनको सरकार ने फुल फ्लैश पावर देकर भेजा। जो समझौता वहां पे हुआ, अंतिम संस्कार तक समझौता था, उनको जो मुआवजा देना था वो उन्होंने दे दिया। जो गिरफ्तारी थी, लाल कारपेट बिछा के वो लड़का बुलवाया गया, गुलदस्ते चारों तरफ को लगे हुए थे। जब तक देश का मंत्री रहेगा, जब तक उससे कोई पूछताछ नहीं कर सकता, उसका इस्तीफा, उनकी गिरफ्तारी, 120B का मुलजिम देश का गृह राज्य मंत्री है, उसकी गिरफ्तारी चाहिए, इस्तीफा चाहिए, इनको ले लेना चाहिए उससे।
जिनकी वहां पर मार मार कर, पीट पीट कर हत्या कर दी गई, आप उसको जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, ऐसा सुना गया है। जो लोग वहां फिर निकले, जो आंदोलनकारियों के बीच से, उन लोगों को, 4 लोगों को पीट पीट कर मार दिया गया।
वो पिक्चर तो जरूर पूरे देश ने देखी है।
उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए ना?
सुन लो,
302 का मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए।
सुन लो, वहां पे जो घटना हुई वो सबने देखी। जो बीजेपी की गाड़ी थी वो शांति से निकल रही थी, किसी ने कुछ नहीं कहा। प्री प्लान वहां से जाते हुए लोगों के ऊपर जो गाड़ी थी 4x4 उसमें गिर डाला गया और पब्लिक को पीछे से हिट करा गया। उसके पीछे दूसरी गाड़ी, उसके पीछे तीसरी गाड़ी। जब वह गाड़ी पलट गई, रिएक्शन क्या हुआ होगा पब्लिक का, आप उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। नहीं होनी चाहिए किसी की हत्या। जो 8 लोग वहां पे मारे गए हैं, उसके जिम्मेदारी यहाँ के मंत्री की है, उनकी सरकार की है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी।
हत्या का मुकदमा उन पर दर्ज होना चाहिए जिन्होंने पीट पीट कर 4 लोगों को मार डाला, जिसे आप रिएक्शन कह रहे हैं। फिर से पूछ रही हूं आपसे।
गलत चीज, आप करेक्ट जानकारी करो। 3 लोग हुए थे, 5 लोगों की हत्याएं कुचल के हुई।
मुकदमा दर्ज होना चाहिए उन पर हत्या का।
जो देश
अगर
का,
वो आंदोलनकारी
जो देश का कानून कहता है कि इंटेंशन हत्या करी गई है या हत्या हुई है, हालात क्या है, वो देश का कानून बताएगा।
देश का कानून तो कहता है कि आप किसी की पीट कर हत्या नहीं कर सकते।
बिल्कुल,
कानून के समझाना क्या है?
पीटा क्यों गया है,
क्यों
वहां
गया?
पर हालात क्यों हुई, क्या हुई होगी, रिएक्शन हुआ है वो।
तो उस रिएक्शन को आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं टिकैत साहब?
अच्छा, क्या बताऊं, और ये कहूं कि उन्होंने हत्या करी?
क्या
जो लोग गाड़ी से कुचल के 20-40 लोगों को लेकर आ रहा है, वो गाड़ी में पकड़ा गया, भीड़ ने क्या कर दिया होगा, उसको आप हत्या नहीं कह सकते।
हत्या क्यों नहीं कह सकते? ये आप कैसी बात कर रहे हैं? आप बात बात पर
कानून
संविधान
क्या
की
कहता
दुहाई,
है,
आप बात
कानून
बात
क्या
पर
कहता है
प्रभु, आप बात बात पर देश के संविधान की दुहाई देते हैं।
तो जो
अगर इसी तरह से कानून चलना है तब तो फिर वो पीटेंगे, फिर उधर से आकर कोई पीटे, ऐसे ही चलता
हमने
रहेगा।
कहा कि जो कानून करेगा वो अपना काम कर लेगा, उसमें क्या जस्टिफाइड होगा, क्या हालात क्या हुए और क्यों हुए, उसमें आ जाएगी सारी चीजें।
उसको हत्या नहीं कहेंगे।
हत्या क्यों कहेंगे, ये बताओ ना कि हत्या क्यों कहेंगे?
क्योंकि पीट पीट कर मारा, उसकी जान ली, उनके भी परिवार है।
क्या हालात हुए होंगे वहां पे, वो तो कानून बताएगा उसमें।
तो आप लिंचिंग को जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, आप कह रहे हैं कि रिएक्शन है इसलिए
रिएक्शन है ये पूर्ण रूप से। जो लोग किसी की डेथ करके आ रहे, वो भीड़ ने पकड़ के क्या हुआ होगा वो तो बताएगा।
302 का मुकदमा क्या होता है?
302 का मुकदमा होता है किसी की हत्या करना।
हाँ।
304
जब पीट पीट कर किसी को मार रहे हैं आप जानबूझकर, तो क्या होता है?
जानबूझकर नहीं होता हो, किसी की कोई इंटेंशन नहीं है वहां पे। जो हत्या का मुकदमा वो है कि जिसकी इंटेंशन है कि मुझे इसको मारना है।
सोच लो टिकैत साहब क्या बोल रहे हो आप, सोच लो।
आप देख लो ना क्या होगा उसमें, वो तो जांच में आ जाएगा सारी चीजें।
एक बार फिर से सोच लो आप, ये रिकॉर्डेड रहेगा
ये कह रहा
कि
हूं
आप
कि सारी
दिन दहाड़े
चीजों की
हत्या को सही ठहरा रहे हैं, रिएक्शन कह रहे हैं।
ये कह रहा हूं रिएक्शन है। हत्या वो होती है कि किसी की सोची समझी चाल हो, उस पर 302 लगती है।
जवाब दीजिए, सोची समझी चाल थी वहां पर बीजेपी नेताओं
ये तर्क वास्तव में राकेश टिकैत जी दे सकते हैं, जो एफआईआर भी लिखेंगे, जांच भी खुद करेंगे, फैसला भी देंगे और सजा भी देंगे। ये केवल इन्हीं की हिम्मत है। ये देखिए, लखीमपुर में जो कुछ हुआ बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, पूरा देश उससे सख्ते में है। ये अब कई सारे उसमें प्रश्न, कई सारी चीज़ें उसके अंदर आ रही हैं कि गाड़ियों को तोड़ा गया, उनको जो है डंडे लाठी, उसमें से वो भागना पड़ा उनको, जो कुछ है, जो गाड़ियों से जिन लोगों की दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण ढंग से मृत्यु हुई है, वो बहुत बड़ा अपराध है। उसकी एसआईटी के द्वारा
देश के गृह राज्य मंत्री के सुपुत्र एक दिन गायब रहे।
ठीक बात है, उसकी औरत ही
ठीक बात कैसे है?
नहीं, उसका ठीक बात
ठीक क्या है इसमें?
नहीं, आपकी बात ठीक है। मैं ये कह रहा हूं, निश्चित रूप से यदि कोई मंत्री है तो उनके परिवार की अधिक जिम्मेदारी है। आज वो उनके पुत्र पेश भी हुए हैं, एसआईटी जांच कर रही है, जो हाई कोर्ट के निवर्तमान जज के निर्देशन में सारी जांच होने वाली है। मैं समझता हूं कि जो अपराध है वो अपराध है, उस जो भी अपराधी है उसके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। इसमें किसी को भी स्पेयर नहीं किया जा सकता, चाहे वो मंत्री का पुत्र हो और चाहे वो भीड़ के द्वारा जो मॉब लिंचिंग हुई है वो हो। मैं समझ इसके अंदर कोई न्याय के दो स्टैंडर्ड नहीं हो सकते। और ये जो बात है, अब देखिए, यहाँ मुजफ्फरनगर के अंदर उमेश मलिक हमारे एक विधायक है, वो जा रहे थे, हमला हुआ उनके ऊपर इसी प्रकार का। जो सारी चीज है, गाड़ी से जा रहे थे, गांव में जा रहे थे, तो नहीं जाएंगे क्या? माने जो बात है, ये देखिए, मैं जो बता रहा हूं, देश के अंदर एक प्रकार की अराजकता पैदा करने की कोशिश,
गलत चीज है।
और देश के कुछ हिस्सों में, बाकी सब जगह इनका कोई समर्थन नहीं है, कुछ हिस्सों में केवल समर्थन है इनका, और वो समर्थन भी बड़ा सीमित है। लेकिन वहां पर इस प्रकार की कॉल दे देना कि भी गांव में मत जाइएगा, कुछ भी हो सकता है, ये एक प्रकार से प्रोवोक करना है। ये लोकतंत्र के हित में नहीं। और मैं फिर अपने पुराने सवाल पर आता हूं, आदरणीय टिकैत जी, आप जो है कोई एक कारण ऐसा बताइए, आप जो कुछ कह रहे हैं वो इधर उधर की बातें कर रहे हैं।
अभी
आप कानून के बारे में बातचीत कीजिए।
अरे टिकैत
कानून में ऐसा क्या है, और
कानून से
मेरा एक और
बातचीत कीजिए ना, सरकार वक्त खत्म हो चुका है। ट्रैफिक जैम के लिए ये लोग कितने दिन और तैयार रहे हैं?
ये तो पुलिस बताएगी, ये सरकार बताएगी।
टिकैत साहब क्या बताएंगे?
नहीं, हम तो कह रहे हैं कि खुलना चाहिए। हमने तो खोलना, क्या जनता में हम तो खुलवाओगे, हमको तो माहिर है, हम तो भाई बैरिकेटिंग हटाने के, आप आओ साथ में। बिल्कुल
चलिए, जैसे आपने लखीमपुर खीरी में समझौता कराया, उम्मीद करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द किसान
समझौता अगर सरकार चाहेगी तो हो जाएगा।
जो आंदोलन कर रहे हैं और जो परेशानी का सामना कर रहे हैं, एक रास्ता वहां पर
बिल्कुल रास्ता खुलना चाहिए। हम भी इसी पक्ष में हैं। हम क्यों बैठे वहां, हम भी दिल्ली में।
मेरा केवल एक निवेदन है कि जनता के बीच में जाएं, बताएं, वोट मांगने की इनकी इच्छा है, सरकार बदलने की इनकी इच्छा है, उस इच्छा के लिए जनता के बीच में जाएं, अपना पक्ष रखें।
वो
सरकार
आपको कोई वोट नहीं दे रहा, आपको कोई वोट नहीं दे रहा,
जनता को फैसला करने दें।
गुंडागर्दी से जीतना चाहते हो, गुंडागर्दी
समाप्त करें, जनता से जिन्होंने लड़ाई छेड़ रखी है उसको समाप्त करें और काम करें।
ये लड़ाई नहीं है,
देश के अंदर लोकतांत्रिक आजादी प्रत्येक
आजादी है,
इनको भी है।
आपको कोई वोट नहीं दे रहा,
आजादी का अपहरण करने का अधिकार इनको नहीं है।
जनता को बहका के वोट लेते हो, आपको कोई वोट नहीं दे रहा। धोखाधड़ी और सरकारी गुंडागर्दी और बंदूक की ताकत पे आप देश पे राज करना चाहते हो। पूरे सिस्टम पे आपने कब्जा कर लिया, देश बंधन में है, देश की पार्लियामेंट भी बंधन में है। देश में गोदाम पहले बने और पार्लियामेंट में कानून बाद में बने। जानकारी करो, बोलने की किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है। सारे मेंबर पार्लियामेंट के हाथ में झोला दे रखा, क्या बोलना। आपके तो बड़े लीडर नहीं बोल सकते बीजेपी के।
चलिए,
कहाँ है अटल बिहारी हुए?
वक्त खत्म हो रहा है टिकैत साहब, नहीं तो
बताओ ना कोई से।
नहीं
आप
तो
दोनों का
हम
बहुत
continue
धन्यवाद।
करते हैं, इसको थोड़ा वक्त खत्म हो रहा है।
टिकैत जी की इन बातों पर
चलिए, ladies
कोई
and
टिप्पणी
gentlemen,
करना भी
let's
मुश्किल
raise
है।
a warm applause, even though it's not over yet, but let's raise a warm applause because that's all the time that we have for. And I want to quickly call upon stage Mr. Sarat Manocha, Chief Advisor, Hindustan Power, to come up and quickly give a token of our appreciation to both the leaders, one from the BJP, the other the farm leader. बहुत धन्यवाद टिकैत साहब, अग्रवाल साहब, बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you. In exactly a minute, we're going to start with our next session. Let me quickly introduce our next session. Sponsor Glenlivet. Hydra heads the roller coaster world of cryptocurrencies and what India should do about it. I want to quickly call upon my two colleagues, Abha Bakaya, Ayush Belavar, Technology Editor, India Today, Abha Bakaya, Consulting Editor and Anchor, BTTV, to come up and introduce our next session to our viewers.
Hello and welcome, everyone. The world of cryptocurrency is hotter than ever. Some call Bitcoin the future of money, but why is there this mystery aspect to cryptocurrency? I can see a lot of question marks in the audience already. Why are governments wary of this phenomena? What on earth is decentralized distributed ledger? And is it safe to invest your hard-earned money in the world of crypto? I'd like to welcome you all to our session, Hydra Heads, the rollercoaster world of cryptocurrencies, and what India should do about it. Joining me on stage is Sumit Gupta, co-founder and CEO, CoinDCX, Satvik Vishwanath, co-founder and CEO, UnoCoin, Kunal Nandwani, Utrade Technologies, Sanjay Mehta, founder and partner, 100x VC, Ashish Singhal, co-founder and CEO, CoinSwitch Kuber, and, of course, my colleague, Abha Bakaya. Join us as we demystify the world of crypto for you. I've been waiting to say this. Let the crypto games begin.
Thank you, Ayush. And don't worry, you don't have to memorize any of the jargon before you go home today. The idea is to really help demystify what this world of crypto is. And this is the best panel to do that for us today. Sitting right next to me is Sumit, who is heading India's first crypto unicorn. That gives you a sense of the kind of growing size of this market. And this is not something that's going to go away. All the naysayers apart, all the experts around the world that have been trying to do away with this theory, saying it's just a fad, have been proven wrong time and again. So Sumit, tell us, what is crypto? First of all, is it a currency? Is it an alternate currency? Is it an investment class? How would you define crypto?
Sure, Abha, you've mentioned a very interesting point. Crypto now is like big enough. You have two unicorns sitting right here. That shows how immortal, like the heads of Hydra it is, right? It has become so mainstream that people across the street are now talking about it. And like you asked, right, whether it is a currency or assets is a very common question. The way I see it is crypto is more like an asset class, a store of value. It is not a currency. Why? Because of two reasons. One is when you talk about currency, right? It holds the value. It is not fluctuating in nature. It is independent or has minimal interference with the market dynamics, right? When we talk about crypto, it's more like a store of value. We have seen a lot of liquidity coming into the system. People are parking their money in crypto as a store of value. So it's more like an asset class where people are using this asset class to diversify their portfolio and to grow their wealth over time.
Okay, so why invest in crypto versus equities? Why when the stock markets are at record levels, would I not go in and invest in something that's known?
Very, very good point. So generally the fundamental rule of investing is you don't put all the eggs in one basket. You have to diversify. Crypto is emerging as a new age asset class, and people are, or not just retail people, I think institutions are also looking to diversify into crypto. Having a small, very small part of their portfolio in crypto, whether it is 0.1%, 1%, 2%, 5%, depending upon the risk appetite, this has largely shown good overall returns. Just for example, if you look at equity markets like stocks, mutual funds, they are directly linked, but crypto is more like a different, which is not directly linked with the other asset classes like real estate and gold. It gives a very smart portfolio diversification. That is why you've seen big institutions like PayPal, MicroStrategy putting billions of dollars into crypto.
Millions of dollars into crypto. And what's interesting about this panel is we, of course, have the industry side. We also have investors out here as well, and the skeptics, and of course, people who are very optimistic about cryptocurrencies. Ashish, I want to come to you on this one. When we talk about cryptocurrencies, and the question marks on all our heads seem to come from the fact that there's a lack of awareness about it, right? And companies like yours, firstly, congratulations, becoming a crypto unicorn. And I guess you're the second one. We're on the panel, we are in the illustrious August company of crypto unicorns. But getting into that zone, when everyone wants to invest in a cryptocurrency or use an exchange or a platform like yours, the question marks that come about are about safety, are about what happens to my hard-earned money and which platform shall I pick?
No, and that's an amazing question, right? And cryptocurrency, by the nature of it, is democratic, right? Anyone, anywhere in India with a smartphone and an internet connection can be part of this revolution, starting with just rupees 100, right? But they have to choose the right platform, the right team behind it, the right security standards that the company follows, making sure their hard-earned money is always secure. So, before making your investment, the first step is to know what you're investing in, where, CoinSwitch and others are helping the industry grow from the knowledge standpoint. Second, choosing the right platform as well, making sure that you trust the platform and, probably that is CoinSwitch Kuber, and you trust the platform and, try and invest your hard-earned money. There, we take, one of the best cybersecurity measures in ensuring that the money put into the platform is secure for every one of our users.
Because this is very different from something else in the financial markets or even putting your money in a bank. I am relying on your platform, on your exchange for that safety, for that security. Just for our audience who perhaps might have more questions about crypto, and we have a very short timer on this panel. We have an investor sitting right beside you, and we are going to go to him next. But Ashish, if you had a 30-second elevator pitch right now to the audience to explain to them what is crypto and where does CoinSwitch come in, 30 seconds, simple English.
So crypto is the way for the future. The entire technology, the entire new generation is building companies on blockchain and on crypto. Crypto is a new asset class alongside with mutual funds, stocks, and other investment asset classes. Crypto, obviously being risky, is rewarding as well. And as an investor, you should build a comprehensive portfolio for yourself, crypto being a part of it. CoinSwitch today is a leading crypto player. Tomorrow, we want to evolve with our users, helping them diversify their investments as well into stocks, mutual fund, ETFs, US stocks, and giving users a more holistic investment ecosystem for their financial well-being.
Okay, so Sanjay, compare it for me. I know I'm harping on the same point, but the minute you say blockchain, I think a lot of people switch off and they're not quite sure what it means. They're still not sure what crypto means. Even if I do want to diversify and put a certain sum in crypto, would the most obvious thing that comes to mind is Bitcoin, right? But for an average person, to invest in Bitcoin may still take a lot more correct me if I'm wrong. So when you say 100 rupees, where are you putting those 100 rupees? Why is it riskier? How do I get to be an owner of a Bitcoin? What does it take?
So just to step back and what the question earlier was, I mean, if you look into the money side of it, previously we used to dig holes and put money, then the banks came in, suddenly, oh, giving money to somebody else to keep it, is it safety? Then internet came in. Oh, can I have an internet banking? Very similar. This is an evolution, how you see across user journey, that the trust will start happening on the digital money and asset, which are going to be there. So even if you look into today, the businesses are basically tokenized with share certificates, right? Very similarly, these are all software, the blockchain companies, which are now digitized with these tokens, and you are actually buying that piece of it, right? So it's very similar, but as you get educated, you will be able to understand this asset class more and more and invest into it.
So I know that you're very bullish on crypto, but not so bullish on Bitcoin. So take us through the reasoning. If I'm investing in crypto tomorrow, how do I decide where to step in?
I would say, just go across to CoinDCX, download the app, start buying. It's a simple app. They have a great learning called DCX Learn, where you can actually learn how crypto works and what are the ways to do a transaction. It takes little bit of education. See, financial education always takes you ahead. So it's just matter of some time, and it's very easy once you know how things work across. Initially, you will have some frictions, but it's then very easy. It's like holding everybody uses UPI, Beam app. As simple as the user interface, you can transact any crypto asset. 1 Bitcoin is divisible by 8, right? So once you have that kind of math, you can, buy for 200, 500, $1,000 also and own a crypto.
Satvik, I want to bring you in over here because you like to call yourself a decentralization maximalist. Now that sounds confusing, but using that as a plank, I want to understand this whole bit about the underlying technology of cryptocurrency, which is a distributed ledger. Let's talk a little bit about blockchain, if you could explain it to our audience. And then also in the end, you could also plug in why you call yourself a decentralization maximalist.
Sure. So when we talk about centralization, right? So initially you have like a powerhouse or one decision maker or one entity or country, etc. And there are managers below them, and then there are sub-managers, and then there are workers and such. So that's how the entire ladder gets built. And apart from doing whatever work these people are designated to do, they have another important work, which is to make sure that they stay there, and or else climb one more step ahead. And in an attempt to do this, they usually get corrupt or co-opt very easily, and that is why whenever these kinds of systems are put in place, there is a lot of hanky-panky things that could happen behind the scenes. But when it comes to, say, decentralization, in a way, everyone is responsible collectively, but no one is responsible individually. So which means even if one person is trying to do something other than what the rest of them are trying to do, then they just gets excluded and the rest of the system will continue to exist, right? So this is exactly the concept that we have applied on Bitcoin's blockchain. And this concept has been so much successful, and it is very visible within the last 12 years or so. And the way the price of it has increased, or the way the adoption has increased, the way people have put trust in this kind of system, just shows that this method really have potential to keep growing.
So just to add across, if you look at Bitcoin, there are no employees, no shareholders, no owner. It's completely decentralized, and still it functions everything like a bank, right? So think across organizations which are going to be open source, decentralized, where there are no owners, no employees, no branch, no shareholders, but still are giving those functions. So it takes a visualization step, but this is how you need to start thinking about the future, where today no single entity is controlling Bitcoin. And very similar how other coins are also getting created, the cryptos are getting created, is all about decentralization.
Sanjay, exactly for these reasons, isn't that why governments around the world are so anxious and wary when you talk about cryptocurrencies? Obviously, we've seen the ban in China, but even in India, we're waiting for a regulatory framework really when it comes to cryptocurrencies. I'm guessing you guys are in talks with the government as well, but isn't that necessarily that decentralized form of technology which causes that anxiety about this, the uncertainty, the volatility. Investing my hard-earned money in one of these products, and God knows what happens and what comes of it.
Every financial product is prone to hacking, right? We have seen for wallets, we have seen for banks, credit cards. I mean, things go across. Securities, you will always see fringe elements being more smarter than the security guys, and that's why loopholes are created. But the way the government is controlled, internet, if you look into the ISP, the data which is flowing through the pipes, government is regulating it. Initially, internet was all free flow information, right? And then government started putting, as they understood what are the pitfalls, they started. Very similar, government will definitely put in regulation, and this will help the industry grow multi-folds once the regulation is in place. Internet was all about free transfer of information. Here you are transferring assets without any control. That's the difference.
So I'm going to come to you as well, Kunal, but Sumit, I think you had a point, and I want to also add to what he's saying in terms of, do you see this as becoming a recognized currency going forward?
I see this as more of a new asset class, emerging asset class. Like investing in stocks used to be very risky 20 years back. Gold was once upon a time, it was illegal to buy gold or import gold. Now look where we are today, right? And if you look at crypto, right, I think one analogy you can see is with the advent of internet, it is now possible to transfer information from one point, any place in the world to any other country. It's just seamless. Within a matter of seconds, you can access any website, any tool, right? Information is freely available across the world. That has changed our life so much that we're using apps, we're using credit cards. It has made our life way more efficient. Now imagine when it comes to value, we are still not able to transfer value across the globe very easily. There are a lot of restrictions in place that is making our traditional finance, which is the bank legacy systems, very inefficient. Now with this blockchain technology, also called as distributed ledger technology, it is making the world more decentralized. That means now you can freely transfer value from any point, any place in the world to any other place freely. Just imagine the impact it will make if you are able to transfer value. Right? It has impact on financial system, it has impact on data security, it has impact on whatever you do on the internet. All your data will be protected. That is what value that the blockchain provides you. Now in terms of regulation, if you use blockchain properly, right, all our existing financial systems can be made much more efficient because they are not at a single point of failure is not there. It is not distributed. Risk is not concentrated on one place. Less corruption, higher transparency, better financial systems, more efficient way to transfer value with multiple advantages. I am very, very certain that in India, it is going to get regulated, and we'll see that in the times to come. It's just a matter of how to regulate it. And that is where education is important. Industry players and regulators needs to come together, have that open dialogue just like we are having today. And whatever apprehensions are there needs to be discussed and sorted out. Blocking that is actually going to do more harm, right? So regulation will happen, and I think that is the right way forward.
And in fact, it was really interesting because just earlier I was speaking to the panelists, and they were kind of describing to me the wave of adoption that we're seeing here in India and how it's something that is only going to grow from here on. Kunal, tell us about that, the kind of pace at which we're seeing growth. You spoke about the increase in value over the years, but now the interest that's coming in from millennials all over the country.
So I think, especially in the last 1 year, markets have grown very well across asset classes. You look at equities, you look at real estate, you look at so many other asset classes. They've all grown actually, and cryptos are no different. Primarily also the core factor besides the digital adoption and COVID and other factors is that US has printed close to $10 trillion. So that money has come into the markets, and that has to go somewhere. So the asset prices have gone up. That has helped in the early adoption of millennials, the early adopters of cryptos and many other asset classes, and that's good for the whole world. And with these companies getting so much funding to be able to build a marketplace, to educate the market, work with the regulators, make an impact, that's great. I just want to come back on one point that let me still explain the use case of Bitcoin. It's probably not necessarily any of us in the room. It's probably an illegal immigrant from Punjab running a taxi in New York, saving $100 a week. Today, if he wants to send $100 back to his village, hometown in Punjab, it costs him $30 from Western Union money transfer, takes 3 days. If Bitcoin were allowed, New York, they're allowed. Punjab, arguably, eventually with regulation, it might be. If Bitcoin is allowed for that person to send $100 back on a weekly basis to his family hometown, who is unbanked, who's a part of the 4 billion people on the planet who are not well banked, who don't have UPI, who don't have Paytm, who don't have a credit card. Bitcoin is the romantic utopian use case for those people, which unfortunately is not coming together in the short term of regulatory and the challenges we are facing. And there are reasons for it. Governments are not comfortable allowing another currency which they don't control, they don't tax, they don't track as yet. But Bitcoin, like everyone is saying, it's become one of those, more you bury it, it's more like a seed, more it grows. China banning has changed nothing. Its adoption is still up, price is still up. So it's one of those things you need to learn to live with, and in time it will find its own place among the fiat currencies. Bitcoin will have its play, and adoption is not a bad play for Indian government as well, to consider adopting it, to consider regulating it, making it more accessible to people, and if it's right, it works. If it's not, right?
It's interesting you mentioned that, Ashish, because now when we look, just tune into any OTT or any digital service and we see a bunch of ads, coin DCX, coin switch, and it's all over the place. And earlier you guys had the influencers doing your marketing, but the last week, even from a branding and marketing standpoint, we're seeing the likes of Ranveer Singh, Amitabh Bachchan. These are the guys y'all are putting Sanjay and the other investor money to good use. So tell me about this. Is this a deliberate play to make this more mainstream? That awareness and that lack of awareness and education that we're talking about, is this the way to solve it and perhaps make it more ubiquitous and commonly used?
Let me take a step back here, right? Let me first explain you who the audience is which is investing into cryptocurrencies. When we think about crypto, we think, oh, it's too complex. Only the tier A, metro cities, population would be investing in it. Today, we have over 4,000 cities across India investing through CoinSwitch into cryptocurrencies. 55% of our audience, which is over 6 million, 60 lakh people, are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, investing their hard-earned money, like $100, $200, $500 into cryptocurrencies. And I think why they are doing it, because they are the internet first generation. Their average age is about 25, right? They are the Gen Z population, the millennial population, and they're not behind US. Earlier, we used to be, 7 years behind US in catching up to any financial revolution. Today, we are right up there, right? They're learning from Twitter. They're learning, along with US, that this is going to be the new revolution, the new way the companies would be built in the future, the new way the technology would evolve in the future. And they're investing their hard-earned money through apps like us into cryptocurrencies. Getting Amitabh Bachchan, getting, Ranveer Kapoor, Ranveer Singh, help this industry a lot because they are familiar faces. They're trying to put out the message that this is simple as well. And there are few fundamentals that you need to look at while investing into cryptocurrencies. They attract the young population and urge the question that, don't stay on the sidelines. At least learn about it. Don't invest. If you don't want to invest, don't invest in it. But this is where the world is moving, and you should know about it, right? And this is the funda that, we as a company has taken to create education.
Has a point to add to that as well.
Yeah, just one point to add. I think what Ashish was mentioning, right? There's a lot of first-time investor people that are investing. I think whenever I think about that, there's one thing that comes to mind, right? Because we talk about customer awareness, right? Crypto awareness. It's a new age asset class. A lot of people don't understand it. What we feel it's our responsibility as a industry players is also to educate about it. We don't need to just take crypto to the masses. We also need to take crypto to the classes, right? How do we educate people? How do we? So that is precisely the reason why I've got a personality like Mr. Amitabh Bachchan to tell people, to teach people, okay, what is the importance of diversifying your portfolio? Why do you need to invest in the future, right? Whatever you invest, really the amount doesn't matter. It's more about the learning. People in India should know what Bitcoin is. People should understand what blockchain is. I'm not talking about investing at all, right? That's just a way to get more returns. Keeping that aside, it's more important to understand what is happening in the world outside, because if we don't do that, India is such a massive country with so many millions of developers, right? Even if 1% of that start leveraging blockchain technology, India over the next decade is going to be a global powerhouse in terms of crypto and blockchain. We don't want to miss out on that opportunity because we have lost it when internet was coming up, right? Now all of these multi-billion dollar, trillion dollar companies are coming out of US. Why? These are Indians who are working in these companies and building those trillion-dollar companies. Why can't India do that? I think India should be at the forefront when it comes to this new technological revolution, and that can only happen with education. Right education, investing in is one part to it. But I think in order to make people aware and educate them about this new phenomena, I think that is why we need people like Mr. Amitabh Bachchan.
Yesterday, Mr. Junjunwala mentioned that this is bubble and vapor kind of. At least Mr. Bachchan can convince Mr. Junjunwala.
Maybe.
You know, Sumit, it's interesting you mentioned that because you're talking about the underlying technology, which is blockchain. And often we miss the wood for the trees, because when you talk about crypto, blockchain by itself has several use cases in the BFSI space, in the fintech space. And I've seen a lot of companies now coming about in Bangalore and Mumbai who are utilizing blockchain that way, that distributed ledger technology. It's interesting running one of the biggest exchanges in the country and doing a stellar job at it. You're talking about the underlying technology. Can we expect you to diversify into other use cases?
Sure. So the problem that's happening right now, because crypto is not regulated, these underlying technology, the use cases are also not coming up, because we feel that crypto is not good or crypto is not regulated. All of these entrepreneurs who want to leverage or harness the power of blockchain are not entering and doing business in India. They're eventually setting up the base outside country. That's leading to brain drain. That's leading to creating thousands or lakhs of opportunities, job opportunities outside the country. It should not happen. We have people, we have all the right ingredients in place in the country. It's a completely technological field. And India is a powerhouse. We have young, fearless, tech-savvy population. What if we just take these people and tell them about blockchain technology and start building these solutions ourselves? We get a lot of spam SMSs every day. With blockchain, you can eliminate that. We have a lot of these contracts which we are doing on paper, right? We can eliminate all of that and put that smart contract. India is not going to build all of these solutions until we regulate it. So regulation is the first step, educating people, working alongside policy makers, and then creating a positive, conducive environment so that crypto investment is one part. But apart from investment, you also want companies to be built on top of blockchain. That's missing in India, and people are scared to venturing out in this space. We have 2 unicorns sitting here. In the first half of 2021, we've got $2 billion investment in fintech alone. 20% of that came into crypto. 20% of that. And that is at a stage when the industry is not even regulated. Just imagine the kind of money, billions of dollars sitting outside the country waiting to come into India. The moment India regulates it, you will have billions of dollars fusing into Indian crypto companies, and then that will give rise to a lot of GDP growth and a lot of job opportunities.
So we have limited time, so I'm going to come to all of you very quickly for closing comments. Satvik, why don't you go?
Yeah, so when it comes to investing in cryptocurrencies, right? So till now, the number of customers that UnoCoin have, at least from what we have seen, so more than 70% of them, they themselves never call them as investors. So they are putting money and dipping their feet for the first time in their lifetime. And these are the ones who are investing somewhere between 200, 500 or up to 5,000 rupees. And the average check size of how much customer invests goes as long as about 8,000 to 10,000 rupees. So when it comes to this Bitcoin and blockchain and even India, right? So I believe these are the kinds of match made in heaven. Because so why do I say that? It's because on one side we have India, where we move towards digitization. Then we want to move transactions happening in digital way, and it's one of the saving mentality, because gold is one of the major asset classes that we have here. And then we have very good tech savvy population, and then there is a very good penetration of smartphones. Then there is internet penetration, and it's one of the biggest incoming remitters from other countries. So all of them, put together, India has a lot to gain by embracing this kind of technology, and I believe it will stay that way.
Kunal?
So I would be cautiously optimistic on cryptos and Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only one where there is no CEO, there's nobody in the middle. It's Satoshi Nakamoto. The best thing he did for Bitcoin was never come forward. In every other coin, there is somebody in the middle. So there is a bit of centralization within the decentralization. But I would highly encourage everyone to learn about it, make your own decision, whether you want to invest or not, that's secondary. But don't do, I often get asked this question that everyone is doing it, must be right. Please don't fall for that. Everyone is doing it doesn't make it right. 1999, everyone was doing .com stocks. 2007, everyone was doing credit products in US. Lehman Brothers happened. So do it for the right reasons, but do learn about it. It's a great thing. You must be aware, and then do the right thing. Eventually, just don't go for the market hype. Just don't go only for the returns. But if you really believe it could be part of your portfolio diversification, definitely consider it.
Sanjay, before you do close, I do know you have a particular view on gold diggers when it comes to the crypto space. If you could add that in your final comments.
Yeah, so I would, I'm an investor, so I don't build companies like these folks. I just invest. So I've been very skeptical. There are a lot of gold diggers with the kind of bull run which is happening across. You will see across people coming to you, okay, I'm launching a coin, I will be doing this blockchain story, give me money, and people fall for it. So you need to evaluate every possible token or cryptocurrency. There are thousands of them, and each one has a use case. So spend some time, but I mean, while I am an investor into it, the way I look upon is my risk is 1x, upside is unlimited in this space. So the way to go about is to do the right diligence on the team, the use case, the solution around it, and then take a punt on what token you want to buy across. And each token has different use cases. Read the white papers. There's a lot of content and data available. Please try to go through that whole content and take this up as a learning exercise. Possibly if you are an equity investor, you should be entering into this asset classes the way I would recommend.
So as a closing thought, right, that I think cryptocurrency as a name itself is a misnomer. We should start calling it crypto assets, because it's not going to be the currency use case which going to be changed through cryptocurrencies. But what's going to change is the next revolution, the next Google, the next Facebook, the next Twitter would be built on blockchain, and hopefully from India. I'm very, very hopeful that it happens, and creating a global impact. And we as retail investors get to invest in these companies from day one, looking at what the team is behind, what the team is doing, and investing in the future of these companies from day one itself, right? So I think classifying it as asset, crypto assets are here to stay. Regulations are the only way going forward, and hopefully with the government understanding the space and engaging with people like the innovators in the industry, would be able to regulate and formalize this industry as we go on.
Absolutely. And for everyone tuned in, of course, this was only one short and power-packed panel on cryptocurrency. The crypto boom is here. It's here to stay, like he said. On Business Today and India Today, we will be covering this extensively, and we have been over the past few weeks. Abha on her show especially.
Absolutely, and we look forward to continuing to do that. Now we're monitoring the space very closely with our partners. So hope you all enjoyed the session, and these gentlemen will be around for a while, because I know some of you may have questions backstage. But 2 unicorns in the crypto world already here in India. That's a big deal. A big round of applause, everyone, please. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we raise that warm applause, may I please call upon stage Mr. Tapan Anandhara, Chief Executive, LIC Card Services Limited, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Thank our session sponsor, Glenlivet. Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, Abha. We thank our panelists, and we're going to take about 2 minutes for a session turnover, and we're ready to go into our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce our next session, Bulls in Our Memory Shop, debating heritage, history, hubris, inviting consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, our session's moderator, to take it from here.
Hello and welcome once again to the India Today Conclave, to a very special session that we have, Bulls in Our Memory Shop, debating heritage, history and hubris. Rather intriguingly titled, but let me try and decode it in a way which is perhaps a little simpler. We live, ladies and gentlemen, in an age of contested legacies of historical figures. We are rewriting, reclaiming, reinterpreting history in a manner that only seems to further polarize society today. Is there a way forward where we can bring together an objective rendition of our history without breeding sharp social and political divisions? That's what we want to address today. And we have two eminent speakers who hopefully will try and demystify this topic for us. Vikram Sampath is the author of a two-part biography of Savarkar. The second part is just out. Historian and author. Dr. Vikram Sampath is joined by Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is not just a politician, but I think at times would rather be first described as a Sahitya Akademi Award winner for his writing, including his most recent book, which looks at the issue of nationalism. So thank you both very much for joining us. And Shashi, let's kick it off straight with you by asking this question, which is often being asked: what are these fundamental fault lines that underlie contemporary history debates, history writing today? Is it Nehruvians versus the Hindutvavadis? Is it left versus right? Is it constitutionalists versus those who see an India that stretches into antiquity? What really defines the history debate today?
I think what's happened, Rajdeep, is that what has opened up in the last few years with the ascent of Moditva, if you like, Hindutva plus the personality cult of Mr. Modi in power and the followers they both attract. What has changed, I think, is that an issue which many of us grew up assuming had been long settled has now reopened fundamentally. And that goes back to the founding of the Republic, the moment of partition, because partition didn't happen, as you remember, the split in the nationalist movement didn't happen over ideology. It wasn't Marxist versus capitalist. It didn't happen over geography. It wasn't North versus South. It happened on one key question. The question was, is religion the determinant of our nationhood? And those who argued that, yes, religion was their identity and that made them a nation, they left and they created Pakistan. And everyone else who remained pretty much of any consequence, starting with Mahatma Gandhi, embracing Nehru, Maulana Azad, Sardar Patel, Rajendra Prasad, the works, they all said, no, our freedom struggle was for everyone. And of course, Dr. Ambedkar then enshrined this in a constitution debated over 2.5 years before being adopted, which enshrined that principle that India will be a secular, pluralistic state with room for everyone, irrespective of what their color of skin was, what the language they spoke at home, what religion they had or chose to worship, what caste they belonged to, that as long as they were citizens of this republic, everyone would be equal. Now, that fundamental idea was, I think, core to the evolution of Indian politics for the next 6 decades plus. And now we have a different ethos in power, which argues that no, India is fundamentally a Hindu country, and that everybody else here is either a guest or an interloper, and that the institutions of the state, the laws of the state, the practices of the state must reflect an allegiance to a certain cultural, civilizational understanding of India, which has nothing to do with the idea of India enshrined in the Constitution. And that, I think, is the fundamental fault line, because it is, people keep saying no one gave you the right to have your own idea of India. My answer is, I'm afraid my idea of India is the idea in the Constitution. Where does yours come from?
You want to answer that? Where does yours come from? The suggestion that Shashi Tharoor is making is that the fundamental fault line lies in how we, in a way, identify ourselves as Indians. Do we identify ourselves in India through the Constitution, or do we identify ourselves through religious identity?
Rajdeep, as a non-politician and as a historian, I'd like to answer it from that perspective. That we might be politically independent, but I think our minds are far from decolonized. Particularly this finds its manifestation in scholarship, in historiography, where we've very, very faithfully been adherents of that infamous Macaulay's Minute of 1835, that the whole role of education is to create a class of people who are interpreters, who are only in color and blood Indian, but in our morals, opinions, tastes, and intellect, we are English. And this manifests, it's probably most germane in the way history is written in India. And I'm not making it political at all. The first.
No, you're welcome to make it political. It is political. Let's be honest.
So the first brush that a young Indian will have with the history of her country is the textbooks. And what does she see there? The story of her country is almost shown in third person as though it belongs to some other nation. While it's not my case to argue that the role of history or historians is to generate pride and hysteria and jingoism and all of that, the converse also holds, that to denigrate your past, to feel a constant sense of apologia about it, I think that's been the bane of historiography, because sadly, even at the heights of the British Raj, you had space for nationalist historians, Jadunath Sarkar, Radha Kumud Mukherjee, R.C. Majumdar, V.K. Rajwade, so many of them, Bhandarkar, C.V. Vaidya. But then sadly, post-independence, and I think the Congress party unwittingly gave away that space of historiography to the stranglehold of Marxist historians, and in a discipline like this, which thrives on multiplicity of views, which thrives on dissent, discussion, debate, differences of opinion, healthy discussions, I think the thraldom with which academic historiography, I'm talking of, which has been largely controlled by a clique of what we would call as leftist historians, I think it's distorted history and created several fault lines. I'll just state one or two. The story of India is the story of invaders. From their perspective, we've not reclaimed that. So a young person, again, who reads the story of India, it's a long litany of invasions, starting from that myth of the Aryan invasion theory, to a series of battles that we have lost. We are a nation of losers, it seems to most people, that the very fact that we are around as a civilization shows there must have been some battles we also won, and the resistance that was put, which is curiously underplayed or subjugated in our history books. The other thing, we are sitting in Delhi, but the historiography of India is extremely Delhi-centric. Both of us come from below the Vindhyas. I think stories from our part of the country don't find mention as much as some obscure dynasties which are bigoted, Lodhis and Khiljis find incommensurate mention in books. The Vijayanagar Empire or the Chola Empire, the Rashtrakutas, Satavahanas, Pallavas, the Travancore rulers, the Mysore Wadeyars, the Ahoms of Northeast, the Nagas, Tripuris, the rulers of Manipur. I think India needs to reclaim her history from Delhi. And these are these constant battles that keep happening in historiography, and also, a refusal to acknowledge the darker elements, the darker aspects of Indian history, particularly medieval India with Islamic invasions, trying to brush that under the carpet. American historian Will Durant had called the Islamic invasion of India as the bloodiest chapter of human history. But does that find a mention in our books in the way it should? We labor under this false assumption that talking about the truth will upset contemporary social issues.
But dare I say that, national unity or social cohesion cannot stand, the edifice of national unity or social cohesion cannot stand on the shaky and false foundations of whitewashed history. So face the truth in the eye. History worldwide offers these spaces to heal, to relive the past, get over it, make peace with it, move on. I think we've not done that. And that is one reason these battles keep happening. What we saw in Ayodhya, what we keep seeing all the time, these renaming of cities, these are a manifestation of that same idea that somehow someone is going to feel bad if you speak the truth. And so we need to push all the muck under the carpet and put deodorant. At some point, the stink will show up. And that's what is happening.
Basically, Vikram wants India to reclaim its history from Delhi, from Macaulay's children, from those who in the Nehruvian age, he believes, whitewashed history. And didn't tell the little subaltern histories. I could add a number of other names, Suhail Dev, who took on, the Ghazdis. There are many others whose names come out. Is that true somewhere? Or do you believe he's taking an extreme position and going to the extent where now I read Maharana Pratap actually defeated Akbar in the Battle of Haldigadi, which is a plain lie, but it suits a particular form of history writing.
So this is precise. I'm with Vikram halfway. There is much of what he said in the first half of his response, I agree totally with, and I have myself in my own way expressed the same concern that there's a whole lot of Indian history we've not been able to reclaim. I studied in Bombay, Calcutta and Delhi, and I didn't learn a line about the Vijayanagar Empire, and even less about the Cholas, the Pallavas and so on. Whereas, as Vikram points out, the smallest dynasties in Delhi, we learned by heart their dates. So there is certainly a Delhi-centric vision of Indian history teaching. But on the last part of what Vikram said, I have a profound disagreement. I think that what we have to look at is that when we came to independence, we really did not choose to be a mirror image of Pakistan. Pakistan used history to forge this rather intolerant idea. I've met Pakistanis who are horrified to realize that the history they read. There is even an excellent book by a Pakistani historian comparing the history that was taught in Indian schools up to the 70s and what was taught in Pakistani schools. Where in Pakistan it was all about hatred of Hindus, the glorious 5,000-year history of Islam in India, etc., etc., and essentially a denial of any syncretism. Whereas in India, history, and I know you don't fully approve of this, but history was pressed into the nation-building project, in the service of nation-building. And so there was a desire to elide over some of the more unpleasant details, destruction of temples, some of the horrors that happened, while at the same time stressing on the commonalities, the cooperation, the harmony that also featured throughout the same periods. And I think that was a laudable objective in a country like ours. First of all, unlike Pakistan, we were a democracy. Second, unlike Pakistan, we were a much more pluralistic society. We had to knit together people of various differences. And we didn't feel, I shouldn't say we, I was a kid myself at the time, the nation didn't feel that accentuating remembered divisions would have been the right way to go if you're knitting a nation together. And to my mind, that was actually the right choice. Today, what's happening is we are scratching at wounds that had actually healed. And you're reopening and fresh sort of drops of blood are emerging from scars that should have been allowed to heal. Let sleeping dogmas lie would have been my preferred option. But unfortunately, this is where we're going.
That might have been the case, Dr. Tharoor, I think, in the immediate decades after independence. But I think, have the wounds really healed? That's also the question. This, as I said...
Are we allowing them to heal, Vikram?
Well, I mean, sometimes just talking the truth, Ubuntu and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which South Africa did, of course, the victims and perpetrators, they were alive, and so they could come face to face. But I think it's a civilizational wound and a civilizational victim. I'll just give one example. I mean, we were the greatest... universities in the world, the Oxfords and Princetons of the world in Vikramshila, Takshashila, Nalanda. And when Nalanda was, vandalized, books burned for 1 year, they say. There was so much of manuscripts and books by this bigoted Bakhtiyar Khilji. Today, if you go out of Nalanda, the ruins, the town is Bakhtiyarpur. The station there is Bakhtiyarpur station. In which country of the world will a person who actually desecrated your temple of knowledge be actually valorized? And also, By doing this, I think somewhere we're putting the albatross of these invasions on the neck of a young Indian Muslim man or woman who is not responsible for the invasions of Ghazni, Gori, Aurangzeb, and Tipu Sultan and all these. If, like in the morning, Mr. Arif Muhammad Khan was telling you, Rajdeep, that a Muslim need not represent a Muslim in parliament or assemblies. Similarly, you need not have an icon created for the community who belongs to the same community. You can have anybody else. But even if you want to have, Muslim icons for the community, you have a range of others, from Rahim to Kabir to Raskhan to Sant Shishunal Sharif to APJ Abdul Kalam to Mr. Arif Muhammad Khan. There's so many others. Why would you assume that talking about the atrocities of Aurangzeb or Tipu Sultan or Ghazni is going to make the Indian Muslim feel very, bad about? Just 2 days back, you had Anas Haqqani who put out a tweet celebrating the fact that, they went to the shrine of the Mazar of Ghazni, Mahmud Ghazni, and also gloated over the fact that he crushed the Somnath idol. So are we not doing, in some way, putting that same seed of, separatism, that we are trying to whitewash these invaders only so that you feel nice and you feel integrated into the society? I don't think that.
Is it about whitewashing or is it about demonization? The moment a road is named after Aurangzeb or, you've got a city like Aurangabad, immediately remove it. So you're moving from whitewashing history, as you call it whitewashing that was going on, to now deliberately looking for those figures through whom you can demonize a community. So we seem to be moving from one extreme to the other extreme.
Why should the community get
Vikram, one
demonized?
second on that one, because it's a very important point. When this thuggish group called the Hindu Sena recently defaced some road signs, it was no longer about what a particular ruler did, right? So you want Aurangzeb Road renamed for the same reason you'd want Bhaktiyarpur renamed, and I understand that. But Akbar, there couldn't have been a greater example of the kind of ideal king in that particular period of time. And his was defaced, so the only thing that mattered is that he was Muslim. So they came and defaced the signs for Akbar Road, and I said, what do they even understand about history? What are they doing? So when you ask, rightly, why is today's Muslim feeling offended when Ghazni or Gori are denounced? The answer is because it is instrumentalized to demonize them today. You talk to Muslims who have absolutely no affinity for Ghazni or Gori, but they're the ones being aggressed. After all, when some poor fellow is walking down the street and he's beaten within an inch of his life and told to say Jai Shri Ram, that's not my Hindu dharma, Vikram. And that's also not what building a democratic society in India can possibly be about.
Which is why I said I think the wounds haven't healed, and it's so easy to bring these out. So a truth and reconciliation commission where we set all this, as I said, world over, history offers these spaces where people can talk these uncomfortable truths, heal from it, learn from past mistakes, and move on. I think we have not made peace with our past, and that is why it keeps resurfacing every now and then as a cancerous growth from
No,
the
but
holy
whose
politics.
truth? Whose truth? The question is whose truth? Let's take a look at Savarkar, for example, who is now being reclaimed in a way, after having been possibly demonized by the Congress Nehruvian elite when you all were in power. Who decides who is the real Savarkar? Is the Savarkar the freedom fighter, as some would like to see him? Or is he a Hindutvavadi leader? Is he someone who called Gaurakshaks fools and spoke out against untouchability? Or is he this iconoclastic figure who has to be only seen as an anti-Muslim leader? Whose truth? Shashi Tharoor's truth? Vikram Sampat's truth? Whose truth?
My truth is a combination of all that you said, Raj,
No,
because these are complex figures. They are a bit of all of that.
But the truth is our politicians reduce them to black and white caricatures.
No, I think in all fairness, Vikram has done a good job of trying to draw in his 2 volumes, and rather hefty volumes, we've seen them, a very complex portrait in which he has been, some would say, very generous to the first half of Savarkar's life and perhaps not critical enough of the second half. But he's painted it all, it's all there. And though I haven't read every single word because that would take a year of both volumes, I have dipped into it, and it's a terrific work in terms of trying to reclaim for today's generation a person who, as you say, has only been depicted in one total caricature as this great nationalist hero, or perhaps total caricature as this craven supplicant for British mercy. who then essentially lived on a British pension for many years afterwards. And these two contrasting images mean that for some of us, it was very difficult to understand why Savarkar's portrait should be in Parliament at all, and that too opposite that of Mahatma Gandhi. Whereas what Vikram has depicted, particularly the early years, up to about the time that he gets sent off to the Andamans, to that cellular jail, which I have visited, and it's certainly not a salubrious place. Up to that time, he was really a hero. As somebody, I think it was Manu Pillai in his review of Vikram's book, said if like Bhagat Singh, he had been hanged instead of sent off to exile and survived, might we not be hailing him today as a hero like Bhagat Singh? It's a subsequent year, the invention of Hindutva philosophy and the bigotry he showed, the involvement in mentoring Nathuram Godse and up there, all of these things that have cast a shadow over what Savarkar represents.
Nobody, can you look at these figures who've traversed, decades as complex figures, or do we tend to look at them as black and white figures? Even Bhagat Singh, let's be honest, Bhagat Singh was never close to anything remotely connected to Hindutvavadi politics. And yet today,
he was a communist.
He was a communist. He was a communist, but today, but today, but today Bhagat Singh is appropriated by the Indian right. Subhash Chandra Bose, who was a socialist, is appropriated by the Indian right. Mahatma Gandhi, you appropriate, and you appropriate Savarkar. Both together, you want to appropriate every leader, then give the truth.
I don't know who's you here, because as I said, I don't belong to any political party, fortunately.
You've been positioned at the right of the stage.
That's by design.
I'm happy to be the centrist.
No, but go ahead.
But see, there are many facets to a person like Savarkar, who's very, very complicated figure. I've dealt in detail about those so-called petitions, that they were not mercy petitions, that these pension that he was receiving is something that that many other revolutionaries whose degrees was taken away were given by the British. The very fact that the British never trusted him, if he had become a stooge, they would have co-opted him. He was a very useful fellow who was trained in law in London. He would have been a part of the Viceroy's Council. Now, from a 5-year captivity in Ratnagiri after his release from Andamans, every time his petition came up for a review, the British said, we don't trust this man, because he had these underground networks with Bhagat Singh, with Chandrasekhar Azad, with Durga Bhabhi, with Sachindranath Sanyal, Raj Bihari Bose, all of them. So from 5 years, the term actually ended to 13 long years. That itself showed that the British never trusted him, and he was not a stooge as is made out to be. And also his role in the assassination of Gandhiji, time and time again, the courts have honorably exonerated him. And when the highest court, the Supreme Court, exonerates someone, I think for political purposes, it is unfair to keep on putting that albatross on him. But be that as it...
There's a new book out that does exactly that with new research.
Well, maybe.
But then,
Dr. Tharoor, for 1.5 years, the Supreme Court appointed an amicus curiae, and someone of the stature of Justice Bobde, the former CJI, and Justice Nageshwar Rao went through the Mahatma Gandhi trial papers, the Justice Jivan Lal Kapoor Commission report, and gave out a statement in 2018, just 3 years ago, that Savarkar's role in Gandhiji's assassination is not something that is up for review, and the courts have settled it. So I think somewhere we should put, dogs to sleep there, as you said. But, the fact, Rajdeep, is have these discussions. Today we are able to have this mainstream discussion on Savarkar. But in the 50s and 60s, I keep talking about this several times, someone of the eminence of Pandit Hridaynath Mangeshkar, who was in All India Radio, Savarkar was also a prolific Marathi poet. He wrote extensively in Marathi, Sagara, Pran, Talmalala, and Jayostute, and all of that. So this poem which he tuned, Sagara, Pran, Talmalala, which Lataji, Ashaji, others sang, for which he got a show cause notice, asking, why have you tuned this man's, why have you tuned this? And Mangeshkarji gave this 2-line reply saying, good poet, good poem, reason enough to tune, but he lost his job for doing this. So you make someone a persona non grata, you don't even have a discussion on that person, and we talk of intolerance today. So, this culture, cancel culture of anybody who doesn't fall in this mainstream narrative is a traitor, doesn't belong to the nationhood. I think that is a very problematic piece. And Bhagat Singh too, Bhagat Singh published Savarkar's book on 1857, the 4th edition. In his jail diaries, the Hindu Pad Padashahi of Savarkar are noted down extensively. He's written eulogizing articles on Savarkar in the Matwala newspaper that Bhagat Singh brought out. So this connections between the revolutionaries, I think, is so understudied. That's another fault line in our history, where we have a very simplistic, linear, monochromatic narrative, a Richard Attenborough film of how India won her freedom. I think there are multiple stories, multiple narratives, multiple heroes and heroines, and the time has come in this Amrit Mahotsav that we kind of revisit those other voices and other which are dying to be, I think, told and heard.
Respond to that, Dr. Tharoor, that the years of the Congressification of our history, when the Marxists sort of, in a way, dictated what our history should be, is where distortion and, dare I say, intolerance also crept in. That there was an unwillingness to read possibly other multiple versions that perhaps existed of these same complex figures. For the longest time, even Bose was never really done justice in a way by the so-called Congress historians of the 50s and 60s.
Well, I'm not sure that it's fair in a thriving democracy to imply that every historian followed a particular line dictated by the ruling party. I don't believe that was true. I think that, in fact, in some ways, some of the critiques of the Congress from the left were actually even sharper than perhaps what today we're seeing from the right. So I don't think it was a monochromatic approach. Having said that, I'm not going to speak in favor of intolerance. I wasn't aware of this episode of Pandit Hridaynath Mangeshkar, and I feel sorry that such a choice should have been made. No one is defending any of the excesses of the past, but this whataboutery is not a way of responding seriously to a discussion about today and tomorrow. You talk about 2002 riots in Gujarat. What about 1984? Both were bad, yeah? But let's not acknowledge they were both bad, and let's talk about how do we prevent either from happening in 2021. That's the way in which we have to look at history if you are interested in building a modern, progressive, democratic nation.
You're saying there's no space for whataboutery in our history debate.
That's cheap debating, point scoring. What about this? What about that? Okay, we are censoring people now. You censored people ago. We are arresting people now. You arrest in the emergency. Those arguments are not what the country ought to be about. They're not about what we should aspire to as Indians to see in our country. I am all for reclaiming forgotten voices, as Vikram says, on all sides, I might add. And I think that one of the very important things that you're overlooking in the slight demonization of Congress-era history writing is the very fact that people like Bhagat Singh, Netaji Bose and others were honored, maybe insufficiently according to some, were honored sufficiently that today we still speak of them with reverence. And these are people who obviously were demonized by the Brits up to 1947. And when you look at the fact that of course, Netaji has lots of roads and stadia and so on named after him everywhere. Bhagat Singh is an icon that everyone honors today. People don't realize he died in his early 20s. He was hanged at 21 or 22. And yet today he is one of the best known Punjabis of all time in India. And somebody who is revered, rightly so, for the extraordinary intellect he had and the contribution he made to articulating India's aspirations for freedom. So it's not as if there was only one narrative. But let's agree, let's concede the point we need to allow other voices to come forward. What are these voices saying? And that's where I want to, if the voices are saying, Muslims were bad 500 years ago, and therefore today's Muslims will have to suffer for it, and we will do this, and we will do that, and we will change this, and we'll change that, then I have a problem. I want to say, what are you doing to today's India? Why can't we focus on making a better India for all, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, the lot, instead of fighting these old battles? When Vikram says that the wounds have not healed, you're not allowing them to heal. That's my problem. Let them heal. Let them heal. I remember a conversation with Shimon Peres, the former president of Israel, in Davos. This is more than 20 years ago. We were having dinner. It was a casual conversation. Now that he's passed away, I can reveal it. And he said to me, I hate history. I said, what? I said, history is my subject. What are you telling me, sir? He said, no, I hate history. I don't want my grandson to study history. I said, why? He says, the history only is going to make him dwell in the past, in real or imagined wrongs. I want him to focus on the future. Let him study technology. Let him study computers. I don't want him to study history. Now, this is from Israel, which is steeped in history. But I'm just saying, here is the kind of attitude that a modern, forward-looking state is seeking to encourage. And we, having encouraged it, having talked about science and IITs and AIMS and the race to space and all of that, we are now once again slipping back into using history as a battle axe to fight the imagined wrongs of today.
You know, for example,
I'd lose my job, Dr. Tharoor, if history doesn't become
you won't lose your job. No, I wonder whether
history as history you should write. I'll read you.
No,
but history for today's political misuse is what I have a problem.
No, I wonder whether
history has always been the handmaiden of the
No, but is
ruler.
that-
It's nothing very special or unique that's happening now or today. I think time and time again, it's a victor who writes the story, and that African saying that goes that
Chinua Achebe's famous line.
Yes, yeah,
Until the lions have their own
storyteller, it'll always glorify the
No, but look at it,
hunter.
Vikram. Look at it, Vikram, Dr. Tharoor. August 14th, in this Amrit Mahotsav year, the Prime Minister of the country says it should be looked at as Partition Horrors Remembrance Day. Do we want to rekindle the scars of the past, or do we want to look ahead? I mean, this is where it comes to it. Whether our politicians of the time are selectively interpreting history to suit their political ends.
Rajdeep, I think it was philosopher George Santana who had said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
George Santana.
Yeah, and so 2 million people dead, 15 million or so displaced, one of the largest displacements in human history, in at least the recent times. As I said, I don't know the political motivations of what might happen of that. But world over, when you have Holocaust museums, are they all celebrating the Holocaust? When in Israel, in Germany, or in the US, when people go to the Holocaust museum and see those horrors, even now, of what happened in those gas chambers, are they celebrating Hitler? Or is it a reminder that history gives to you that these excesses should never happen again? It should never be committed again. So I think...
That's a historian speaking, not a politician.
I said, luckily,
Shash,
fortunately
and
not.
Dr. Tharoor, you're a politician. Let's be honest. What is Partition Remembrance Day about? Remembering the horrors of partition.
Well, I think I was probably the first to tweet against this declaration by the Prime Minister that it should be marked as Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, because it seemed to me targeting specifically these healed wounds and scratching them. But having said that, I'm all in favor of memorializing what happened in Partition. There's a very good Partition Museum in Amritsar. Let's have more. I mean, I've talked about memorializing the atrocities of colonialism. Not because today I want us to go and revolt against the Brits. That's over. That's history. But we should understand. We should, as I've said in talking about my book, I've said we must definitely forgive, but we must not forget. Now, the problem is here we have people who are not only prepared not to forget, who even want to revive memories, real or imagined, of what people have forgotten, and then, instead of forgiving, want to punish the supposed descendants of those who perpetrated those wrongs.
That's your fear. That's your fear.
You cannot
That's
correct
your
the
fear.
wrongs of yesterday by creating new wrongs for tomorrow.
But Dr. Tharoor, if you want people to not to forget the horrors of colonialism, and you write a book about the darkness of that period, would you also encourage historians then to write about the period of medieval age or the age of the so-called invasions that took place during the Mughal rule or previously during the sultans, that there were these horrors that were committed and you should not forget them? Would you say that one is acceptable and one is not? Or would you say, forget one, because today if you forget one, you'll open up new scars, but don't forget what the colonials did, because there are no scars to be opened up there.
Dr. Tharoor famously argued for reparations from the British. We don't have reparations to take from Muhammad Ghazni, but the least reparation we can do for our national consciousness is to remember this.
But you can't remember. You can't remember it. You can't remember it by demolishing a mosque and building a temple.
You're again bringing politics to me. So 80 million was the fall in the subcontinent's population between 1000 CE and 1525 with the end of the Delhi Sultanate. So these 80 million people, largely Hindus in this subcontinent, they just didn't drop down dead. Today we still have the Hindu Kush mountains. What is that Hindu Kush? It was a mountain of human skulls, of Hindu slaughter. So these are, and from 40,000 to 60,000 is the numbers spoken of the temples desecrated. Now you also have condescendingly Western historians who come down to us and tell us that Aurangzeb actually protected more temples than he demolished. And so he was a very, very, nice guy and so on. We know these kind of condescending historians who come and teach us what to be tolerant about and intolerant about. So obviously Hitler also could have probably massacred a lot more Jews. He didn't do it, so was he a saint for that? So I think these kind of perversions and it's, I think, an intellectual crime to subvert or subordinate the truth to political considerations, which happens on both sides. And to tell the truth as it is with a group of non-ideologically, leaning historians, I think is the need of the hour to ensure that the story of India finally gets told to the future generations.
Why can't it be told by
subsumed.
multiple voices, Vikram? Why can't we have... So you have a Gyanendra Pandey writing about example after example that he's dug up of Hindu-Muslim cooperation during these periods. Sure. And by all means also have a historian cataloguing all the misdeeds and the temple destruction and so on, whoever, Sitaram Goyal if you like. Let them both be there. My
That's
point
not
is,
allowed,
no, but
Dr.
at the
Tharoor.
moment
That is
you've
the
got a
problem.
situation where one point of view is in power and is imposing that point of view in everything from school textbooks in the states where they're ruling, down to the official national, even talking about this Horrors Remembrance Day is a very clear demonization
Honestly,
of one community.
on social media, I think this government's so-called supporters would actually castigate the government that they're not doing enough to change the textbooks, because in 7 years in power, and you had a former HRD minister who said we take pride in not a single line of the textbook has been changed. So I don't know what.
For example, one minute. We now have a film. No, we have a filmmaker, Mahesh Manjrekar, who wants to make a film on Godse. Announces the film on Gandhi Jayanti. And, obviously is sending out a message. You'll have Godse, as a hero trending, as the top trend on social media.
Loonies, Rajdeep. There are loonies everywhere.
Isn't there a mainstreaming and a normalization of these loonies somewhere? Who is a loony and who is not? Some of these loonies are in power. Some of these loonies are our MPs. How long are we going to call them loonies?
We've had some MPs actually saying they wanted statues of Mahatma Gandhi replaced by statues of Godse. So it's not, Rati was quite right, there is definitely a mainstreaming of points of view that would not have been considered, respectable to utter even behind closed doors.
But credit where due, I think the Prime Minister himself came out and said he would never forgive the concerned MP from Bhopal who made those statements.
Why?
Whatever.
But she was made an MP before, when she was made an MP, she had already made statements about Godse. My point is, the moment you make her an MP, you're effectively saying it's okay. As long as you can win an election, you can say what you want, you can valorize Godse and demonize Gandhi. But Dr. Tharoor, on the flip side, this is about, at one level, competitive intolerances about the use of power. Take a look at in your home state of Kerala. Political controversy brewing over the inclusion of the works and thoughts of RSS ideologues like Golwalkar, Savarkar, Deen Dayal Upadhyay.
And Balraj Madok.
And Balraj Madok. I don't know where Madok fitted into that. And there's a huge outcry. So the left is equally intolerant. Nobody, why should I not know about Savarkar or Golwalkar?
Exactly.
Why can't there be history which is with multiple voices, read in an objective manner, non-ideologically? Is that at all possible, or are we too hyper-polarized now to even appreciate it? People, somebody sent me a message when I said that I have Vikram on the show. Oh, he's the person who's whitewashing Savarkar for a new India. So you see, we seem so hyper-polarized at the moment. And he's not even read Vikram's book.
So my point would precisely be this: let's have multiple voices. I supported the proposal to include these RSS ideologues in the syllabus because it is only by reading them and understanding their thinking that you can decide where you stand in relation to them.
Will your party leadership support you on that?
No.
Or you'll be once again ostracized? Look at that bad boy.
No,
Shashi
but I've
Tharoor.
already taken my public stand and I was isolated. But the point
You
is,
were isolated by your own party.
But look, I'm somebody who has quoted extensively from Savarkar and Golwalkar in my writings. So how can I deny others the privilege of reading the same sources that I read? From my point of view, I don't agree with them. but it's only by reading them that I know that I don't agree with them. So you cannot and should not deny college students, university students, the right to be exposed to a wide variety of views and come to their own conclusions. That applies to history, that applies to ideas. That's what education is supposed to be all about. It's to give you the equipment intellectually to discern, according ultimately to your own value choices, if necessary, your own ideology. I believe that it was wrong, and in the end, they have indeed proscribed those texts. I believe it was wrong to do so, and I have no hesitation in saying I'll stand up for academic freedom and intellectual freedom against even the sort of ideologues on my own side of the fence, because I genuinely believe in having as wide a range of materials, sources, and information. As I said to Vikram earlier, let's have both views about the same period. Let's read them. And that's not just both views. There are multiple views about many periods of Indian history in which there's not just one conclusion. The intelligent reader and the intelligent student should be exposed to and have an opportunity to see what everyone is reading, writing, arguing, and then make their own minds up. But then we'll have a better informed citizenry.
But is that possible? I ask you that. You're looking at an ideal situation where academic freedom, intellectual freedom exists. But it doesn't, in the hyper-polarized society where people are getting so sharply divided, them versus us, is it possible? Are we living in an illusory world, Dr. Tharoor, where it is simply not possible anymore to have these debates without polarizing society even further?
That's only because the ruling powers and the ruling establishment appear to have taken particular sides in this debate. If the government stayed out of the debate, if the government and the ruling party and their entire panoply of power, influence, media influence, all of that comes with it, if they stood back and said, let this be discussed amongst intellectuals, amongst historians, amongst journalists, that I think would be fine, and we can have all these views. I would love to read more of Vikram and read more of leftist historians. How does it matter? It's when the government has one point of view that appears to be the one that they are railroading to the consciousness of Indians that everyone gets alarmed and says, here, you're polarizing the country.
Sorry to say what about here, but that's exactly what would have been said 25 years ago when you were in power. True. You see, that's the problem.
True. I was happily at the UN, so don't say true. But I take your point.
Dr. Tharoor is in a magnificent minority, who believes in this open-mindedness. That, as I said, history is a handmaiden of the ruler. So in the past, when ICHR was created and so on, I spoke about how even during the British time, you had space for an alternate view. Whereas, post-independence, it's a paradox that we do not have these alternate views to thrive. I mean, careers have been destroyed, fellowships denied, so many stories like this, only because you didn't toe a particular line. So every dog has its day. So some people are now looking back and saying, it's our time now. You can't grudge them that, saying, now we have to be fair to everybody and so on. Where were these virtues 20, 25 years ago? So now, in fact, as I said, people who are supportive of this government actually berate it for not doing enough to actually bring a civilizational consciousness or something, statement of history. So, in fact, they get the stick, I think, on both sides.
No, but it's got to be high quality. Let's be honest.
And so,
part of the problem is it's not just about junking the past. It's if you're going to rewrite history. Please ensure that you do it with some element of integrity and quality. So I ask you, therefore, between so-called secularizing history and communalizing history, is there a middle ground?
Yes,
that we can find?
Truthifying history, I guess. That is the truthifying history.
Truthifying. You're calling it truthifying history.
Truthifying Indian history and let people read what is the truth.
However inconvenient
it is, let us stare it in the face. Let's just get done with it. I think we have a very, very troubled past. And since, as I stated again, since we've not made peace with it, we will keep having these fissures emanating all the time, whether it is in Ayodhya, whether it is in some other place. If we had settled these for good, I think the problems would not arise.
Dr. Tharoor?
In one of my novels, Riot, I have a character, a foreigner, an American, saying to the Indian characters, the problem with your country is you have far too much history for you to be able to consume it. I mean, it's overflowing. You're all busy using history as a battle axe to hit each other with. And this character is somebody who's trying to sell a popular beverage in India. And he says, I don't care about your past. I'm only interested in your future and increasing my sales here. You guys should be thinking about the future too. And frankly, I have some sympathy with that point of view. I love reading history. I've enjoyed writing it as an amateur. I don't claim to be a historian as Vikram is. But I would say that History should belong to the past and to multiple understandings of the past. And Vikram says the truth. So if you look selectively at only the rape, the pillage, the destruction of temples, the forced conversions, you have one kind of truth about that period in northern India in particular. If you look only at incident after incident of Hindus going and worshipping, for example, Ghazi Mia in Bahrain is this fellow who was a Muslim warrior who's revered as a Hindu saint today. You've got people in many, many parts of India who where if there was a natural calamity and a temple was destroyed, the local Muslims would come and rebuild it, and vice versa for a masjid. We've had so many examples like that that are also present in our history. If you only look at that selectively, you'll have a different truth. And maybe if you read both sets of accounts, you'll arrive at a third truth. I feel we should let people have their own understandings, provided no one seeks to assert a monopoly of one version of the truth. That's where I would leave it. Let us let history remain contested for the past, but let us not bring those contests over into the present and thereby compromise our future.
Maybe we should have a film. Maybe we should have a film on Kabir instead of Aurangzeb.
Yeah, indeed.
So you know, maybe we should have a film on bridge builders rather than a Godse.
Yeah.
You know, there are any number of, have a great film on Vivekanand instead of a film on Godse. Have a film on Kabir instead of Ghazni. But maybe we live in an era whereas in Bajrangi Bhaijaan, the actor says, कि प्यार बांटना बहुत मुश्किल है, नफरत फैलाना बहुत आसान. And I just wonder whether even history has got caught in these competitive hatreds of our time. I just wonder.
It has, Rajdeep, and I would agree with Dr. Tharoor there about these multiplicity of views. I've always held, as a historian, that it's that famous poem we read as children, the blind man and the elephant. Each blind man touches one part of the elephant and says the elephant looks like the trunk, the tail, the body, and so on. They're all right and they're all wrong as well. History is that. Each person looks at one aspect based on either biases or the evidences that are available to them and reconstructs. It's the sum of all the parts. So do not deny any part in the false miasma of contemporary politics, contemporary social cohesion, and so on. And as I said, de-hyphenate today's Muslims from these invaders of the past. Make new icons who actually represent that composite culture, who actually represent that peaceful version that you talk of, rather than, actually deny and have this negationism that, Aurangzeb was actually very secular, but
the way to do that is to go back to the Constitution. The Constitution gives us a roadmap where we can all enjoy our own autonomy and be empowered as citizens of a free democratic republic.
True.
Let's do that and not, in fact, demonize people for what happened centuries before our republic was even born.
Let's leave it there, because we are 75 years into our independence, and 75 years is a good step to look forward rather than look at the past possibly with anger and certainly not with hatred. This country, as yesterday Thomas Friedman called it, is a miracle country, a country of great pluralities. Let's celebrate that diversity rather than somehow or the other demonize our past. And that's really what historians need to do, provide us with those multiple voices that reflect the diversity of this unique country. Thank you both very much for joining us. Vikram Sampath, Shashi Tharoor.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. L.K. Shyam Sundar, Executive Director, Corporate Communications, Life Insurance Corporation of India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to both gentlemen. Can we please put our hands together? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next session. Just give us a minute and please settle down, and we're through to our next session. Next, we are going to put the spotlight on the role of corporates in combating climate change. And I want to invite on stage Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Chairman and Managing Director, ITC Limited. Long before sustainability became a buzzword, ITC walked the talk in a spectacular journey to become a global exemplar. Here is a short film capturing some milestones that make India proud.
It's working?
Sir, a few words from you and we'll play the film after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Arun, Kali, and Raj for inviting me. And it's, in fact, I'm delighted to be here today. It's a rare occasion these days to have a participate in a physical event, so thank you very much for that. And I'm happy today to be speaking on a subject that's very dear to ITC, on the role of corporates on climate change. And I'm happy today to share some perspectives of ITC's journey over the years. All of you would recollect just a few days back, two gentlemen were given the Nobel Prize for predicting global warming. That certainly shows how important the subject is. But if you go back in history, and we just had a good session on history just now, the prediction dates back to the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And yet, I think the unfortunate part is that we haven't done enough to be able to combat it today. Today, it's a crisis of epic proportions. And we are all witness to extreme weather events year on year. The IPCC report recently that's come out, that also says that going beyond 1.5 degree is somewhere a given. The Climate Action Tracker, in fact, says that with all the pledges that have been made, we are on track for 2.4. But the trajectory today is 2.8. So clearly there is a huge gap. A lot needs to be done. And if it is not done, the future poses enormous risks. In India itself, it's predicted that heat waves or extreme weather events would multiply 75 times. Yields of wheat would drop to about 50%. Clearly, the crisis is very, very severe, and the need to act is now. And the need to act is to do it at scale. And that's where I think this topic is extremely important. Whilst all sections of the society need to do their bit, because it's an extremely big challenge, it's an extremely complex issue, but corporates, and we in ITC have always believed that, as large economic organs of society, as trustees of societal resources, I think we have a responsibility towards it.
And enterprises have access to a lot of financial capital, have an access to a lot of managerial talent, have a lot of access to innovative capacity, and we can execute at scale. We can influence change. I think that's where the role of corporates in combating climate change becomes extremely, extremely pivotal. And it is today, in fact, I would say, even in our self-enlightened interest to do so. Because there is increasing requirements of this from investors, consumers, regulators are demanding certain actions as far as this is concerned. And in any case, you know, businesses can only thrive when societies thrive. So we've got to do it, we've got to lead the way, we've got to show the way like corporates have in many areas. And when we speak about it, often there is a tension between the cost of sustainability and the economic viability. Our own experience has shown that it is indeed possible to simultaneously create comparatively superior economic value and at the same time do well for the planet. And in our journey, we've become a water positive, carbon positive, solid waste recycling company for 19, 16 and 14 years in a row. Whilst we've grown our businesses, we've given good financial results, so it's eminently possible to do so. So the tension is not really there. It's for us to find the solutions. In fact, if we find the right solutions, we can actually create some interesting sources of competitive advantage. Of course, there will be some areas where costs are high, but at a larger level, we have to look at it at the total system cost, and some of it we have to absorb. But in totality, I think enterprises can actually overcome that. Many years back, India did not have its fiber chain, and I'm just taking the liberty of sharing some examples. And we decided to create a fiber chain in India, and today we have about 8,75,000 acres of renewable forest. It's created 160 million man-months of employment. It's created social capital, it's a carbon sink, and it has made the business competitive because I have a competitive and sustainable source of fiber, and as a result, our paperboard business is not only the greenest, but it also provides the best quality of paperboard and the best and consistent financial metrics. So all these, because it is pursued in a way that is synergistic. Based on our journey, I would like to suggest there are many things to be done, but let me just call out a few areas that we've found very useful and a few areas that I think are very critical from the Indian perspectives. I think first and foremost, the starting point is for all enterprises to set the ambition, to set the goals. And the moment we do it, we will find innovative forces being unleashed in the enterprise and new ways of working, different ways of thinking, and newer models that will emerge. And I'll allude to some of them as I go forward. Second is we need to commit ourselves to improving and building green infrastructure, green energy, green mobility, green buildings. In ITC, that's a journey that we have traversed over 2 decades. We have 33 green buildings, LEED Platinum certified. We do not make any more buildings that are not LEED Platinum certified. Our hotels is the greenest luxury hotel chain in the world. The world's first platinum rated data center is the ITC Sankhya. And it is also, I'm sharing these examples to also say it also makes good business sense. It's good for the planet, it's good for the enterprise. Our energy costs in hotels are 40 to 50% lower than comparable. The ITC Windsor Manor Bangalore recently became the first hotel in the world to become net zero carbon. And that hotel's energy costs are 80% lower than normal. So what is good for the planet is also good for the enterprise. Of course, there will be some areas that are difficult to handle, but those are things on which I believe solutions will be found, and as scale comes in, cost will in fact drop. The third area is that we all need to commit ourselves to water neutrality. And I'm emphasizing water because India is water stressed, severely water stressed. 20 out of 30 cities are going to run out of water in this decade. So we need to commit ourselves to water neutrality and in fact go a step forward and become water positive. We, for example, generate 4 times the water harvesting capacity as our net consumption. And it is possible to do so by adopting certain innovative models we have done through nature-based solutions by restoring community-based water harvesting structures. So it is possible to do it, and it's essential to do it. The third area that we need to look at as corporates is the area of transforming the agri-value chains, not merely because they are one of the significant emitters, but also because they're the most threatened. And that is a value chain where the dependency is high. Dependency is high from livelihoods, and dependency is high from a food security point of view. In 2050, we will have 9 billion people on the planet. And with depleting natural resources, we need to produce food for everybody who exists with better incomes. So that is a serious challenge. But the good news is there are solutions to it. And the solution is to adopt climate-smart agriculture. We have done pilots at scale with 250 lakh farmers, 8,000 villages, where GHG emissions have reduced by 47%, and at the same time, farmer incomes have gone up from 41 to 80%. Again, an example of what is good for planet is also good for the farmers. Similarly, we worked on water along with farmers because agriculture is a big user of water. Demand side efficiency, reduction of 25 to 45% in a matter of couple of years. I'm just giving these examples to say that there are solutions existing today. We need to collectively come together and adopt these at scale. And digitization, I think the manner in which the world has adopted digital technologies, and that's a great learning from the pandemic. What did not happen in decades happened in weeks. That offers enormous opportunity because we have huge number of farmers, fragmented landholding, so we need to provide this know-how to all of them. And I think the digital solutions provides a great opportunity. During the pandemic, our farmer empowerment activities in the aspirational districts all transitioned to a digital mode with WhatsApp groups and special apps. And the farmers actually absorbed all the training, and in the Kharif crop, their incomes were up 60%. So that offers immense hope. The fourth area we need to focus on is to use the power of science and technology to find solutions. And I think the speed and scale and the speed of execution of the vaccines during the pandemic, I think has really taught us that we can do a lot in a limited amount of time. And we need to find the solutions to some of the energy solutions for hard-to-abate sectors, whether it's through the hydrogen route, whether it's the storage or capture routes, whether it's for plastic packaging. I think all these solutions need to find, and we and enterprises must focus on it, and it's also a business opportunity. We are, for example, in the packaging and paperboard business, and we've been focusing on plastic substitutes. And we already have version 1 of our solutions already in the market, which are having interesting uptake. And the fifth point I want to emphasize is that we need to, this may not be directly related to our businesses, but it's essential for a sustainable future. We need to enrich and grow biodiversity. And this is an area that we can all focus in our CSR activities, if not directly related to the businesses. I think these are the 5 areas I believe are very, very critical to India if we are to combat, mitigate, and adapt to the challenges of climate change. It is very heartening that Government of India has done very well. We are well on track to achieve our commitments for the Paris Climate Agreement. And in fact, The Prime Minister recently said that we will go beyond that. Indian Railways is going to be net zero by 2030. The manner in which LEDs have been scaled up to revolutionize efficient lighting is amazing. I think these are also very encouraging and inspirational stories for all of us in corporates. And I think we need to join hands with the government and move ahead, forge ahead at a fast speed. And to enable faster progress, I think there are a couple of points I'd like to put on the table. One is that the incentives as also disincentives in the system to galvanize action need certainly at a global scale to be strengthened. India has made good progress, but I think there are areas like carbon pricing, etc., that can galvanize further action. We need to make it stronger. Second, it's a complex area. It cannot be done by any one company alone, and we have to pursue the route of collaboration, pursue the route of public-private partnerships. We in ITC have 83 of them on water stewardship, waste management, and so on and so forth. And that's where I think we can amplify impact, bring in supplementary skills, and scale up. So these are few perspectives based on our experience. And I believe that while there are many areas for which solutions do not exist today, and I'm sure they will be found over time, but at the same time, there are solutions in many areas available. It is for us to galvanize action and adopt them at scale to make an impact, because we do owe it. We do owe it to the future generations to leave a world that is much more secure and sustainable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, I urge you to come back on stage just for a minute. Just come back on stage, sir. Thank you. As I request Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editor, Director, Publishing India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a very small token of our appreciation to Mr. Sanjeev Puri. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please raise a warm applause? And now also for the film that we promised long before sustainability became a buzzword, ITC walked the talk in a spectacular journey to become a global exemplar. Here is now that short film capturing some milestones that make India proud. We're going to take 2 minutes to go into our next session. Just a quick turnaround on stage, and we're ready to get into the next session, which is Planet Doctors Meet the Dynamic Young Women Fighting to Keep India Green. Quickly handing over to Shoma Chaudhary, Consulting Editor, India Today.
Good evening, everyone. Over the last 2 days, we've discussed everything from China to Afghanistan, terror, economy, double-digit growth. But the two things we should have learned by now is that we are likely to be ambushed by the things that we pay least attention to. And so the one common theme running through these 2 days is a focus on climate change and environment. And we had some debate about how to name this session. Whether to say meet the dynamic young women, keeping India green or keeping India safe. And I think the two things are really very interconnected. Mr. Puri just shared some very startling statistics. I'd just like to give one or two more very quickly, which is that when we're talking about a 5 trillion economy, etc., what we forget is that the cost of economic degradation is 3.75 trillion rupees, which is 5.7% of our GDP. That we are unleashing 400 million liters of wastewater into our rivers every year, which is creating a 9% reduction in, in revenue, agricultural revenue, 16% reduction in productivity, and that's actually entering the food chain, and that's the food we eat. And so there's a health cost, illnesses cost. 70% of our surface water is polluted. When Mr. Nitin Gadkari was the water minister, he released a report which said 600 million Indians are under water stress. So, while we now talk a lot about fossil fuels, we are aware of climate change. It's not even enough to call it climate change anymore. It's climate emergency, and then one step further to climate justice. But at the building block of that is the environment, is resource pollution, and the extinction of species. But the moment we heard the word biodiversity, ecosystems, we kind of blank out. We think it's boring. Sitting here in the cities, we focus on buildings. So for me, at least, it's a real privilege to be doing this session. And I'd like to call on stage 3 young women in their 20s who are really at the forefront of creating consciousness and fighting this fight for India. They're part of a global youth movement that's waking the world up. Greta Thunberg speaks at the UN, but we ourselves have been more neglectful, sometimes even more unjust to these young people. So the first one that I'd like to introduce is Disha Ravi, who's one of the co-founders of the Fridays for Future in India, the India chapter. Unfortunately, earlier this year, she was jailed for several months, and we have promised not to go into the case. But when you meet the young person behind the sort of poltergeist that was created, we'll understand really what is being done on our behalf. So welcome, Disha. The other person I'd like to call on stage is Malaika Vaz. Malaika is a National Geographic explorer. She's a windsurfer. She's a certified pilot. She's a deep sea diver. She's an endurance horse rider. She's an adventure sports athlete. She's also a National Geographic explorer. She's made films on predators, on the manta ray. She's done an international investigation, won a lot of awards, is a presenter. Has her own company called The Untamed Planet. And there's Gunjan Menon, who's again a wildlife filmmaker, a conservationist. All 3 are in their 20s. Gunjan has her film Firefox Guardian. Was nominated for the Student BAFTA. She's got awards, more than 30 awards from 15 countries. She works with women in Africa. And now let me tell you their ages. Gunjan is 28, Malaika is 24, and Disha this week turned 23. So we're really, really happy to have them on stage. Thank you very much for being here. You know, when I was speaking earlier, I just said that typically, because we're so far away, we go for holidays to these beautiful places. But the moment one hears the word biodiversity, ecosystem, everyone blanks out. So Disha, let me start with you. Why do ecosystems matter? When we say, don't build this because the bullfrog will die, why should we care?
Sorry, I'm laughing. I find that question quite funny because ecosystem is often seen as a very different part from ourselves, and even the environment is often seen as a separate being. When the truth is, we are dependent on the environment. We are dependent on clean air, clean water, the forests, and the rivers and the ocean. So when you ask me why it's important to protect an ecosystem, you can understand why I find it a little funny, because we are dependent on it. And we are all part of the ecosystem, and often the environmental activism is seen just about the forest, but the truth is environmental activism is about the humans, because we are part of the ecosystem. We aren't separate from it. We are Earth defending itself.
Thank you, Disha. In fact, Christiana Figueres, who was instrumental in bringing 195 countries onto the climate table, said the one thing we have to stop saying is that we're trying to save the planet. We're not trying to save the planet. We're really trying to save ourselves, you know. And Malaika, you're at the heart of communication through your films. You use your camera for advocacy. You've made amazing films on the manta ray and predators, as I said. So how do you use your films and cinema to communicate, you know?
Thank you, Shoma. I think, as storytellers, very often, it's our job to keep the attention on a subject once that moment has passed. And take the pandemic, for example. Right now, everyone's talking about it. It's a really important moment in time as we combat corona. But the reason we're in this situation is because of our extractive relationship with the natural world. And as a filmmaker, I've been, documenting these illegal wildlife markets in Hong Kong and Guangzhou way before the pandemic started. And I think it's important to keep telling these stories of how we can fundamentally reshift and change our relationship with the planet right now. And I think when it comes to wildlife conservation specifically, India has done a phenomenal job. We've managed to protect tigers and elephants and sharks and all kinds of species better than many countries. But we also are in a bit of a pickle right now. And I think it's important for us to see this moment in time as a time when we can actually take a leadership role on the global stage and show that India can actually be an exemplary country with protecting our wildlife and combating climate change.
But Malaika, before I come to you, Gunjan, you are very different in the way you're making wildlife films, you know. You kind of get up close. I described that you're a great adventure sports enthusiast, and you bring some of that adrenaline to the way you're doing films. You know, typically we think of documentaries with that voiceover, and you see pictures, and you still feel very distant. I was asking you about communicating, that what is the unique sort of quality that you bring to it, and why do you do that?
So I think
Talk
Shoma,
about some of your experiences.
Yeah, I think I get a lot of flack for this because sometimes I get unnecessarily close to animals because I obviously am safe and I'm making sure the animal is comfortable. I end up hiking up mountains and diving with sharks and doing all of these sometimes crazy, dangerous things. And often the question is, why do you have to hike up a mountain to tell a story about why that mountain needs to be protected? And that's a good question, honestly. But the reason is because if we tell boring stories about the natural world, we are going to lose people's attention. And as a filmmaker, I'm not just competing with everyone else on National Geographic. I'm competing with everyone else on India Today and people on, NDTV and everyone else out there. And if I want to get someone's attention after a long day at work, I need to make sure that my films are exciting and that a family wants to watch it together. So you come for the adventure, you come for me doing stuff like you can see in the background, but you stay for the conservation message. You stay for the fact that the science is out there. We need to protect our planet, and we probably just have like 10 or 15 or maximum 20 years to do that.
Right. So I'm going to come back to, you've been to all 7 continents, and we'll ask you for some of your experiences. But Gunjan, let me come to you. You know, you've made the Firefox Guardian, which really looked at the red panda and the relationship with the community. So talk to us about that, this interrelatedness, you know, what we were talking about, the interconnectedness. Why should the red panda disappear matter to us? You know, what did you find about that?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Shoma, for that question. And it's interesting that we are talking about red pandas at this stage now, because when I set out to make the film, and I was talking about red pandas to everyone, and I had just read an article in the newspaper which said that they had been downlisted to and uplisted to become endangered. They used to be vulnerable and they were endangered, so I wanted to do something about it. And I was talking to people about red pandas, and to my surprise, or like you can call it my ignorance, one of my friends said that I didn't know pandas came in red. So that's when I realized that how can I expect people to protect a species they don't even know exists? So that's when I started doing more research, that how can I tell this story? And that's when I came across the protagonist of my film, Menuka, and she is a simple village girl from a remote corner in Nepal, and she works with Red Panda Network. And I saw a blog article where it was titled Role of Women in Conservation, and she was standing right in the center surrounded by 20 men, and it said, if not me, who will protect red pandas? And I was instantly drawn, and I started then realizing that this is the story I need to tell. It's about the people, it's about the local communities and their role in red panda conservation. And that actually worked. It worked with people if someone is not interested in wildlife, but they were fascinated by her passion towards wildlife. And this is just one example. Like when you're making films, when I was watching films as a teenager, I only saw films about pristine natural worlds. I was seeing films where everything was okay with the polar bears. It was just fuzzy, cute animals. And I had no idea growing up that our natural world was in so much danger. The polar ice caps were melting, and there's so much destruction happening. So that's when I sort of also realized that this is the lens I want to show. I want to show people, where are the people in these stories? Where are the communities? Where's the problem? And like Malaika said, nobody wants to watch films that just talk about doom and gloom. So I sort of shifted the lens to a story of hope, because there are people working at the grassroots, there are communities who have dedicated their lives to protect a species. So that's how
Malaika, I'm just going to butt in there very quickly. Why was this community protecting the red panda? Was it just in like the fact that they appreciated it, or was there connectivity? Is it just ethos? What did you find?
I asked them the same question, and they said, if not us, who will? This is our forest. These are our red pandas. Why would we not do this? And to them, it was bizarre that I was asking, why are you saving them? And it just put things into perspective for me that it's a way of life. Conservation is a way of life for them. For us, it's about going to a place, saving a species, like you said. And for them, it's just something they have to do because it's theirs. There's this ownership of land. And that was something really beautiful.
Right. So Disha, let me come to you. You know, we've been reeling out these statistics, but the fact is that our habitats are disappearing, you know, and there's a lot of stress on that. So one, you've been very, very active in this zone. You also are looking at government and policy and, you know, why things are eroding the way they are. So talk to me a little bit about which are the habitats in India that are under stress, why does it matter, and what is the government doing wrong in its policies?
Thank you for that, Shoma. Because you started with habitat, let me come with one statement that people often make, is that our forest cover is increasing. But if you look closely at the data, you will see that it's the open forest cover that's increasing. And open forest cover, if you look at the definition of it, it's so vague, and sometimes it's defined as just 30, 40 trees in like a park. So you can go down to a park, find trees that are just, sticking or growing next to each other, and that will be considered a forest. And because of the vagueness of the definition, you can just say your forest cover is increasing, but this is the case for a lot of our environmental norms because they're so vague, they're so ill-defined. The data can be manipulated, and this was the case with the recent Forest Conservation Act that they're amending. What they actually brought it quite recently. It was on October 2nd, if I'm not wrong, and it was only published digitally, firstly, and it was only published in English. And the whole country doesn't speak English, and the whole country isn't online. So firstly, it's inaccessible, and the second issue, there are several issues with it, but the second one is the fact that they've diluted some of the norms in the Forest Amendment Act, Forest Conservation Act, my bad. The first is a lot of projects don't need the approvals that they would require before. The railways and the highways, the ministry won't need forest approvals, and if the land near borders is considered important or strategic, they won't need permissions anymore, and land that's been forested after 1996 won't be protected, and a customary afforestation won't be protected once again. So all of this really dilutes how we look at habitat and how environment is seen. And this isn't just the case today. We've been doing this with the EIA, which is the Environmental Impact Assessment, last year. So we've been diluting a lot of norms when it comes to environmental policy.
So, Disha, I'm sorry I'm cutting on to you because I'm just looking at the clock and I've just got a note. So it's not just that the clock is ticking on the planet, it's ticking on us as well. You've talked about the Environment Assessment Act. Parque Tiger Reserve, we're looking at that beautiful picture. We are allowing roads to go through that. We are allowing strategic projects to come up in the middle of biodiversity. And like you said, that we are beginning to equate tropical forests with just monoculture, trees that you're planting which have no biodiversity. And again, I think we don't understand how important biodiversity is. So I'm going to just jump back to Malaika for a bit. Malaika, you, as I said, have been across 7 continents. You were talking to me earlier about the human brain, So you've shot with tigers, you've been up close. Tell me what sort of mind shift you had, what was the experience of being so close to the species?
I think, I live in a city and I spend a lot of time in the jungle, and that juxtaposition got me thinking, humans have the most incredible brain. I mean, yes, often on camera I talk about how octopuses are really smart or tigers are remarkably intelligent, but the truth is that we are the smartest, we are the apex predator on this planet right now. And given that we have this brain that is so incredible, I mean, if you put us in the same room as a tiger, we'd be eaten in seconds. But yet, using our brain, we are able to build highways into, pristine forests. We're able to build massive amounts of infrastructure. But if we could also realize how important the climate crisis is and how important it is to combat it right now, we could actually use that very brain and harness that to change things around. And I think the solutions are there, the science is out there. And right now, it's just about realizing that this is a big enough issue to invest in. It's a big enough issue to be a national and a global priority. And I think that's what it really boils down to.
Right. You spoke about palm oil earlier. When we're talking about the fact that even as we're talking about climate change, there's so much climate consciousness, we're not looking at the habitats, which is the building block of that. So with all our current day awareness, we're still powering through with things which will be difficult for us. So talk about your experience with palm oil, and why is that a concern area for you?
Yeah, that's something that has really shook me and disturbed me of late. And I'm going to look at my notes because I don't want to get the facts wrong. But a recent proposal aims to boost palm oil production in India by promoting its cultivation in the Northeast and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And that's disastrous because India aspires to bring 1 million hectares of land under palm oil cultivation by 2025. And this could lead to large-scale deforestation, disturbances in sensitive ecosystems, and even trigger land conflicts with people. And I'll tell you why it's so baffling, because there has been proof time and again, if we look at Southeast Asia, what's been happening there. Oil palm plantations currently cover more than 27 million hectares of the Earth's surface. And to put that into perspective, that's around 300 football fields that that disappear in an hour. That's 300 football fields worth of forests, pure, pristine forests getting destroyed for palm oil plantations. And it's in India, especially in the Northeast India. I mean, Malaika and I have been there in Arunachal Pradesh. They're some of the most beautiful natural forests with lots of biodiversity, like countless species that are found nowhere else in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We're going to lose all of that to oil. I'm shaking, sorry, because it's really disturbing. And we're going to lose all of that for oil palm plantation. And it's been proven that the Northeast is not even viable for it. I'll read out a quote from the senior scientist called Dr. Varun Goswami. He recently gave a quote to Round Glass, and he said that he's surprised that Northeast is being viewed as a major destination for the expansion of oil palm in India. Scientific evidence suggests that region is climatically ill-suited for oil palm, actually. And it appears that the draw is because of the presence of large tracts of forests. But by the time we realize that the yield from Northeast India is not enough, it'll be too late. All the forests will already be cut down. So it's something that we need to think about, consult experts, consult scientists before actually thinking of doing this. Yeah.
Gunjan, I'm sorry, I'm cutting in, because I'm actually personally feeling bad to make this so short, because you, as I said, you're our hope for the future. Just last thoughts, all three of you. Why did the three of you get so involved with climate and with environment? Disha, you start.
So I've personally been impacted by the climate crisis because my grandparents are farmers and they had to suffer through the water crisis when I was much younger. And my mother actually had to carry water before she went to school. And this essentially is what led me to be a part of the climate movement, and just the fact that indigenous people, Adivasis, environmental defenders are hurt every single day for doing the very work that will protect all of us is what makes me concerned. I think one example is the fact that Hidmi Markham, who's an Adivasi woman who's been arrested on Women's Day this year for protesting against coal mines, which we all know is bad for us for several reasons. And I think just the fact that this is how we treat our environmental defenders, this is how we treat our planet, and I wanted to change that. And that's essentially why I got involved.
You, Malaika?
I think for me, it was realizing that the narrative needed to shift to help us understand that protecting wildlife isn't really about, protecting obscure animals in the middle of nowhere, but it's about protecting ourselves. And it makes good business sense to protect the planet right now. All of these things, run in my head, but the one incident that I can say really, really solidified my passion for protecting the planet was when I saw a blue whale up close. I looked a blue whale in the eye, and I just realized that this is the largest animal that has ever lived on our planet. And if we as human beings can decimate wildlife, we can remove, animals and species and ecosystems that took millions and millions of years, then we're failing. And how do we become better ancestors? We become better ancestors by looking after the wildlife that we have, not just for them, but for us.
Right. And you, Malaika? You, Gunjan?
For me, I realized very early on that filmmaking is a really powerful medium. It can actually bring behavioral change and change policies if done the right way. And I studied in Bristol, so I actually saw a culture where 3 generations sit together and watch wildlife and conservation content on television on their main channel, BBC One, and that sort of culture doesn't exist in India. And I wanted to tell stories in a way that can be watched at prime time, and I think we're sitting right now in this room with so many people who have that decision-making power, so many commissioners who can actually bring these stories to mainstream audience. So we should really build towards having that collective consciousness in this next generation and tell stories that can reach the masses. Because if that is not there, then we won't be conscious as a whole generation, as a country. We really need to expand the storytelling and get our stories to reach people of India.
Thank you very much, all three of you. I just wanted to emphasize one thing that she said, which is that the EIA now allows post facto clearance, which is that you create the mess and then you can pay for it and move on. So it's just at odds with everything else that we are saying. And Malaika, though she hasn't been able to speak of it, has followed the wild meat trail. You know, we've suffered, the entire world came to a standstill because of wild meat sale, the food chain, everything that's going wrong because we're killing habitats. It's a story we'll have to hear another day, maybe on this channel. But thank you very much, all three of you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Praveen Kumar, Managing Director, Darwin Platform Group of Companies, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to these three very young girls. We wish all three of you great success. Lots more commissions, Gunjan, Malaika, we hope you climb taller mountains, and great campaigns, Disha. Thank you, girls. Just give us a minute turnaround time and we're ready to go into our next session. Because we're running short of time, what I'm going to do is, while our stage is getting done for the next session, I'm going to quickly call across Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, to come up on stage and introduce our next session to this audience. Unicorn Diaries, How to Make $1 Billion, Frontline Insights on the Internet Economy.
Good evening. Hello and a warm welcome once again. We've had packed sessions, and this one gives me great pleasure to introduce a fantastic panel on Unicorn Diaries, How to Make $1 Billion, and Insights on the Internet Economy. And you have four stellar panelists who represent the best of our unicorn effort. Rahul Garg, founder and CEO of Moglix; Sandeep Agarwal, founder of Droom; Abhiraj Bhal, founder and CEO of The Urban Company; and Mayank Kumar, co-founder and MD of Upgrad. And before I try and get this quick, snappy session underway, I just want to give you one data point. The month of September alone has seen startups in India raise close to $3.5 billion. That's just this one month. And of that, 41 were growth stage investments, 114 were early stage, and at least 40 are undisclosed. So this number could be much higher. And this is what is already being called the year of the unicorn in India. My question, and I throw this to the extreme right, Mayank, for you to tell our audience, is this just a year or will it be a decade of unicorns from India?
I mean, I think it's a decade of unicorns for India. And I guess the 35 unicorns that have been formed this year, I think it's just about scratching the surface as we speak right now. Because, I mean, when we look at those businesses, these are real businesses that are coming out. And these are businesses that are actually disrupting the existing offline with the online ecosystem. These are tech-enabled, come with a very different margin profiles. These are businesses that has potential to reach to scale, which in physical formats are difficult for multiple other companies to do so. So I do believe with the quality of founders, with the capital coming in, with the market opening up, digital infrastructure getting ready, it's not just a year, but it's a decade of long run growth for us.
Long growth, and that's fantastic news. I want to come to you, Abhiraj, and you run what I would call a services company. And the question about valuations, again, for a large audience which is watching this across the massive reach of the India Today group, Tell us, how do you get to unicorn status in the simplest way as you can?
I think you have to really focus on building a company that creates value for customers, for suppliers. I'd say unicorn or no unicorn, that's an outcome. You can't have that as your goal. Valuation is really an outcome metric. So the focus has to be on building a high quality company which creates a lot of value for society, and the valuation will follow.
All right. Valuations again. Sandeep, the question, and I want to take you to China because that's another dominant theme. I've asked you this before. I repeat the question for the benefit of our audience. China, ByteDance as a company, if you look at valuations, from 60 million to $75 billion. India is also generating unicorns, but the numbers here are 500 million up to, let's say, 5 billion, 4 billion, that range. Why is this? Why is there a gap? Is it because culturally, language-wise, China is one market, and the fact that many of our audience may not fully appreciate, India is not one market. You're actually dealing with perhaps 24 markets, languages, cultures, and people in some way.
Well, that could be a reason, but I think the reason why ByteDance or TikTok, as famously known, has created a high value, or for that matter, Alibaba and so many Baidu and so many other companies, is because internet has been around for 27 years. It's designed as open by nature, not just as a technology architecture in terms of the business ecosystem also, but that was not the case in China. There was a lot of protectionism was given, like in late 90s, you had 3 e-commerce companies, all were same size. One was owned by eBay, one was by Amazon, one was a local company, Alibaba. And 3-5 years later, there was only one company. So, I think that there are only, if you look at beyond US, there are only 2 countries which can give you more than 500 million, or I would say even close to 1 billion internet population, that is India and China. The only difference is China had 25 years of protectionism for the internet companies. That was not the case in India. But it's catching up. Like, India is still now, if you see the glass half full, then I would say India is still the home to the 3rd largest unicorns, and half of them have come in last 2 years alone.
Absolutely, and this dollar deluge, Rahul, that's the point. Again, where is this money coming from? I know people within the startup world, the VC world, know this. Private equity guys, of course, know it. But where is all of this money coming from, and can it sustain, maybe, if not too long a horizon, at least for the next 2 to 3 years?
So firstly, I think I want to challenge this entire notion that there's a lot of money coming to India. Because if you look at it, what may seem like $1 billion, $2 billion, and you look at the global economy of $50+ trillion, I think for many of the countries, this money is still peanuts. I think just because our economy size is fairly low,
You're also hinting at the currency conversion, right?
I am also hinting at the currency conversion, but I am also saying that what we think of a 100 CR company or a 1000 CR company starts to become large. You think of going to a US market and a stock exchange, it will probably be small cap or may not be even big enough to get listed.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, Mayank. I want to take this point with you and relate it to the fact that what Rahul calls peanuts in terms of inflows, should I say that some startups, not all, are being timid by not having global ambitions? IT engineers, Indian engineers run some of the best companies across the world. I don't even have to take those names. Yet these startups, which have a global model in terms of their basic business, why aren't you going out? The same question, China created a TikTok. Why aren't we there still?
I think India is still a very, very large market. And as I said earlier, that we are just starting to scratch the surface. And even if you look at when we sort of talk to investors and the external community, the entire focus back to us is that, look, why don't you double down on India? Because in India, you can build a very large scale business. And as Sandeep mentioned, there are 1 billion plus internet users.
Large scale, but low margin?
I would not even call it low margin. If you provide value, there is margin to be made. And I guess that's what everyone is focusing on, that how can you provide more and more value to the customer?
Sandeep, define value, because your business is all about delivering value, even if it's in used cars, for example.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, I think internet is not necessarily, I'm not underestimating everything new age companies do, but a lot of that is really reinvention of how things were done without these technologies which are now available to mankind. So we are not, at Droom, we are not reinventing the car, which other people are doing it very beautifully, but we are reinventing how the automobile should be bought and sold. And then, the definition of innovation is what is possible now, which was not previously possible. Right? So internet has made products and services basically geography agnostic. You don't need to, right? They have made them time agnostic. They have lowered the entry barrier. And then, one by one, we have seen, today, travel is 80% plus online.
Yep.
Right? But 25 years back, if I tell someone that I will never have to go somewhere to book my travel, he would laugh at me.
And
right.
Sandeep, you remind me, almost a decade and a half ago, one of the earliest internet travel companies was again an Indian company. I will also try and get all four of them to speak about their startup stories. But before I do, I want to take one major question, which is like the elephant in the room in some ways. Rajiv Jain's comment, Bajaj Finance executive, he was quoted across media recently saying, and I'm going to try and read this off to you so that you can appreciate the full comment. In the context of fintechs, and there are so many of them in India, he said, show me $1 billion balance sheet, fintech, there are none. There may be $1 billion valuation fintechs, but not $1 billion balance sheet. He's trying to make the point about startup valuations and their strategic levels. Who wants to answer this question? I'll quickly go across the panel. You want to take that first?
Sure, I'll take that. I think, we discussed this and debated on this point, but I guess that's also a point that the evolution of fintechs are much at a low, they are very nascent stage, and the incumbents have been there for some time, have built the balance sheet over a period of time. And the business model and the financial models at which the startups and the new age economy companies are operating are fundamentally different than, let's say, the traditional and incumbents who are operating out there right now. So I think it's not a question. I think today, factually, he's right. But you have to also take the lens of time and how long have the incumbents been existent versus the fintech. And maybe 5 years later, the same question can be raised in a very different setup, in a different setting.
Abhiraj, I am taking that same question with a small addition. What you're doing is actually a very difficult business. You try to aggregate and get services of a certain kind, which most of you here would agree with me are difficult. And not only is the first service a difficult one, follow-ups, if it doesn't get fixed properly, how do you go and chase that guy? Practically sometimes just bought off the street. Abhiraj, from that point of view and the valuation matrix, explain it to our audience, those naysayers or doubters who say, well, these valuations are not worth the paper they are written on.
I'll be quick. So I think I think the valuations are ahead of where the companies are today, to be honest. But a lot of this bet is on India and how India will pan out over the next 10 years. The hope is that India will become at least a 5 trillion and hopefully a $7-8 trillion economy. And that means you're creating $2 to $3 trillion of new economy. And that's a rebalancing of a lot of sectors that will happen. I think a lot of tech companies can also not just hand wave and say, look, because we're tech, because we have better margins, that's why these valuations are called to us. We have to go in our respective sectors and do the heavy lifting. So as urban company, we run over 100 training centers. We help service professionals with training, with onboarding support, with financing solutions. So you really have to go deep in the sectors that you're trying to organize. Because if you want a lion's share of that...
Your service technician who's on contract, sorry for the interruption, get paid better, the same, or worse off? I'm asking this question also in the context of the controversy we saw around the pay for drivers in a certain company, online cab aggregator.
Look, we take great pride in the fact that our service professionals earn significantly higher than what the offline average is. There has been some recent controversy around this, and for those of you in the audience who might not be aware, there was some recent strikes from urban company professionals saying that we want better earnings. An important point I want to make here is that all of us as companies are young and we're evolving. We're willing to learn. We have the humility to say that we're not perfect. And our models will evolve. And I think all of us have to be given that opportunity to make mistakes and evolve these models so that eventually we become large companies which create win-win for society.
That's a fair point because, a lot of people would say the founders, the top management are becoming crorepati's, millionaires, billionaires. What about those who are actually enabling this? I want to turn away from business in the last 5-6 minutes that we have left on this session, and I want to get all four on the panel to relate their startup story. How did they arrive at it? A couple of them have founded, successfully exited, restarted across. Maybe Rahul, I'll start off with you. Tell all those who are watching about how you actually came to be a startup icon.
So I think firstly, we are still in the journey. I think there's a long way to go. But we are into manufacturing and infrastructure sector. And I think what COVID has taught is that India really needs to continue to play a very, very important role in global supply chain. I think in our journey, I started with a mission. Actually, we are referring one of the Chinese name, but we started with a mission, we'll build Alibaba 2.0. We said, what has happened in a consumer commerce, and we use many of the consumer commerce platform, food delivery platforms, we want to bring that to businesses. And I think we have been at it problem for last 5 years since launch. And we have realized that every single inflection point, whether it was GST, demonetization, COVID, I think every single of those have enabled more and more India to realize that there is a certain element of what is the customer experience or a business experience they are able to get offline, and they can get much, much better experience when you start to transition to online behavior. And I think we are continuing our journey on that problem solving. Valuation is just one of those milestones which makes you feel good as well as get more access to resources.
Absolutely. Sandeep, the same question, one story from your past of how you chose to become a startup icon.
Well, my story is quite different. I was in Silicon Valley for 15 years. I had no plan to be back here. When I came here, my parents were very happy. They thought that we are getting old and son is coming back. But I actually came back because I saw in 2011 an opportunity to start my first venture, which was Shopclues. And it was the first marketplace at the time when India e-commerce was showing sign that it has arrived. But everyone was inventory-led model, and it was like 17-year-old industry, but for all practical purposes, zero for India. So I was a Wall Street analyst. I saw this as an opportunity that maybe how many times you see an opportunity to create Amazon or Alibaba of India before you die. And so I just jumped on that, came with a one-way ticket first time in 15 years to India, and build it from 35th entrant into Indian e-commerce to the 4th unicorn. Now we are talking about 70, 80. So I have seen this ecosystem growing. But it was not that simple for me. The month I first time believed that I have arrived as an entrepreneur and it's a matter of time my company will become $1 billion and go public. The next 2 years, multiple things happened in my life. I was arrested by FBI in USA. I had to step down from Shopclues. I had to see my 20 years old marriage failing. And I had to start at the age of 41 like a 19-year-old boy. But I'm very glad where I am right now. And, as Rahul said, I share the sentiments. I think the way, Industrial Revolution did produce a lot of new things, but it changed how people did things. Same way, I think digital economy is just changing how we do things, and I feel very lucky to be part of changing.
If I can say on a lighter vein, because your story is quite touching, a duck paddling furiously in the water. Abhiraj and then Mayank, quickly, the same question to you. Abhiraj, starting with you.
Look, I think, nothing as dramatic as Sandeep's, but our first startup failed. It was a great lesson. We realized that all the degrees and all the work experience
Does it still hurt?
I'm sorry?
Does the failure hurt?
It did. Very interestingly, I remember waking up the next day feeling quite liberated because, the writing was always on the wall. You were dragging on for a little bit longer. You woke up when we decided, and Varun, my co-founder now, we, met over a few drinks and we decided, it's not working, let's just shut it down. The next day I woke up saying, okay, now the canvas is clean, so I can reimagine things again. And I think I'm seeing that kind of energy in a lot of the youngsters who are going out there today. They're actually dreaming bigger. They're thinking bolder. So I'm very bullish on the next 10 years for India.
Generally speaking, quick 30 seconds, are Indians good at taking to failure? I'm talking about the young generation, the startup generation versus maybe other global communities that you might have seen.
I think we are. I think this generation is willing to take failure head on, is not afraid of failing. In fact, they want to fail fast, iterate fast, and learn from their mistakes and keep improving.
Mayank, many of us were brought up with certain values. One of them was degree नहीं होगी तो क्या करोगे, नौकरी नहीं होगी, salary नहीं होगी तो घर कैसे बसाओगे. And yet I see young people that I sometimes interview for jobs, and I realize that they have an attitude which is very different from us. The final question and final response on the panel.
No, so my story was very personal. I think it was a visit to why the idea came into place. It was a visit from me to an engineering college in Greater Noida. And there's a running joke that if you throw a stone, you will hit an engineering school in Greater Noida. So I visited their 4th floor. The building were empty. There were 4 children studying. All had come from either Jharkhand, Bihar, MP, and that region. And the parents were spending money for their education. They said, look, sir, mujhe pata nahi yahan kya hota hai. Sometimes teachers come, sometimes they don't come, but I have to sit for an examination. I laughed at that point in time. And then the penny dropped on me that, look, I'm a product of a highly subsidized education. I studied in Kendra Vidyalaya. I went to IIT. My government paid for my entire education. And if I'm not doing something about it, I do not have the option of lamenting and saying that, look, this is not working out. I cannot be complaining. And that was the move from being complaining to doing something was the reason why Upgrade came into existence.
Wonderful, and very clearly, all of these well-deserved applause. And as I wind down this session, I would just want to wish all of you spectacular success. Wish all those budding entrepreneurs who are out there trying to make a go at it, aspire for a unicorn, and possibly and hopefully a decacorn as well. With that, it's a wrap. Thank you very much to the entire panel. Preeti, over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can we please raise a warm applause as I call upon Sahil Malik, Managing Director, Dar Milano, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to these gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Garg, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Behel, Mr. Kumar. Thank you, Siddharth. So what I'm going to do is, while we turn around the stage for our next session, as we are terribly running short on time, I'm going to quickly call upon my colleague Shivarur, Executive Editor, India Today, to come up on stage and introduce our next session, Gut Reaction, Why I Changed My Protein and Got a Miracle Body.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost dinner time, but believe me, you're going to love this session. So please stay seated. We're going to begin in just the next couple of minutes. They're just setting up. We've got a guest joining us from the United Kingdom as well. And we're about to start. Gut reaction. Why I changed my protein and got a miracle body. Fitness is an ideal for everyone. Living better is an ideal for everyone. Living longer, being gentler on the earth is an ideal, I'd say, for most of us. And that's why this particular session truly involves us all. It has to do with your fitness. It has to do with your life. And I can guarantee that in the next 25 minutes, you're going to be going away with something in your stomach and definitely something to chew on. The theme of this year's India Today Conclave is a better normal. Now, unlike some years ago, it's quite normal now to actually choose to be vegan, and it wasn't that way a few years ago. But our next session involves a subject and panelists who don't just believe a plant-based diet is an option, they believe it's an imperative if you want to live better, be gentler on the world, and as you will hear from one of our panelists joining us from the United Kingdom today, actually far better and the best you can ever possibly hope to be. Please join me in welcoming James Wilkes, all the way from the United Kingdom. He's the director and star of The Game Changers, a documentary about the discovery of a plant-based diet and how it can change your life. The path to a plant-based diet for James has been one fraught with controversy, fraught with injury, and fraught with inspiration. And we're going to talk about that. Also, a great privilege to welcome onto stage Janelia and Ritesh Deshmukh. They need no introduction. Janelia and Ritesh, could you please join me on stage? Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for all three. I'm sure most of us here already know why Janelia and Ritesh stars, are part of a protein, plant-based diet session, but you'll know in just a couple of minutes why. Welcome to all of you. Thank you, James, for being with us. Janelia and Ritesh, great to see you.
Thank you.
James, if I could start with you, your discovery of veganism and a plant-based diet actually began with a terrible injury. Isn't that right? It was an injury which threatened to debilitate you for life. There was the possibility that you would be paralyzed. And it is at that time that you actually spent some time reading. You read about the Roman gladiators, one hears, and that's how you discovered that if you wanted to not just live, but live excellently and better, you needed to switch immediately from meat to a plant-based diet. Tell us about that transformation, James.
Yeah, that's correct. So for people that don't know, I'm a combatives instructor, so I train the Navy SEALs and Marines in hand-to-hand combat. And I was also a fighter in the Ultimate Fighting Championship, which is a mixed martial arts organization, the premier organization in the world. And I got injured, and I thought, well, what can I do with my time that's productive? I need to heal. And so I thought, well, I can look into diet to see what would be the optimal nutrition plan for recovery. And then also, once I'd recovered, what would be the optimal nutrition for athletic performance? So I started digging, and that's when I came across a study about the Roman gladiators. They analyzed the bones, 5,000 bones of gladiators, and they did a strontium-calcium analysis and a radioisotope analysis. And they can tell that they were eating almost exclusively plants. And I thought, well, that can't be true, because to be athletic, to be strong, you need meat for muscles. And to grow strong bones, you need milk and dairy. And so it's really shocked me, and I really started digging into it. That wasn't enough to convince me, of course, but I started really digging into it. And the more and more I dug into the science, I realized that not only is meat and dairy unnecessary, but it's actually detrimental to both health and athletic performance. And so many of the biological mechanisms, endothelial function, which is the lining of your arteries that produces nitric oxide, which is a vasodilator, allows the arteries to open up, inflammation, many of these biological mechanisms that impact health also affect athletic performance, but also, for those that have seen the film, also our sexual performance as well. And so I started really digging into it, interviewing the head of nutrition at Harvard, the head of anthropology at Harvard, the president of the American College of Cardiology, the head of urology for the American Medical Association. And the more I learned, the more I realized, we've got it all wrong. I've been marketed to and lied to by the industry, and that we actually should be shifting towards eating a plant-based diet.
In the audience, you've probably noticed that you've got plates being brought to your tables. And the reason for that is because as much as this is a movement all around the world, a plant-based diet, Ritesh and Janelia have actually decided here in India to put their money where their mouth is, literally. And that's the reason why the plates in front of you are products from their new company, and it's called Imagine Meats. A big round of applause. Those plates are right there in front of you. Congratulations on the new venture, Ritesh and Janelia. I hear, Janelia, that when you got married, when you sat at the dining table, there was only meat on your table. And now all those plates have chicken kebabs, mutton kebabs, and chicken nuggets, and there's no chicken or mutton in any of them.
There's just plants in it. Yeah, but that's true. When I got married, there was only meat. I was like, can we have some vegetable with it? He's like, no, this is it.
What was the transformation like? Because you're both carnivores. Like James, you're both former carnivores. Yes. You loved your meat, believed that meat was good for you, like most people do. What changed? How did that switch happen? For James, it was an injury. He did some reading. What was it for you that made you decide?
So about 5 years ago, like you said, I was an absolute carnivore. 5 years ago, one day suddenly it was one of those mannats, that we keep, and I quit non-vegetarian. But a year after that, I started craving for my non-vegetarian, and I wanted my mutton, I wanted to my chicken, but of course I wanted to stick by what I had thought strongly about. But my craving did not go. And we were in America at that time, and we were fortunate enough to, taste some of the plant-based meats there, new companies coming up. And one day, Janelia got these, burgers home, which I had no idea. She minced it, she put her own masala, and served me keema pao. And after a year and a half, when I had that keema pao, I was like, oh my God, I'm such a happy vegetarian today, But that was it, we missed our meat. And at that point, I realized that India is not a burger-eating nation. We love our burgers, but we are not primarily a burger-eating nation. And all the companies overseas were only making burgers and sausages. And that time, I remember discussing with Janelia, and she said, why not, figure this out? And we love our kebabs, we love our tikkas, we love our biryanis. Is this possible? It was just a thought. And 3 years ago, this journey started, and here we are today. Tasting some Imagine Meats.
No, I got to say, I smell only meat in this room, and there's no meat in any of those plates. That's pretty incredible, because Janelia, that's what you said, right? This isn't just about non-meat meat. It's supposed to emulate the entire experience of it.
The entire sensory aspects to it, I feel.
And I hear people eating quietly, so it looks like they're enjoying
That's
it.
a good thing. And the good part is it's all from plants, right? So it makes you feel...
Tell us what's in it. Tell us what's in it.
So there are various proteins that we've kind of got together. It's science with plant, with, a lot of good things that finally give you the taste, the feel, the smell of meat. And I feel nobody out here, everyone likes their meat. The non-vegetarians like their meat. But it's not like you want to harm the environment or you want to, be cruel to animals very often. It's just that addictive taste that you have, or the texture that you like, or this, things that you like to eat where meat is concerned. But if you're getting the exact same thing with your plants, you don't have any other reason to complain, or, and everyone would want that option. So I think that's where the idea stemmed from, to give options. When we were in America, we got that option and we felt happy about it. We ate it in a certain way. Similarly, here, our entire motive is to provide, enough of options. So when we speak about Imagine Meats, when we initially thought about it, we said we'll start with 2 products. Then we said, no, we need breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, and we managed that out. So I feel that food tech today is just on another level. It'll keep growing. There'll keep being versions to it, just like you have with your iPhones or with your cars. It's just an emerging market, and it's exciting, and we're in a phase where we can literally change our planet one bite at a time.
Okay, one bite at a time, and those bites are still happening. James, I read a little bit when I was researching for this session about your diet and the things you do on a daily basis. You were an ultimate warrior, mixed martial arts guy. It doesn't get more physical than that. You trained, elite special forces warriors. So the public perception around the world is you've got to get your proteins, you've got to get your meat, and meat has to be a part of becoming that sort of fighting warrior. What kind of pushback did you get, and do you get from, the meat-eating community, the athletic community that still believes in meat, for fitness and high competitive performance? When you talk about how a plant-based diet is actually something that can make you a better fighter and a better athlete?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I had that same misconception that we really need meat to build muscle. And then something really clicked when I realized that animals are just the middlemen, and they're basically doing us a disservice, right? So protein originates in plants, and the animals just consume that protein, and then they're doing you a disservice because they're adding in saturated fat, they're absorbing a lot of the phytonutrients and things that are really beneficial, the fiber and so forth. And so when you're eating the meat, you should just basically cut out the middleman, right, like a business concept, and go straight to the source. So that was the first thing that really sort of put a light switch on in my mind. But we did get quite a bit of pushback from people that are either funded by the meat industry or just really passionate about their meat. But I'm surprised at the real shift that it's had. We had a consulting analyst run numbers only just a few weeks ago that showed that 75% of the increased interest in plant-based eating since 2004 is a direct result of the Game Changers documentary. And so people from all walks of life, from grandmothers to firefighters to special forces, really I'm seeing a lot of people adopting this diet. We to show the sort of film's success and how people were really interested in plant-based diets, we had over 1.5 billion media impressions, 40,000 organic articles written about the film. And so we did get some pushback, but the documentary is the first to ever be accredited by the Department of Defense in the US. And it's now accepted as an accreditation by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics for ongoing medical education credits. So although there was a lot of pushback, it's been really accepted by the large organizations as being scientifically accurate. And I think that really people are just tied by their identity, and we need to let the science overcome it.
Because there seems to be, Ritesh and Janelia, there seems to be a sort of almost an evangelical element to, convincing people about veganism. At one point of time, it was looked at with a little bit of distrust about, what is this movement really all about? Here in India, vegetarianism has been part of Indian culture for a very, very long time. But veganism, do you face any pushback? Because, kids here grow up with, you need to eat your eggs and your milk to grow up big and strong. Do you get pushback from parents and customers or people who are kind of dubious about this whole, plant-based diet thing?
You're absolutely right, Shiv. When initially I have grown up drinking milk and having my eggs every day, and it has been part of my diet for a very long time. But, till you don't try, till you don't experience with your own body, how much ever you tell people, it's going to be difficult. But the moment, and I have to, congratulate James here, because when we started with this thought, I had not seen, the Game Changer. But when I saw Game Changer, it made me reassure at various levels that we are on the right path. And I'm sure that, Game Changer, apart from propagating what is right and differentiating between animal protein and plant protein, it also, it's easier to convince people. Like if I have to tell people about veganism or plant protein, I just have to tell them, go to Netflix, watch Game Changers, it'll change your life.
James is going to be very happy to hear that.
Yeah, and absolutely. And thank you, James, for this wonderful documentary.
Janelia, the products that your company has put out are, plant-based meats, and it's called Imagine Meats. My question to you is, are these products a kind of bridge? Is the ultimate goal to get people to eat plant-based, diets and not necessarily miss meats at all?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, It's been proven time and time again that, meat isn't great for your health, A. It isn't great for the environment, B. And I honestly feel that everyone wants to do it like us. We were pure non-vegetarian eaters, right? But we saw the change coming. We saw our kids, the younger generation.
Your kids are vegan.
Yeah,
as
my
well.
kids are vegan, and my kids are thin. They're vegan, but they are 5 and 7, all are 5 and 7, and they walk 15, 16 kilometers at a stretch without feeling tired, even at one bit, So when I look at them, and when I look at everyone else, and I'm like, there are days that we used to feel slumpy, low on energy, and we've seen the change. So when you see things like that changing for the better, you hope that you can share it out with everyone. I also feel India comes from a place of being guilty non-vegetarian eaters. We have a lot of festivals, we have a lot of cultures where we don't eat at home, but we probably go out and eat. Here's your chance to eat plants at home and feel the same as eating meat. So
how does it work with your kids? Because I'm sure they have friends, who have to have their doodh and their eggs in the morning. Do your children also talk about veganism? Because 5 and 7 is very young.
Yes, they do. They ask, which surprises me. They ask, is this cake vegan or not? And, there are times like people ask me, how are you going to manage this in school? It's impossible. I'm like, I'll do my best. I mean, I'd like them to be how they would want to be. But they teach me. Like the first time my son came back home, he looked at the dog and he's like, we have a dog at home and we're eating meat. And that got me thinking. I was like, I can't love one animal and, do this to another. That literally got me thinking. So while I was vegetarian for personal reasons and for health reasons, I never thought about the whole animal welfare aspect. So I feel the younger generation is more into sustainability and is more aware of animal welfare. They're conscious eaters. They want to do their bit to save the environment. So they will teach us. And I think my kids, for one, have taught me to stand out there and make chicken nuggets as tasty as, the real chicken nuggets. Yeah.
Because one of the ongoing debates, as we've seen in the last few years, isn't just about whether a plant-based diet is better for you, but also about whether it's gentler on the environment. And as you rightly pointed out, the current generation is invested in, a better world. James, for a lot of people will be wondering because people like actionable information that they can, process when they are consuming what we've served them today, but also wondering if someone was a non-vegetarian, James, they ate meat, they ate mutton, chicken, whatever it is, and they switched to a plant-based diet. In your view, with all the data available, and you've done a lot of research, how long before they start to see those changes in their body and their health? Is there a time where they can start looking at those? Because those are the things that will convince them that they've taken the right decision.
Sure. Well, I think there's a couple of things there. So first off, while, I think a lot of people are willing to go all the way vegetarian, we like to say that it's all or something, not all or nothing, because I think if people think they have to take that step overnight, that's a big step for people. And the science really does show that if you shift towards eating more plant foods, there's incremental benefits along the way. So people should keep that in mind. It's not all or nothing. It's all or something. And you could be flexitarian and be eating, imagine meats sometimes, and sometimes be eating some meat and dairy. But if you switch over, it really depends on where you started, right? So if you're more sick and you have diabetes and you're overweight, I think you're going to notice the changes more than if you're young and healthy, relatively healthy. So it is going to make a difference. For me, when I switched, within 6 weeks, my strength went up considerably. My endurance went up. We do the battling ropes where you're swinging the ropes, big shipping rope, 50-foot shipping rope. I couldn't even do 10 minutes. Within 6 weeks, I was able to do over an hour, which was the record at the gym. So for me, in 6 weeks, I noticed the big endurance difference. I was already lean. I didn't really have any health issues. So I didn't notice huge health changes, but I certainly noticed that in the gym and going for runs and things like that. And in touching on the environment issue that you just mentioned as well, it is the number one thing that we can do. So obviously we need the decarbonization of the energy system. but reducing animal agriculture, the 70 billion animals that we consume every year. It's the number one cause of deforestation in the Amazon, the number one cause of hypoxic dead zones in the ocean. And we really just need, for ourselves and for the planet to shift in this plant-based direction.
Ritesh, has the pandemic and all of these emerging concerns about eating animals, has that provided a huge spike in interest and the exploration of a plant-based diet? Has that helped?
I absolutely agree with what you're saying. And it's not about India; it's world over. The kind of numbers that we see with regards to plant-based companies and the exponential growth that we have seen, and the growth is in 20%, 25%, up to 30%. Some companies have gone up to 100% growth. And if you compare this growth to meat manufacturers are low single-digit numbers. And when we look at bigger companies like UBS and Bloomberg, who have done research, data analysis, and when they look at data of the sales of all these products, and they say that by 2030, plant-based meats would be 10% of the meat market, which is huge, which is approximately $200 billion. And this is also because the kind of interest, the kind of change. And I feel, though we might be floating around convincing people how plant-based is better, but the change is coming. And it's going to hit India really fast and really soon. Okay,
so there has been a spike, but the big wave, you say, it has still yet to come. Because Indians, by their very nature, are dubious about claims. They like more information, and I'm sure that information is going to come. All of our guests today have been treated to, chicken and mutton right now, and they've all had their plates. What about fish? I have to ask, and this is personal for me, because it's the only thing I miss if it's not there, and that's fish. So, and I'm sure a lot of people think so as well. Maybe the next time you guys come, will there be like a fish, non-fish product?
For you especially, and for everyone here, we will have some great fish.
Yes.
Promise next time we'll be here.
Yes, it's work in progress, and we'll see it soon. Yeah.
Ginili, I wanted to ask you about claims. When it comes to claims about health, people instantly get their guard up a little bit, because nothing is more important to people than their families and their health. And when claims are made like this is going to make your life better, you're going to feel better, you're going to run faster, you're going to be able to lift heavier weights, people always will be a little skeptical. Is the data that supports all of this still work in progress, or is there enough to actually get out there and convince people to make that switch?
No, I think there's enough. I think if someone who is a non-vegetarian that changes to a to a vegan, like today I'm a plant-based diet, and I feel great about it. I've never gone to the gym before. Ritesh pushed me into the gym this year, and I'm lifting weights that I didn't know I could, or to the fact that my kids can walk 15 kilometers, 16 kilometers when they're 5 and 7. I think all these things are in itself acknowledgement that this diet really does work. And initially, and I'm talking about India, there were a lot of vegetarian houses who went into eating eggs or meat because they felt that their protein intake was less. Here with plant-based meats, your protein intake is the same as any other meat that you eat, as any other conventional meat that you eat. And the benefit of it is that there's zero cholesterol. So plants don't have any cholesterol issues. It's a win-win situation in any which way. So I just feel that trying it out would make you feel the difference. Like we had times where, we went off dairy, and then we would have like a bit of dairy and our stomach would just feel bloaty and full. We ignore those issues very often in life because we think, you're just not feeling great today, or you ate too much. But it's probably the fact that your stomach can't digest so much of milk or meat that is the real reason. So that's what I think.
If that wave is coming, we'll have to wait for it. We'll see how big it actually gets. Like I said, this is a country where vegetarianism is an ancient eating practice. but the switch to veganism, we'll still have to wait and see. Lots of data you've gotten. You've got to sample some of that food as well. And Ritesh and Janelia promise us that there'll be even more the next time they come here. So it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for your message and the information. James, great speaking to you and a privilege to have all of you here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Next time, fish for you,
No preservatives at all. No preservatives at all. That's super stuff. All right, can we please raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. L.K. Shyam Sundar, Executive Director, Corporate Communications, Life Insurance Corporation of India, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to both Janelia and Ritesh. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you, Janelia. Thank you, Shiv. Let's quickly turn around the stage and we are ready for our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly cut across to our next session. Virus Oracle, Contagion, Containment, and the Next Crisis. Want to call upon Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, to take it from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome. What a conclave it's been. What a year it's been. And we've been out there having this conclave after almost 20 months of being locked down. It's been a time like no other. But it's been a time where in 2010, a film, Contagion, predicted a scenario uncannily similar to the spread of COVID-19. The consultant to the film is one of the world's leading virologists, and he is one of our special guests joining us at a time, as I said, when the world has changed in more ways than we can imagine. Please welcome and raise your hands for Dr. Ian Lipkin, who joins us from the United States. Dr. Lipkin, wonderful to have you here at the India Today Conclave 2021. I trust you're well because I know that you had COVID also a few months ago. Are you much better now? Completely all well with you?
Yes, I'm much improved. I'm sad that I can't be with you in person. I've been to this conclave before. It is a fantastic opportunity to exchange ideas.
From the time you were last here at a conclave to the time you're now here, the world has changed. And I want to start by asking you, Dr. Lipkin, in 2010, your film that you predicted this scenario of uncannily similar to COVID-19, what was it? Did you gaze into the future, or do you believe what we've gone through in the last 18 months was somehow inevitable, was going to happen sooner rather than later?
I would like to think that it was not inevitable, but sadly, as you've said, it did come to pass, and it was something that we predicted long ago. If you go back to the 1918 influenza pandemic, there were many lessons there that we've not carried forward into the current time, and I hope we will revise our approach in the future, but I'm not even confident that this is the worst of the potential pandemics. So we need to make sure that whatever we've learned here carries forward into the next months and years. So this has been devastating in ethical terms and loss of life, economically, political instability, and we must learn from these mistakes.
I'll come to the lessons, Dr. Lipkin, in a moment, but let's just look at the hard numbers. 4.5 million deaths and counting, 210 million cases globally. Has this been far worse than you imagined, or do you believe actually, given the fact that we've now got a vaccine much faster than ever in the past, we've managed relatively well?
I think the numbers, as we will eventually find them to be, are going to be much worse than what you've just cited. Many of us believe that there's an undercounting and that it may be as much as tenfold. Then, of course, you have the economic fallout, which has been staggering. The estimates from The Economist are that by 2025, we will have lost 22 trillion US dollars in GDP. India alone has probably lost close to $1 trillion in GDP. This has been a staggering burden on the whole world in human terms, economic terms, and so on.
Can I ask you, Dr.
Is the worst behind us? I think it probably is. But saying that, I have to acknowledge that this virus has surprised us continuously since it first emerged.
So is the worst over? It's a question I'm sure that you're being asked increasingly. Can we confidently say that the worst of the pandemic is over?
I hope so. I can't say so with a great deal of confidence. It really depends on how we continue to respond. There has been a problem with leadership globally in addressing this. There have been people who have misspoken, who have led us to false panaceas, drugs that don't work, are potentially toxic. We have not shared vaccines as widely as we should. And the best route out of this is, in fact, vaccination. And I will say this, India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world. The Serum Institute of Pune is poised to lead here. And I think this is something that India should be proud of and should acknowledge and should promote.
But Dr. Lipkin, when you say that you're not sure whether the worst is over, what is it that you now fear? Could there be, 2021 was seen to be the year of the variants. 2020 was the year of the virus. 2021, we've had variants. We have 4 at the moment, Alpha, Beta, Delta, which troubles large parts of the world, and Gamma. Do you see more variants? Is that the fear? Do you believe that we should all continue, therefore, to mask up and be very careful when we go out?
So you've asked several questions. Let me take them one at a time. The first is, will we see more variants? Yes, there are variants already circulating that don't have names. Will they be more capable of transmission? We don't know. Delta seems to be extraordinarily well adapted to spread in humans. It is somewhere between 100 and 1,000-fold more likely to spread than some of the earliest variants that we saw. But there's another form of COVID that people don't talk about yet, which I think is going to be extraordinary in terms of its impact. And that is what we refer to as long COVID. There are a number of other ways to describe it. So these are not people who necessarily have severe acute disease. They may have only mild disease, but they remain permanently, or at least for a long period of time, crippled with cognitive dysfunction, shortness of breath, fatigue. This can represent as many as 30% of people who become infected. And these individuals, even if the virus were to magically disappear, might continue to be infected and have a huge impact on their lives and on culture for decades to come. So it's a very complicated picture. We have to think about the acute disease and the importance of preventing future pandemics. We also need to think about what it is we're going to do for these people who've experienced COVID and who are likely to be ill for several months or years to come.
Is the solution, though, purely vaccination, or is it a new form of social behavior, where even at gatherings like here at the India Today Conclave, we'll have to be conscious of social distancing, of masking, of generally maintaining high levels of hygiene? Is that now going to be the new normal?
So in the East, for many, for generations, you've had a very different approach to greeting one another. Like so, as opposed to shaking hands and transferring things like antibiotic-resistant bacteria, viruses, and so forth. Since 1918, when you go to China or you go to Japan, when people are ill, they wear masks on public conveyances and in public in general. The West has not done that. This has led to the spread not only of this coronavirus, but in earlier times, other viruses associated with respiratory disease, the most infectious of agents that we have. So at present, I think there's a triad, if you will, of things that we need to do in the future. The vaccination, as I say, is first and foremost. And when I talk about vaccines, let me also tell you that the types of vaccines that we're making now that are given by injection are more difficult to administer than oral vaccines or nasal vaccines. In addition, although they may prevent serious systemic disease, the virus going deep in the lungs, the heart, or other locations, if you have a way to prevent the virus from getting access to the body in the first place through what we call mucosal immunity, you may actually be able to prevent infection and reduce transmission in the entire population. If you look at all the viruses now being, the old vaccines being studied for SARS-CoV-2 by the World Health Organization, for example, 10% of them are mucosal vaccines. So I think this is another area where we need to shift. We need to think not only about virus vaccines that prevent severe disease, but also that prevent transmission. The second thing is that we need to improve our public health infrastructure. We have to be able to track and trace individuals who've been exposed so that we can adopt what we call like a ring vaccination strategy, which was what was so successful in India, right, in eradicating smallpox. So there are people who are now beginning to explore those kinds of issues. Masking, even if these masks are not what I would consider state-of-the-art masks, can also be useful. But people need to change the way they think about themselves and others and be less selfish. Think about protecting the person next to you. This is not something, particularly in the West, that we have done very well.
What about a booster dose? Do you see a booster dose as being almost inevitable? Will we have to take a dose almost every year for the next few years?
I think the answer to that one is not entirely clear, but right now it is clear that for protection, for example, versus Delta, and we should talk about the different vaccines because they all have different performance profiles. The RNA-based vaccines, thus far, if you've had 2 doses, whether it's Moderna or the Pfizer BioNTech, these seem to give you very, very good protection for several months. After 6 to 8 months, particularly in people who are older or whoever have other sorts of complicating conditions, that immunity begins to wane and they need a 3rd dose. We want, again, not only to protect against severe disease, but any disease at all, because even mild disease can result in the syndrome of long COVID that can be quite disabling. So I will tell you that I've had a 3rd dose of one of the RNA vaccines. And we're in the process right now of trying to figure out what the strategy is that we should use for the other vaccines that people are using. Now, like, for example, Covishield, which is produced at the Serum Institute in Pune, you're probably going to need a third dose of that. That's the AstraZeneca-based vaccine. There's a Johnson & Johnson vaccine. You will need other ones of those as well. Now, the Sinovac vaccines, which are used worldwide, appear to be less effective than some of these other vaccines. So I think there you may want to shift, because they were based on killed virus. So there are many different ways. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm simply saying people seem to think that vaccines are all the same, and they're really not. They're vaccines that are based on the genetic material that you inject directly into cells. That then results in expression of a protein that elicits an immune response, which is protective. Then there are virus delivery systems. There's killed virus. All of these things vary. But again, the thing that I really wish to emphasize is that we should be thinking more about these mucosal vaccines, because they protect not only the person who gets the vaccine, but everyone around them.
You know, Dr. Lipkin, the United States still showing about 2,000 deaths a day, clearly suggesting that we are still way away from finally conquering coronavirus. Is there something specific that's gone wrong in the United States, or do you believe the world also needs to be on guard? Who knows when next the variant comes? It could be contagious, and therefore what happens in the US today could happen somewhere else tomorrow.
We have a different problem in the US than those countries that would take vaccines, largely if they had access to them. We are awash in vaccines. That is not our problem. Our problem has been disinformation through various social media platforms and politicians and others who have equated taking a vaccine with being weak or being somehow on the wrong side of a political issue. That has nothing to do with politics. So, for example, when our last president, Donald Trump, left the White House, he was vaccinated prior to leaving. He should have done that on national television. He didn't do so. There are examples where leaders worldwide could have stepped up and said, this is critical. We must do this. We must protect ourselves and one another. Leadership has been lacking globally. This is not unique to the United States. There are many places that I could cite where you have similar problems. And our hope now is that we are going to depoliticize this, because the sooner we get everyone vaccinated, the sooner we're going to get out of this morass. And the director of the WHO, has talked about this, and he's right. There's no question. But the WHO, as you probably know, has the ability to make suggestions, make recommendations, but they don't have any real power to mandate anything. That is done at the level of nations and states.
Give us the roadmap for the next 12 to 24 months. If you were, that's the short term really. How do you see the world, let's say 12 months from now, Dr. Lipkin? Will we be in a much better place?
I think that 12 months from now, we will be in a much better place, because I am an optimist, and I believe that everybody's going to step up and support the WHO and Gavi and get as many people vaccinated as possible. We need to vaccinate probably 90% of the world's population. Now, how do we get there? This is going to be a question of the wealthier countries saying this is in our own best interest, as well as being the only ethical approach to getting out of this particular problem that we have right now. During the interim, there are things that we can all do. We still need to physically distance. We still need to mask whenever we go into certain kinds of situations. So at Columbia University, although everyone is vaccinated, we still mask indoors. And this is something that we will do until we feel it's safe.
So when is that moment when you will feel safe? I think the world needs to know, what is that moment where I can go out and live my life as it was pre-COVID? Is there a magic moment?
I think we are approaching a magic moment in the following ways. We began to see now that there are drugs, which if you become infected can be very useful in preventing progression of disease. If we have a drug that can be used to prevent severe disease, if we have 90% of the population vaccinated, if we have the availability of tests that can rapidly tell you who is infected and who is infectious so that we can make decisions about isolating individuals, masking individuals, putting them onto drugs which will prevent progression of disease, I think we will be in a position where we can move back to life toward normal. We nonetheless, and this is something that I must emphasize, have to consider the possibility that there are going to be other infectious agents, other respiratory viruses, typically RNA viruses that can evolve and mutate, that will be coming along, just as we said when we developed the screenplay back in 2008. This is not the last enemy that humankind will confront. We need to pursue surveillance. We need to ensure that every nation has the ability to diagnose disease in its borders and to respond and to be transparent in sharing that information.
So what do you see next? Since you mentioned your screenplay, which you began in 2008, talking about the possibility of a pandemic of the kind we witnessed, what comes next, Dr. Lipkin?
The thing that I'm most concerned about still is a new influenza virus. Influenza viruses are continuously evolving. We are monitoring them, but it's possible that a new influenza virus could emerge that could challenge us yet again. And if you think in terms of the numbers of people who've probably died now, which is probably, as I say, closer to 50 million than to 5 million, this means that we're still well below what we saw in 1918 with influenza, where we had something like 100 million people who died with a much smaller global population. So I'm still worried about flu. And there are other things. Look at what HIV has done to us, right? Antimicrobial resistance. All of these things should be on our radar screen. The other thing that I continually try to emphasize is that preventing this is cheap. It truly is. So if you look at what it's cost India, what it's cost the world in terms of people and dollars and so forth, a surveillance system such as the ones that we propose represents 0.001% of that economic burden. So it's really cheap to do this. And we must do this. And I will tell you that when I first went to India, which was in 1995, and fell in love with your country, I've been preaching this nonstop. And at the last conclave, which preceded this, we must do this. We must do this together.
Wants greater surveillance. Therefore, let me ask you in conclusion, from your vantage point there in New York, as you look at the numbers in India, do you believe that the time has come, open up our schools, open up society, or would you say be very, very cautious over the next few months?
The percentage of your population that is vaccinated is very small. We are, what is it? It's less than 20% of your population that's vaccinated.
15 to 20% double vaccinated.
Right, exactly. And then you have, 30% of your population is under the age of 18. So they're not eligible yet for vaccination. So this means that you don't have the sort of armor that you need to safely reopen in that way. I mean, I realize that this is a politically very sensitive topic, very difficult to accept. We have the same problem here in the United States, where we have states, particularly in the South, where the vaccination rates are very low and the COVID rates are extremely high. And I will remind you, because nobody talks about this very much, the chronic burden that we see in some of these patients who've had infections, who may not even have known about these infections, is extraordinary. People who can't get out of bed, can't go to work, can't maintain their activities of daily living. This is very, very difficult.
In final word, glass half full or glass half empty? After what's been a very difficult 18 months, you have a smile on your face as I ask that question. Do you believe that we should look Give us the big positive as we end. We want to end, this is all about getting into the new normal, this conclave. So what's the positive takeaway?
I think we're 3/4 full. I think we're better than halfway. But as I've said before, I am an optimist. I believe in the goodness of people, and I particularly believe in the goodness of the Indian people. And I hope that some of your audience will write to me and want to partner with us in this new program called GAP, the Global Alliance for Preventing Pandemics. And you will help us mind the gap and ensure that we never have anything like this again.
Well, that's a hope on which we can look positively with a smile to the future. Dr. Lipkin, you've gone through a personally tough time, having got COVID yourself, but it's good to see you smiling, and it's good to always have your wisdom here. Thank you so much for sharing it, Dr. Lipkin. Stay well, stay safe, and it's namaskar. In future, we will always do namaskar. Thank you very much.
Namaskar.
Thank you. Dr. Ian Lipkin, one of the world's leading virologists, suggesting perhaps that things could just be slowly getting better. But we can't be complacent. Thanks very much for joining me. Back to you, Preeti.
Good evening, everyone. I'm truly excited to introduce, thank you. I'm truly excited to introduce our speaker for the grand finale session of the India Today Conclave, Bill Gates. Co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, founder of Breakthrough Energy, and co-founder of Microsoft. In his teens, 1970s, he had the dream of having a computer on every desk. We all know how that one turned out. In 2015, at an event very much like this one, he said, and I quote, "If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's mostly going to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war. Not missiles, but microbes. Part of the reason for this is that we have invested much in nuclear deterrence, but we have invested very little in a system to stop an epidemic. We are not ready for the next epidemic." 5 full years before the COVID-19 pandemic. Very prophetic words. As we sit together, finally, after 2 years, to discuss a better normal, I could think of no better person to begin the end of the conclave with a vision. He is often the man who has seen well ahead into the future. And that's why his newest book, which is titled How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, should have us all listening. Welcome, Bill. It's my greatest honor to host you at the conclave. Before I hand over the session to my colleague, Rajdeep Sardesai, with everything that we have seen in the last 2 years, do you see your ability to foresee things as a gift or a challenge?
Well, it's certainly a gift. I feel very lucky I get to work on innovative new things. Also, when you're as successful as I am, you have a responsibility to use that to save lives as much as possible and to drive innovation to help solve the big problems, whether it's making us ready for the next pandemic or avoiding climate change.
Bill Gates, pleasure, honor to have you here at the India Today Conclave. We are going to focus on climate change because, as we said, this is the issue of our times. This is something that you've been deeply involved. We are calling you a climate change warrior in that sense. But I want to ask you, Bill, what made you engage with the issue of climate change in the first instance? Was there a trigger moment, a news headline, some personal experience that drove you in this direction?
Well, I like reading about science and, understanding weather and all sorts of things, but it really was my work in Africa for the Gates Foundation, where we work on nutrition and health, for the entire world. But what we were seeing was that the climate was already making farming near the equator far more difficult. And I decided I better learn about that because, if you're going to uplift every country in the world, understanding is climate going to hold that back and force us to do the whole economy in a different way. I felt I needed to know that. And so, I spent about 10 years starting in the year 2000 learning about that, and actually gave a TED Talk in 2010 where I warned that that is a huge problem that we're not doing the right things for.
But from that period, when you first got engaged with the issue of climate change, has the thinking evolved, changed in terms of the scale, the immediacy, the urgency in a way of climate change? Has your thinking in a way deepened as you read more about it, or as you witness around you, as we all are, these extreme climate events?
Yes, so the awareness that we've got a huge problem that'll get worse over time is much higher today than at any time in the past. A big milestone was in 2015, the Paris climate talks, where I and Prime Minister Modi, President Obama, and 30 others, we put the idea of innovation on the agenda. It was called Mission Innovation, and the idea was to get the R&D budgets of all these countries to go up, and I committed to do what's called breakthrough energy, where we would take the ideas and make sure that great companies were funded to turn those ideas into products to avoid climate change. So we have so much more to do. This is such a hard problem, but we're better off. The awareness, the government thinking about this, we've come a long way since 2015.
If you had to convince the naysayers, because there will be always naysayers about the climate emergency, are there 3 top facts or anecdotes that stand out for you that you would choose to communicate simply and effectively to tell people, look, we can't wait for tomorrow. This is the crisis of today.
Yeah, with climate, there is no quick solution like inventing a vaccine. The pandemic, of course, has been an incredible tragedy, but we will see the end of it because of the vaccines. Climate change, you have to start the work to stop the emissions now to avoid disaster later, because the scale is so big and the number of areas of activities that create these emissions are so broad that there is no, in a year, 2 years, come up with a solution. So the pandemic is much harder, but it's good. People, I hate to say it, but the climate negative effects now are alerting people to this, and particularly for countries near the equator, that includes India, the effects over the course of the century will be very dramatic. The ability to work outside in the summer, the crop productivity, the weather systems, it will be dramatically different if we don't act in a huge way.
What really impresses me about what you're trying to do, or should stagger us, is just the scale of what is required to be done. You've been speaking about the need for zero emissions at a time when we need to decarbonize, according to you, 70% of the world economy. That sounds daunting in a way. How do you sort of impact on scale? Which area do you zero down on, and why, so that you can impact on a scale of the kind that you're talking about?
Yeah, zero's a very tough goal because it means we can't just take passenger cars. We have to do planes and trains and trucks. We can't just do industry, steel and cement. We can't just do agriculture or heating buildings or making electricity. We have to do every one of those areas. And today, the cost of the green product to make steel or cement with no emissions is over double the current price. And so the cost to go green is simply unacceptable, even for the rich countries, not to mention middle-income countries like India. And so the path to salvation is huge innovations, including things like clean hydrogen or direct air capture, or scaling up electric cars and electric trucks to a super high level to take over the way we presently do every one of those activities.
You've taken from my next question, Bill Gates, because apart from striving for clean energy, what are those 3 to 4 innovations that you see, or 3 to 5 areas where you can have maximum innovation for real opportunity? You spoke about electric cars, for example. What are those areas that a country like India in particular you see going forward, where we can actually make a difference and impact on scale again?
Yeah, so it's great that electric cars are starting to catch on. It's still a very small percentage of the market, but as those batteries become cheaper for cars of all sizes, they will become popular, and the government will push them with tax credits and encourage the market to shift. Likewise, for making electricity, the cost of wind and solar has come down. And so India's also installing large amounts of solar. And so those are 2 areas of progress that scaling is very, very hard, even in the next 30 years, to get rid of all the emissions there. The other sectors, though, if I had a magic wand, I'd say we need something to solve the industrial sector. The thing we talk about the most there is this hydrogen, clean hydrogen or green hydrogen, that if it was cheap enough, we would use that instead of hydrocarbons to make things like steel or natural gas. And there's lots of good ideas. Breakthrough Energy, my group, that includes a lot of partners, including Mukesh Ambani is one of the investors and board members in that. We're investing in a lot of companies who have new ideas about doing that cheap hydrogen. And then the big companies are now looking, okay, how far are they going? Should we partner with them and do this with big numbers? So that's at an early stage, but that would be a huge thing. You probably need 10 areas of innovation, and so we have to. That's where the R&D budget is the beginning here, and lots of risk capital. But only 2 or 3 inventions won't solve the entire problem and enable all countries, not just rich countries, all countries to get to zero.
The world releases, and these figures are important at times in a way to tell people about the scale of the problem again. 51 billion tons of greenhouse gases every year. You've been talking about bringing it down to zero. I mean, that sounds something like an environmental equivalent of a moon landing. How do we achieve this sort of paradigm shift, the breakthrough moment? I mean, you're a technology person, and many wonder whether there's a tech break that can actually fix the problem. Is there a technology, in your view, that can fix the problem, given the sheer scale again of it?
Yeah, I can absolutely guarantee without technology breakthroughs, it's just too expensive, and the world will have such a tough time saying, should the rich countries who've done the emissions historically, should they fund all of this? How do we convince everyone where you have to take pain now to get the gain later? And of course, if people say, hey, don't build any new buildings or don't travel, that's unrealistic. Of course, the rich countries could, build smaller houses and travel a bit less. But if you take the world as a whole, where you're just now getting to the levels of basic living size and transport, the idea of reducing the consumption, that's not going to work. That would be, impossible to do and not just in any way. So we're going to build a lot of buildings, but we need to do that in a clean way. We're going to have a lot more cars, but we need to do that in a clean way. So this is the hardest thing humanity's ever done. Harder than a moon landing, which that one actually worked. Here, it's all over the world, and the scale, when you drive around, you'll see cement plants everywhere. Every one of those has to make a change.
As you write about climate change, as you talk about it, Bill Gates, what's your top force feeling that comes in? Is it anxiety or is it a sense of hope? How do you look at the future?
Well, I'm very lucky that I've seen huge innovations in the digital space in my Microsoft work, and that, has been profound. I've seen huge breakthroughs in the health space with new vaccines, saving children's lives from diarrhea and pneumonia, and our foundation has been part of that. So I bring that same sense of possibility that if we tap into the most brilliant minds all over the world and we create the right incentives for them, that yes, we can solve this problem. Anyone who thinks it's going to be simple or we can do it quickly, I can prove to them that that's not the case. But, it is very necessary. And so, in the last 6 years since that Paris event, we've done some of the things we need to do, not nearly enough. So we have to continue that. The milestone of this COP26 in Glasgow in November, hopefully everyone's saying, okay, it's still not enough. We need to do more.
What I sense from you is hope and anxiety coexist almost. Would that be the way to put it? If there's something that's triggering hope, is it that people are far more conscious today about climate change? World leaders are far more conscious, policymakers today, than they were, say, even a decade ago?
Yes. This is, particularly Europe, I would say, is in the vanguard of making this part of all of their economic policies. The U.S. sometimes is good on this, sometimes is not. Sadly, I would say that the awareness will be growing in India because the recognition that among the challenges India faces is that the temperatures in part of the country will be very high. I mean, worse than it will be in Texas, say. And so I think the strength of going to the world and saying, yes, we'll do our part, but only through massive innovation are we going to be able to achieve it. That will grow. And we have about 10 years to invent everything and then about 20 years to roll it all out to hit that goal of zero, down from 51 billion by 2050.
So your anxiety is about India? Because we are seeing, as you just said, a gradual increase in temperature. We've had a monsoon with climatic events, cyclones, heavy rains, landslides in different parts, the rains extending to parts that normally were desertified almost. Is that what is any particular anxiety about countries like India?
Well, yes, the closer you are to the equator and the more you have farmers who just a few bad years, lead to worse malnutrition, they are in many cases not going to be able to grow enough to eat. Now, we can help a bit by giving them far, far better seeds, better water management type systems. But we also need to reduce these emissions. Otherwise, the temperature increase will mean that some areas are no longer suitable for human farming.
Is there a world leader, a role model, someone inspirational, whether it's an activist, a politician, someone you've met, a young innovator out there who makes you feel positive? Is there someone, some experience you want to share with us of someone you've met who makes you feel hopeful about the future when it comes to climate change?
Yeah, when I spend time with these new companies that I've been lucky enough to invest in through Breakthrough Energy, I see so many great ideas. Now, many of them won't work, but for each of the key areas, we have at least 5 companies that believe they have an approach. So it's only through innovation that I gain hope here. There is a lot of policy work. Europe, I would get by far the highest grade of really making this issue front and center for them. The world needs that because the rich countries have a lot of the innovation power, and we need to tap into that, even in areas where the breakthroughs on things like steel and cement, they haven't been the sexy areas for smart people to go work in, but we're trying to change that right now and get more of those brilliant minds engaged.
Conversely, are there any leaders or corporates or whose attitude or blind spots or tardiness makes you feel worried or dismayed in a way, Bill Gates? You can be frank about that here.
Well, historically, the oil and gas industry did confuse the consensus on climate. And, that was self-interested and, very unfortunate because with the science as complex as it is, any sort of uncertainty or doubt means it's harder to get through to the Democratic voter who they set the priorities for the country. And so, that whole idea that in the United States, at least, the Republican Party has not made this a priority. Now, I'm very hopeful that young Republicans will see it, and they may have different idea of how to solve the problem, but they'll see it as a priority. In most other countries, all the political parties agree that this is a very, very high priority. In fact, a lot of the money that's being allocated coming out of the pandemic in the US and Europe is labeled for these green projects, which will advance the innovation.
But in your view, is technology going to be the most important solution, or is it going to be political leadership that provides the solution, corporate leadership, policy changes, or dare I say, human behavior of civil society, citizenship that is going to have to embrace climate change and its solutions?
Yeah, we won't be able to get there with all 3 of those. Governments will have to help create markets so that even when the electric cars are a little more expensive, they get purchased and that volume will drive the price down. So eventually the extra cost, what I call the green premium, will be zero. That's ideal. We need to do that across all these areas. For electricity, the solar panels, at least during the day, that electricity is actually cheaper them running a coal plant. So we have some good examples where we've gotten there, but I'd put government at the top of the list because building this new grid and shifting that physical economy, their policies have to accelerate this at almost an unnatural speed in order for it to happen. So, policy is on top, but without innovation, the cost, the sacrifice that we'd be making people to make is just far too large.
Bill Gates, you've done a lot of work in India, working with people on health, on improving livelihoods. And as you know, in a country like India, just keeping people's livelihoods going is a huge challenge. How do you then convince those people about the urgency of climate change? Is there something specific that you would advise to tell the Indian people about the urgency of climate change at the moment?
Well, sadly, this emergency, like many, if we don't do the right things, the poorest are the ones who suffer the most. And so it's the farmer who barely gets by with today's climate who will find themselves not able to grow enough food, the crop failing many years, and unable to even work outdoors during part of the year, particularly closer to the equator. And so this is a great injustice. The rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation to cut the costs of green products by over 90%. We can already see some leading companies like Reliance working on, okay, what do these products look like? How would we scale up solar even more? How would we get this green hydrogen so that it's affordable? Because the key point is, you're absolutely right. You cannot expect the average Indian citizen not to still expect more travel, better shelter. Those things are, it's just human decency that we can't stop building new structures or making fertilizer, and so innovations to multiply those large-scale activities by zero in terms of their emissions and policies that accelerate that's where that I get my optimism and belief that yes, if we bring everybody together, this can be done.
Just a question that, we've just slowly, perhaps, we still don't know, creeping out of the pandemic. But if I were to ask you, Bill Gates, between pandemics that you warned the world about not too long ago, the fear of a virus, disease, terror threats, the other big challenge of the 21st century, traditional war, economic disparity, which I know has troubled you again, climate change, what would you pick as the greatest threat of our times?
We're going to have to be able to work on multiple fronts at once. I mean, we still have to have the fire department and the army, for those threats. We do have to invest in pandemic preparedness. And I have, of course, a lot of ideas about that include innovators like the Indian vaccine manufacturers will be part of the solution of how we do that better next time. So if I had to say the toughest problem of all may be climate, because you have to do hard things now to avoid the problem later. In some areas like health, things will keep improving. I mean, I'm impatient. We haven't eradicated polio yet, but we're close. We should eradicate malaria and measles and invent the tools for those things. And a lot of the work we'll do for pandemic tools will actually help on those problems even when there's not a pandemic. So the world has enough wealth and enough right people to solve every one of those problems. It's just, getting the right people, getting the right level of cooperation, There are days where it looks like, wow, is the government going to come along and do its piece here? But I've dedicated my time to climate and health. Those are the two I know, because I do think we can solve both of those.
Bill Gates, you spoke about 2015, Paris being an important breakthrough moment. COP26 in Glasgow, do you see that as the next big step? What's the outcome, the best case scenario for you?
Yeah, so the sense that countries need to up their commitment, these meetings really do help drive that. We're not going to have for quite some time enforceable commitments or big tariffs for people who don't go along. Eventually, we may need that for the last few who don't cooperate. But for now, we're getting global cooperation by sharing best ideas, by talking about which innovations will bring these costs down. And so, yes, COP26, if we get all the leaders there, the pandemic is making everything more complicated, but if we can get the leaders there and we hear stronger commitments, like China's talked a little bit about not financing coal plants. If they really follow through on that, both domestically and internationally, I view that as progress. The commitment to R&D, will celebrate countries like India, which really did up their R&D, and that, could give us breakthroughs like nuclear fission or fusion or the clean hydrogen type approach. So we'll reinforce the good behavior and the good practices, and then hopefully everyone ups their game. But only by constantly improving those commitments do you get to the 2-degree ceiling on the total warming. So it won't be a done deal, but yes, it's an important milestone.
One final question, Bill Gates, from someone who started as the great innovator of the computer and gave us something that we all have on our desktops today, to all that you've done for the fight against malaria in Africa, the work that your foundation does here in India on healthcare in particular, to now climate change. What keeps Bill Gates going? What is it that drives you day after day, night after night?
I enjoy my work, I think, as much as anyone alive. I get to meet with great scientists. I get to meet with politicians and business people and figure, how do we make this real? And I'm enjoying learning about cement and steel and all the challenges there, and meeting the entrepreneurs, funding those entrepreneurs who are going to deliver these breakthroughs. So, one thread runs through all my work, which is innovation that gets out to the world and makes the world more equitable. And now I devote all my time to a mix of the climate work and the health work.
Well, all we can say, Bill Gates, from here at India Today, stay young, stay inspirational, keep inspiring, and keep helping to make the world a better place. So thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave.
Great to talk to you.
So on to our final session of the day. Just give us a minute. And we're going to turn around the stage for our final session there. While we set stage, good time to run through our sponsors list. Presenting sponsor, ITC, Conclave partner, Hindustan Power Darwin, luxury mobility partner, BMW, state partner, UP government, tourism partner, Uttarakhand, knowledge partner, Jain University, banking partner, IDFC, insurance partner, LIC, celebration partner, Glenlivet, partner, Shriram Transport Finance Company Limited, bespoke partner, Damilano. Right, ladies and gentlemen, our final session of the day, Vitamin G, designing booster shots for trade and commerce, a roadmap. To take it from here, I want to call upon Rahul Kamal, News Director, India Today Television in Ajta.
So in case you're wondering what's happening, I'll just tell you that Minister Goyal is at a CII event in the neighborhood and he's supposed to be here in the next couple of minutes, so we're just waiting for him to come. Till then, we'll get started, we'll get the conversation warm and then he'll join us. He's running behind schedule, so this is not to do with us, but we're fully ready to go. But hopefully we'll get this going soon. His event, fortunately, is over and therefore he should be here. And it's at the Moria, so it's literally like a minute or two away. I'm just waiting for Kunal Behel to come, and then once he comes, we'll get started. Sanjay, Kunal, can we have you up on stage, please? One of the biggest questions in the minds of those who are here at the India Today Conclave is the kind of recovery in the economy and trade and commerce that we'll see on the back of this pandemic. And on the speed and the quality of the economic recovery hinges our collective well-being. So joining us in this last session of the India Today Conclave, I have half the panel with us right now. The other half is on the way, so bear with me as we bring this together. I want to introduce, first and foremost, one of our top investment bankers, especially given the number of private equity, venture capital deals that are going through. We're now in a zone where we seem to be throwing up one unicorn a day, if that continues and for how long, and also the view on the government's monetization programs. We hope to talk about all of that and more with Sanjay Nair, Chairman of KKR India. Welcome. Thank you, Sanjay, for coming to the India Today Conclave. With us also for a sense of how the e-commerce companies and the whole startup ecosystem is viewing some of the government's policies and what's required to speed up growth in the post-pandemic period. We have Kunal Behel, CEO of Snapdeal. So welcome, and we'll get started, and then Piyush Goyal will join us when he will. So Sanjay, let's get started by asking you about the big privatization push of the Modi Sarkar. It's been spoken of for 7+ years now. Finally, we saw some visible concrete signs with the Air India privatization going through. Are you hoping that this is an inflection point of sorts? From here on, the whole privatization push gets a real thrust. Is that what you're hoping for?
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul, and good evening, everyone. I think it is absolutely the inflection point, and more importantly, ideologically, there's a massive shift, which is great. And not to worry about what the opposing sounds are. I think this is a decisive shift. The second big thing about this is the way it has been done. It's a lock, stock, and barrel deal, right? So that makes a big difference when you exit completely. And that's a very important thing, because all of the designs of keeping 40%, 30%, keeping this, keeping that doesn't work. So it's a very good model, the way it's been executed, the way it's been run, and the way it's been structured. And I think this is an absolute imperative. We've got to start to monetize some of the public sector companies that do not either make strategic sense or are big dissavers for the nation. It's very, very critical. And we talk of more things, I'm sure. How do you get sustainable growth? You do need resources, and this is one way to get resources. One is to get resources, other is to cut down the negative savings. So I think it's a great move, well structured, and if this is the kind of model they're going to follow, they'll have a lot more success, I think, from here on.
It's also a politically contentious move, and we've already seen opposition from different political parties, which is only to be expected. Give me a sense of how you think the government should be navigating these privatization waters to be able to ensure that at the end of the next fiscal and building up over the next several months, we're able to see many more deals go through, like the one that we saw with Air India.
Well, I'm not from the government, so I don't know how they'll do it, but I would say you need a couple of things for this. One is you need serious bidders. I think you need the right structure, like we spoke about. I think you also need participation in the general asset monetization plan from local institutions, insurance companies, pension funds, banks. So when you have local capital and foreign capital, as well as private capital from within India, that's how the model succeeds. So I would say, Rahul, that this can be a sustainable model, but you do need local participation from serious people, less controversial, very clean counterparties. And I think, like in all of the countries, privatization can be a big success. And as distinct from asset monetization, which maybe we can talk next, but for privatization, you've got to make sure that there is absolutely no legacy left where people can criticize in the future. So I think this government has done a good job in being extremely cautious of that.
Kunal, you're seeing the rate at which we are throwing up unicorns. It's almost as if you wake up every single day, and Sanjay is smiling because he's a part of the story, and some of it is not just going to other coffers, but staying back home. But is this something that you believe, this phenomena, do you believe is sustainable? And also, how many of these new-found unicorn status companies do you see be able to sustain and run businesses in a continuing fashion over the years to come?
So, great to be here, Rahul, and thanks for having me, and good evening to everyone. You know, I think there's too much focus on valuations and unicorns and relatively less focus on the problems that they are solving. One of the interesting things that we all know is that India has tons of challenges, tons of problems. And what each one of these companies, and not just them, but the many hundreds and thousands of other startups are doing, is actually solving fairly structural problems, but incredibly elegantly and efficiently using technology and very innovative methods. Now, the question that is often asked is, all these companies are losing money, so why are they worth so much? When investors look at these companies, and Mr. Nair here can guide further, they look at what the future potential of these businesses are. What are the moats that they've created? What is the infrastructure that they've created that can over a period of time create lasting, enduring businesses? Because fundamentally, the problem they are solving is a problem worth solving, and it's a very large one. And I would go as far as to say that most of these companies will be very much around, and most of these companies could be worth a lot more than what they're worth today. While that may sound shocking to many, but up till a few years ago, it seemed shocking that there would be even one company worth $1 billion in India. So we've come a long way as a startup ecosystem, and you only have to look in the rear view mirror and see the distance we've covered to just believe in what will happen next.
Sanjay, are we seeing a real shift of money, venture capital from a market like China, which is now clamping down on its tech behemoths, to India? And is that part of the reason why we're throwing up so many unicorns? Is it just the size of our population and the fact that we're digitizing at the speed at which we are, that it's only inevitable that this be a sustainable business?
No, I think this is purely for the reasons of India. The size, the demographics, the demand, and hopefully, again, future sustainable growth, bigger discretionary spending, changing buying behavior, adoption of e-commerce, all of those things. So it's happening on its own, and I think great entrepreneurs coming up, like Kunal sitting here, and as he said rightly, interesting moats. You do fulfill a consumer demand, a consumer need. You're feeding into consumer behavior. A lot of money will come into this. And the other reason the money is coming in is that I think there is a fairly high degree of comfort that now in this area, government interference is not there, and they can really do business in a very predictable way. And I think you ought to give credit to the government. They have really encouraged the sector. They have obviously done a lot of digitization. You've seen pretty good formalization of taxation rules. So all these things do matter to create an environment. Not just because it's just the size of the market. It's a much predictable market. So I think that's the other reason why there is a lot more.
You're talking
dollars.
about predictability of policy. If you're an American e-commerce company at this moment, predictability of policy is not something that you'll be talking about. Kunal, is this in some senses unfair to global corporations investing in the India story, given that at various times the government seems to have these pangs of desi nationalism and protecting the commercial interests of our homegrown companies?
I'm just a mere startup founder, so I think the questions around policy are way above my pay grade, and I'll leave the policy making to the policy makers, and we'll just follow the policies when they come out.
That's a deft way of ducking it, very diplomatically. Reminds me of Dr. Jaishankar, who was here yesterday. I want to welcome TV Narendran, Global Managing Director of Tata Steel. He was with Minister Goyal, so it's not his fault. I must just say this, that he would have been here bang on time, but he was with the minister at the event where they were. Also at this moment, President CII, so welcome. I hope you had a good interaction, and we're very happy that you could join us here at the Conclave. So welcome, Narendra. Let me put the next question to you, in fact, now that we have you on stage, which is to do with the feedback that you're picking up from all the companies that you speak to about the quality of economic recovery that we're seeing. We're heading into the festive season. We're in the middle of the festive season, coming on the back of the pandemic. What is it that you're picking up from all the India-Inc. companies that you're speaking to about how fast we are recovering and the quality of this recovery?
So we just had the CII National Council a few days back and spoke to a number of CEOs. I think the feedback is that overall things are positive. The feedback from the CEOs are they expecting growth at 8.5 to 9.5%. CII's own position is 9.5% growth. There are issues related to rising input costs, issues related to containers, availability of containers, etc. Private sector investment is picking up, but not as much as everyone would have expected. But generally, the survey told us that people are expecting better numbers than 2 years back, both in terms of revenues and profitability. Some sectors like the high contact sectors, hospitality, tourism, they're still struggling a bit. but I think they're expecting that the second half of the year should be better. So overall, it's a positive narrative which is coming through. Some concerns on input costs, some concerns on inflation, MSME sector struggling a bit, and the services sector a bit more. Yeah.
And not that you're involved with the Air India purchase directly, but the fact that Air India is coming back to the house of Tatas is something which, how do you, as one of the top faces of the Tata groups at this moment, look at this big news that's just been put out?
I think it's been a matter of great pride for everyone within the group, outside the group. I think the feedback we've got from multiple people has been one of great pride and joy, and looking forward to keep the Air India flag flying high.
And there are many people sitting here wondering what are they smoking and what is it that they... Is this an emotional call in some senses? That this is something that you just wanted for various issues of legacy, history, to get done, and then dekhi jaoge, we'll figure out how to make it happen, but right now let's go out and get it.
You know, like you said, I'm not directly involved in that acquisition, but I think as a group, we've grown up hearing a lot of stories about how JRD used to run Air India, and I think it was an example of pursuit of excellence. And if we had a world-class airline, one of the global best many years back, why not now?
Also, one of the big thrusts of the government is asset monetization. And it's central to the government's plans of financing a lot of what it wants to get done. Why don't you give us your thoughts as the minister comes in on the manner in which this is being approached at the moment and the kind of outcomes you believe are likely?
You know, I think it's a very good step because it helps you monetize or unlock value from assets without having to lose the ownership of assets. So I think it's a great way of driving more efficiency into the system, and for private sector, great opportunities to unlock value from assets which have already been created. So private sector welcomes it. I think it's a great idea, and the way the government is driving it.
Come. Can we welcome to the India Today Conclave our special guest at the last session of the India Today Conclave is the Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. You know, I had to write it down so that I don't forget some of his portfolios. And if it takes so long to just read out the portfolios, imagine having to get all of that done. Are you finding it difficult to cope with all the portfolios and so much responsibility on your shoulders in terms of packing the day in and getting things done? Minister Goyal, welcome to the conclave.
No, as long as I'm able to do my job all right and end of the day reach your program before you wind up, I think everything is getting sorted and getting done. But I think it's a great opportunity that Honorable Prime Minister has given, and I'm grateful to him because he's kind of brought together areas which have a lot of synergy. For example, BIS is in consumer affairs. There was always this clamor that industry and Bureau of Indian Standards need to work together. We have textile, which is the largest job creator in the country. There was this need that industry, and we look at free trade agreements worldwide, get more market access for textiles. So there's a lot of synergy that he's tried to bring together.
So at this session at the India Today Conclave, we're going to spend some time talking about the quality of economic recovery and the government's plans to speed up the economic growth process from here. And we have Minister Piyush Goyal. We also have TV Narendran, Global Managing Director of Tata Steel, President CII. We have Kunal Behel, Chief Executive of Snapdeal, and Sanjay Nair of KKR India. So, Minister Goyal, a big announcement yesterday by the government on Air India, the privatization finally going through. Are you hoping that this will, in some senses, be an inflection point for a lot of what the government was talking about for several years, which you now, on the back of the pandemic, hope you will finally be able to get done?
In my previous engagement, where Mr. Narendran was also there, I complimented the Tatas for, in my humble view, as if I don my old hat as an investment banker, an absolutely wonderful buy. To my mind, the Maharaja is in safe hands, and now time for India to regain its glory in international aviation circles. And this was a move which, if I remember correctly, Arunji will recall, Mr. Arun Jaitley had made a remark which I read in the paper again today. He used to often say that if we don't disinvest Air India at that time, there'll be nothing left to disinvest. And in some sense, it came true. The government spending thousands of crores every year just to keep an airline going. And that's our taxpayer money, which could go for public welfare, which would go to create new infrastructure, which could go to promote industry. So I think Prime Minister Modi has truly demonstrated his ability to take strong decisions in the interests of India, for the good of the people of India, and has demonstrated to the world that he seriously means business when he says the government has no reason to be in business.
One of the challenges which was being spoken of is the lack of private consumption at this moment. And despite the fact that we're coming out of the pandemic, there would have been an expectation that there'd be a release of pent-up demand, which in some sectors there has been, but net, the macro picture seems to be that private consumption hasn't taken off yet. How is the government hoping to deal with that issue and try and encourage people to go out and consume?
All the statistics somehow don't seem to suggest what you are saying. The numbers of, after all, GST collection is a reflection of people spending. And the net collection in a GST regime, which is at the last stage of consumption, clearly only reflects consumption coming back into the market. The fact that industry, by and large, is almost running to capacity in all the main sectors. The PMI is high. The mood of the industry is very positive. Exports, I don't know if you are aware, we have touched $197 billion of export in the first 6 months. This was unheard of in India. It's the highest ever we've done in the first 6 months. And normally we all know that the first 6 months are slow. In addition to that, 3 of those months were the second wave of COVID. Toughest possible time. And we've done 197 billion, which in some sense is reflective of India's credibility worldwide. The fact that the world is now looking to India as a trusted partner. The world is wanting to engage more with India. And I can tell you, my own meetings or discussions with various world leaders from trade and economy suggest that they are very, very keen to expand our relations between India and other countries. We've launched FTA negotiations with UAE on the 22nd of September, with Australia on the 30th of September. Both are going on full stream ahead. With the UK, I was to possibly have a meeting on I will be meeting my counterpart there who's just come in a day after tomorrow. And then by November, we are hoping to launch FTA negotiations. EU we launched a couple of months back. We are looking at a possible FTA with a couple of more countries.
Do you have any commitments to timelines about when you hope to get some of these free trade agreements actually signed, sealed and started?
UAE almost certain will happen in the next 3 or 4 months, a full FTA. With Australia, we'll have an early harvest, an interim agreement with the contours of the larger agreement in place. Again, by January, they have actually set a deadline of 25th December. And both teams are working to that deadline. And I just got a message from the Australian minister that I'm looking forward to meet you and discuss further on our negotiations day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we are meeting. Tomorrow we are meeting. So the mood is to really fast track it. UK, November, once we launch, we plan to look for an interim agreement by March and do a final agreement by June or July. Canada was very keen to start discussions, but COVID hit first them, then us, then them, and the roller coaster went on. Then they got into election mode. That's just got over. Again, I got a message day before yesterday from the Canadian counterpart that she's looking forward to meet me day after tomorrow. So, and then I think we'll launch it very soon. Now that the elections are over, there's certainty over there, so we have time. And Canada, we have to just finalize whether it will be a full FTA or an interim early harvest agreement to get benefit of the low-hanging fruits. Why I'm sharing all this with you is that now we have to prepare Indian industry. We have to get ready, and that was what our earlier engagement was all about. I was talking to some 60 industry associations, ASCON it is called. CII has this body called ASCON. 60 sector-specific industry associations. Capital goods manufacturing, renewable energy, product manufacturing, machinery manufacturing, power, electrical goods manufacturing, cement manufacturing, steel, automobiles, auto components, every sector was there. And I can see the mood in Indian industry, particularly with a series of steps to help ease of doing business, to promote industrial manufacturing through the production-linked incentive scheme, the fact that we are trying to reduce compliance burden, 22,000 already done, many more in the annual, decriminalize several laws. I'm working now on legal metrology department, which is actually sounds simple, but people are facing a lot of problem from them, the weights and measures and stuff like that. So there's a lot that is happening. Prime Minister on Wednesday will be unveiling India's infrastructure plans going forward. And now we are not planning infrastructure in any haphazard manner anymore. Last few years, you must have noticed, every infrastructure project has to stand on its own legs, has to be viable, has to have an economic impact on industry or agriculture, whichever sector. There has to be a significant value add when we go into any particular infrastructure project. So a lot of work is happening, scientifically driven, technologically supported, to make Indian industry both competitive, quality conscious, working to scale, and becoming world class.
So when the RCEP agreement was being discussed, Mr. Narendran, there were concerns about the impact it will have on Indian industry, which is one of the reasons why the Modi government held back. What's the sense at this moment about these country-specific free trade agreements that Minister Goyal is pushing for? Is this something that India Inc. will welcome and think that it benefits from? Or in the style of the old Bombay Club, you think that even now with these free trade agreements, Indian industry would have to take a knock?
Rahul, it's a slightly nuanced subject. And I think the industry position is, yes, it's important to be part of global value chains. But having said that, when you negotiate FTAs, we really need to make sure we do the right thing. Because ultimately, when you look at it, there's movement of people where there are a lot of restrictions. Migration is not free. Then there's movement of investments and there's movement of goods. So you need to balance all three, right? Because in India, you need to create jobs. So you need investments to come in. PLI schemes and things like that help investments come in. India is unique because it's a large domestic market as well. So you can invest in India to make in India for India. You don't necessarily have to invest in India only to export. But having said that, you need exports because it does help you when, let's say, the domestic market slows down, or it helps you build scale beyond the domestic market. So finding that balance between these three is, I think, very important. And I think on investment, we are one of the most open markets. I mean, pretty much in every industry, you can get in with 100% FDI. So I think we should encourage investments in India so that you address jobs in India. At the same time, help industry build scale. Industry can be competitive within what's in control. What's outside industry's control, we need to work with government, like logistics, infrastructure, effective tax rates, so on and so forth. So I think it's a nuanced subject. There's no one size fits all. Different countries will have different approaches to deal with this. And I think India should find its own unique approach. And I think the government is trying to find that balance. And
Sanjay, you were traveling for a month in Europe, trying to raise funds for companies to come largely invest in India. What are you picking up with all the calls that you're having globally with different kinds of pension funds, hedge funds wanting to invest in the India story? How bullish, according to you, is the world on India and what the government is doing over here?
I think after this COVID phase 2, I think there's a lot of positivity around the reputation. That's number one. I think that's very, very critical because they think it's a safe place to do business. All this was pretty unfounded earlier that we heard. Secondly, I think what they're most impressed with, if you want to bring in long-term capital, and that's the guys we talk to, the formalization of the economy in the last 5 to 6 years has been tremendous, whether it's formalization of the taxing systems, the whole digitization of the economy, just the institutionalized governance. I mean, you just heard Minister Goyal mention about every project has to stand on its own feet. I mean, these are things that are music to the ears of long-term investors. So I think that's a huge positive. Second thing I think is the spending that's happening on infrastructure and the asset monetization plan that the government has announced is going to bring in billions of dollars, okay? The one request they have is that when they come in for infra participation, they would love to see Indian money come in alongside. So the life
Put your own
insurance,
skin in the game.
I think it's just fair because, the past experiences of 15, 20 years have not been great. And I think it makes sense for us to be more self-reliant, to unleash your own insurance and pension capital as well, which the government is actually tweaking a lot to make sure it's available. Get that available, and I believe you put $1 from there, $10 will come in from outside. But there is a huge cache of capital which is hoping to come in. I'm not that focused on venture and new companies, but just the old traditional economy. The next big flood, I think, will be in the infrastructure segment. So the asset monetization plan, I think, is a very encouraging one. It's just got to be structured right. The way Air India was sold, well structured, out of the way, here's the asset, take it. Similarly, good AMP will really attract a lot of capital. But I think the imperative is you've got to get Indian money alongside, even if it's 1/10. And it can be done, by the way. I mean, the fiscal deficit is in control. You let the local savings come in and just don't depend upon only foreign money.
You spoke about the predictability of policy, and there's been minister furor in something that you've been handling, which is to do with e-commerce rules. And we've seen from the American Congress to American representatives a pushback against the lack of predictability, and this sense that while on the one side you want global money in, but the government also has this nationalistic impulse of wanting to protect its core vote base and the voters who've typically and traditionally voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party. To what extent are you reacting to the global criticism of some of these e-commerce rules, and how do you address this concern about predictability of policy? That this is what the rules were when I came in, and that's what I hope they'll stay as we go along.
Just by the way, this is one government which has not done a single retrospective amendment in its 7.5 years in office. Not a single one. And I dare say I'd like anybody to reflect and tell me if we have done a single action which has a retrospective impact. On the contrary, we have right-sized what wrongs were done by the previous government. Point one. Point two, there is absolutely no retraction of any policy whatsoever when it comes to e-commerce rules, which are for consumer protection, under consideration and deliberation, or the FDI policy. We are reiterating what has been said many times over, that there has to be fair play, there has to be equity. Just like Mr. Narendran just said about when we do FTAs, we have to have a reciprocal arrangement and fair play. It's not about political vote banks. I'd like to correct you, Rahul. It's about livelihoods. And we have to ensure that we have an organized business environment in which everybody has equal opportunity. And that's the effort that is being sought to be done. The good part about this government is that everything we do is after a lot of consultation. Look at the new education policy. 5 years in the making. 2015 it came out. We had 200,000 issues on which feedback was received. Stakeholders from about 650 odd districts across the country gave feedback. All were responded to. Just like every other policy by and large that we make goes through extensive stakeholder consultation. And then we come up with, as they say, Amrit mein se, Manthan mein se Amrit nikalta hai. So in that sense, consultation is good for the system. Everybody's viewpoints come in, and then a robust decision can be taken. But I can assure you and all the stakeholders, there is no retrospective amendment. Everything is as it is, a reiteration of what it was always expected to be.
You were in the news recently, and I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to explain what you were actually wanting to say when you quoted some headlines essentially making the point that when you make a rule, companies find a way of following that rule in law but violating it in spirit. And then there was some back and forth. So can you just try and explain what is it that you were trying to push for, and to what extent do you think the concern is being addressed, and what more you'd like to see companies do?
No, it's nothing. It's a very simple thing. We all understand it. After all, in COVID, there's a protocol, how many people are allowed in the room. And I think you've maintained that protocol here, right? That's the letter and spirit of the law. But if you say the law says 200 people in the room, and therefore what I can do is I'll make a break or a wall over here and have another 200 people sit over there, that's not what the spirit of the law was. It's as simple as that.
Kunal, given the speed at which the startup ecosystem is growing, what more would you like to see the government do? What policy levers would you like to see them press over the next several months so that not just do we continue throwing up unicorns, we also throw up sustainable businesses?
Sure. So India's startup ecosystem is now the third largest in the world after the US and China. In the first 6 months, we had $12 billion of investment come in the startup ecosystem just this year. Now, often a lot is said about, there's a lot of criticism of the government for many things, but I want to talk about for a minute about all the things the government has done for the startup ecosystem over the last many years. Because I started my company 14 years ago at a time when people didn't even know what a startup was. Right? It was as though you didn't get a job, that's why you're doing a startup. To present day, when it's a matter of pride that someone in our family is doing a startup. Right? So our country has gone through a transformation in the last 5-7 years. Now, if you look at the number of things the government has done over the last 5-7 years, starting with the Startup India policy in early 2016, because of which hundreds of incubators, accelerators were set up. We have 30 plus states and union territories that have a startup policy now, right? We have 57,000 startups that are actually recognized by DPIIT, right? We actually have, I don't know many of you know, but there's a National Startup Advisory Council that the minister chairs. We meet once a quarter where the minister spends hours and we go through many, many issues. Like name one country, I don't know any, where the commerce minister of the country spends hours every quarter taking feedback and then acting on it. I've seen him in action. He acts on it real time in the meeting. This is very inspiring for anyone wanting to start a company or running a startup in our country. Now, when a 22-year-old, you can clap, but now when a 22-year-old girl in a small town or a big city of India goes to her parents and says, I want to do a startup, it's no longer evoking a shocking reaction from the parents. It's evoking a reaction of, happiness, pride, some nervousness, but one of hope in general. There is this feeling that now we can build a company, we can do something from scratch, even if we didn't come from money, even if we didn't have any resources. And that is the most reassuring thing in our country right now. We all know there are lots of problems in our country, right? All of us know that. There is no question about it. But when a founder, when an entrepreneur looks at a problem, they look at it as a challenge. They look at it as an opportunity. They look at it with a positive mindset, right? That this is something we can actually solve. And it's that can-do mindset, can overcome mindset, can create mindset of India today that is actually driving the growth in the startup ecosystem. And obviously all of that is bringing in capital, which is accelerating the ecosystem.
It must give you great pride to see the headlines day after day in the pink papers announcing which companies just turned into a unicorn. To what extent do you think the government deserves credit because of its startup stand-up policy? And to what extent do you believe this is just the spirit of India and young people like Kunal and many others who are following in his wake, who are making the effort, despite all odds, to go out and follow their dream?
Rahul, why are you trying to divide us? The industry, government, media, the people of India, we are all working as joint stakeholders. It's a collective and collaborative effort. And I think nobody is taking away the credit from anybody at all. It clearly is the hard work, the technological prowess, the mind, the thinking of new innovative ideas that our young boys and girls have demonstrated that deserves the highest accolades. In the midst of COVID, we've seen 30 plus unicorns in the midst of COVID, 21 in the last 6 months alone. So I think these boys and girls, youngsters, have all done real wonders for India, and all of us should actually give them a standing ovation. That's what the Startup India movement deserves.
One of the global headwinds that we're seeing when it comes to China is the clampdown on tech companies. To what extent do you think the government's been able to benefit from what Xi Jinping is doing internally, and what more can you do to ensure that companies, manufacturing investment moves away from China at a greater speed towards our shores?
See, we don't craft our policy because something is happening in another country. Our policies stand on their own legs. Our policies are crafted or designed to meet India's needs and what is important for India to become a trusted partner in the rest of the world. And that's what we drive strength from. I mean, I'm happy to share with you why is the world looking at India for greater engagement today. In the midst of COVID, at the peak of COVID when it started last year, we are amongst the only country which met every single international commitment. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, every single international commitment that our goods or services sector had made internationally, unless the buyer was not willing to take the delivery. Our services sectors, travel was down, tourism was down, hospitality was down. Despite that, last year we were at 97% of the previous year's level on services. That means the IT sector actually grew. Our goods were at 94% of previous year. This year I've already given you the figure. The mood is, and as I can see it, the mood in the country today is that goods and services are competing with each other in a friendly manner to reach the 1 trillion mark each. So goods this year will be about 400 trillion export. Services maybe about 180, 190. Could take a shot at $200 billion of export. But they are both competing because services are growing manifold, and with work from home, opportunities for our young boys and girls are going to increase by leaps and bounds. Work from home really makes India the most competitive place to source your services.